Chapter 1. The Crossing. The nationwide dual-person train survival game has commenced. 1. Humanity across the globe will be paired in twos to navigate this survival train, matching you with friends with whom you share closer bonds. 2. The train operates autonomously, arriving at each station at 6 o'clock every morning, with each platform forming its own distinct microcosm. Within these microcosms, exploration will yield survival resources, albeit accompanied by imminent dangers. 3. Resources can be collected to enhance the train's level, with each upgrade adding a new carriage. 4. A select few will start with innate talents, ranked from highest to lowest as S, A, B, C, and D. 5. A novice protection period lasts for 1 week during this time. The train is utterly secure. Following this period, various catastrophic events will ensue, the first of which is the Frost Calamity. 6. At the outset, players will find 4 fundamental buttons: a tribute panel, chat channel, trading market, and personal inventory. Players are encouraged to explore their functions. Wishing everyone an enjoyable gaming experience. As a mechanical voice faded, Shen Ping stood bewildered, glancing around. Had he not just been in his dormitory playing Arena of Valor? He was on the verge of a pentakill, yet here he was displaced. What on earth was happening? Upon closer examination, he found himself in a rather dilapidated carriage, with a yellowed light bulb overhead and darkness enveloping the outside nothing but void. At the front of the train, there was a rickety seat, a steering wheel, and a few buttons. Simultaneously, a striking woman clad in a pink JK uniform stood beside Shen Ping. Her expression was vacant, evidently dazed by the mysterious and supernatural occurrence she had encountered. Shen Ping quickly took in her appearance. Her features were exquisitely defined, harmoniously arranged, with almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and plump lips. The contours of her uniform accentuated her figure, and it appeared as though her ample bosom might burst forth from the confines of her attire. Moreover, there was a subtle fragrance wafting from Luo Qiuxue's form. Her cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, perhaps a result of her fright. In any case, she was stunning beyond compare. Luo Qiuxue, what are you doing here? Where's this place? Shen Ping exclaimed in astonishment, as he had not expected to be paired with the belle of his department, who was also the campus beauty. Furthermore, Luo Qiuxue was a fellow student in his class. Yet, their relationship was limited to being classmates and schoolmates, devoid of any deeper connection. It was well understood that even during university, classmates often did not exchange WeChat contacts. Didn't the game system state that matches were determined by interpersonal relationships? With the campus beauty, aside from their shared status as classmates, what common ground did they possess? Other than the occasional encounters on the playground or in the cafeteria, their interactions had been minimal. Upon hearing Shen Ping's voice, Luo Qiuxue regained her composure and noticed Shen Ping's bewildered expression, clearly tinged with fear. Shen Ping, where are we? And how did you end up here? Luo Qiuxue glanced around in a flurry of anxiety, nearly on the verge of tears. Moments ago, she had been alone in the dormitory, as everyone else had gone to their elective classes, and she had sought refuge under her blankets, mining. Fortunately, her journey through time had concluded by then. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. It appears that everyone from around the globe has been transported into this train world, with each train accommodating 2 individuals. For some unknown reason, we have been matched together, Shen Ping stated earnestly. Having previously encountered survival-themed novels on Tomato Novel Network, he naturally accepted this bizarre situation. After he briefly elucidated the circumstances to Luo Qiuxue, she began to comprehend what had transpired. A fleeting glance at Shen Ping's handsome features made her suddenly feel a pang of unease. Suppressing her peculiar emotions, Luo Qiuxue pondered for a moment before saying, Shen Ping, well, I am unsure why we were matched. Ahem, perhaps it is because I have few friends in class, leading to this coincidental pairing? Does this mean we must face the challenges of this train together? Luo Qiuxue felt her rationale was somewhat tenuous. One must not be discovered. Observing the somewhat peculiar look in Luo Qiuxue's eyes, Shen Ping did not dwell on it further, nor did he dare to. That seems to be the case, Luo. The campus belle, I look forward to your guidance, he remarked, rubbing his nose. Yes, I shall guide you. Luo Qiuxue nodded vigorously, her heart racing with trepidation at the thought of being discovered. Thankfully, her clothes had been transported along with her, though they felt somewhat uncomfortable. Accepting their reality, the two soon began to curiously examine the train compartment. In this small section, apart from a single seat in the cockpit, there was nothing else. Moreover, the cockpit appeared to be merely decorative, as the game system indicated that the train operated automatically. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in Shen Ping's ear. Player Shen Ping, you have acquired the strength talent. Critical strike, everything. Talent? Critical strike, everything? Shen Ping's heart leaped with joy. Was fortune finally smiling upon him? Chapter 2. The first platform, Abandoned Factory. Strength talent. Critical strike, everything allows you to strike other objects, with effects being random. Items struck cannot be struck again. Note: 1. Living beings cannot be struck. 2. Objects of excessive size cannot be struck, such as attempting to strike the ground or an entire planet. 3. The effects of the strike are randomly determined within a certain range. After comprehending the description of his critical strike talent, a look of delight crossed Shen Ping's face, for he fully understood the outrageous potential of such a gift. Hey Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue nudged him on the shoulder. I just received a notification that I obtained a talent, which seems to be crank healing. Crank healing, capable of healing certain injuries. Indeed, I have also acquired a remarkable talent, Shen Ping remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he shared the details of his extraordinary gift with Luo Qiuxue. Upon hearing of Shen Ping's formidable talent, Luo Qiuxue's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the sheer magnitude of his abilities. My goodness, your talent is astonishing. It can critically strike anything. In that case, do you think it could critically strike my talent? The campus belle, Luo Qiuxue, exhibited her adaptability and innovative thinking, quickly embracing her newfound circumstances. Eagerly, she urged Shen Ping to test the limits of his powers. All right, since you can critically strike everything, why not try striking my talent? After all, it's not a living thing, and it's not that substantial. The two of them fumbled for a while, attempting to navigate this strange situation. Shen Ping, in his exploration, found no method to critically strike the talent. Luo Qiuxue, too, endured the sensation of Shen Ping's large hand. Her cheeks flushed, lost in her thoughts. It was quite the thrill after waiting for the dormitory to be empty. She had only hoped to explore the possibilities, yet suddenly she found herself transported. Have you figured it out yet? Luo Qiuxue asked, her face tinged with embarrassment as she continued to fumble about. It was rather awkward. Shen Ping was puzzled. He clearly possessed the talent to critically strike everything, capable of inflicting damage upon objects merely by touching them. However, he soon realized that this ability corresponded to tangible items, and perhaps striking a talent required a medium. He accessed his attributes panel. Player: Shen Ping. Teammate: Luo Qiuxue. Talent: S-Class Critical Strike, Everything. Train: Level 1. Constitution: 10. Indicating physical strength, a normal adult male scores 10 points. Stamina: 100. Representing personal endurance, engaging in any activity will deplete stamina, and if it reaches 0, it will result in sudden death. Skills: none. Luo Qiuxue's attributes panel was similarly structured. Shen Ping quickly located her talent on the panel and initiated a critical strike. As anticipated, the critical strike on Luo Qiuxue's talent required interaction through the attributes panel. Critical strike successful. C-Class, Healing S-Class, Healing Everything S-Class, Healing Everything. Capable of healing any injury, restoring stamina, and repairing broken items to their original state. A perfect healer. Oh yes, now I possess an S-Class talent too. Luo Qiuxue exclaimed with excitement, fully aware that all of this was thanks to Shen Ping. Congratulations to you, Qiuxue, he replied warmly. This is all thanks to your talent. Without it, I couldn't have acquired such a powerful gift. This talent could heal anything. If it were applied in Blue Star, she could cure any patient, transforming her into a veritable medical sage. Shen Ping mused silently. Since Luo Qiuxue's talent could be critically struck, he wondered if it were possible to strike the train as well. According to game rules, the train could indeed be constructed. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it. Train, Level 1, Upgrade Requirements, Wood 100, Plastic 100, Refined Iron 100. Special Ability, None. What special abilities could the train possibly possess? Never mind, a critical strike would reveal all. Who knows what might suddenly manifest? Shen Ping placed his hand upon the train and, with a decisive motion, initiated the critical strike. Critical strike successful. Ordinary train, enhanced train. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted from the train that Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue occupied. Luo Qiuxue was startled, instinctively grasping Shen Ping's arm. Do not worry, I am aboard the crit strike train. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiuxue breathed a sigh of relief, marveling internally at Shen Ping's remarkable talent. Soon, amidst the rumbling sounds, although the dimensions around them remained unchanged, the entire train underwent a profound transformation. The once dilapidated train now appeared impeccably new, the ground devoid of any blemishes, and a soft carpet adorned the floor, reminiscent of a genuine high-speed rail experience. Shen Ping, intrigued, clicked to discover the nature of the changes. Enhanced train, level 1, upgrade requirements, wood 50, plastic 50, refined iron 50. Special abilities, have consumption, station prediction. Have consumption. The materials required for upgrading the train are permanently reduced by half. Station prediction, ability to foresee information about each station. The level remained at 1. Yet new capabilities had emerged. Shen Ping nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the train after a critical strike. Taking advantage of the train's momentary stillness, Shen Ping opened the chat channel. The chat was not divided by regions. It encompassed the entirety of Aqua Blue Star, a channel for a staggering 10 billion individuals. Global chat channel 10 billion, 10 billion, what the heck? How am I in the same carriage as my son? Everyone has traversed realms. Pairs have formed in the train carriages. Yet I am matched with my buddy instead of a girl. I ended up with my stepmother. That how awkward. Family that I am paired with my homeroom teacher from here on. I must rely on them to guide me. Who could take me back? I will offer 10 billion. You up there, are you foolish? If a mysterious force sent 10 billion people to a strange world, would you still pay to return? Now, it's settled regardless of wealth. We all start from the same line. Well, it seems we're not entirely equal. At least I have acquired a talent. Impressive, impressive, great one, please take me along. My talent is drank, and it can induce paronychia. Would you like to experience that? I wish for your mother. I am anxious, truly anxious. Anxious for your mother. Indeed, everyone has traversed realms. 10 billion people across the globe. I wonder what kind of immense power could accomplish this. Shen Ping sighed, while Luo Qiuxue leaned in closer to observe as well, with the train yet to depart and nothing else to occupy their time. Due to their proximity, Shen Ping naturally caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. He pondered what brand of skincare Luo Qiuxue applied daily to smell so alluring. For reasons unknown, Shen Ping felt that beyond her natural scent, there was a hint of. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. Just then, a notification chimed in their ears. Half an hour has elapsed since the onset of the universal traversal, and all trains are poised to embark. In 5 minutes, they shall arrive at the first station. Commencing tomorrow, trains will uniformly arrive at 6 in the morning. Wishing all players the best of luck. As the announcement concluded, the train roared to life, the thunderous sound resonating all around. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue momentarily lost their balance and fell to the ground. However, Shen Ping felt no pain. Instead, a peculiar softness enveloped him, and he inadvertently grasped something. Soft and fluffy. Ahem, how long are you planning to keep me pinned down? Came a bashful voice from beneath him. Only then did Shen Ping realize he had unwittingly landed atop Luo Qiuxue. He hastily stood up, his face flushed with embarrassment. I apologize, Qiuxue. It was unintentional. Luo Qiuxue rose to her feet, casting a shy glance at Shen Ping before murmuring, "It's fine after all. It wasn't deliberate." Her usual demeanor was characterized by tranquility and a soft voice. Yet, following the earlier incident, a glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes. She looked at Shen Ping, her thoughts veiled. The 5 minutes swiftly passed. A prompt appeared, revealing the unique abilities of this train. Approaching station, abandoned factory. Resources available. Some wastewater resources, plastics, refined iron, etc. Danger level, none. Area size, 15,836 square meters. Duration of stay, 4 hours. After 4 hours, The train doors will close and depart automatically. Players who have not boarded will be left permanently on the platform. As the announcement faded, Shen Ping's train halted at a platform, where a switch was located beside the door, controlling its opening. Opposite the door stood the entrance to a factory. "Let us proceed, Qiuxue." "All right, I will follow you." Luo Qiuxue possessed no airs of a princess, unwilling to let Shen Ping venture out alone while she remained on the train. The unfolding of events relied not only on Shen Ping, but also on her own efforts united in purpose. They could navigate the challenges ahead. Shen Ping pressed the door switch and stepped onto the platform. Simultaneously, he cast a curious gaze below the train. To his astonishment, he beheld an abyss utterly devoid of substance. How could this be? Following Shen Ping's line of sight, Luo Qiuxue grasped the reason for his bewilderment, her own anxiety palpable. "I sense something is amiss with this train." The two exchanged glances, still mere students, momentarily unsettled by this supernatural phenomenon. "Regardless, let us hasten to explore for supplies. We might as well make the best of it. The only thing we need to avoid is falling beneath the train." Chapter 3. Critical Success. 3 Transformations of Wastewater. As Shen Ping swung open the door to the abandoned factory, Luo Qiuxue followed closely behind. The moment they stepped inside, they were greeted by the pungent scent of rust and decaying wood. Outside the shattered windows, darkness enveloped the surroundings, while yellowed bulbs hung from the ceiling, casting a feeble light over the scene. "Is this truly an abandoned factory?" Shen Ping murmured, finding it far more dilapidated than he had envisioned. Soon, he noticed several barrels of wastewater stacked in a corner, each constructed from plastic. "It seems there's water there," Luo Qiuxue called out. "Undoubtedly, water is of paramount importance. A person can survive 3 days without food, but not without water." The two hurried towards the barrels, only to find the liquid inside murky and swarming with mosquitoes and flies buzzing incessantly. "A barrel of wastewater," Luo Qiuxue remarked, pondering. "Can this wastewater be consumed? It must be the factory's discharge, right?" "Do not forget, I possess a critical strike ability," Shen Ping replied. "Then strike quickly." "I too wish to see what becomes of this barrel after a critical hit," Luo Qiuxue urged eagerly. Critical strike successful. A barrel of wastewater, a barrel of purified water. In the next moment, the barrel of wastewater before them vanished, replaced by a container of clean, crystal clear water. The effect of this critical hit is quite remarkable. This will suffice for our needs for quite some time. "There are several more barrels here," he noted. However, as Shen Ping attempted to strike the other barrels, the outcomes varied. Critical strike successful. A barrel of wastewater, a barrel of poisonous water. Critical strike successful. A barrel of wastewater, a barrel of nuclear wastewater. Aside from 2 barrels transforming into normal purified water, one became toxic, emitting a noxious odor, while another morphed into nuclear wastewater. "What in the world? How did this critical effect reverse?" Shen Ping exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. The poisonous water was manageable, but the nuclear wastewater was utterly alarming. It contained numerous radioactive substances. First, Shen Ping opened his personal backpack. Personal backpack, a total of 20 compartments, each capable of holding up to 100 identical items. "Perhaps we should take the purified water and leave the toxic and nuclear wastewater behind," Luo Qiuxue suggested, instinctively recoiling at the thought of the dangerous liquids. Shen Ping, however, shook his head resolutely. "No, we can store them in the backpack to isolate them. First, I will stow away the 3 barrels of purified water, occupying 1 compartment, and then I will place the other 2 barrels inside, totaling 3 compartments." Noticing the perplexed expression on Luo Qiuxue's face, Shen Ping elaborated. "This backpack functions similarly to the storage bags found in survival games. It comprises 20 compartments, each capable of isolating contents. This means that anything we place inside will pose no safety risk." Understanding dawned on Luo Qiuxue. "So it's akin to those backpacks in survival games? However, these 2 barrels of water are undrinkable. What purpose do they serve?" "Of course, they can be used for self-defense. Contact with toxic or nuclear wastewater can inflict harm upon a human body. We cannot ascertain whether we may encounter danger ahead. And even if we were to accidentally suffer from poisoning, do you not possess the gift of healing? Indeed, you are quite thoughtful." praised Luo Qiuxue. Subsequently, the two gathered the discarded metal and plastic nearby. Shen Ping, driven by curiosity, struck a unit of scrap iron, which astonishingly transformed into a unit of gold. Or perhaps it became a unit of steel or platinum. In any case, the critical hit effect proved to be quite random. Although the outcomes were unpredictable, a significant proportion invariably turned into gold. Upon exploring the rules of their talents, they recognized that what they lacked most at present were plastic and refined iron. Thus, Shen Ping refrained from further critical hits on these materials. He could hardly upgrade a train using gold, akin to attempting to dine at a modest eatery with $1 million check, utterly impractical. 2 hours elapsed. At last, they had gathered all useful items and returned to the carriage. Notably, there was a button at the front of the train that possessed recycling capabilities. After recycling the scrap, iron, and plastic from the factory, they acquired 113 units of refined iron and 156 units of plastic. Additionally, they obtained 1 unit each of steel, gold, and platinum, which were the fruits of their previous critical hits. They also had 3 barrels of water, 1 of toxic water and another of nuclear waste. This was the bounty Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue had collected during their expedition. Upon returning to the train, Luo Qiuxue felt fatigued from the labor, perspiring profusely and slightly out of breath. She had not anticipated that transferring the items into her backpack would increase her load, making walking so exhausting. This was quite normal. I experienced the same in survival games. An increased backpack weight inevitably slows down the character's movement. Shen Ping analyzed. They retrieved the 3 barrels of potable water and placed them inside the carriage. The 50 units of refined iron and 50 units of plastic were temporarily deposited into the train's upgrade panel, thus conserving backpack space. They required an additional 50 units of wood to elevate the train to the 2nd level. However, this was not a daunting task, for there existed a trading market. By exchanging some water, they could procure wood and other valuable supplies. But we seem to lack empty bottles. How shall we drink and trade this water? Queried Luo Qiuxue. Shen Ping frowned slightly as he opened the trading market for a glance. Selling 5 units of wood, only in exchange for water. Comment. Are you kidding? 5 units of wood for water? That is laughable. Reply. Mind your own business. If you don't want to trade, then don't. 1 loaf of bread for 500 milliliters of water. Interested parties, please private message. Comment. 500 milliliters of water is impossible. 200 milliliters is more reasonable. Reply. That is barely a sip. No trade. No trade. 5 pieces of refined iron can be exchanged for a portion of water resources. The posts primarily revolve around the trading of water and food. Numerous comments and replies abound, reminiscent of forum discussions. The participants, though newly traversed, are not naive. While they may not be particularly thirsty or hungry, the necessity to stockpile water and food resources remains paramount in the absence of stable supplies. However, for Shen Ping and his companion to sell water, they must possess containers, as their supply is abundant. At the designated hour, the train departed punctually, emitting a thunderous sound as it left. The two engaged in a discussion that, though seemingly futile, revolved around posting a trade that would favor their interests. They proposed 500 milliliters of water resources in exchange for 10 pieces of wood, 2 portions of food, or 100 plastic bottles. For the first 2 options, please bring your own plastic bottles. Note, our water resource inventory is substantial. By making this announcement, Shen Ping believed that anyone with a modicum of sense would discern his ample water supply, yet recognize the absence of containers. The comments section erupted with activity, as Shen Ping's pricing was relatively reasonable compared to others demanding 50 or even 100 pieces of wood for a single bottle of water. Regrettably, very few players possessed plastic bottles, thwarting their ability to engage in trade with Shen Ping. Comments flowed in, "What a pity. I have 10 pieces of wood, but no plastic bottle. I desperately want to exchange for water, and I'll drink my last bottle of water and then head for a trade." Meanwhile, news of Shen Ping's water resources had stirred a minor commotion within the chat channel. In the chat channel, 9 billion, 10 billion. Reactions varied. Can you believe someone is selling water? And all you need is a bottle to trade? Shouldn't this water be preserved? I suspect it's just some undrinkable waste. Let us not jump to conclusions. I just found over 500 empty bottles at the junkyard. I'll try to trade with Shen Ping. Please report back and let us know if it's drinkable. Wait, has anyone noticed a billion fewer people in the chat? Wasn't he at 10 billion before? Why is it now 9 billion, 10 billion? Could it be a bug? Uncertainty loomed among the crowd regarding the situation. Surely, it couldn't be that a billion people perished from encountering a dangerous platform. That would be utterly terrifying. Before long, many individuals arrived with their own plastic bottles to trade with Shen Ping, sending private messages every few minutes. Shen Ping instructed them to deliver the bottles first before proceeding with the exchange. The players felt assured that Shen Ping would not abscond with their bottles, as a single bottle was hardly worth 0.5 units of plastic. Shen Ping had no reason to jeopardize his credibility for the sake of acquiring a mere bottle. After the other party trades the bottle, Shen Ping fills it with water and then proceeds with the exchange. Luo Qiuxue is responsible for collecting the supplies. Acquired bread 2, acquired bento 2, acquired compressed biscuits 2, acquired wood 10. Chapter 4. Train Upgrade. Ability Selection. Shen Ping was engaged in trading resources with other players. Soon, a player named Lu Ting sent him a private message. Shen Ping had a classmate by the same name, but given the vastness of the world, he dismissed it as mere coincidence. Lu Ting, hello, esteemed Shen Ping. Is it truly possible for me to exchange 100 bottles for a single bottle of water? I just gathered over 500 bottles at the garbage station with my best friend. May I trade 5 bottles for water? Shen Ping promptly replied, of course. Please provide me with 5 empty bottles first so that I can fill them. Wait, you must ensure that the water is drinkable. I assure you, I am a university student, and I would not deceive you. To do so would be akin to tricking a puppy. Upon reading Shen Ping's assurance, Lu Ting hesitated momentarily, failing to notice the latter part of his message before handing over 5 empty bottles. However, a pang of realization struck her. University student? She was also a student. There was a quiet student in her class named Shen Ping, who was also a university student. Could this esteemed Shen Ping be her classmate? She decided to inquire later. Shen Ping filled the empty bottles with water and exchanged the remaining empty bottles with Lu Ting. Acquired empty bottles 523. Luo Qiuxue's eyes sparkled with delight as she said, now we won't have to worry about trading for empty bottles anymore. Over 500 will last us quite a long time. Each of the 3 barrels holds at least a meter in diameter and height, capable of holding thousands of 500 milliliters bottles without any issue. In another dilapidated train, Lu Ting gazed at the 5 bottles of pristine water before her, equally astonished. She exclaimed, Meng Meng, look, this esteemed Shen Ping truly has drinkable water. Li Meng Meng glanced over, a hint of envy in her voice. This person is quite lucky to have started with such an abundance of water. Lu Ting pondered for a moment and voiced her suspicion. It's highly likely he is our classmate Shen Ping. Li Meng Meng had no recollection. Shen Ping had been quite inconspicuous before the transition, especially since, apart from their dormitory, the university's sprawling campus made it difficult to encounter one another outside of classes. Subsequently, Lu Ting quickly inquired, hello, esteemed Shen Ping. May I ask if you're a student at Jiangxing University? Shen Ping was taken aback upon reading the message. Only Lu Ting, someone he knew, could accurately state his university. Are you the Lu Ting from our class? Upon seeing this message, Lu Ting realized that Shen Ping was indeed her classmate and not merely a namesake, marveling at the coincidence. After a brief conversation, Shen Ping remarked, the fact that I was matched with Luo Qiuxue in the trading market suggests that our meeting was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather because the market refreshes items from familiar or nearby players. Shen Ping's reasoning was sound, given the sheer number of individuals globally, exceeding billions. Even if only 10% of players engage in trading, there would still be 1 billion trading posts in the marketplace. With such a multitude of transactions, the likelihood of coincidence is exceedingly low. Thus, there exists but one plausible explanation. The items being refreshed in the trading market are likely from individuals in Jiangxing or the neighboring cities. Encountering acquaintances is quite commonplace. Shen Ping remarked, by the way, could you do me a favor and mention something in the chat channel? You know what I mean. Lu Ting understood Shen Ping's intention. He possessed ample water, but lacked a bottle. Given the skepticism surrounding Shen Ping's credibility in the chat, it was imperative to provide him with some proof. Swiftly, Luo Ting captured a photograph of 5 bottles of water and sent it to the chat channel, stating, "These are the 5 bottles of water bought from the esteemed Shen Ping, and I only spent over 500 empty bottles. I can't believe it. Has Shen Ping truly acquired that much water? Looks like Shunda is really thriving. His luck is extraordinary to have obtained so much water. Could it be that he directly acquired barrels of bottled water?" A wealthy individual named Lin Yun, noticing Shen Ping's substantial water supply, hastily threatened him. "Shen Ping, name your price. Sell all the water to me and my girlfriend. Whatever amount you desire, I will provide it upon our return. If you refuse, well, you know what I mean." While selling bottled water, Shen Ping inadvertently opened the chat channel to find Lin Yun tagging him in the group and sending him a private message. Lin Yun insisted, "I'm speaking to you. Where are you? Hurry up. My girlfriend and I are out of water. Sell it to me, and I promise to pay you whatever you ask when we return. I'm a graduate student at Linjiang University and am trustworthy." Shen Ping could not help but chuckle in disbelief upon realizing who it was. Linjiang University was adjacent to Jiangxing University, both institutions located in Jiangxing. However, Lin Yun's affluent background led him to engage in various unsavory activities, earning him a notorious reputation at Linjiang University, with some scandals even reaching Jiangxing University. Shen Ping vaguely recalled these stories, but they illustrated a significant point. The chat channel likely comprised individuals from the same city or nearby locales. This was a chat channel with 1 billion participants. If 10% of the global population of 10 billion were to send messages, that would result in 1 billion messages. With a staggering influx of 1 billion messages per second, it was inconceivable to keep up. Therefore, the messages displayed through the intelligent chat system were predominantly from players situated in the vicinity before his transmigration. Residents of Jiangxing were more likely to encounter the messages of their fellow citizens. Having just seen Luo Ting's message, Shen Ping found the evidence compelling. "What's wrong, Shen Ping?" Luo Qiuxue inquired, observing the amused expression on his face. Shen Ping shared the chat history with her, stating, "Take a look for yourself." He also relayed his speculations regarding the chat channel and trading market. Luo Qiuxue couldn't help but laugh. Is Lin Yun truly a character? Does he still believe he retains his previous status and identity? Shen Ping quickly responded, "Don't be ridiculous, young Master Lin. Do you truly think you can go back? Do you really believe that?" As Shen Ping remained unfazed, Lin Yun continued to send messages. "We are parched over here, having gone half a day without water. Can you truly bear to withhold it from us? You possess so much water. Why not share some?" Shen Ping could no longer contain his amusement. "Donut jest with mistrzostwom Europy. Even if you were to perish, it bears no consequence to me. Where does this bravado come from? Depart now, for I shall block you. It's laughable that anyone still thinks money can buy water. Even if you could return, and even if vast sums were offered, what assurances do you have upon your return? You are a fool, Lin Yun. Ha ha ha, a rich second generation? I am a #1 position in the nation." Shen Ping, do not be deceived by this imbecile. Meanwhile, within another train not far away, Lin Yun's girlfriend, Lu Xiaoyan, inquired, "How is it, darling? Were you able to procure any water?" Lin Yun shook his head in disbelief. This individual had blocked him. He recalled the days in school when he held a prominent position in the entire Jiangxing. Who would dare to provoke him? Yet now, a fortunate young brat dared to challenge him? It was akin to courting death. "Shen Ping, I shall remember you." A flicker of resentment passed through Lin Yun's eyes. After a series of transactions, "All right, Shen Ping, we have finally gathered 50 pieces of wood. Shall we sell water next? Let us pause the selling for now and upgrade the train instead." The task of supplying water to Shen Ping had grown tiresome. They now possessed 10 loaves of bread, 8 packs of instant noodles, 10 packs of compressed biscuits, and 5 ready-to-eat meals. The most fundamental resources were sufficient. Selling more was futile, especially considering that, thus far, nearly no player globally possessed as much water as Shen Ping. Placing the 50 pieces of wood on the upgrade panel of the reinforced train, a prompt appeared, detected sufficient resources for train upgrade. Proceed with upgrade? Yes, no. Shen Ping clicked yes. Immediately, the train emitted a thunderous roar. Luo Qiuxue glanced around in slight panic, which amused Shen Ping. This girl had quite the timid disposition, almost the opposite of her stature. It is merely an upgrade. Just as before. Oh! Luo Qiuxue exhaled a sigh of relief. Train upgrade successful. Obtained ordinary carriage X1. Train stop duration increased by half an hour. Total stop duration, 5 hours. Behind Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, a train carriage materialized out of thin air, as the entire train had been reinforced. The newly appeared carriage was impeccably clean, equipped with mats and approximately 4 seats arranged in a 2x2 configuration, with at least 3 meters between each pair of seats. The carriage was nearly 10 meters long, with a standard width. Simultaneously, Shen Ping reviewed the attributes of the train, noting the changes. Reinforced train, level 2. Train length, to be determined. Train members, 2. Upgrade requirements, wood X250, plastic X250, fine iron X250, steel X200. Stop duration, 5 hours. Special abilities, resource consumption halved. Foresight of stations, consumption is halved. The materials required for upgrading trains are permanently reduced by half. Foreknowledge station, information about each station can be anticipated. The vehicle has reached level 2. Please select the train conductor. Upon learning this, Luo Qiuxue immediately stated, Shen Ping, you shall be the conductor. She recognized that the rapid development was largely attributable to Shen Ping's extraordinary talent. Without him, her C-grade healing abilities would prove inadequate. Shen Ping did not hesitate and agreed to assume the role of conductor. Conductor selected, global announcement. Player Shen Ping is the first to upgrade the train to level 2. Global announcement, player. This message echoed in his mind 3 times. Not only Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, but also other players heard this notification. They were curious about who Shen Ping was, but upon reflection, they realized he was the one who had just sold water at the trading market. Meanwhile, Shen Ping's journey was far from over. As the first player globally to upgrade the train, the following special abilities are available for selection. 1. An additional carriage is added. 2. Stopping time is permanently doubled. 3. At the upcoming station, choose the most suitable advance from 3 stations. After some discussion, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue decided to eliminate the first option. Chapter 5 Luo Qiuxue's little mouth was sweetened with honeyed words. In the carriage, the quantity of conversation did not necessarily equate to quality, aside from slightly enlarging the space. It served little purpose. Moreover, upgrading the train would yield an additional carriage, which was hardly a remarkable reward. The second reward, offering a permanent doubling of stop time and a choice among 3 platforms, left Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue in a quandary for quite some time. Let us choose the third option, Shen Ping suggested. While the doubled stop time is appealing, the more upgrades we make, the longer the stop time will become. Selecting one from the 3 platforms allows us to choose the optimal one, enhancing our development speed, especially since this effect will be unavailable later on. Luo Qiuxue pondered for a moment and found his reasoning sound. Shen Ping confirmed the selection. Selection successful. The train's special abilities had expanded further. Not only could it investigate detailed information about stations, including available resources and potential dangers, but it could also present 3 stations. This was a remarkable opportunity. However, they would have to wait until tomorrow to arrive at their destination. Shen Ping continued to sell water, but he raised the prices across the board. Initially, the low prices were due to the lack of water bottles, but now, with higher prices, he was untroubled by the absence of buyers. A bottle of water for sale, 20 pieces of wood or plastic, 15 pieces of refined iron, 10 pieces of steel, or any weapon, item, or blueprint. Interested parties, please private message me. Comment, seriously, why raise the prices? Reply, I just bought a large quantity of water bottles. Naturally, the 500 milliliters water in a bottle will cost more. Comment, I've noticed, host, that due to your innate talent, you seem to possess an inexhaustible supply of water resources. Why not share some with everyone instead of selling it at such a high price? Is that fair? Reply, I've blocked you, fool. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. The train continued to travel at a steady pace. And due to the lack of friction, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue felt as if they were gliding on flat ground. They consumed 2 bento boxes and 2 bottles of water. Once they were satiated, Luo Qiuxue blushed and said, Shen Ping, I need to use the restroom. Shen Ping considered her words. He too felt the urge after such a lengthy journey. He purchased 2 wooden boxes and 2 rolls of paper towels from the trading market, where the supplies varied greatly due to the diverse stations players had encountered. However, since only a small portion of players could locate water resources, water remained the most expensive commodity. Let us make do with these for now, Shen Ping proposed. Luo Qiuxue sighed, wishing she could use a proper restroom. But with no other options available, she had to acquiesce. She took 1 wooden box and a roll of paper towels and made her way to the rear of the second carriage. After both had attended to their needs, they returned to their seats, sitting almost shoulder to shoulder, despite the presence of other available seats. Due to the current sense of emptiness and the lack of activities in the evening, Luo Qiuxue inquired, Shen Ping, do you think we can return? Shen Ping contemplated for a moment and replied, rather than dwelling on the possibility of returning, it would be more prudent to focus on how to thrive in this existence. Perhaps the final destination of this train is our blue star. That's true, she responded, but do you think my parents have found each other? A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Luo Qiuxue's eyes. Unlike Shen Ping, who was an orphan, she carried the weight of her family ties. While Shen Ping might not ponder too deeply about his past, Luo Qiuxue could not afford such luxury. Observing her sorrow, Shen Ping hastily reassured her, do not worry. Your parents are a couple and are surely destined to be together. Their life experience will guide them to survive well. Moreover, if they're in Jiangxing, as I speculated earlier, there might be a chance to locate them through the chat channel. Right? Good point. Luo Qiuxue then opened the chat channel in search of her parents. Although the odds were slim, with at least 10 million inhabitants in Jiangxing, that did not deter her from striving to find them. Just then, Lu Ting abruptly messaged Shen Ping, that foolish Lin Yun is targeting you in the chat channel, trying to morally bind you. You should check it out. As a beneficiary, Lu Ting had received 5 bottles of water from Shen Ping, and thus felt compelled to assist him. Upon witnessing Shen Ping's defamation in the chat, she promptly notified him. Shen Ping opened the chat channel. Chat channel 9, 7 billion 10 billion. Notably, the figures had changed from 9 billion 10 billion to 7 billion 10 billion. What could this signify? Suddenly, a bold idea struck Shen Ping. If his conjecture was correct, this could likely indicate the number of deceased. Globally, a staggering 300 million lives had been lost. Was it due to the perilous platforms, or? Shen Ping pondered another possibility, pair matching. Aside from the platforms, tools posed a threat. It could only be people. Thankfully, he was a university student, matched with another university student, and she was a harmless campus beauty. Shen Ping shook his head. Indeed, it was an unsettling world. In the chat channel, others had also begun to speculate about this situation. Why are there fewer people in the chat channel again? What has happened to them? I saw someone mention that they died. Is that true? It must be true. Today, I visited a platform named Beast Garden, where several tigers were present. My partner and I could not bring ourselves to open the door, and thankfully the tigers did not enter, but other players might not have been so fortunate if they opened the door. Lin Yun commented, in this perilous apocalypse, humanity ought to support one another. Shen Ping, with your ample water resources, shouldn't you share them with everyone? Upon reading Lin Yun's message, Shen Ping couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, it was not only Lin Yun. Several other foolish individuals echoed similar sentiments. Indeed, if you wish for my forgiveness, Shen Ping, you ought to share the water equitably among us all. Why should you commence this endeavor with such abundant resources? Do you intend to watch idly as others perish? That makes sense, and I've observed that most players in our chat channel hail from Jiangxing. Ultimately, we are all part of Jiangxing. Shen Ping, please distribute the water among everyone. I second that. I also find that reasonable. If I possessed such a wealth of water resources, I would certainly share it, rather than sell it at exorbitant prices. I don't ask for much, just enough to quench my thirst, Shen Ping. I have a larger physique and require more water. Please give me an extra bottle, dear Shen Ping. Lin Yun, Shen Ping, everyone is saying this. Do you still have the audacity to hoard the resources for yourself? Are you all out of your minds? This is his water. What business is it of yours? Indeed, if I had such an abundance of water, I would rather pour it out than share it with you. Lin Yun, do you want me to take you down? You previously stole my girlfriend. I'll make you pay dearly. Shen Ping watched helplessly, as if observing a theatrical performance. The last remark was particularly amusing. However, Lin Yun had learned to be cunning. Many players had previously ridiculed Lin Yun's demeanor, yet this time he cleverly aligned his interests with the group, naturally garnering some support in the chat channel. Shen Ping chuckled quietly. These individuals were quite entertaining. Luo Qiuxue, feeling incensed, exclaimed, "How dare they? These resources rightfully belong to us, yet they wish to take them away without justification." Soon, Luo Qiuxue sent a message. "What connection do our resources have with you? If you desire water, purchase it from us. There are numerous players in the trading market eager to buy from us. Do you think you deserve special treatment? That is quite erroneous. If you provide us with water now, who knows? We might repay your kindness in the future. You've been selling water all along. Surely you do not have an endless supply? What harm is there in giving a little to us, Jiangsheng residents?" Luo Qiuxue replied, "I'd rather send your parents to their demise, you wretched lot. If you refuse to share, why resort to insults? Such a lack of upbringing from a young girl." Luo Qiuxue retorted, "I have no inclination to engage with you. I curse you and your ilk." Observing Luo Qiuxue's fervent outburst, Shen Ping was utterly astonished. Wasn't she quite reserved in class? Why was she displaying such a lack of decorum online? Nonetheless, he was pleased to see Luo Qiuxue defending him, and he soon joined in the fervor of their exchanges. Chapter 6. The second platform, the convenience store. After venting her frustrations, Luo Qiuxue's heaving chest indicated that she had released considerable pent-up emotion. Indeed, there is a certain exhilaration in hurling insults, second only to the thrill of mining. Subsequently, her outburst incited a flurry of private messages directed at both Luo Qiuxue and Shen Ping, where individuals berated them. When Shen Ping retaliated, he promptly blocked the offenders. "All right, Qiuxue, ignore them. If someone messages you, simply activate the Do Not Disturb mode or block them," he advised, his patience wearing thin. Indeed, they are nothing but parasitic vampires. Luo Qiuxue closed the chat channel and leaned back in her chair. At that moment, she suddenly reflected on how her earlier tirade in the chat contradicted her usual reticent demeanor. Shen Ping, I'm not normally like this. I was just a bit irked earlier." Shen Ping chuckled, offering her comfort. "It's perfectly fine. People behave differently online and offline. Besides, I appreciate your camaraderie in cursing them out." Luo Qiuxue smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. Just then, another private message popped up for Shen Ping. Assuming it was yet another insult directed at him, he prepared to block the sender. However, upon reviewing the message, he recognized it was from Wang Han, the sports representative of their class. Of course, it was possible they shared a common name, but after a brief exchange, it became evident that it was indeed their classmate. Wang Han, Shen Ping, I have something to trade with you, water resources. Are you interested? Shen Ping, why don't you ask me like those other guys? Wang Han, I'm not foolish. Those resources rightfully belong to you, and water is currently one of the most coveted commodities in the trading market. Shen Ping, so, what do you intend to trade for? Although Wang Han was the sports representative and physically robust, he was far from a mindless brute. He was significantly more astute than the others. Wang Han, a machete. You should be aware that the chances of returning home are exceedingly slim. The constraints of law no longer bind individuals, and with your abundant water resources, encountering people like Lin Yun could pose a threat to you. Thus, possessing a reliable weapon for self-defense is crucial. Shen Ping, all right, how much water do you need? Wang Han, 4 bottles of 500 milliliters water. Shen Ping contemplated for a moment. This did not seem like a loss. 4 bottles of 500 milliliters could easily be exchanged for dozens of pieces of refined iron or wood. Yet that machete was indeed a vital tool for self-defense. However, it was essential to negotiate the terms. Shen Ping, actually, I do not possess an abundance of water resources. Thus far, I have only about 10 bottles, at most 3. Wang Han, fine, 3 bottles it is. Wang Han was skeptical of Shen Ping's claim regarding his lack of water, yet he chose not to press the issue. Primarily, he had managed to acquire 5 or 6 machetes, retaining only 2 for himself while the others were available for trading useful materials. Furthermore, as of now, players continued to approach Shen Ping for trades, and he had not retracted his trading posts. Transaction successful. You have lost 3 bottles of water and acquired a machete. In a swift motion, Shen Ping found a sharp machete in his hand. This sight startled Luo Qiuxue, who curiously inquired, "Shen Ping, where did you procure that weapon?" As Shen Ping recounted the recent events, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Luo Qiuxue's exquisite features. She began to comprehend Shen Ping's decision to collect the poisoned and nuclear wastewater, as well as the rationale behind his trade for a machete. "Do you think there will truly be instances of players turning against one another in the future?" she asked. "I cannot say for certain, but possessing a weapon for self-defense is undoubtedly preferable to being unarmed, especially considering I also have the critical strike talent." Shen Ping promptly executed a critical strike on the machete. Critical strike successful. No quality, machete, white quality, sharp katana. Following the successful strike, the ordinary machete in Shen Ping's grasp suddenly exhibited peculiar patterns, the metallic surface warping and contorting. In the blink of an eye, a long sword encased in a dark sheath materialized in his hand, its blade elongated to a length of 1.5 meters. With a resonant sound, he drew the sword, revealing a glimmering edge as sharp as a mirror. "What a magnificent blade!" Shen Ping exclaimed, though he felt a twinge of confusion regarding the meaning of white quality. It resembled the quality classifications found in games. "What a stunning katana, Shen Ping. May I have a look?" Luo Qiuxue's eyes sparkled with astonishment. "Here, but be careful not to injure yourself." Before long, it was already past 9 o'clock. The game interface displayed a time indicator, revealing that it was indeed getting late, as the train would navigate on its own during the night. The two had little to occupy themselves with. The trading posts were automatically exchanging items. Shen Ping had placed 500 bottles of water in the trading panel, available for players to exchange using various resources. Thus, they reclined in their chairs and drifted into a light slumber. Upon closer inspection, perhaps due to sleepiness, Luo Qiuxue's head gently rested on Shen Ping's shoulder. The following morning, at 5:55, a mechanical voice echoed nearby. "The train is approaching the station. Please select one of the 3 platforms below for docking. If no selection is made within 2 minutes, one will be chosen automatically." Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue had already awakened, primarily due to their early slumber and the discomfort of the chairs. Upon receiving the prompt, they exchanged nervous glances. Platform 1, Biochemical Laboratory. It contains terrifying biochemical toxins. Entering the platform will expose one directly to these toxins. If one does not receive timely treatment after exposure, they will transform into a biochemical being. The laboratory is rife with biochemical beings, green quality. Resources available: a golden treasure chest at the center of the laboratory, along with several potent potions. Danger level: extremely high relative to players. Area size: 74,586 square meters. Platform 2, Library. Resources available: numerous books, tables, chairs, and other materials made of paper and wood. Danger level: none. Area: 9,585 square meters. Platform 3, Convenience Store. Resources available: a variety of snacks, packaged and canned foods, water, beverages, and more. Danger level: low. There are a few rabid wild dogs within the store, yet even if bitten, players can be easily healed thanks to Luo Qiuxue's medical skills. There are 3 platforms. One is a highly dangerous biochemical laboratory, rich in resources. Another is a nearly barren library, where wooden resources can be traded for water, posing no threat at all. The last is a convenience store plagued by several rabid dogs. Without hesitation, Shen Ping chose Platform 3. Had it not been for Luo Qiuxue's healing abilities, he might have wavered between Platforms 2 and 3. As for Platform 1, it had long been disregarded by Shen Ping due to its extreme danger, which would merely serve to deliver takeout to the bioengineered beings. However, given that the description of Platform 3 indicated that healing could address rabies, it seemed almost too fortuitous to ignore, as the train's guidance had practically laid the opportunity before them. Subsequently, Shen Ping engaged in a discussion with Luo Qiuxue. Chapter 7. The resilient Luo Qiuxue. Luo Qiuxue harbored no objections, despite her anxiety regarding the potential threat of rabid dogs. Her S-grade healing abilities afforded her a sense of security. Choosing Platform 3, upon making her choice, the train unexpectedly veered to the right, though it lacked tracks beneath. It behaved as if it had indeed selected the third line. Moments later, 3 to 4 minutes elapsed, and the train halted beside a platform on the right side. With a stop duration of 4.5 hours. Let us proceed, Qiuxue. It is time to deal with these rabid dogs and gather resources from the convenience store. Shen Ping grasped the katana firmly, unsheathing it with a swift motion. Rest assured, I am no mere ornament. Whatever you wish to undertake, I shall accompany you, Luo Qiuxue replied hastily. Yet, upon uttering those words, she felt an odd sensation, hoping Shen Ping would not misconstrue her intent. However, Shen Ping pushed open the door, seemingly unfazed by her statement. Luo Qiuxue exhaled softly, observing Shen Ping's silhouette. Pondering his thoughts, as the duo stepped onto the platform, they were met with an unremarkable convenience store above, eerily silent. Had it not been for the train's foresight, they would have unwittingly walked into the lair of lurking wild dogs. Wait here for a moment, I shall scout ahead. Shen Ping advised, bending slightly and tiptoeing toward the convenience store, katana in his right hand and a piece of black iron in his left. He then tossed the iron into the store. The instant the iron struck the ground, a cacophony of barking erupted from within. A woo! A woo! In a flash, 5 feral dogs appeared, lunging toward the source of the noise, and upon spotting Shen Ping, they charged at him. Shen Ping felt a twinge of anxiety. As a university student, facing 1 or 2 large dogs was manageable, but 5 posed a significant threat. Yet, he quickly steadied his nerves. With Luo Qiuxue behind him, fleeing would only leave her vulnerable, and he could not bear the guilt of her injury. She had placed her trust in his choices and had ventured out with him. He had to make an impact. Calming himself, Shen Ping swung his katana at the nearest rabid dog. With a swift motion akin to slicing through vegetables in a game, the closest dog was cleaved in 2, its blood and entrails spilling forth. The scent of blood drove the remaining dogs into a frenzy, their already irrational nature intensified. 2 dogs, 1 on either side, lunged at Shen Ping, snapping their jaws in his direction. Rushing in from behind, Luo Qiuxue, though unarmed, was not without her own capabilities, particularly her healing talent. Most importantly, she could not bear to witness Shen Ping suffer alone. The last remaining dog lunged at Luo Qiuxue's arm, causing her to wince in pain, tears welling in her eyes. Fortunately, she was not entirely defenseless, having successfully drawn the attention of one of the rabid creatures. Shen Ping winced in pain, yet upon noticing that Luo Qiuxue was also injured, he promptly brandished his katana, dispatching the 3 frenzied dogs with precision. Each strike was swift and lethal, a testament to the katana's formidable prowess. However, both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue bore their own wounds. Wait, I will treat you, Luo Qiuxue declared, disregarding her own agony as she rushed to Shen Ping's side to administer care. Almost instinctively, she understood how to utilize her healing talent. A soft, green luminescence enveloped her delicate hands as she placed them upon the wounds on Shen Ping's thigh and arm. Almost immediately, a unique energy coursed through Shen Ping's body, mending his injuries without the need for scabs, while simultaneously purging the rabies virus within him. He soon felt his strength gradually returning. It dawned on Shen Ping that Luo Qiuxue's healing abilities were rather extraordinary. Not only could she mend wounds, but she also restored vitality. Would it be possible to rely on her healing when his own stamina waned in the future? After tending to Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue exhaled with relief before turning her attention to her own injuries. Once she had finished, she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Shen Ping gazed earnestly at Luo Qiuxue, aware that without a weapon, her intervention had merely served to draw the attention of one of the frenzied dogs. Logically, he should have been the one at the forefront, armed as he was. Yet, he was astonished that this usually delicate schoolbelle had willingly put herself in harm's way for his sake. Qiuxue, you really didn't need to rush in. I could have handled one with this katana, and if I got injured, you could have healed me, he said. Luo Qiuxue shook her head resolutely. We are a team. Since the game system has paired us together, we must face these 5 rabid dogs as one. Besides, even if I were injured, I still possess my healing talent. Any assistance I can provide is worthwhile. With that, she looked at Shen Ping earnestly. I do not wish for you to confront danger alone. Her words warmed Shen Ping's heart. Was there truly a treasure of a girl like this in the world? Beautiful, kind-hearted, and yet so strong. All right, I understand. Shen Ping replied sincerely. Meanwhile, after the 5 wild dogs had perished, a button appeared nearby. Decompose. Decomposing the dead animals can yield meat. A cutting tool is required for decomposition. Dog meat, but these dogs are infected with a virus. Shen Ping hesitated momentarily, yet soon recalled that Luo Qiuxue had healing capabilities. The introduction to her healing stated that it could also repair items. Could it perhaps restore the tainted dog meat? He clicked on Decompose and wielded his katana. Under Luo Qiuxue's curious gaze, acquired toxic dog meat 50. Each piece of meat was contaminated. This is the decomposed dog meat, Qiuxue. Can you see if your healing abilities can cleanse it? Shen Ping inquired. Luo Qiuxue quickly comprehended Shen Ping's intention. All right, I shall give a try. Subsequently, she continued to place her glowing green hand upon the pieces of meat. Under Shen Ping's eager gaze, the green spots that indicated the contamination of the dog meat swiftly vanished. Shen Ping once again interacted with the raw dog meat. Raw dog meat, indeed. The poison effect had dissipated. Qiuxue, your innate talent is truly remarkable. Luo Qiuxue, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, this is also thanks to you. Without your guidance, I would merely be an ordinary C grade and would not have been able to achieve this. Soon after, Shen Ping, filled with curiosity, dealt a critical hit to a piece of raw dog meat. Critical hit successful. Raw dog meat 12. One portion of raw dog meat astonishingly transformed into 12 portions. It finally dawned on Shen Ping that the quantity of the critical hit was indeed a form of critical effect. However, it seemed that most items experienced a quality critical hit. Initially, Luo Qiuxue's talent, the train's abilities, and the katana all had unique rules that dictated whether a critical hit would result in a quantity increase. He proceeded to land critical hits on all the dog meat, acquiring nearly 400 portions. If we had cooking facilities, wouldn't we have an endless supply of meat? Luo Qiuxue expressed her excitement. That is certainly the case, and we have yet to explore the convenience store. The two quickly scampered inside. Chips, cookies, instant noodles, species trip, jelly. A plethora of chocolate snacks. Both filled their backpacks to the brim before returning to the train, unloading the snacks into the compartment. Oh, and regarding the boxes and tissues from yesterday, along with the refuse, we conveniently discarded them on the platform, Shen Ping noted. They continued to gather more food, jelly, crispy noodles, pork jerky, and an array of beverages, which were all piled at the rear of the train. They even retrieved ice cream and a freezer for frozen treats. Though regrettably, the train lacked a charging point, meaning the ice cream would soon melt. Nevertheless, melting posed no issue. The liquid could replenish moisture and be sold at the trading market. Approximately 4 hours had elapsed, and the convenience store was nearly emptied. Shen Ping, shall we return to the train? It will restart in half an hour. No rush, there's still shelves here. Let's disassemble them for refined iron materials. All right. In the final 5 minutes, the two managed to clear all the shelves, acquiring at least 50 units of refined iron and 20 units of plastic. Meanwhile, the second compartment of the train was filled with an assortment of snacks, leaving them with scarcely any room to stand. Chapter 8. The Kind-Hearted, Resilient. Yet cunning Qiuxue, I'm utterly exhausted. Luo Qiuxue tossed the snacks from a nearby seat onto the floor and plopped down with a sigh. She was indeed fatigued. The recent treatment of Shen Ping had drained a considerable amount of her energy, not to mention the physical labor of hauling numerous snacks and even shelves. Although she possessed a backpack, it could only accommodate items up to 20 slots. The variety of goods in the convenience store was vast. Even chocolate came in various forms such as dark, white, and matcha. Thus, each round trip yielded minimal results. Without the backpack, relying solely on her hands would have proven even more futile. Consequently, the repetitive nature of her errands felt akin to a grueling relay, leaving Luo Qiuxue thoroughly spent. Shen Ping recalled the time when Luo Qiuxue had treated him. Wait a moment, Luo Qiuxue. Why don't you try treating yourself? He suggested. Why would I do that? I'm not injured at the moment, Luo Qiuxue replied, her bewildered expression eliciting a chuckle from Shen Ping. You might not have realized the uniqueness of your talent. Besides healing others and objects, you can also restore your own stamina. Then, Shen Ping accessed Luo Qiuxue's attribute panel. As teammates on the train, they were permitted to view each other as stats. Luo Qiuxue's stamina was currently in the 30s, which explained her exhaustion. Is that so? I had no idea, she murmured, quickly directing her healing abilities towards herself. Meanwhile, from Shen Ping's perspective, he observed her stamina gradually replenishing. However, due to her simultaneous healing and restoration efforts, the recovery rate was rather slow. Is it truly effective? This is akin to a perpetual motion machine. What about the law of conservation of energy? Shen Ping exclaimed in astonishment. It was evident that an S-rank talent indeed justified its classification. Luo Qiuxue began to sense a warm current flowing within her. Although still fatigued, it was a marked improvement from before. Shen Ping's stamina was in the 50s. He requested Luo Qiuxue to heal him, and he swiftly regained full strength, reaching 100 in no time. The speed of recovery was indeed impressive, yet Luo Qiuxue's stamina fell back to the 30s. From this, Shen Ping was able to draw several conclusions. First, when Luo Qiuxue healed others, she could indirectly restore their stamina. Second, the act of healing others consumed her own stamina. Third, while she could restore her own stamina, the rate was slower compared to when healing others. Upon hearing Shen Ping's conclusions, Luo Qiuxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, every time I feel tired, I can just heal myself? That's the theory, he affirmed. The two then proceeded to inventory their supplies. At the trading market, a considerable amount of water resources had already been sold. The quantities of refined ironwood and plastic had reached several hundred. Given that wood was the easiest to obtain, it should have been the most abundant. However, due to Shen Ping having dismantled numerous shelves recently, the amount of refined iron was now comparable to that of the wood. Suddenly, Shen Ping noticed a critical oversight. This pertains to the self-sold water resources, which are reasonably priced. Yet, despite selling throughout the night and into the morning, 500 bottles remain unsold, with still 200 to 300 left. This resource is essential for players worldwide. Soon, Shen Ping comprehended the reason behind this. It was likely due to the limited display space. Players located far from Jiangsheng or its vicinity would struggle to notice Shen Ping's trading posts. Furthermore, there are numerous sellers of water resources. He is not the only one in the market. As for the snacks in the small shop, most are packaged. Regardless of their healthiness or the balance of the 3 macronutrients, consuming them for a month would pose no issue. Luo Qiuxue pointed to a bag of cucumber-flavored chips, asking, Shen Ping, may I have a bag of chips? Shen Ping chuckled, saying, if you want to eat them, go ahead. These are the provisions we brought together. Luo Qiuxue grinned playfully. After all, you're my train conductor. Shen Ping was puzzled by her choice of words. She promptly tore open the bag of chips, delicately pinching a chip between her slender fingers and offering it to Shen Ping, exclaiming, here, enjoy. Their relationship had evolved from initial awkwardness. After sharing a shoulder-to-shoulder slumber on the chair last night and fighting side by side, they had grown to be significant friends. Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback, then accepted the chip, noticing Luo Qiuxue's satisfied smile. How is it? The cucumber-flavored chips are delightful, aren't they? She inquired. Indeed, they are enjoyable, especially since you offered them to me, he replied frankly, causing Luo Qiuxue to blush slightly. His words implied that the taste was enhanced simply because she had fed it to him. Luo Qiuxue felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her. Had she been alone indoors, she would have. Subsequently, Shen Ping decided to experiment with some snacks, curious about the impact of a critical hit. As each item had a chance for a single critical strike, he pondered what would happen if he were to use a critical hit on the crab-flavored crispy noodles. Glancing at the familiar snack in his hand, he executed a curious strike. In the next moment, the crab-flavored crispy noodles transformed into a steaming bowl of noodles, complete with a gigantic king crab atop, accompanied by a pair of chopsticks. Critical hit successful. Crab-flavored crispy noodles, king crab noodles. Seriously, is this even possible? Shen Ping was left in a state of astonishment. Meanwhile, Luo Qiuxue, munching on her chips, witnessed this spectacle, her delicate nose twitching as if savoring the aroma of the king crab meat, causing her to suddenly find her chips less appealing. Here, this is for you, Shen Ping said, amused by her eager expression, handing her the king crab noodles and chopsticks. Luo Qiuxue blinked in surprise, seemingly taken aback. Shen Ping couldn't quite fathom why she appeared so dazed. yet he found himself quite fond of her endearing demeanor. "No, you gave it to me. What are you eating?" Luo Qiuxue wiped the corners of her mouth and declined. Shen Ping retaliated with a piece of pork jerky. Critical hit successful. Pork jerky, large pork knuckle. In the next instant, the pork jerky transformed into a fragrant plate of succulent pork knuckle, its exterior exuding a caramel hue from the braising process. Luo Qiuxue. Haha, rest assured, with my critical hit talent and an abundance of snacks, such delicacies are plentiful. However, Shen Ping pondered why the critical hit on dog meat had not resulted in a significant transformation, while the changes with these snacks were so pronounced. Perhaps, it could only be attributed to the varying effects of the critical hits. Subsequently, Shen Ping executed another critical hit on a king crab noodle dish. The two soon brought the food to the driver's cabin, which had a raised platform that served as a makeshift dining table. Just as Shen Ping was about to indulge, he suddenly noticed Luo Qiuxue grinning mischievously beside him. "Qiuxue, what are you laughing at?" Shen Ping inquired curiously. Luo Qiuxue donned a scheming expression. "Shen Ping, what if we took pictures of this food and posted them in the chat channel? Do you think those folks would be green with envy?" Such was the nature of girls. The key was that Luo Qiuxue still vividly remembered the expressions of those individuals in the chat channel, who would proclaim that as humans, they should help each other, and so forth. She felt an urge for a little revenge against them. Shen Ping observed the slightly mischievous side of Luo Qiuxue and found it amusing. How many times had he noticed this different side of her? "Qiuxue, I always feel like you're not the same as you are at school. You hardly spoke there and were quite aloof, but now you seem both kind and strong, albeit with a hint of mischief." Luo Qiuxue stuck out her tongue and replied, "Of course it's different at school. There's so many people, and I have social anxiety. Being with you is different, Shen Ping. You're a good person, and I'm very happy to be around you." Shen Ping, perhaps recalling something, Luo Qiuxue shyly added, I'm not trying to give you a good person card." "That's fine, I understand." After a brief discussion, they decided to post the photos in the chat channel, not for any other reason, but to annoy Lin Yun and her insufferable group of entitlement seekers. As for the potential dangers of flaunting their wealth, Shen Ping had already revealed his abundant water resources since selling water at the trading market. And food resources were not a major concern either. Moreover, even if danger did arise, Shen Ping, armed with a katana, would not show any mercy. Before long, Shen Ping snapped a photo of 2 bowls of king crab noodles and a plate of pork knuckle, sharing it in the global chat channel. Shen Ping, after exploring the platform, enjoying such a meal feels truly delightful. Image Luo Qiuxue. After exploring the platform, indulging in a delicious feast feels so blissful. Image Chapter 9. The little secret of Luo Qiuxue. What on earth is this? Is it a king crab and a large pork knuckle? Is it real or just a trick? What trick? There are no options or techniques for photo editing in the chat channel. I can't take it anymore. Today at the station, I only found 2 compressed biscuits, and I am so hungry now, craving for that meat. Look at me, I'm so hungry I could gnaw on someone. Drool is constantly dripping. Shen Ping, oh great Shen Ping, I beg you, let me have a bite. Where's my knife? I can't stand it anymore. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, are you 2 out of your minds? Even if you have so many supplies, it's one thing not to share, but why flaunt it? Haven't I already shared the pictures with you? What are you complaining about? Luo Qiuxue, Shen Ping, you shameless couple. What are you showing off for? Isn't it just luck? Luo Qiuxue, dear mother, please share some food with me. Shen Ping, dear father, please spare a bit of food. Luo Qiuxue, I'm just lucky, so what? If you don't want to see it, you can block us. If you want to eat, then trade some resources. Right now, we are short on steel resources. 20 units of steel can be exchanged for 1 portion of cooked food. Luo Qiuxue observed the expressions of those in the chat, their teeth clenched in frustration, some even resorting to calling her mother. Wait, did someone just call Shen Ping father? Luo Qiuxue was taken aback by her thoughts, her cheeks flushing. Shen Ping felt a bit awkward and advised, ignore the gestures. Cough cough. Luo Qiuxue, well, it's not entirely out of the question. Luo Qiuxue murmured softly. What did you say? I didn't say anything. Noticing that Shen Ping hadn't heard her, Luo Qiuxue brushed it off. It seemed Shen Ping would never comprehend the true reason behind their compatibility. She gazed at the handsome and earnest Shen Ping, her heart letting out a quiet sigh. If only she had been bolder before, perhaps things would have turned out better. However, it's not too late. If she finds an opportunity, maybe she could. No, forget it. Luo Qiuxue quickly shook her head. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. This was a secret she had kept hidden, and she hoped Shen Ping wouldn't discover it. At least not for now. At that moment, another message arrived for Shen Ping from the one who had just called her mother and father. His name was Chen Xiaohua. Chen Xiaohua, great Shen Ping. Is it true that 20 units of steel can be exchanged for one portion of food? I just happened to find a steel mill today and obtained 40 units of steel. Can I trade it for one portion of food and 2 bottles of water? Shen Ping glanced at the upgrade requirements for the train. He was still short by dozens of steel units. Players acquiring steel were few, yet Chen Xiaohua had managed to acquire 40 units all at once. His request seemed reasonable. As for whether he would incur a loss, it was impossible for Shen Ping to suffer a loss. His only cost was a pack of crab roe noodles and some water. Chen Xiaohua wouldn't be at a loss either, as apart from him, who else had steaming hot king crab noodles? A trade where both parties do not incur a loss is indeed a good trade. Sure. Thank you, Brother Ping. Thank you, Brother Ping. Brother Ping, dear father. Brother Ping, may I exchange resources with you in the future? Of course. Subsequently, Chen Xiaohua added Shen Ping as a friend, and Shen Ping accepted. He casually grabbed a pack of crab-flavored crispy noodles and, with a swift motion, traded the imperial crab noodles and 2 bottles of water to Chen Xiaohua. Acquired 40 units of steel. Shortly after, in the chat channel, it was unclear whether Chen Xiaohua had learned the cunning ways of Luo Qiuxue, as he photographed the food he had just obtained and sent it to the chat. Thank you, Daddy Shen Ping and Mommy Luo Qiuxue, for the food. I am truly grateful. This post caused a stir in the chat. Why? Why do you get so much food and water? Master Shen Ping. I can also call you Daddy. I want some too. Indeed, Daddy Shen Ping and Mommy Luo Qiuxue, please share with us. We should all be treated equally. We are all part of Huaxia. Seeing this, Chen Xiaohua was at a loss for words and hurried to clarify. Please don't misunderstand. Uncle Shen Ping treats us all the same. I exchanged a full 40 units of steel for this. Meanwhile, Shen Ping was enjoying his meal while trading resources and observing the amusing happenings in the chat channel. Soon, with Chen Xiaohua's explanation, the tone of the chat channel began to shift. Chapter 10. Tier 3 train. It seems that trading these resources for such a delectable meal is quite a bargain. I plan to exchange 30 units of steel. I hope the esteemed Shen Ping responds soon. I too am eager to savor the taste of king crab. Is it possible to barter with plastic and wood? Any resource should suffice, right? Shen Ping. As long as it is a resource, it can be exchanged. However, more readily available resources will require greater quantities. For specifics, please message me privately. Shen Ping, I am a beauty with at least a score of 90. Can I trade my underwear and socks? Images, 3 images. 1 selfie, 2 photos of undergarments. Chen Xiaohua. Qing Luoyao, I want to trade with you. Qing Luoyao. Chen Xiaohua, I have messaged you privately, dear Junior. Thanks to Chen Xiaohua's initiative, a substantial number of players began to privately message Shen Ping, intending to trade resources. Shen Ping was more than willing to engage in these transactions. A short while later, the game system detected that the resources for train upgrade are sufficient. Do you wish to upgrade to Tier 3? Without hesitation, Shen Ping recognized that his supplies would only increase due to critical hits, and the water he sold in the trading market would multiply. He clicked to upgrade. Train upgrade successful. Acquired ordinary carriage 1. Station stop time increased by half an hour. Current stop time, 5 hours. Detected that player Shen Ping has upgraded to Tier 3. The train mall panel has been unlocked. All players who have upgraded to a Tier 3 train can utilize train coins to modify their trains via the train mall panel. Please note, train coins are exceedingly rare and cannot be traded. They can be obtained as follows: through resources acquired plundered the previous day, defeating monsters, animals, players, etc. For a comprehensive scoring and quantitative rewards. The higher the comprehensive score, the more train coins will be awarded. Additionally, defeating powerful creatures and opening treasure chests may yield train coins. A rumbling sound echoed, and whether it was due to reliance or something else. Luo Qiuxue instinctively clutched the hem of Shen Ping's garment. At the same time, the fortified train they occupied bizarrely and spontaneously manifested an ordinary carriage. They now had a locomotive and 2 ordinary carriages. Fortified train, level, tier 3. Train conductor, Shen Ping. Train members, 2. Upgrade requirements, wood 500, plastic 500, refined iron 500, steel 700. Stop time, 5 hours. Train coins, 0. Special abilities, consumption halved, for C stations, select stations. Consumption halved. The resources required for train upgrades are permanently reduced by half. For C stations, provides information on each station. Select stations. Offers 3 station choices for selection. There are indeed train coins, and they cannot be traded. Shen Ping, filled with curiosity, clicked on the newly appeared panel. Train mall, updated after train upgrade. Transactions can only be conducted using train coins. Train coins will be obtainable starting from the day following the opening of the train mall. Random food, which may include a loaf of bread, a bowl of rice, or an apple, is priced at 1 train coin. A 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water is also priced at 1 train coin. The novice treasure chest has a 50 chance of yielding ordinary resources, a 40 chance of providing ordinary blueprints and items, a 9 chance of offering white quality materials and items, and a 1 chance of revealing green quality materials and items. This treasure chest is priced at 50 train coins. Train seat modification, which adds an additional seat, is priced at 10 train coins. Train room modification, which adds a small room that is empty, allowing for renovation in the space between carriages, costs 100 train coins. Train restroom modification, which adds a restroom containing a squat toilet without a flushing button, is priced at 150 train coins. Upon observing this eclectic array of items, Shen Ping finally grasped the essence of the train shop. Luo Qiuxue prodded Shen Ping, urging him to quickly purchase a restroom, for having one would alleviate their awkward predicament. Until now, the two had been using a wooden box as a toilet, which not only emitted an unpleasant odor, but also, due to their close proximity the previous day, had left Shen Ping acutely aware of the sound accompanying Luo Qiuxue's restroom visits, making it impossible to dismiss the embarrassment. Of course we need to buy one. Let's see how many train coins we have tomorrow, Shen Ping replied. However, he soon realized something amiss. Aside from the daily reward of train coins, they could also be obtained from treasure chests. Up until this moment, Shen Ping had no idea what a treasure chest looked like. He first struck a jackpot with a bag of 0.5 yuan mushroom-flavored beef snacks, which instantaneously transformed into a genuine bowl of beef. Next, he hit a lucky strike with a package of Peking duck spicy strips, which astonishingly turned into a radiant Peking duck. He also scored big with a durian pastry, which morphed into a large durian cake. Subsequently, Shen Ping opened a trading post and listed a new trade offer: various cooked foods, meats, and water resources of satisfactory quality, available for trade exclusively for various treasure chests. Players who obtain treasure chests may choose to trade with me. The images showcased an array of delectable cooked dishes, including king crab, large pork knuckles, Peking duck, and a platter of beef, among others. Chapter 11. The Treasure Chest of Transactions. The Crit Chest. Comment. Wait, this isn't photoshopped, right? So much gourmet food. Where did it come from? Comment. It's Shen Ping again, selling an abundance of water resources yesterday. And now he's offering a plethora of gourmet dishes? Comment. My goodness, and it's not just any ordinary food. It looks absolutely delectable. Comment. It's impossible that it's photoshopped. The chat and private messaging systems are remarkably authentic. Not only is there no Photoshop, but even the beauty filter is absent. It's purely the original camera. This implies that Shen Ping's delicacies, such as king crabs, Peking duck, and prime beef, are all genuine. Comment. I'm suddenly craving a hamburger. Comment. I happen to have a common treasure chest. Can I exchange it for a meal? The flood of comments was denser than yesterday's. After all, many, like Shen Ping, had encountered considerable water resources yesterday and were now selling water. However, the direct sale of abundant gourmet food, particularly with the presentation akin to that found in a 5-star restaurant, was indeed a rarity, making Shen Ping acutely aware of his post's rising popularity. It was akin to the phenomenon of viral short videos. The higher the buzz, the more viewers it attracts. Before long, 2 or 3 players had privately messaged Shen Ping to arrange a trade, albeit most had only common treasure chests. In truth, the resources obtained from common treasure chests were more valuable at this stage. Someone had mentioned in the chat that they had opened a common chest and received around 10 loaves of bread. The gourmet food Shen Ping was selling merely satisfied a single meal's craving. If faced with a plate of delicious dishes and the choice of 10 loaves of bread, Shen Ping would undoubtedly choose the bread. 10 loaves equated to 10 meals, and, more importantly, they could be stored. Of course, this was true for Shen Ping, who already possessed an abundance of delicacies. This small group of players, however, might be inclined to trade their treasure chests for the chance to enjoy such a splendid meal. Not to mention the possibility of receiving something extraordinary upon opening the chests. Transaction successful. Receive common treasure chest 1. Transaction successful. Receive common treasure chest 1. The common treasure chests were made of ordinary wood, appearing just as their name suggested, rather unremarkable. Common treasure chest can only yield ordinary resources. Is this what a treasure chest looks like? Inquired Luo Qiuxue, who had been closely observing Shen Ping with curiosity. Of course, I'll open one. And you'll open one. Shen Ping replied with a smile at Luo Qiuxue's eager expression. The act of opening treasure chests resembled the thrill of drawing cards or spinning a wheel in a game. Some individuals simply reveled in such activities. Predictably, upon hearing Shen Ping's words, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Luo Qiuxue's eyes. Before opening the treasure chests, Shen Ping remembered to apply a critical hit to both. Upon doing so, the wooden chests transformed into sleek, black iron chests. Critical hit successful. Common treasure chest, black iron treasure chest. It appeared that a critical hit reliably upgraded the quality of the chest by 1 tier. Black iron treasure chest. High probability of yielding a plethora of ordinary resources, with a small chance of producing items of white quality. Luo Qiuxue opened the black iron treasure chest handed over by Shen Ping. Gained 50 loaves of bread, 3 bottles of milk, 12 rolls of paper, 12 train tokens. 12 train tokens, not bad. It was Shen Ping's turn to open the chest. Gained 13 pieces of wood, 5 cream breads, 6 instant noodles. How come I received so little? It's supposed to be a black iron chest, Shen Ping remarked, somewhat speechless. Perhaps my luck is simply better. Luo Qiuxue laughed softly, covering her mouth. At that moment, Lu Ting suddenly messaged Shen Ping. Shen Ping, can the food from that trading post be selected at will? What's up? I'm craving some regular rice and home-cooked dishes. I still have a black iron treasure chest here, which seems to be of a higher level than ordinary chests. Could I exchange it for a meal? Shen Ping was taken aback. There was indeed someone who would prefer rice over lavish feasts. That is a black iron chest. You all refuse to open it and want to exchange it with me for a meal? It's nothing, Ping Ge, it's just a craving, really. Meanwhile, Lu Ting's friend, Li Mengmeng, expressed her astonishment. Lu Ting, are you truly planning to trade our precious black iron chest to Shen Ping? Lu Ting responded. He is developing so well, constantly selling drinks and various sumptuous meals. I even suspect that among the two of them, one's talent is related to food resources. But you can't just give him our black iron chest, can you? Li Mengmeng still struggled to accept the idea. Lu Ting, however, analyzed the situation carefully. Here's the thing. Let me explain. If you really don't want to, then so be it. Shen Ping is progressing remarkably, quick on his feet. Yesterday, he was the first player globally to upgrade his train. With the resources he has, he might have even upgraded to a level 3 train by now. My intent is to curry favor with him. Through a few transactions and building a rapport, I hope he will look out for us. Shen Ping values relationships deeply. If he remembers our goodwill, he might assist us in the future. Seeing Lu Ting so determined, Li Mengmeng relented. After all, there was a chance that opening the treasure chest could yield nothing at all, so exchanging it for a meal wasn't a significant loss. On Shen Ping's side, he was somewhat troubled. What meal could he possibly provide? Luo Qiuxue, however, rummaged through a pile of snacks on the ground and found a suitable treat. Shen Ping looked. Here, S.A. rice grandpa. The so-called rice grandpa referred to a snack made from rice sticks. Shen Ping was taken aback. Then he chuckled as he accepted it, only to strike a jackpot, gain a large bowl of rice. After a lucky strike with a small pack of rice grandpa, he received a large bowl of rice, which felt like a tremendous profit. Subsequently, he achieved another lucky strike, resulting in yet another large bowl of rice, and inquired if the two wanted to eat pig knuckles. After striking a pork jerky, he proceeded to trade the black iron treasure chest with the two. Shen Ping had only exchanged 2 rice grandpas and a piece of pork jerky. At the same time, Shen Ping was well aware of Lu Ting's intentions. It was merely an attempt to ingratiate herself with him. The crux of the matter was that he was presently lacking the treasure chests capable of yielding train tokens. Thus he had no choice but to begrudgingly owe Lu Ting a favor. Acquired a black iron chest. Shen Ping swiftly executed a critical hit on the black iron chest. Critical hit successful. Black iron chest, bronze chest. The chest, crafted from black fine iron, transformed into one made of azure bronze, indicating that this was a third-tier chest. Bronze chest. High probability of yielding white quality resource items. Low probability of yielding green quality items. Guaranteed acquisition of train tokens. The description of the bronze chest was indeed a notch above that of the black iron chest. Shen Ping promptly opened it. Chapter 12. The Critical Strike Toilet, the Luxurious Restroom. Acquired, white quality, Constitution Fruit X1. Received 58 train coins. White quality, Constitution Fruit. Increases Constitution by 2 points. Until now, Shen Ping's Constitution had not seen any enhancement, remaining at a mere 10 points. A fruit that boosts Constitution? Such a treasure indeed. A critical strike. How exhilarating. Critical strike successful, white quality. Constitution fruit, green quality, Constitution fruit. Green quality, Constitution fruit. Consuming enhances Constitution by 10 points. A remarkable 5-fold increase. It appears that the disparity between green quality and white quality is substantial. Shen Ping murmured to himself, and soon proposed to Luo Qiuxue. Luo Qiuxue. I shall consume this green quality Constitution fruit first, when we encounter another. Before Shen Ping could finish his sentence, Luo Qiuxue interjected hastily. Shen Ping, this is your critical strike Constitution fruit. You should consume it. Moreover, as a man, how can you allow your Constitution to be so low? Shen Ping chuckled. I was merely discussing it with you. Rest assured, the next time we find an item to enhance Constitution, it will be yours. Excellent. Luo Qiuxue responded with a sweet smile, her exquisite features momentarily captivating Shen Ping. He quickly shook his head, realizing that now was not the time for such musings, and promptly consumed the Constitution fruit. Player Shen Ping's Constitution increased by 10 points, current Constitution, 20 points. The instant he ingested the green quality Constitution fruit, a warm current surged throughout Shen Ping's body. Not only that, every inch of his skin greedily absorbed this newfound energy. Particularly in his limbs, strength surged. Bones crackled softly, and muscles subtly defined beneath his clothing. Luo Qiuxue's eyes remained fixed on Shen Ping, captivated by his transformation. She felt that he had become significantly more handsome, and his physique had improved markedly. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Should she reach out and touch him? Yet, she quickly dismissed it. If she acted too hastily, Shen Ping might be startled, and after all, they were merely friends at this stage. Noticing Luo Qiuxue gazing at him in awe, Shen Ping inquired, "What is it, Qiuxue?" "Oh, nothing. I just feel you have become much more handsome," she replied. Shen Ping sensed that Luo Qiuxue had something on her mind, something peculiar. However, since she chose not to voice it, he refrained from probing further. Perhaps their unfamiliarity was the cause. Shen Ping thought little of it. Luo Qiuxue had always been pleasant, and her reluctance to speak now might stem from some untold concern. Following this, they proceeded to purchase treasure chests, then executed critical strikes on the chests, accumulating train coins in the process. By 8 or 9 in the evening, Shen Ping was utterly fatigued and decided to temporarily cease trading. Some players made trading cumbersome, having specific cravings for particular items. Like Lu Ting, who desired rice, Shen Ping could only seek suitable snacks to strike upon, rather than simply listing them on the trading platform as one would with water. The two had amassed nearly 200 train coins. Shen Ping had previously attempted to achieve a critical hit with the train currency. However, unlike a mere increase in quantity, a critical hit resulted in a qualitative transformation, either elevating to intermediate train currency or advanced train currency. At present, Both advanced and intermediate train currencies held no value for Shen Ping, as only the common train currency could be spent in the current train marketplace. It was anticipated that future opportunities for expenditure would arise. Subsequently, Shen Ping hurriedly purchased a restroom from the train marketplace, expending 150 train currencies. This sum was quite reasonable in exchange for a proper lavatory environment. The moment the purchase was completed, Shen Ping received a notification. Purchase successful. Please select the location for the train restroom. You may choose between the space between the train's front and the first carriage, or between the carriages themselves. After some contemplation, Shen Ping decided to position it between the first and second carriages. As for the orientation, left or right of the train's direction, it was of little consequence, so he casually placed it to the left. Once the placement was completed, both individuals heard a rumbling sound emanating from the rear of the first carriage. By now, Shen Ping and his companion had grown accustomed to this noise. It signified that the game system was modifying the train. "Let's go take a look," Luo Qiuxue exclaimed with enthusiasm. Finally, she would no longer have to expose herself while facing a wooden box, a situation that had offered minimal security and considerable embarrassment. As they approached the restroom, they noticed a sign indicating its presence, depicting the familiar figures of a man and a woman. Shen Ping opened the door, revealing not the typical squat toilet found on modern high-speed trains, but rather a conventional squat toilet that lacked a flush button, necessitating the use of water resources. This was somewhat disappointing. However, for Shen Ping, who had experienced a critical hit, water resources were hardly in short supply, ensuring sufficient availability for flushing. Moreover, not utilizing the restroom would render the carriage quite unpleasant. Wait a moment. If the entire train can achieve a critical hit, could the restroom itself also be eligible for such an enhancement? Shen Ping realized he had been somewhat limited in his thinking. If the train could undergo a critical hit, logically, the restroom newly installed on the train should also be capable of such a transformation. In contrast, the seats and newly added carriages could not be critically hit. As he had previously tested, the seats and carriages were integral to the train. Before the critical transformation of the train, the seats had been worn leather, but afterward, they had significantly improved in quality, resembling the plush seating found on high-speed trains, constructed from alloy frames and filled with high-grade sponge. Thus, the current seats could indeed be deemed as having undergone a critical enhancement, making it entirely reasonable that they could not be further upgraded. The restroom, however, was a different matter, having just been constructed. Under the curious gaze of Luo Qiuxue, Shen Ping executed a critical hit on the restroom. Critical hit successful. Train restroom, train luxury restroom. The restroom's dimensions measured a mere 21 meters. Any more space would be impractical. Consequently, Shen Ping was intrigued to see what the luxury restroom would look like. After a brief interval of approximately 10 seconds, the rumbling ceased. Shen Ping swung open the bathroom door and was momentarily taken aback. Luo Qiuxue stepped inside, her pupils constricting as well. The disparity between the bathroom after the transformation and its previous state was astonishing, akin to that of a luxurious hotel. The area spanned a generous 50 to 60 square meters, impeccably maintained, with the floor adorned in light gray tiles, the edges neatly grouted. Directly opposite was a commonly found white ceramic sink. Although the mirror above was not particularly large, it gleamed brightly, reflecting clear images. The previously unusable squat toilet had been replaced with a modern flush toilet, complete with a flush button, though Shen Ping remained clueless as to the source of its water. What was truly remarkable, however, was that beside the toilet, there was a designated bathing area, a shower zone. This space was partitioned with frosted glass, featuring not only a shower head but also a bathtub. The entire area exuded no unpleasant odors, only a faint scent of disinfectant, simple yet reassuring. The two exchanged a glance, followed by an eruption of joy. If a mere toilet could be transformed into such an exquisite bathroom, surely the future bedrooms and other spaces could be equally magnificent. Yet, Shen Ping soon recognized a puzzling detail. He stepped further into the bathroom and then back out, glancing at the width of the train. The bathroom's expanse was several times that of the train itself. How could such a vast internal space be integrated within the confines of train? Peering out the window, he was met with an abyss of darkness. Apart from the train's exterior, there was nothing to be seen. Shen Ping's gaze shifted slightly as he voiced his concern to Luo Qiuxue. She pondered, suggesting, perhaps it is due to an alternate space? The space of the train and the bathroom might be superimposed. Understanding her implication, Shen Ping remained furrowed in thought. Well, there's no point in overthinking it. If it exists, it must be reasonable. Luo Qiuxue, brimming with anticipation, then inquired, so, Shen Ping, may I take a shower? Having gone 2 days without bathing, she felt sticky and sweaty. Now that the opportunity arose, she was eager to cleanse herself thoroughly. Shen Ping nodded, planning to wash up himself once Luo Qiuxue was done. Just as Luo Qiuxue stripped down and prepared to turn on the shower, a notification appeared. Water resources must be supplied to the train's water tank. It can hold up to 1,000 liters at once. Luo Qiuxue responded. This seems reasonable. Water cannot simply materialize out of thin air, can it? She sent Shen Ping a private message. Shen Ping, we need to fill the train's water tank. Can we still wash? Ah, I see. I'll head to the front of the train and take a look. I'll also try to grab some bottled water from the convenience store. Luo Qiuxue was about to question whether such a small amount of bottled water would suffice, contemplating foregoing the shower. However, she quickly recalled Shen Ping's extraordinary ability. Surely, if he could amplify bottled water, he would be able to procure a substantial amount of water resources. Chapter 13. The third stop, the Farm of Giants. Shen Ping held several bottles of mineral water before approaching the front of the train. Critical hit successful. Mineral water, 20 liters of bottled water. Was it truly possible for 500 milliliters of mineral water to transform into 20 liters? Shen Ping's face lit up with astonishment. This represented an astonishing increase of at least 40 times. Once Shen Ping poured all the water from the 2 barrels into the tank at that moment. On the other side near the restroom, Luo Qiuxue emerged from her shower. The 2 of them took turns bathing and returned to the first carriage. Luo Qiuxue's hair was damp, and despite her efforts to dry it with a towel, it remained cascading down her shoulders, exuding a delightful fragrance. It was not the scent of shampoo or shower gel, but rather the natural fragrance of a young girl. They sat side by side in the same seats they occupied the previous night. Shen Ping, I never imagined that after our traversal, we could enjoy such luxuries as bathing freely, utilizing abundant water resources, and dining on sumptuous meals. Luo Qiuxue remarked, playfully wiggling her delicate feet beneath the seat. All of this is thanks to my talent. Without it, I could never have achieved this. Shen Ping replied, both of us are quite fortunate. Having matched together right from the start, both possessing S-level talents. Luo Qiuxue nodded in agreement. She was waiting for her hair and feet to dry, not in a hurry to sleep. After a moment of light conversation, Luo Qiuxue hesitated before softly asking, Shen Ping, may I lean on your shoulder while I sleep? Shen Ping was taken aback. If last night she had leaned on him accidentally during sleep, tonight seemed rather different. Surely, it couldn't be that Qiuxue had developed feelings for him. After all, she was the school's belle. What don't you want to? Luo Qiuxue inquired softly, gazing at Shen Ping's handsome face. Of course not. Shen Ping shook his head. It is an honor for me to serve as a pillow for the great Luo Qiuxue. Her face brightened with joy, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gently rested her head on Shen Ping's shoulder. Soon, both of them fell into a peaceful slumber, lost in their own thoughts. A night without words. At 5:55 in the morning, a voice announced, the train is approaching the station. Please choose one of the 3 platforms below for disembarkation. If no choice is made within 2 minutes, a platform will be selected automatically, perhaps due to their exhaustion. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue stirred groggily upon hearing the announcement. Platform 1, Infinite Prairie, an endless expanse of grasslands. Resources available, countless amounts of soil. Danger level, none. Platform 2, Haunted Apartment, Survival Platform. A 10-story apartment building with 100 dormitories. Opening a dormitory door may yield resources or nothing at all, and one might encounter entities that are far from human. It is advisable to avoid the apartment at night, as besides the dormitory rooms, one may encounter wandering presences within. Resources available, special items, ghost crystals, apparitions. Danger level, extremely high. Platform 3, the Giant's Farm. A farm abundant with various fruits, yet the owner towers at an impressive height of 5 meters. Resources available, assorted fruits, a variety of fruit seeds, and the weapons of giants. Danger level, moderate. Dazed, Shen Ping found himself in a bewildering situation, for at that moment, Luo Qiuxue had fallen asleep in his embrace, leaving a trail of drool that dampened the fabric of his abdomen. Upon awakening, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized her predicament. "How did I end up asleep in your arms?" she exclaimed, springing to her feet and casting a shy glance at Shen Ping. "It's nothing. Just be more careful next time." "I don't mind," Shen Ping replied, scratching his head as he began to contemplate his choice of platform. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Qiuxue let out a sigh of relief, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. As for the danger levels, they ranged from extremely high to moderate, with the extreme risk being swiftly dismissed due to its perilous nature. The prospect of acquiring soil, fruits, and seeds was enticing, particularly as the seeds could be planted in the soil. Shen Ping found himself torn between Platform 2 and Platform 3. Ultimately, he resolved to choose Platform 3, the Giant's Farm. The moderate danger level suggested that both he and Luo Qiuxue stood a chance against the giant, who, at only 5 meters tall, was far less intimidating than the colossal titans measuring 50 to 60 meters. Moreover, the fruits held significant value. The snacks available after Shen Ping's critical hits were predominantly rich meats, leading to a potential deficiency in vitamins and a risk of constipation over time, especially for girls like Luo Qiuxue. Thus, acquiring fruits was indeed necessary, not to mention the seeds. Selecting Platform 3, upon making his choice, the train took a noticeable turn to the right, gradually decelerating. After 3 minutes, the surrounding environment transformed, revealing a stretch of land. Shen Ping leaned out to gaze below and was astonished to find railroad tracks beneath the train. "Is this another world?" Luo Qiuxue joined him, her eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. It was remarkable to think that just 2 days prior, their journey had led them to isolated platforms suspended in void. Now, they found themselves amidst a tangible landscape, truly astounding. Their astonishment did not linger for long, as the train had arrived at its destination, pulling into a sprawling estate. The estate was vast, adorned with numerous plants that matched human height, including a field of watermelons. In the ordinary world, watermelon vines barely reached 30 centimeters, yet here, the vines bore watermelons exceeding a meter in height, at least 5 to 6 times larger than those typically found. Similarly, apple trees towered over 10 meters, laden with apples the size of ordinary watermelons. "This is the giant's estate," Luo Qiuxue marveled. After the train came to a halt, the two individuals cautiously descended from the carriage, their eyes scanning the surroundings. They had a 5-hour layover, which meant they would spend nearly the entire morning within the expansive giant's estate. Sunlight filtered through the enormous leaves, casting mottled shadows across the ground. The air was thick with an intoxicating aroma of ripe fruit, each vegetable and fruit larger than one could ever fathom. Before them lay a sprawling watermelon field, while behind stood towering apple trees. To their left appeared a grove of banana trees, with bananas hanging down like colossal golden serpents, significantly larger than the typical variety. With such an abundance, it was evident that 5 hours would be insufficient for harvesting everything. "There's no way we can manage the apple trees, so let's focus on the watermelons," Shen Ping remarked with a sense of resignation. The duo stealthily approached the watermelon field, diligently picking one watermelon after another and stowing them in their backpacks. Prior to their excursion, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue had nearly emptied their backpacks onto the train. Shen Ping had only brought along a katana. Before long, the entire watermelon field was being systematically cleared by Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, akin to 2 industrious mice raiding the estate. However, their antics did not go unnoticed. A little girl with wings, observing from a distance, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue in the watermelon field. Shocked, she resolved, "I must alert the farm owner to capture these 2 thieves." With fervor, she flapped her wings and soared toward the imposing house, nearly 10 meters high, that loomed not far away. She was, in fact, a sprite of the giant's farm, typically engaged in watering the plants and eliminating pests. Chapter 14, Shen Luo versus the giant. The little sprite swiftly flew to the grand abode of the giant, exclaiming loudly, "Giant, 2 tiny beings have stolen our fruits." The wings behind her fluttered incessantly, Soon, a colossal figure emerged from within the dwelling, towering at an impressive 5 meters, with sturdy limbs clad in a white farmer's work attire. Its countenance, however, was fierce and filled with rage, for it was none other than the master of the farm, the giant. Clutching a massive axe, presumably used for chopping wood. The giant's eyes glinted with ferocity as it grumbled, "Another set of thieves, is it? Where are they? Lead me to them. It has been far too long since I have savored flesh." The little sprite eagerly flapped her wings, guiding the giant towards the watermelon patch they had just raided. At that very moment, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, who were occupied with moving watermelons, felt the ground tremble beneath them, accompanied by a resounding roar. "What is happening?" Shen Ping exclaimed, astonished by the vibrations emanating from the earth. Could it be the giant has arrived? Luo Qiuxue's delicate features tightened with anxiety as she swallowed hard, clearly distressed. "Do not be alarmed. Even if the giant comes, with my current physique and your healing abilities, we should be able to handle it," Shen Ping reassured her, continuing to move the watermelons while vigilantly brandishing his sword, scanning the surroundings. Yet, to claim he was not anxious would be a falsehood, for they were indeed facing a giant standing 5 meters tall. As the tremors drew nearer, the giant, wielding its axe, approached Shen Ping with fury etched across its face. "Two humans. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" it bellowed. "Indeed, we merely borrowed a few of your fruits," Shen Ping replied coolly. He noticed a flying little girl energetically flapping her wings, furiously shouting, "Giant, those are the 2 tiny beings who dared to steal our fruits. Bring them to justice. I shall skin them alive and feast upon their flesh." What a venomous little girl. Luo Qiuxue ceased her labor and stood beside Shen Ping. The two now locked in a standoff with the giant. Soon, the giant could no longer contain itself. It charged forward, lifting its massive foot to stomp on Shen Ping. The hairs on the back of Shen Ping's neck stood on end as his enhanced leg muscles unleashed a remarkable burst of power, allowing him to glide close to the ground. Insect-like creatures. The giant roared once more, astonished by Shen Ping's swiftness. Before it could regain its balance, Shen Ping deftly unsheathed his sword, the blade gleaming ominously as it sliced through the air. The giant's ankle resembled an ancient, moss-covered tree stump, its sinewy skin pulsating beneath. Shen Ping aimed for the most vulnerable joint, leveraging his forward momentum to align the blade in a straight line, delivering a fierce downward strike accompanied by a sharp sound as the blade sliced through the air. With a sickening thud, the blade penetrated half an inch before becoming ensnared in the giant's resilient flesh, sending a jolt through Shen Ping's hands. The giant howled in pain, its other foot sweeping in with the force of tempest. Shen Ping hastily withdrew his blade, retreating, yet he was still struck by the giant's foot. At the moment of impact, Shen Ping's pupils constricted, as if his internal organs had shifted position. His back collided with the watermelon grove, shattering several watermelons in the process, causing his ribs to feel as though they might fracture, inflicting excruciating pain. Shen Ping. Beside him, Luo Qiuxue appeared anxious, hastily moving to his side, her hand emanating a faint green glow as she reached out to him. With Luo Qiuxue's healing touch, his injuries rapidly began to mend, allowing him to rise once more. This scene left both the giant and the little sprite in awe. The sprite exclaimed in disbelief, "Such a level of healing ability? Could she be a saintess?" She was acutely aware of the immense pain inflicted by the giant's kick. If it had been directed at her, she would surely have been crushed. A saintess? A glimmer of greed flickered in the giant's eyes. It had originally contemplated devouring the 2 humans, but now, upon reflection, it desired to wed that woman and make her its bride. It recognized the formidable nature of Luo Qiuxue's healing prowess. Not to mention that they had trespassed into its territory, stealing its fruit. This was a debt that must be repaid. Shen Ping, feeling guilty, refrained from further conversation, understanding that confronting the giant head-on was ill-advised, given its considerable strength exceeding 50 points. "Climb onto my back. If you sustain any injuries, heal yourself immediately." Shen Ping then hoisted Luo Qiuxue onto his back, swiftly maneuvering through the cover of the watermelon field, his gaze fixed intently on the giant's movements. The giant possessed immense power, but was sluggish in its turns. Meanwhile, Luo Qiuxue observed the fresh wounds still bleeding from earlier strikes. Shen Ping continued to strike at the giant's ankles, Once it is incapacitated, we can dispatch it at our leisure. I understand. Shen Ping swiftly employed the same tactic again, evading the giant as it approached, utilizing speed to his advantage. Seizing an opportunity, he struck once more. The katana embedded itself into a prior wound, penetrating deeper by several centimeters. The giant roared in pain, swinging its axe menacingly at Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Shen Ping leaped backward, narrowly escaping, but the sharp edge of the axe grazed his shoulder. Luo Qiuxue quickly reached out to treat his wound, gradually restoring his stamina during the process. Once more, they repeated their strategy. The giant attacked Shen Ping, while Luo Qiuxue healed him. Then Shen Ping would strike the giant. The giant would target Luo Qiuxue on Shen Ping's back. She would heal herself, and Shen Ping would retaliate against the giant. After what felt like countless minutes of this relentless assault, the giant's legs were severed, and its colossal form collapsed to the ground, staring in disbelief at the unfolding events. How is this possible? I have been defeated by 2 mere insects. Gazing at the still vibrant duo, a flicker of fear crossed the giant's eyes. I'm making my escape. You hold your ground. The sprite's face reflected panic as she realized the giant was no match for Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. With a frantic flutter of her wings, she fled the scene. The giant looked up at the sky, watching the sprite retreating into the distance, filled with rage. 2 humans. I will devour you. You shall be my prey. As the giant remained oblivious to the full extent of the situation, Shen Ping brandished his katana, thrusting it toward the giant's nape. The katana plunged deeply into the giant's neck, which thrashed about violently before ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. Shen Ping gasped for breath and fell backward, only to be swiftly caught by Luo Qiuxue, who held him close, her hands gently caressing his body, tirelessly working to restore his strength and mend his wounds. You've worked hard, Xiaoping, Luo Qiuxue remarked with a hint of tenderness as she tended to him. What hardship? With you by my side, I feel no burden at all. Shen Ping replied, causing Luo Qiuxue to widen her eyes in surprise, pondering whether Shen Ping was implying something deeper. After all, you possess the gift of healing. All I need do is endure, and you shall heal me, Shen Ping stated earnestly. Luo Qiuxue remained speechless. Suddenly, an announcement echoed in their ears. Global broadcast, player Shen Ping is the first to slay a white quality monster. Reward, Shen Ping's Constitution 5. And a random white item upgrade card 1. The Giant's Encyclopedia has been unlocked. Defeating certain monsters will yield their entries. Giant, quality, white. Constitution, 38. A colossal, sluggish humanoid with a diet that includes humans. White item upgrade card. Upon use, it can elevate a specific item or object to white quality. Simultaneously, Shen Ping felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, his constitution rising from 20 to 25. No wonder the giant possessed such immense strength. It boasted a constitution of 38. He murmured to himself. His gaze then fell upon the white item upgrade card. Without doubt, it was a critical success. Critical hit successful. White item upgrade card, green item upgrade card. Green item upgrade card. Upon use, it can elevate a specific item or object to green quality. Should he upgrade the katana with a green item upgrade card? Shen Ping hesitated momentarily, but his attention was soon drawn to the enormous axe wielded by the giant. Chapter 15. A Remarkable Harvest. The axe measured a full 2 meters in length, its handle stout and unwieldy. As Shen Ping grasped it, he found it difficult to hold with both hands, rendering it unsuitable as a weapon for a human. Giant's axe, white quality. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Ping executed a critical hit. Critical hit successful, white quality. Giant's axe, green quality, spirit giant axe. Although the axe's size remained unchanged, the handle had considerably thinned. Now manageable for two-handed use. Qiuxue, do you think you can wield this spirit giant axe? Shen Ping exclaimed with delight, surprised that the weapon had become even more suitable after the upgrade. Luo Qiuxue took it, finding it somewhat heavy yet manageable for swinging. Very well. This spirit giant axe will temporarily serve as your weapon. Shen Ping decided to upgrade his katana instead. The rationale was simple. He was already familiar with this katana, while a new weapon would require him to reacquaint himself. Upgrade successful, white quality, sharp katana, green quality, windbreaker blade. In the very next moment, The katana in Shen Ping's grasp elongated slightly and became sharper. Windbreaker blade, quality, green. Active ability, Windbreaker slash. A forward slash that deals 3 times the normal damage. Note, cannot inflict damage on spiritual entities. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Initially, the katana bore no description, but following the upgrade, its information template transformed, revealing an active skill. However, it came with a cooldown reminiscent of skills in video games. Shen Ping felt a surge of curiosity about what spiritual type enemies might be. For some reason, he suddenly recalled today's Station 1. Could those non-human entities be spiritual types? Indeed, he felt fortunate for not having chosen Station 1. Otherwise, he would have been doomed, lacking any means to combat those spiritual beings. However, he chose not to dismantle the giant's corpse, not only because the giant resembled a human, making the prospect of consuming giant meat unappealing, but also due to the greater value of the enormous fruits nearby. He glanced towards the giant in the direction the fleeing sprite had taken. There, he spotted a massive house. Qiuxue, you focus on transporting the watermelons. I will explore the giant's abode. Luo Qiuxue responded obediently. All right, just leave this to me, but please be careful. Parting ways with Luo Qiuxue for the time being, Shen Ping approached the giant's house alone. The structure was constructed from wood, resembling an oversized log cabin. Armed with the windbreaker blade, he cautiously opened the large door and stepped inside. Although the station's alert on the train had indicated that the only danger in the giant's farm was the giant itself, it did not imply that Shen Ping could afford to let his guard down in an unknown environment. This was a prudent habit to maintain. However, as soon as he pushed the door ajar, a nauseatingly potent stench of blood rushed in, assaulting his nostrils. His pupils constricted as he gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. Scattered across the ground lay several skeletal remains, some bones still stained with darkened flesh at the fractured ends. The wooden floor had long been saturated with dark red blood, pooling into viscous puddles in the depressions. Even more shocking were the upright human crosses, each adorned with dismembered body parts, heads with wide-open eyes, contorted arms, thighs bearing fractured femurs, and even eviscerated torsos, with organs hanging down, mingled with congealed blood. Was this hell? Shen Ping's voice trembled. As a university student, he had never witnessed such a scene and immediately retched. In the center, upon the most prominent cross, a naked woman hung her head, her body marred by wounds of varying depths, old scars layered over fresh injuries, with crusted blood smeared against the wood. Hearing the sound of the door creaking open, she slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes murky to the point of obscuring her pupils, locking onto Shen Ping, who held a long knife. "Who are you?" he asked the tortured woman, who remained silent, her expression devoid of emotion as she stared back at him. Yet, a smile crept across her lips. Hee. Has she lost her sanity? Shen Ping perceived her deranged state. He immediately summoned Luo Qiuxue. Upon entering, Luo Qiuxue was equally appalled, retching just as Shen Ping had. Are these players tortured to death by the giants? She exclaimed in shock, but soon noticed an inconsistency. No, this doesn't add up. There are far too many bodies. Today marked the 3rd day of the global survival game. How could so many players have perished? Shen Ping's eyes widened as he voiced his speculation. Could some of them have been players from before? The two pondered but could not deduce the truth. Luo Qiuxue attempted to heal the only surviving yet deranged woman. Soon, the woman's body restored to its former state, and her facial expressions began to return. Indeed, it works. Qiuxue, your healing ability is the strongest in the world, Shen Ping praised. However, at the very moment the restoration completed, the woman gazed around in sheer terror. Where is this? Memories flooded back, likely recalling her torment at the hands of the giants, and she spiraled into madness once more. He, she giggled foolishly. Luo Qiuxue's expression shifted. Why isn't my healing talent effective? Shen Ping replied solemnly. It's not that the healing talent has failed. It's about her capacity to endure. She cannot bear the horrors she has faced, leading her to descend into madness again, unless her memories are erased. He shook his head. Forget it. We probably cannot extract any information from her. The events likely align with our speculations. Let us grant her release. Gritting his teeth, Shen Ping raised the windbreaker knife and severed the poor woman's head. It was better to end her suffering than to allow her to linger in such agony. Luo Qiuxue felt a pang of sorrow. She closed her eyes, her heart heavy with despair. The stench of blood within the wooden cabin was overwhelming, making Shen Luo and his companion extremely uncomfortable, prompting their swift return to the farm. Following this, the pair resumed their task of transporting fruit. After an hour or two had elapsed, it became apparent that completing the fruit relocation was an insurmountable challenge, as the quantity of colossal watermelons had increased significantly. Shen Ping soon ventured into the apple orchard, felling tree after tree, and carried away apples that were comparable in size to the watermelons. Meanwhile, Luo Qiuxue busied herself with banana picking. As the time dwindled to 5 minutes remaining, the two piled all the fruit they had gathered into the third compartment of the cart, which included watermelons, apples, bananas, and grapes, all considerably larger than their ordinary counterparts. Additionally, they had collected seeds for these fruits, totaling 4 varieties: giant watermelon seeds, giant apple seeds, giant banana seeds, and giant grape seeds, each with over 100 available. However, planting them required soil and sunlight, making immediate cultivation impossible. Nonetheless, upon noticing Luo Qiuxue's continued sorrowful expression, Shen Ping quickly offered words of comfort. "Qiuxue, it is not your fault. It is the giant's doing. You have performed admirably." With his reassurances, Luo Qiuxue's spirits began to lift. Subsequently, Shen Ping held a massive watermelon in his hands, struck it out of curiosity, and the system announced, "Critical hit successful. Giant watermelon, white quality, ink pattern ice heart melon." In the next moment, the enormous watermelon in Shen Ping's grasp began to shrink, returning to the size of a normal watermelon. Its original green hue transformed into a frosty blue, adorned with the characteristic stripes of a watermelon. Ink pattern ice heart melon. White quality, consuming it permanently enhances one's constitution by 1 point, with a maximum of 2 consumptions. It also restores a portion of stamina, providing satiety equivalent to that of a giant watermelon. To Shen Ping's astonishment, he had stumbled upon a white-quality food item. Elated, he struck all the remaining watermelons and other fruits. Crimson-horned fruit. White quality, consuming it grants a temporary boost of 5 points to one's constitution for 2 hours, with no limit on consumption, providing satiety equivalent to that of a giant apple. Jade banana. White quality, consuming it restores a portion of one's injuries, providing satiety equivalent to that of a giant banana. Purple mist grape. White quality, consuming it grants a temporary boost to stamina for 2 hours, with satiety equivalent to that of a giant grape. After striking all the giant fruits, they transformed into white-quality food items. The watermelon, in particular, could even enhance one's constitution, albeit by a total of only 2 points, which was already quite impressive. Shen Ping felt that this harvest was destined to lead to great fortune. Chapter 16. The roar of battle time swiftly passed as the train began to accelerate. Approximately 3 minutes later, the surroundings transformed into a kaleidoscope of bizarre sights. In the next moment, the train vanished from this realm, plunging into an abyss of darkness. Returning to the initial void, Shen Ping surveyed his surroundings with a solemn expression. It appeared the train was departing from this diminutive world. "Perhaps our upcoming platforms are all similar small worlds," suggested Luo Qiuxue. Indeed, after all, the gaming system previously indicated that each platform constitutes a unique microcosm. Shen Ping quickly responded. He presented 2 Mo ice heart melons to Luo Qiuxue, which, as fruits obtained through critical hits, would permanently enhance her constitution by 2 points. With a mere constitution of 8 points, Luo Qiuxue, as a university student, could hardly compete with an average adult male. However, upon consuming the Mo ice heart melon, her constitution would rise to 10 points, matching that of a typical adult male. Shen Ping's constitution would elevate to 27 points. "Perfect. We haven't eaten anything this morning. Let us have lunch together," Luo Qiuxue exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the melons. After both consumed the Mo ice heart melons, they felt a surge of strength coursing through their bodies, particularly pronounced in Luo Qiuxue. Shen Ping's increase from 25 to 27 points was less dramatic, yet still notable. Once satiated, the two rested in their seats, meticulously tallying their gains. They had amassed over 300 Mo ice heart melons, while the counts of Hong, Shi Guo, and 2 other fruits obtained from critical hits exceeded 500. The disparity in quantity was primarily due to the weight. The watermelons were simply too cumbersome. The ice watermelon and white jade banana could be sold. One held no value for them beyond sustenance, while the other provided healing, something they had in abundance. Shen Ping shared his thoughts, suggesting that they keep the Hong Shi Guo and Zi Xiatao for personal use. However, Luo Qiuxue shook her head. Shen Ping, let us sell the ice heart melons first. As for the white jade bananas, we shouldn't sell them all. Healing requires proximity. If we are forced to part ways, you would have no means to heal yourself. This was reminiscent of their recent battle against the giant. To prevent being systematically eliminated by the giant and ensure timely healing, Shen Ping had even carried Luo Qiuxue during the fight. Although she was soft and comfortable to carry, it was still a tense battle. Thus, having some white jade bananas in Shen Ping's backpack would prove advantageous. Understood. Your foresight is commendable, Qiuxue. Before listing items on the trading platform, Shen Ping opened the chat channel, eager to see how everyone else was faring. Upon accessing the chat, he inquired, "Brothers, how have you fared over the past 3 days? What platforms have you explored? Have you discovered any treasures? I am faring quite well. Fortunate enough to have acquired a skill of ordinary quality today, albeit with a cooldown period. In theory, vanquishing white quality monsters should be a straightforward task. Unfortunately, I have yet to encounter any such foes, and my first kill was snatched away by the esteemed Shen Ping. To the individual above, do not be naive. White quality monsters should indeed be dealt with using white quality skills. An ordinary skill can only vanquish mundane beasts at best. You are correct. White quality monsters are certainly not easily subdued, and Shen Ping may very well possess genuine prowess. Moreover, Shen Ping continues to sell water in the trading market at remarkably low prices, alongside prepared food. One might mistakenly believe he has looted a restaurant. I stumbled upon a marshland and narrowly escaped being ensnared. I discovered an ordinary quality weapon, a cleaver. I envy you all. Some find provisions, while others discover weapons. Yet, for 3 days, I have only encountered vast grasslands, subsisting solely on grass, which has turned my excrement green. I encountered a haunted house, and while I managed to return alive, my wife remains lost there forever. My train halted upon a great expanse of ocean. Can you believe that? Observing the lively conversation, Shen Ping realized the eclectic array of environments his companions had encountered, spanning vast grasslands, oceans, and marshes, along with beasts, monsters, and phantoms. He noted with concern that the once bustling global chat channel, populated by billions, now counted a mere 5 billion participants. In just 3 short days, over 1 billion lives have been lost. Shen Ping voiced his disbelief. So many have perished. Luo Qiuxue appeared anxious, uncertain whether her own parents might be among the fallen. How has everyone fared today? Who has met their demise? I am doing well. I found a composite bough, and there are some fruits available on this platform. If anyone wishes to purchase oranges or pears, feel free to message me privately. Remarkably, you acquired a weapon, a composite bough, no less. Wait a moment. If memory serves me correctly, it seems Shen Ping was announced today as the first player to slay a white quality monster, was he not? Not necessarily. We cannot assume that the Shen Ping mentioned in the announcement is the same individual who has been active in this chat channel. There are countless players with the same name around the world. Shen Ping, would you care to clarify? Was it indeed you who was announced today? My apologies, everyone. I am indeed the one featured in today's global announcement. Additionally, I acquired a type of fruit resource on this platform that can enhance one's constitution by 1 point, with a maximum of 2 uses. Those interested may seek me out for purchases, as supplies are limited. I prioritize acquiring blueprints, black iron, and, above, treasure chests, as well as white quality items and other unique goods. Information. Goodness, Brother Ping has truly achieved the extraordinary, collecting fruit that can augment one's constitution. Ah, dear Shen Ping, might you consider being my boyfriend? I would gladly exchange bras and shorts with you. The battle cry begins here. Shen Ping sent this message while simultaneously promoting his products. As a globally renowned figure who has made headlines twice, every message he sends creates a sensation. Not to mention, he possesses fruits that can enhance physical vitality. Chapter 17, The Trading Blueprint. After Shen Ping placed an advertisement, he swiftly engaged in transactions with other players for the crafting blueprints of equipment. Blueprint for Blue Cloak, a standard blue cloak that provides a degree of defense while enhancing one's constitution by 1 point. Other players also offered Shen Ping the blueprint for a campfire, which could generate a source of fire. The potential transformation of the campfire upon a critical strike remained a mystery. Additionally, Shen Ping accepted trades involving black iron chests, and every item received post-trade was guaranteed to yield a critical strike. The profits were extraordinary. As for ordinary resources such as wood, plastic, and refined iron, Shen Ping had an abundance. He effortlessly acquired them through transactions involving water and food that had undergone critical strikes. Thus, in pursuit of high-quality fruits for trade, it was essential to exchange for superior items. Trading common resources would be a loss. After selling for a while, Shen Ping took out the more significant blueprints he had acquired, preparing to construct them and subsequently observe the effects of any critical strikes. Blueprint for Blue Cloak. Synthesis requirements. Fabric 20, leather 10. Wearing it will increase your constitution by 1 point. Donning it will not transform you into a smurf. Disregarding the humorous remark regarding the blue cloak, he directly examined the synthesis requirements. Shen Ping noted that he lacked both fabric and leather, but it mattered little. A quick search in the trading market would yield these basic materials, easily obtainable through exchanges involving water and food. Furthermore, prior to synthesis, he could also trigger a critical strike on the blueprint itself. A critical strike before synthesis followed by another after would effectively double the critical strike potential, allowing him to exploit a glitch. However, in the very next moment of triggering the critical strike, Shen Ping was taken aback. Critical strike successful. Blue Cloak Blueprint, white quality. Ice Cloak Blueprint, Ice Cloak Blueprint, quality, white. Synthesis requirements. Ice Essence 1, white quality. Fabric 15, leather 20. Wearing it increases constitution by 10 points and significantly enhances cold resistance. The blue cloak had transformed into an ice cloak post-critical strike, not only elevating the constitution boost to 10 points, but also greatly augmenting cold resistance. Nevertheless, the synthesis difficulty had escalated considerably. What on earth was ice essence? Shen Ping pondered curiously. Beside him, Luo Qiuxue promptly searched the trading market, but after an extensive search, she found nothing. How could this be? With so many people in the trading market, why was ice essence nowhere to be found? In a market with billions of transactions, the absence of this material could only imply one thing. It was unattainable in the early stages of the platform and could not be obtained from treasure chests. Otherwise, even with the slightest probability, the large sample size would likely yield results. Shen Ping shook his head, deciding to set the blueprint aside and focus on gathering fabric and leather from the trading market. Luo Qiuxue eagerly assisted, ready to help with whatever Shen Ping required. Subsequently, Shen Ping activated a critical strike on the campfire blueprint. Critical hit successful. Campfire blueprint, white quality. Eternal furnace blueprint. Eternal furnace, quality, white. Synthesis requirements, wood 100, stone 100, fire essence 1, white quality. A furnace that burns eternally, never extinguishing, requiring no material consumption, only a trace of magical essence. At this moment, Shen Ping fell silent. He realized a flaw in the critical hit blueprint. While it allowed for exploits, the difficulty of synthesis increased post-critical hit, along with the required resources. Thus, it would be wiser to synthesize first and then attempt a critical hit. For the early stages, it is preferable to construct and enjoy certain items beforehand. However, there was no choice now. He would have to wait until he found those elusive essences to construct the cloak and furnace, and then aim for a critical hit. As for the other blueprints, he would have to construct first and then attempt critical hits, as the unpredictability of critical hit blueprints was too great. Experiencing a loss of a critical hit was unavoidable, given that the blueprint's drawback lay in the need for materials. Shen Ping searched the trading market once more and, as expected, could not find any of those essences, regardless of their attributes. In the following hours, he sold 20 ink-patterned ice heart melons and successfully traded for blueprints of other equipment. Among them, he could now synthesize 2 fabric armor blueprints, each capable of enhancing vitality by 2 points, requiring 10 pieces of fabric and 20 pieces of fine iron, all of ordinary quality. This time, Shen Ping was clever. He avoided the critical hit blueprint and proceeded directly with the crafting. Acquired fabric armor 2, Then he attempted a critical hit. Critical hit successful. Fabric armor, sturdy fabric armor. Sturdy fabric armor, white quality, enhances vitality by 12 points. Wearing one himself and giving one to Luo Qiuxue, their respective vitality increased to 39 and 22 points. Their strength had significantly improved. Chapter 18, A Night of Transactions, Uncommon Resources Arise. As evening approached, around 7 or 8 o'clock, the train had amassed a considerable collection of resources, accompanied by numerous treasure chests. This bounty was sufficient to elevate their status by 2 levels. Upon opening all the chests that had been critically struck, it seemed that fate was not particularly kind to the two, as they predominantly received basic resources. Nevertheless, they did acquire a substantial amount of train currency, totaling no less than 300 coins. Fortunately, as of now, Shen Ping supplies had not yet been depleted. The water resources were nearly sold out, with only a small portion remaining for himself and Qiuxue. Thus, in the trading market, Shen Ping had 2 active posts, one offering cooked food and another selling the exquisite Mo1 ice heart melon. In addition, he had posted several requests for purchases, seeking white items, white equipment, and various elemental spirits. It was evident that white quality items were exceedingly rare, and players fortunate enough to obtain them were unlikely to part with such treasures, as these items were deemed more valuable than mere physical attributes. Most players believed that acquiring 4 Mo1 ice heart melon sufficed, as purchasing more offered no tangible benefit. Consequently, they would only offer items of equivalent value. Interestingly, through the sale of Mo1 ice heart melons, Shen Ping had managed to acquire blueprints for 4 condensation devices. Many players had acquired these blueprints, and only after the transaction did Shen Ping comprehend why the seller had chosen to forego a blueprint capable of producing water daily in favor of purchasing fruit that enhanced physical attributes. Condensation device blueprint. Synthesis requirements. Refined iron 20, energy crystal 1. Capable of producing 5 liters of pure water daily. Although the synthesis requirements for the condensation device blueprint seemed straightforward, the necessity for an energy crystal posed a challenge. After searching the trading market, he discovered that, akin to the ice spirit, this resource was still elusive, likely difficult to find even in ordinary or black iron treasure chests. Fortunately, amidst his confusion, he stumbled upon the item in the upgraded train shop, with many train coins awaiting his claim. Train upgrade. Level 5. Train conductor. Shen Ping. Train members. 2. Upgrade requirements. Wood 2000, plastic 2000, refined iron 2000, steel 1500, train upgrade, card 1. Docking time, 6 hours, can opt to depart after 5 hours. Train currency, 312. Number of carriages, 4. Special abilities, have consumption, foreknowledge of stations, station selection. Have consumption, the resources required for train upgrades are permanently reduced by half. Foreknowledge of stations, gain insight into each station's information. Station selection, offers 3 stations for selection of 1. Train shop, updated after train upgrade. Transactions can only be conducted using train currency. Random food, price, train currency 1. 500 milliliters bottled water, price, train currency 1. Beginner's treasure chest, price, train currency 50. Train seat modification, add an additional seat, price, train coins 10. Train compartment modification, add a small room, which is empty, allowing selection of space between carriages for modification, price, train coins 100. Train upgrade card, an essential item for upgrading the train. Price, train coins 100. Energy crystals, a significant energy source. Price, train coins 100. Meanwhile, upon entering the train marketplace, Shen Ping received a notification. Player Shen Ping was evaluated based on the resources acquired plundered yesterday, as well as the monsters, animals, and players defeated, resulting in a composite score of 85 points out of a maximum of 100 points. As a reward, player Shen Ping received 85 train coins. Note, the train marketplace must be accessed to claim yesterday's earned train coins. Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback, having overlooked this detail. The standard means of acquiring train coins is through the daily rewards, and amassing 85 points is indeed an impressive achievement. Other players would likely only accumulate around 10 points, if that. Furthermore, The number of players who have upgraded to level 3 is surely limited. After a brief contemplation, Shen Ping proceeded to purchase a novice treasure chest, an energy crystal, a small room within the train, and a train upgrade card. Later, around 10 o'clock at night, Shen Ping closed 2 trading posts, particularly the one for the ink pattern Ice Heart Melon. It is essential for Shen Ping to personally oversee transactions concerning blueprint and item trades. Should he allow automatic trading for the Ice Heart Melon, he risks being shortchanged if someone were to offer a subpar blueprint in exchange. The 2 individuals then tallied today's sales and upgrade receipts. Firstly, over 50 ink pattern Ice Heart Melons remained, and the basic resources had been largely depleted due to the substantial consumption required for upgrading the train. There were numerous blueprints and items, in addition to those previously mentioned, but acquiring the necessary resources for these blueprints proved challenging. For instance, one such blueprint was Backpack Blueprint, quality, white. Synthesis requirements, Space Essence 1, Cloth 10. Upon synthesis, one would receive a backpack with 50 slots. Shen Ping did not dare to attempt a critical hit on this blueprint. For the reason was simple. He had yet to gather the required resources, and achieving a critical hit would necessitate even more resources. Chapter 19. Infinite Desert Eagle? Take off. Subsequently, Shen Ping constructed a condensation device. Upon its successful completion, the device materialized before the 2 of them. Its entire structure was composed of metallic materials, featuring a silver gray or black exterior adorned with ventilation holes and condensation tubes, connected to a water storage tank, exuding a distinctly technological aura. The chance of a critical success with the blueprint was non-existent, at least for the time being. After the condensation device was built, Shen Ping attempted another critical success. Critical success. Condensation device, large condensation device. Following this critical success, the entire device expanded in size, resembling a typical water barrel. Luo Qiuxue observed this scene with tranquility, as Shen Ping's ability to achieve critical successes was remarkably potent. Having witnessed his critical success with the toilet the previous day, witnessing another critical success now seemed rather normal. Large condensation device, quality, white, capable of condensing 100 liters of pure water daily. That will be all for today. Some blueprints that cannot be crafted will be saved for later use, Shen Ping remarked. All right, I trust your judgment, Shen Ping. Luo Qiuxue replied obediently. After both had finished their baths and prepared to rest in anticipation of the platform the following day, another player contacted Shen Ping. Gu Tianchun, Shen Ping. Have you sold out of those ink pattern Ice Heart Melons? Shen Ping. Not yet, but I need to rest tonight, so I won't be selling for now. He found it curious that, despite having withdrawn his trading post, this player named Gu Tianchun could still reach out to him. The channels for players to communicate are threefold. First, various chat channels. Second, the trading market. And third, recommendations from other players. Players who have traded or chatted can recommend others, provided neither party has been blacklisted. It seemed Gu Tianchun had managed to contact him through this recommendation method. Gu Tianchun. No rush. After I trade with this major client of mine, feel free to enable Do Not Disturb. Gu Tianchun's words piqued Shen Ping's curiosity. Shen Ping. What major client? Gu Tianchun. How many ink pattern Ice Heart Melons do you have left? I'll take all the remaining ones. This is the item I wish to trade with you. Soon, Gu Tianchun sent the item to Shen Ping. Upon seeing it, Shen Ping's pupils constricted. Stamina handgun, quality white, does not require ammunition. Consuming a portion of stamina allows it to fire a bullet, dealing exceedingly high damage. A firearm, and a gun that does not require bullets. For a moment, Shen Ping inquired, such an excellent firearm. Why don't you keep it for yourself? Quite simply, I do not favor this particular gun. Do you think I believe that? Seeing that Shen Ping was not ready to relent without uncovering the truth, Gu Tianchun promptly elucidated the reason. My talent is A-grade limit removal. Consuming this ink pattern Ice Heart Melon comes without restrictions, allowing my physique to continuously increase. Thus, if you have more than 50 remaining, I will trade with you. I see you intend to use this handgun to trade for 50 points of physique. Indeed, physical strength holds greater significance for me than this firearm. You and your comrades must have maximized your physical prowess by now. Otherwise, you wouldn't be contemplating the sale of this fruit. Wouldn't a mutually beneficial transaction be delightful? However, I currently possess only 35. On the other side, a tall man clad in a black coat furrowed his brow upon hearing Shen Ping's words. 35 is far too few. If you could add 5 more white jade bananas, it would restore your injuries. After stating this, Shen Ping also took the opportunity to introduce the white jade banana to Gu Tianxin. Gu Tianxin's breathing quickened. The white jade banana could actually heal injuries, and 5 of them at that, as a consumable of white quality. He had no doubt regarding the value of the white jade banana. Very well, let us proceed with the transaction. With the agreement of both parties, Shen Ping handed over the majority of his ink-patterned ice heart melon along with 5 white jade bananas to Gu Tianxin, acquired a stamina pistol. In no time, a pure black pistol, crafted from metal and devoid of any magazine, appeared in Shen Ping's hand. Luo Qiuxue gazed at the stamina pistol in astonishment. Was this truly a firearm? She had never encountered one before. After all, firearms were prohibited in Huaxia, but in this wondrous world of the train, encountering a gun was hardly surprising. Ordinary firearms required bullets, but this particular one relied solely on stamina. Shen Ping turned his gaze towards Luo Qiuxue. She instantly comprehended, her excitement palpable, and my talent possesses the ability to restore stamina. So, Shen Ping, do you now have an infinite supply of bullets? Indeed, this was our advantage. Before long, Shen Ping triggered another critical hit. Critical hit successful. White quality, stamina pistol, green quality, infinite desert eagle. Following the critical hit, the pistol in Shen Ping's hand gradually enlarged, morphing into the appearance of the desert eagle from the game. Though it retained its form as a pistol, he knew that the desert eagle's power surpassed that of an ordinary firearm by a significant margin. Infinite desert eagle, quality, green, requires no ammunition, consuming a portion of stamina to fire a bullet, dealing immense damage sufficient to eliminate an ordinary green quality monster in a single shot. Satisfied, Shen Ping stored it away. This infinite desert eagle would serve as his trump card. Perhaps I am now qualified to enter that biochemical laboratory. As long as Luo Qiuxue remains by Shen Ping's side, he would not need to reload. Regardless of stamina consumption, Luo Qiuxue could restore it. However, should Luo Qiuxue find herself lacking in stamina, she too would need to heal herself, replenishing her own reserves. Perhaps, when Luo Qiuxue restores her stamina, it would be akin to reloading the pistol. Shen Ping, I am feeling weary. Lean your shoulder closer. Luo Qiuxue yawned. It is worth noting that before her traversal, she could hardly rise for an 8 a.m. class, let alone wake up at 6 every morning now. She was utterly drained, while Shen Ping remained curious about why Luo Qiuxue sought closeness with him. He recognized that he was the one benefiting from it, so he readily acquiesced. In other words, it was hardly a loss at all. Inhaling the subtle fragrance of jasmine that lingered on Luo Qiuxue, Shen Ping quickly succumbed to slumber. However, not long after the soft sounds of his snoring filled the air, Luo Qiuxue suddenly opened her eyes, a glimmer of mischief illuminating her gaze. Chapter 20. The fourth platform, Yangli Village at around 5 in the morning. Shen Ping found himself enveloped in a most comfortable slumber, resting upon an exceptionally soft and fragrant pillow. However, this pillow seemed to possess an unusual duality. Soon, guided by his biological clock, he awakened, only to find his gaze directed toward the chin of Luo Qiuxue. With widened eyes, Shen Ping realized he had inadvertently taken refuge upon Luo Qiuxue's lap. No wonder it was so soft and fragrant. Just 2 nights prior, Luo Qiuxue had collapsed into his embrace while sleeping, and the previous night, he had found himself resting upon her fair, delicate thighs. Whether this was mere coincidence remained uncertain. Sensing movement upon her lap, Luo Qiuxue groggily opened her eyes, meeting Shen Ping's gaze. Startled, she averted her head, bashfully exclaiming, "Shen Ping, you should get up quickly." A wave of embarrassment washed over Shen Ping. He had no history of sleepwalking, though he had dozed off in a chair. The soft ladder of the high-speed train should not have led to such an awkward position. Qiuxue, let me explain. All right, I forgive you, she interjected. Shen Ping was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to rise. Was her forgiveness so readily bestowed? Perhaps feeling that her swift pardon lacked rationale, Luo Qiuxue hurriedly elaborated. After all, We can only sleep in chairs, and we were so close together. You didn't do it on purpose, right? Shen Ping found the situation rather peculiar. Yet he deemed it inconsequential. As long as he could procure a blueprint for a proper bed in the future, all would be well. However, the blueprints from yesterday's transaction did not include a bed. After both had risen, they attended to their respective needs, using the restroom and washing up, while awaiting the 6 o'clock announcement at the platform. Minutes later, the first sound they heard was not from their chosen station, but from the game itself. Detection of game duration exceeding 3 days to enhance interaction among players. Every participant in the chat channel will now have a real-life avatar displayed during conversations, which cannot be hidden. The avatar will be an unaltered image of the player, devoid of filters or retouching. Real-life avatars? Shen Ping was taken aback. Such images had not previously existed, making it challenging to recognize others. Had real-life avatars been available from the outset, reconnecting with old classmates and friends would have been significantly easier. He took a moment to examine both his and Luo Qiuxue's avatars. His resembled him perfectly, with well-defined features and a handsome countenance, though he acknowledged it paled in comparison to the esteemed readers. Luo Qiuxue's avatar radiated sweetness, her image breathtakingly beautiful. With everyone equipped with identifiable avatars that could not be concealed, communication within the chat channel became exceedingly convenient. Now, with names and faces attached, encountering players who had offended him could lead to direct confrontations. As the clock struck 6, the announcement continued. The train is about to arrive at the station. Please select one of the following 3 platforms for disembarkation. Failure to choose within 2 minutes will result in an automatic selection of one platform. Platform 1, Biochemical Laboratory. Within lies a terrifying biochemical toxic gas. Entering the platform will lead to direct exposure to this perilous substance. If not treated promptly after exposure, individuals may transform into bioorganisms. The biochemical laboratory is replete with bioorganisms of green quality. Resources available include a golden chest located at the laboratory center, alongside several potent potions. Danger level, high. Area size, 586 square meters. Platform 2, Silent City. A dreadful town imbued with the essence of silence, where beings infected by this eerie force continuously roam. Resources include dark cores, silence potions, silence armor, silence greatswords, and the path of immortality, among others. Danger level, certain death. Platform 3, Yangli Village, a multiplayer platform where one may encounter other trains, likely familiar faces, though unfamiliar ones are also possible. A seemingly ordinary village, home to chickens, ducks, crops, and fields. Resources, all that is typically found in rural settings. Number of encounter trains, 1. Danger level, low. After deliberation, Shen Ping decided against the first 2 platforms. Despite possessing a Desert Eagle, the difficulty rating for the first platform remained high. He resolved to wait until conditions improved before venturing there. As for the second platform, Silent City, it appeared to be an inescapable death trap. Even with its abundant resources, including the path of immortality, the inherent dangers rendered it unworthy of consideration. Shen Ping felt utterly perplexed. Consequently, he opted for Platform 3. Upon making his choice, all players received a notification. Today marks the 4th day of survival. A new platform is about to open, Multiplayer Platform. Multiplayer Platform, a station where multiple trains dock. Note, less than 72 hours remain until the onset of the frost catastrophe. After 72 hours, all trains will enter the winter world. Aside from travel to the platform, all other time will be spent in the winter world. As soon as the announcement concluded, the environment surrounding Shen Ping's train transformed, revealing a new realm. Furthermore, his train continued onward, seemingly navigating through rural paths. With illusory tracks beneath, Shen Ping looked quickly. There's another train beside us. Following Luo Qiuxue's pointing, Shen Ping noticed another train traveling adjacent to his own. He was uncertain of the identities aboard. Per the game system, it was highly likely that they were acquaintances. Soon, both trains came to a halt before a rural area. Shen Ping's train was positioned inward while the other rested outward. Many villagers gazed in curiosity, but upon the sudden appearance of the trains, they fled in fear, save for a handful who watched with intrigue. Among them was a giant clad in iron armor, who, upon spotting the 2 trains, charged over in fury. He recognized the trains and knew that the players within sought to plunder the village. As the guardian of Yangli village, the armored giant was determined to confront the intruders. In the unassuming gaze of Shen Ping, the colossal armored giant launched an initial assault on his train with a formidable punch. Player Shen Ping, your train has been attacked by the iron puppet. Damage level, 99. Repair, fine iron 50, steel 50. Soon, Shen Ping's expression darkened. What audacity did this iron puppet possess to directly strike his train? It was worth noting that he had yet to attack the villagers or seize their possessions. Swiftly, Shen Ping disembarked, gripping a desert eagle that emanated a subtle green glow. The moment the iron puppet caught sight of Shen Ping, it charged at him like a madman, its massive iron arms flailing as if it would not rest until Shen Ping lay dead. With the desert eagle raised, Shen Ping's gaze remained icy as he fixated on the iron puppet. Then he pulled the trigger. Bang! Chapter 21. Surrender your firearms to the instructor, or face expulsion. The desert eagle fired, its gunshot nearly piercing Shen Ping's eardrum. Simultaneously, a dull pain radiated from the base of his thumb. At that moment, the shoulder of the iron puppet erupted, the powerful bullet swiftly penetrating its form. Yet, the iron puppet continued its relentless assault on Shen Ping's train. Was the aim off? Perhaps it was expected, given it was the first time wielding a firearm. Shen Ping felt an inkling of fatigue after firing several shots. He realized he could no longer continue and needed to rest and replenish his ammunition. However, the physical limitations of firearms were of little concern to him. Observing the situation, Luo Qiuxue hurriedly approached Shen Ping to utilize her healing abilities. With her gentle and delicate touch, Shen Ping was revitalized in mere seconds, restoring him to peak condition. He resumed firing at the iron puppet, while Luo Qiuxue continued to lend her support. Bang! The bullet struck true, delivering a fatal blow to the iron puppet's head, causing its body to stagger and collapse to the ground. At that moment, the puppet's head was obliterated, reduced to a mere wreck. Did it still dare to attack me? Shen Ping chuckled, beckoning Luo Qiuxue to join him. Acquired scrap iron puppet. It could be salvaged within the train. Shen Ping smiled at the prospect of reclaiming such a massive hulk, envisioning a substantial yield of steel. He promptly collected the remnants of the iron puppet. Yet, just then, both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue heard a familiar voice. Are you Shen? On the other side, a voluptuous woman and a middle-aged man with a beard stepped off the train, both visibly astonished by the scene before them. They had been covertly observing since the iron puppet's attack on Shen Ping. Teacher Huang, Teacher Li? Shen Ping was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this duo. The voluptuous woman was none other than Huang Na, their calculus instructor, and the rotund man beside her, sporting a scruffy beard, was Li Jigang, their class advisor. Shen Ping harbored a less than favorable impression of Li Jigang, who frequently monopolized students' leisure time for meetings and was notorious for his rigorous attendance policies in his lackluster classes, penalizing students for poor performance or absences. Most students held a disdain for him. As for Huang Na, his memory of her was not particularly vivid. Unlike high school teachers, who he saw daily, university instructors like her were less familiar. Huang Na recognized Shen Ping primarily due to his frequent absences in calculus class. However, what intrigued Shen Ping was the unexpected pairing of the two. Did Huang Na not have a husband? Why was she with her class advisor, Li Jigang, instead? Shen Ping exchanged a glance with Luo Qiuxue, both regarding the pair with a peculiar expression. Yet, that was not the main concern. Shen Ping's mind instinctively wandered to a thought. Since he could encounter his teachers, it is evident that this scenario transcends mere trading markets and chat rooms. Even in a multi-person platform, encountering individuals from Jiangxing takes precedence. Furthermore, familiarity and proximity among individuals also hold greater importance. Ahem, as for you, Shen and Luo, our pairing likely stems from both being university educators, inadvertently leading us to this match. Li Jigang touched his nose, then discreetly cast a glance at the pistol in Shen Ping's hand. Your compatibility is of no concern to me, yet the matter of the iron puppet is mine to address. Henceforth, the resources of this rural area belong to Luo Qiuxue and myself. I trust there are no objections to this arrangement. Shen Ping, disinterested in reminiscing, perceived that neither of the two were virtuous, though his disdain for Li Jigang was particularly pronounced. Just as the two were about to turn and engage with the rural resources, Li Jigang intercepted them. Huang Na, standing by, tugged at Li Jigang's arm, her eyes wide with confusion as she failed to comprehend his motives for halting the pair. However, Li Jigang brushed aside Huang Na and coldly fixed his gaze upon Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Instructor, what are your intentions? Are you unaware that firearms are prohibited in Huaxia? Li Jigang asserted with righteous indignation, stating that as their advisor, he bore the responsibility of overseeing his students. You would do well to surrender that firearm to me for safekeeping. Otherwise, it poses a significant danger to you students. Upon hearing Li Jigang's proclamation, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue felt their minds wither. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue exchanged bewildered glances, regarding Li Jigang with expressions akin to that of a fool. It appeared that Li Jigang's mindset was still entrenched in a bygone era, one that harbored disdain for students and a lofty demeanor. He taught a superficial course in Marxist theory, where students were expected to present PowerPoint slides each session, while he lounged in the front row, engrossed in his phone. When it was Shen Ping's turn to present, he had forgotten to bring the USB drive containing his slides, earning a harsh reprimand from Li Jigang. Seeing that the two remained unmoved, regarding him with incredulous expressions, Li Jigang's face twitched with irritation. He continued to scold them. Should you persist in your obstinacy and fail to surrender such a perilous item, I will surely report this to the university upon our return, and you will be expelled. Surely, you do not wish for your 12 years of hard study to culminate in being advised to withdraw or expelled from university. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue could no longer contain their composure. Meanwhile, Huang Na incessantly tugged at Li Jigang's sleeve, hoping to awaken him to the reality of their situation. This was no longer the world of the past. Yet Li Jigang remained greedily fixated on the pistol in Shen Ping's possession. If he could acquire such a valuable firearm, the path ahead would undoubtedly become less treacherous. Moreover, the village was rife with resources just waiting to be tapped. With his pistol, he could threaten the unruly inhabitants of the village, perhaps even intimidate the female student, Luo Qiuxue. Li Jigang discreetly glanced at Luo Qiuxue. He had previously relied on scholarships and grants to pursue numerous female students discreetly. Just at that moment, as Shen Ping was about to retort, two iron puppets emerged from a village and charged towards the four individuals. Upon witnessing this, Shen Ping's pupils constricted, and with a forced smile, he remarked, "Director Li is correct. We students should indeed refrain from using this firearm. We shall take our leave." With that, Shen Ping pulled Luo Qiuxue back onto the train. The two iron puppets settled onto the ground, leaving imprints of their feet, emitting a thunderous sound. Hearing the commotion, Li Jigang turned around, only to be utterly dumbfounded. Overcome with fear, he pushed Huang Na aside and fled. "No, Jigang, you cannot treat me this way," Huang Na exclaimed in terror, stumbling and falling to the ground. As the iron puppet approached her, it delivered a devastating punch, shattering her skull, leaving a gruesome mix of red, yellow, and white splattered across the ground. Shen Ping's lips twitched. He had not anticipated Li Jigang's cruelty and selfishness, and he found himself bereft of any means to save Teacher Huang. However, what was done was done. Meanwhile, Li Jigang scrambled away towards his train, but it was too far, situated to the right of Shen Ping's train, and he was soon overtaken by the two iron puppets. In a voice laced with terror, he cried out, "Shen, help! Save me!" Shen Ping opened the window and responded loudly, "I am sorry, Teacher Li, but we students cannot wield such dangerous weapons, and besides, firearms are prohibited in Huaxia. As a university instructor, you should not use them either." Li Jigang was incensed to the point of nearly spitting blood. He could hardly fathom the sheer drama of the situation. Amidst a series of anguished screams, devoid of any weaponry, Li Jigang, who had not even had enough to eat in days, was mercilessly beaten to death by the iron puppets. His lifeless body was left in a mangled state. It was a pity that Teacher Huang had met her demise because of Teacher Li. Luo Qiuxue rested her chin on her hand, feeling a mix of melancholy as she gazed at the corpses of the two individuals, her heart heavy with discomfort. Their deaths were indeed too tragic. "Qiuxue, you don't blame me for not saving the teacher, do you?" Shen Ping inquired. Luo Qiuxue shook her head. "How could I possibly blame you? Teacher Huang was a victim. Had it not been for Teacher Li pushing her, she might have escaped." As for Teacher Li, he got what he deserved, attempting to seize our firearms just moments ago. I cannot fathom his audacity. If he were saved, who knows what treachery he would have resorted to. Ultimately, it was all due to those two iron puppets. Moreover, I truly detest the way he looked at me. Chapter 22. The emergence of the iron spirits. Shen Ping let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that Luo Qiuxue was more adept at acclimating to this harsh world of survival than he was. It was, however, not entirely surprising. From the outset, Luo Qiuxue had made her stance clear, pledging her allegiance due to her innate talent. Later, when besieged by 5 wild dogs, she even stepped forward to assist in absorbing damage. Although her contribution may have seemed minimal, it nonetheless proved to be significant. Subsequently, in the face of the terrifying giant and the demise of a former mentor, Shen Ping chose to cast aside further contemplation. He retrieved his desert eagle once more and disembarked from the train alongside Luo Qiuxue. 2 formidable iron puppets charged at them. Onward, noble iron puppets. Slay these 2 brigands. Eliminate them all. The woman shall become my concubine. The man's bullets were surely spent. Otherwise, he would never have retreated to the train. The desperate farmers, cornered in their plight, continued to shout, particularly emboldened by the presence of the 2 iron puppets. Shen Ping cast a derisive glance at the farmer who had just boasted about taking Luo Qiuxue as his concubine. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of displeasure within himself. Out of ammunition? Let us see about that. With urgency, Shen Ping aimed at the head of one iron puppet and fired. In an instant, the puppet's head exploded, demonstrating the formidable power of his pistol, capable of dispatching even creatures of green quality. Defeating an iron puppet, whose strength barely reached the level of white quality, was hardly a challenge. Luo Qiuxue took the opportunity to heal Shen Ping as well. The spectacle left the raucous farmers dumbfounded, prompting a portion of them, including the braggart, to flee back to their village. After dispatching the last iron puppet, Shen Ping, gun in hand, aimed at the back of the fleeing farmer. Bang! The bullet erupted behind the farmer, obliterating half of his body. Shen Ping's hands trembled from the recoil. Despite the act of taking a life, an inherently wrong deed, he noticed a glimmer of admiration in Luo Qiuxue's gaze as she fixated on him, her eyes gradually becoming entranced. She found Shen Ping in this moment to be exceptionally handsome. Do not run. Whoever flees shall be next to perish. Shen Ping intoned as he advanced, his weapon unwavering. He continued coldly, I have yet to disembark. Yet you farmers attacked me with 3 iron puppets and even dared to insult my companion. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes. Do you deem such conduct appropriate? One farmer shouted back. What does it matter if it is inappropriate? Did you not descend to seize our resources? Did we? Shen Ping retorted. The farmers exchanged glances, realizing that the player who had come down had not yet commenced any plundering before they had made their move. Enough, surrender the resources. Every household must transport their supplies, including grains, seeds, livestock such as pigs, cattle, sheep, and chickens, as well as various tools, wood, refined iron, plastic, and steel. Everything must be loaded onto the train. Should anyone dare to hoard any of these, the consequences will be dire. Shen Ping was not foolish. He refrained from advocating for the complete extermination of the farmers. Firstly, such an act weighed heavily on his conscience. While the elimination of 1 or 2 boastful farmers might be tolerable, it was more pragmatic to have them transport their resources rather than slaughter them all. Moreover, the farmers made a valid point. The train's arrival in the village was intended for players to seize the resources therein. Were Shen Ping in their position, he too would likely take the initiative against outsiders. No, you are nothing but demons. You cannot do this. If you leave, what will become of us? We possess no resources and will perish here. Shen Ping paused, recognizing the gravity of their plight. His concern was not for the robust farmers' future, but rather for the potential resentment they might harbor if stripped of their resources, which would undoubtedly diminish their efficiency in transporting goods. He recalled the 3 iron puppets, and his gaze shifted slightly. At that moment, a small iron figure emerged, leading a multitude of farmers. She resembled a diminutive version of the iron puppets. This figure, identified as female due to her stature of merely around 1.5 meters, was adorned with 2 substantial iron appendages and bore a body entirely of metal, with screws at her joints resembling a woman crafted from iron. She fixed her emotionless gaze upon Shen Ping and inquired, "Are you the outsiders?" Her voice was sharp, reminiscent of an ominous witch. "You, who attacked my train." Shen Ping retorted with a question of his own. "Indeed. It was I who summoned the iron puppets to assault your train. I am the guardian spirit of this village, the Iron Spirit." He raised his pistol, aiming it at the Iron Spirit. "Dare you approach? Are you not afraid I shall shoot you down? Indeed, are you not afraid of our bullets?" Luo Qiuxue chimed in, striking a pose of feigned authority. The Iron Spirit's expression momentarily flickered with coldness, as behind her stood a throng of farmers wielding various axes and picks, creating a tense standoff. Shen Ping contemplated his chances. The farmers were indeed numerous, yet he was not without hope. His superior physique and speed could allow him to evade the crowd while dispatching them one by one, especially if he could secure the resources without engaging in combat, which was his primary objective. The next moment left Shen Ping astounded. The Iron Spirit, who had moments ago appeared stern, suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Please, do not kill me. I realize my mistake. I should not have attacked you." Woo. Her sharp voice trembled with fear as she repeatedly bowed her head before him. This abrupt transformation caught Shen Ping off guard. Was this not the same Iron Spirit who had seemed so defiant at the outset? How did you suddenly become so timid? Just then, a notification sound echoed in Shen Ping's ear. Detected that the Iron Sprite has surrendered. Do you wish to capture it? Note, at various stations, one may encounter NPCs who are surrendered players. Capturing these NPCs will provide assistance to the player. However, certain NPCs will exhibit loyalty levels after being captured, and should the loyalty drop below 30 points, there exists a risk of betrayal. At this moment, Shen Ping was utterly bewildered. He exchanged glances with Luo Qiuxue, unsure of what to say. "Perhaps we should just capture her?" Shen Ping suggested. "I have no objections. This sprite seems to possess the ability to summon or control iron golems, which might prove beneficial to us." Seeing that Luo Qiuxue had no objections, Shen Ping resolved to capture the iron sprite. However, due to its biological nature, the iron sprite was incapable of delivering critical hits. In contrast, the iron golems it created were lifeless and could indeed utilize the talents to inflict critical hits. Meanwhile, the villagers began to stir restlessly. "No, my Lord Iron Sprite. How can you do this?" "Indeed, my Lord Iron Sprite. Why must you submit to the tyranny of the enemy? Cannot we resist together? My Lord Iron Sprite, what shall we do if you leave?" The Iron Sprite retorted sharply, "Silence. This individual possesses the ability to effortlessly obliterate my golems. I am no match for him. Do not provoke him further." The villagers were deeply dissatisfied. The village of Yangli had always been under the protection of the Iron Sprite, and if it truly departed, what would become of them? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Ping ultimately clicked to capture. The Iron Sprite cautiously raised its gaze to observe Shen Ping's reaction. Sensing an inexplicable connection and realizing Shen Ping's intention to capture her, she breathed a sigh of relief. She certainly did not wish to perish for this group of villagers. Chapter 23. Taming the Iron Spirit. Successful taming. The Iron Spirit will become the pet of players Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Iron Spirit, quality, white. Constitution, 15. Loyalty, 70. Preference, refined iron. Skill, iron puppet creation. Can create 3 times a day. Each iron puppet possesses 35 points of constitution, with cooldown refreshing the following morning. Detected that player Shen Ping is the first in the world to tame a pet. Rewards include 3 low-quality pet qualification pills, white quality. Low-quality pet qualification pill can slightly enhance a pet's attributes. Shen Ping paid no heed to the automatically placed low-quality pet qualification pills in his backpack. Instead, he glanced at the Iron Spirit's constitution and realized the reason for her timidity. Her constitution was exceedingly low. It was only marginally stronger than that of an ordinary adult male. After establishing a master-servant relationship through the game's notarization, the Iron Spirit quickly approached with a cheerful demeanor. Upon reaching Shen Ping's side, she respectfully exclaimed, "Master, mistress." Shen Ping nodded, then turned to the despairing farmers. The Iron Spirit, perhaps feeling a twinge of compassion, quickly proposed, "Masters, since you have received my assistance, why not leave some resources for these farmers? Moreover, Yangli village is quite sizable. If we transfer all the resources, it could take quite a while." Our train might only be able to stop for a few hours, right? Seeing the iron spirit's concern, Shen Ping conceded, very well. We shall only move 2/3 of the resources and leave 1/3 for the farmers. However, you must rally these farmers to assist in the transfer. Do you understand? Understood, master. The iron spirit exclaimed joyfully, her heart brimming with gratitude toward Shen Ping. Your pet iron spirit's loyalty has increased to 80 points. Please continue to strive. The higher the loyalty, the more obedient the iron spirit will be to your commands. The iron spirit then calmly fixed her gaze on the farmers. Did you hear my master's words? Hurry and comply with his orders. Her rebellious nature surfaced once more. She had lingered in the village due to the adoration and admiration of the farmers, yet she feared retaliation from Shen Ping, prompting her to submit preemptively. Left with no choice, the farmers complied with the iron spirit's commands, continuously bringing forth their supplies: wheat, rice, eggs, bread, and more. Meanwhile, Shen Ping curiously took out the 3 low-quality pet qualification pills and, to his astonishment, achieved a critical hit. Critical hit successful. Low-quality pet qualification pill, medium-quality pet qualification pill. Critical hit successful. Low-quality pet qualification pill, superior quality pet qualification pill. Medium-quality pet qualification pill. Enhances a pet's attributes somewhat. Superior quality pet qualification pill. Significantly enhances a pet's attributes and elevates its quality by at least 1 major tier. Shen Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 of the pet qualification pills had ascended to medium quality, while 1 had reached the superior tier. For a moment, Shen Ping found himself in a state of hesitation. Initially, he had contemplated providing all 3 pet qualification pills for the iron spirit's use. However, a single exceptional pet qualification pill could elevate a pet's level significantly, meaning it could still be utilized even after reaching the green tier. Drawing from Shen Ping's prior experiences with online games, he understood that the higher the quality, the more challenging it became to enhance. Thus, it would be wiser to wait until he could capture pets of superior quality or until the iron spirit attained a higher level before using this extraordinary pet pill. Luo Qiuxue was also fixated on the golden pill in Shen Ping's hand. Her curiosity piqued. Shen Ping promptly began to elucidate. Luo Qiuxue expressed her astonishment repeatedly. But soon she covered her mouth and chuckled. Shen Ping, does this mean that if you grow stronger in the future and become my pet, consuming this exceptional pet pill would greatly enhance your power? However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Luo Qiuxue felt an odd sensation. Upon hearing her remark, Shen Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. Ahem, Shen Ping, I was merely jesting. Luo Qiuxue quickly stuck out her tongue, appearing somewhat bashful. Shen Ping exhaled in relief, though he sensed that Luo Qiuxue had become inexplicably peculiar. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. Before long, the 2 gathered the supplies dropped by the 2 teachers. Their bags contained little, only 2 bottles of water, and they presumed more items lay within their train. Speaking of a train, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue approached with curiosity. Since the train's owner had perished, could they claim it as their own? Shen Ping, intrigued, clicked on the train and was met with a prompt. Unclaimed level 2 train detected. Would you like to dismantle it? It turned out that upon a player's demise, their train could be dismantled. Shen Ping quickly proceeded to dismantle the train. Acquired wood 100, acquired plastic 100, acquired refined iron 100, acquired train core. While most of the resources obtained were consistent with those required for upgrading to a level 2 train. But there was one notable exception, the train core. Shen Ping had never seen such an item, but since it was a drop from a train, it was worth taking. Regrettably, they could not attach the train carriages to their own train. Truth be told, Shen Ping was quite covetous of the carriages. The more carriages one had, the greater the capacity for storage. Currently, although both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue had reached level 5, excluding the locomotive, they possessed only 5 carriages. However, the small room they had previously encountered had not been critically hit yet. If that room, which could be exchanged with train currency, were to yield a critical hit, their space could expand significantly. Soon after, the farmers began to arrive in succession, each carrying a plethora of resources before registering at the train. Some farmers clutched large boxes of eggs, while others bore bundles of wheat and rice. A few were seen tenderly holding chickens, ducks, and geese, reluctant to part with them. Moreover, some even let a cow. As for the living cattle, pigs, and sheep, given a lack of space, it might be best to slaughter them. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Ping felt a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, he commanded the farmers to process the remains into meat chunks. He also instructed them to gather some fertile soil. When the time came to plant the previously mentioned fruit seeds, Shen Ping would certainly not forget to apply a critical strike beforehand. After more than 5 hours had elapsed, with time drawing near, Shen Ping, along with Luo Qiuxue and the Iron Sprite, returned to the vehicle. The farmers continued to deliver their supplies, their expressions reflecting the pain of parting. Yet, the efforts of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue had already proven sufficient. Before long, the 6-hour time limit came to an end. Shen Ping urged the last farmer still aboard the vehicle to disembark, and all train doors closed simultaneously. A thunderous sound echoed between the train and the tracks. Chapter 24. Summary of critical strike patterns amidst a resounding rumble. The environment surrounding the train shifted continuously, transitioning from serene countryside scene to an expanse of nothingness. Subsequently, the train continued its journey into the void. The Iron Sprite gazed around in curiosity, pondering the nature of this phenomenon. Why had they vanished into thin air? A sense of unease stirred within her, as this was her first encounter with such an experience. Shen Ping elucidated, each platform constitutes a small world in itself. The Yangli village you just safeguarded was one such platform, and we have merely departed from it. He then called upon Luo Qiuxue and the Iron Sprite. Qiuxue, Iron Sprite, please take a moment to inventory and organize the resources we've gathered. All right, they replied in unison. The abundance of supplies was overwhelming. After 5 or 6 hours of meticulous counting, they finally completed the task. First among their provisions were animal products, approximately 100 pounds of chicken eggs, translating to around 1,000 eggs, 80 pounds of duck eggs, and 30 pounds of goose eggs. There were about 500 pounds of chicken and pork, 400 pounds of duck and beef, 200 pounds of mutton, and over 100 pounds of goose meat. Milk from cows and sheep also amounted to over 100 pounds. Shen Ping felt a pang of concern regarding the perishable nature of these meats, as they lacked suitable storage containers and were likely to spoil with time. Fortunately, they had around 300 pounds of cured meats, which were less susceptible to decay. In addition, they had gathered grains such as rice, wheat, oats, and corn, though these two bore the drawback of being prone to spoilage. The vegetable crops included leafy greens like cabbage, spinach, and lettuce, as well as root vegetables such as radishes, carrots, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. They also had fruits like apples, pears, peaches, apricots, plums, grapes, strawberries, and blueberries, all of which were of standard size, unlike the oversized fruits encountered previously. Various oils, peanut oil and soybean oil, were included, along with kitchen utensils. Moreover, they had procured 15 iron picks, 16 stone picks, and 500 units of wool, among other items. Bedding, including quilts, mattresses, and pillows, was also collected. However, it was rather comical that the beds were too large to fit into the train, resulting in a staggering accumulation of supplies that occupied at least 2 train cars. Nevertheless, storing these items was not overly challenging. The primary concern lay with the living creatures. They had around 20 chickens, ducks, and geese, which represented only a small portion of what the farmers possessed. Unfortunately, the sheer number of live animals could potentially pollute the train, prompting them to take only a fraction. At that moment, the fowl were incessantly clucking and quacking in the 4th car, with droppings scattered across the floor. Once the inventory was complete, Shen Ping recalled the small room he had purchased the previous day. The room was modest, measuring approximately 2 by 2, a necessity dictated by the train's dimensions. Akin to the initial restroom, he entered this tiny chamber and activated the critical strike feature. Critical strike successful. Room transformation luxurious cargo hold. Perhaps due to the room's emptiness and its singular function for storage, it automatically upgraded to a luxurious cargo hold under the critical strike condition. The opulent train storage room, measuring 15 by 15 meters, revealed an impressively spacious interior upon Shen Ping's inspection. With an area exceeding 200 square meters and a height of 3 meters, it surpassed the train's own dimensions. He beckoned Luo Qiuxue and Tai Jingling to assist in placing their belongings within the storage. Concerns regarding food spoilage needed addressing. However, keeping items for a day or two posed no significant risk. If necessary, he could always resort to selling them for materials. As for the chickens, ducks, and geese, Shen Ping opened the chat channel, inquiring, "Dear friends, if you happen to acquire a multitude of live chickens, ducks, and geese, how would you manage them?" His message was broadcast in the global chat channel. Following 3 worldwide announcements, Shen Ping had garnered considerable attention within the global chat. His words instantly captivated the audience. Whoa, is the person above really Shen Ping, the one who was mentioned thrice in the global announcements? It must be him. He even has live animals while I don't even possess a single egg. Shen Ping is already raising chickens. Why is there such a vast disparity between people? Shen Ping, dear brother, under normal circumstances, raising chickens in a sealed train requires adhering to 3 vital points. First, ventilation is essential. Confining dozens of livestock in a small space can easily lead to illness, which affects not only the animals, but humans as well. Second, waste management is crucial. Typically, the droppings of chickens, ducks, and geese raised in rural areas serve as fertilizer. Since you are raising these animals, cultivating some crops should be effortless, thus necessitating a plan for utilizing their waste as fertilizer for the crops. Third, consider the food for the chickens, ducks, and geese. Their diet mainly consists of crops like corn and rice, which are precisely cultivated using manure. The influence of prestige proved significant. With just one message, Shen Ping received earnest advice from others. As he read through the suggestions, a light bulb went off in his mind. This was indeed a brilliant idea. Both he and Luo Qiuxue were city college students, lacking knowledge of agricultural ecological cycles. Impressive, the person above seems to know so much. Wait, shouldn't anyone who's ever farmed understand this? I rarely farmed, but my school previously offered me the opportunity. I spent 500 yuan on social practice, helping farmers harvest rice. Over an entire week, I averaged just over 70 yuan per day. It felt like an easy way to earn. Impressive, paying to work for others. Capitalists really know how to play the game. After glancing at the chat channel and noting the lack of substantial conversation, Shen Ping closed it and began selling items to acquire treasure chests and resources. As for the chickens, ducks, and geese, there was little choice but to leave them temporarily, ensuring they had water and food. By the end of the night's transactions, Shen Ping had amassed a substantial collection of resources, including over 20 treasure chests and 2 blueprints for water condensers. It appeared that the blueprints for the condensers were indeed plentiful. It is no wonder that Shen Ping, prior to his traversing, immersed himself in various survival novels, where the protagonist invariably acquires the blueprint for a water condenser in the early stages. Water resources are paramount, necessary for drinking, bathing, irrigating land, and providing sustenance for small animals. Even the iron sprites require water, though their nourishment is not of the ordinary kind. Rather, it consists of refined iron or steel, with refined iron serving as their staple and steel as a delicacy. Upon opening all the treasures obtained, he discovered refined iron 1523, steel 2625, plastic 3268, wood 2569. These constitute fundamental resources. Among the blueprints, aside from some duplicates, 3 hold significant importance: air purifier blueprint, large bed blueprint, bow, and arrow blueprint. Firstly, the air purifier requires refined iron and energy crystals, the latter being exceedingly costly, at a minimum of 100 train coins. However, it can purify the air within the train. The extent of purification remains uncertain to Shen Ping, but he plans to prioritize its installation in the carriage housing livestock. As for the locomotive and the first carriage, he deems it unnecessary. Occasionally, Luo Qiuxue carries a faint fragrance, and Shen Ping harbors no desire for the purifier to eliminate her delightful scent. Moreover, he experienced a remarkable stroke of fortune when a black iron treasure chest unexpectedly transformed into a gold treasure chest, yielding 1,000 train coins upon opening. Indeed, you heard correctly, 1,000 train coins. When combined with the other train coins obtained, the total approaches 2,000. However, resource consumption has also been considerable. Notably, his supply of crab-flavored instant noodles has dwindled, once plentiful, now reduced to the final 5 packets, which he intends to keep for personal enjoyment rather than sell. The therapeutic Bayou banana has been sold off in large quantities, leaving only a portion for Shen Ping and his companions. Subsequently, there are various agricultural products, though their marketability is less than stellar, as they remain uncooked and the populace possesses limited culinary skills. For instance, raw eggs are hardly suitable for consumption in their current state. Similarly, wheat and rice remain unprocessed. Raw meat, however, is more palatable. Some daring souls, driven by hunger, resort to consuming it, albeit with the side effect of gastrointestinal distress. Thus, most of these provisions are retained. After experiencing a critical hit on the raw meat, the quantity generally increases, akin to the previous experience with raw dog meat. In this regard, Shen Ping has begun to discern certain patterns in the critical hit mechanics, despite the inherently random nature of the outcomes. Predominantly, the most coveted train coins tend to escalate directly into higher-tier coins, which leaves Shen Ping somewhat disheartened. Had the quantity of train coins been subject to critical hits, his developmental pace could have significantly accelerated. As for the raw meat, following a critical hit, most of it not only increases in number, but some also elevate in quality. For instance, raw pork may transform into a white-quality variant post-critical hit. In the realm of fruits, the majority experience an increase in quantity following a critical strike. Only certain exceptional varieties, such as the colossal fruits cultivated by giants, are inherently extraordinary and witness an enhancement in quality only after such a strike. As for water, its abundance undoubtedly signifies a form of quality enhancement. Regarding other items, such as equipment and tools, most exhibit a singular increase in quality. The facilities within the train yield remarkable effects post-critical strike. After careful organization, Shen Ping commenced the upgrade of the train. Chapter 25. The emergence of agricultural carriages. The resources were exceedingly abundant, and with a single breath, Shen Ping elevated the train to level 7, depleting several thousand units of each resource. Train enhancement. Level 7. Conductor, Shen Ping. Crew members. 3. Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue. Iron Sprite. Upgrade requirements. Wood 5,000, plastic 5,000, refined iron 5,000, steel 2,000, train upgrade cards 3. Station halt time. 7 hours. May choose to depart early after 5 hours. Train currency. 1856. Number of carriages. 6. Special abilities. Reduced consumption. Foreknowledge of stations. Station selection. Reduced consumption. The materials required for upgrading the train are permanently halved. Foreknowledge of stations. Information about each station can be anticipated. Station selection. 3 stations are presented for selection of 1. To attain level 8. Such a plethora of resources was required, along with 3 train upgrade cards, equivalent to 300 train currency. Luo Qiuxue marveled in astonishment at this revelation. Shen Ping remarked that it was likely the subsequent upgrade requirements would be even more stringent. However, most players had yet to reach level 3. It was only the 4th day, and with 4 platforms, securing food was a challenge, making it rare for anyone to successfully upgrade to a level 3 train. Next was the train marketplace. Shen Ping perused to see if any new items had emerged. Each time the train ascended a level, new items could be introduced. As for the novice treasure chest, its quality was not much superior to that of an ordinary black iron chest. After a critical hit, it seemed that luck had not favored Shen Ping, as he only received some blueprints along with water and food resources. However, he was not in need of these. Thus, spending 50 units of train currency on the novice chest felt like a sheer waste. Consequently, the novice treasure chest was disregarded by Shen Ping. He then opted to purchase another train modification room. Now, he possessed 2 rooms, 1 restroom and 1 storage room, situated between the first and second carriages. Therefore, the next available placement would have to be between the second and third carriages. According to calculations, the capacity for room placement corresponds to the number of available spaces, which is determined by subtracting 1 from the total number of carriages and then multiplying by 2. For instance, with 3 carriages, only 4 positions are available. Currently, Shen Ping's train was at level 7, which meant 6 carriages and thus 6 to 1, multiplied by 2 equaled 10 positions. Having already occupied 3 of these, 7 positions remained. While placing the positions, Shen Ping did not overlook the potential for critical hits. Then came the introduction of new merchandise. Agricultural carriage. Transform an entire carriage into an agricultural compartment. All seats will vanish. The ceiling will be converted into solar lamps, simulating sunlight. And the floor covering will change to soil, rich in elements necessary for various crops. Modification cost, 500 train currency. Upon witnessing the emergence of the agricultural carriage, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue were immediately taken aback. Shen Ping was still contemplating the development of agriculture when this type of train materialized. However, he pondered why there was no so-called livestock carriage. It was likely due to the insufficient level of the train, he mused. Shen Ping, why don't we transform the fourth carriage into an agricultural train? Suggested Luo Qiuxue. The fourth carriage happened to be the domain of various poultry, and due to the cramped conditions, several birds were seen squabbling. The floor and seats were strewn with droppings, chaotic and unsightly. Thus, Luo Qiuxue's proposal was quite astute. By renovating it into an agricultural compartment, the soil could absorb the excrement of the fowl. Agriculture encompasses not only cultivation, but also the raising of these little creatures. Shen Ping agreed with Luo Qiuxue's vision and promptly spent 500 train coins to revamp the fourth carriage. Upon their arrival to inspect the transformation, they found that the dimensions of the fourth carriage remained akin to a standard compartment. However, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically, now resonating with the fragrant essence of tilled land. The once disorganized environment had metamorphosed into a rectangular patch of farmland. Solar lamps overhead emitted a gentle glow, warming both individuals. Cluck, cluck. One of the hens raised its head and called out excitedly. It was uncertain whether this carriage could yield any extraordinary results. Shen Ping attempted to see if it could, but to no avail. There was no indication of change. Perhaps it was because the carriage, being an integral part of the train, had already undergone critical enhancements. Luo Qiuxue speculated that unlike the additional small rooms and toilets, which appeared out of thin air, the carriage itself had been modified. Shen Ping concurred with Luo Qiuxue's reasoning, chuckling as he remarked, "While we may not be able to trigger a critical hit on the entire carriage, I possess other methods." With that, he placed his hand upon the soil. To be honest, had he anticipated the potential for agricultural modifications, he would not have sought dirt from the farmers, nor would excavating it have consumed considerable time. Fertile soil, Shen Ping then opted to attempt a critical hit. As expected, the soil was indeed susceptible to enhancement. Critical hit successful. Fertile soil, white quality, superior fertile soil. Superior fertile soil, quality, white. Capable of nurturing seeds of white quality and having the cultivation time. Shen Ping, you're truly clever. The soil does not belong to the train as it materialized post-renovation. Indeed, the carriage is a vast area, part of the train, and has already been enhanced. Therefore, let us enhance the smaller components. Shen Ping proceeded to target the solar lamps. Critical hit successful. Solar lamp, white quality, ultra solar lamp. Ultra solar lamp, quality white. Capable of simulating sunlight more profoundly and reducing crop growth time by half. Once again, the time required for cultivation was now merely a quarter of the original duration. Following the same methodology, Shen Ping continued to convert the fifth carriage into an agricultural compartment, subsequently enhancing the lamps and soil. After completing the enhancements, it was time to procure seeds. Shen Ping retrieved the seeds of the previously enormous fruits. Although these seeds had not yet attained the coveted white quality, they were indeed extraordinary food seeds. Following a critical hit, the probability leaned heavily toward a quality enhancement. In contrast, ordinary seeds predominantly yielded quantity enhancements. As for the disparity observed in certain snacks, it arises from their status as processed foods. Unprocessed items, such as crops and raw meat, were more likely to result in quantity enhancements upon critical hits. Conversely, processed foods, including snacks and cooked meats, typically experience quality enhancements. This distinction would become evident once the furnace was crafted and the meat was roasted. Ultimately, regardless of the nature of the enhancement, the results would invariably improve, which was sufficient. He scattered a handful of seeds onto the ground and executed a simultaneous critical hit, thereby conserving time. Critical hit successful. Giant watermelon seed 123, ink patterned ice heart melon seed 123. Critical hit successful. Giant banana seed 153, white jade banana seed 153. Chapter 26. Good night. Xiaopingzi, after successfully striking the seeds of the other two giant fruits, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, and the Iron Sprite, proceeded to plant 12 of each fruit type. Given that a single agricultural compartment could accommodate at most 50 crops and could not exceed certain dimensions, their options were limited. The moment they planted the fruits, they received notifications, white quality, MO when being Exine melon planted successfully, growth time reduced from 10 days to 5 days, remaining time, 60 hours. Originally set for 240 hours, it now stood at a mere 60 hours, which was quite satisfactory. Shen Ping nodded in approval, anticipating a harvest in just a couple of days. In addition, there were the Bayou banana, Xia grape, and Hongxi fruit. The Bayou banana required 3 days, the Xia grape 2 days, and the Hongxi fruit 4 days. It seemed prudent to plant only one variety of fruit per agricultural compartment, Shen Ping mused. However, that would be rather extravagant, as transforming 2 agricultural compartments would cost at least 1,000 train coins. Luo Qiuxue remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Let us not forget, I still possess the ability to strike critical hits, Shen Ping chuckled. The items before and after planting are distinct. If critical hits can be applied post-planting, wouldn't that be immensely profitable? Luo Qiuxue found this reasoning compelling, but soon countered, wait, when the seeds mature into fruits, are the fruits not merely grown seeds? At that point, critical hits likely wouldn't apply, much like how a train remains the same vehicle before and after an upgrade. Never mind. We shall see when the time comes, Shen Ping conceded, realizing that Luo Qiuxue had a point and that he had been overly excited. Apart from the agricultural compartments, no new items had emerged with the upgrade to level 7. As the hour grew late, they decided to have a meal, indulging in snacks processed through critical hits, and then relished a sumptuous feast. After dining to their fill, Luo Qiuxue's belly was round and full. Shen Ping constructed a large bed in the bow and arrow blueprint, alongside 3 air purifiers, which consumed an additional 400 train coins. Originally, he intended to place the air purifiers in the areas occupied by the Kuan Khans to mitigate any unpleasant odors. Before installation, he attempted a critical hit, resulting in critical hit successful air purifier train air purifier. Contrary to Shen Ping's expectations, the sizable device vanished, replaced by a contraption akin to a central air conditioning unit atop the train. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it. Train air purifier continuously purifies the air within the train, elevating air quality to the highest standard. Both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue were taken aback. Is this correct? An item has directly transformed into part of the train. Shen Ping exclaimed. Isn't this a fortuitous turn of events? Luo Qiuxue giggled. After all, our primary objective is to purify the air within the train. Indeed, Shen Ping acknowledged. Subsequently, Shen Ping continued to strike the condensation devices, successfully enhancing all 3 of them. 2 of the devices were transformed into large condensation units, while one was upgraded to an ultra-large condensation unit. A large condensation unit is capable of producing 100 liters of pure water daily, whereas the ultra-large unit can generate a remarkable 500 liters each day. It is worth noting that an ordinary household consumes between 100 to 300 liters of water daily. With just Luo Qiuxue and Shen Ping, disregarding the previously acquired and non-enhanced bottled water, the 4 large condensation units combined with the 1 ultra-large unit yield approximately 900 liters of water resources. A daily supply of 900 liters. If only they could consistently procure several hundred bottled waters each day. The previous 500 bottles had nearly been sold off, exchanging for a substantial amount of resources. The current 900 liters would suffice for drinking, bathing, and tending to the poultry, with a maximum utilization of about 200 to 300 liters. Selling the water would involve the cumbersome process of trading empty bottles before selling the water, so they might as well indulge in 3 to 4 baths a day. Luo Qiuxue playfully stuck out her tongue. Sure, bathe as much as you desire, Shen Ping replied indulgently, affectionately ruffling her hair. This gesture caused Luo Qiuxue to widen her eyes in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Shen Ping, typically oblivious, had suddenly become so perceptive, leaving her feeling bashfully flustered. In truth, Shen Ping had not overthought it. He simply found her adorable in that moment. The large bed, also underwent enhancement, and Shen Ping purchased a train car for renovation, filling the previously vacant spaces of the first, second, and third carriages. He subsequently placed the enhanced bed in the new room, which also received an upgrade. Shen Ping did not forget to enhance the bed blueprint once more before crafting it. Other more sophisticated items, such as bows and the condensation device blueprints, might encounter shortages in required materials, but the large bed was different. Upon enhancement, it transformed into a luxurious bed, merely requiring additional materials. After being further enhanced, it evolved into a super luxurious bed, boasting a white quality rating. Super luxurious bed, quality, white quality. Sleeping on it promotes relaxation and facilitates deeper sleep, reducing the required sleep time by half. Gazing at the spacious room of at least 200 square meters, with only the solitary large bed within, Shen Ping declared, "This will be our bedroom from now on." Great! Luo Qiuxue exclaimed excitedly. Had she finally secured a bedroom to share with Shen Ping? She wondered if, "All right, Qiuxue, it's customary for men and women to maintain distance. If you find it inappropriate, I can purchase another bed blueprint and a renovation room." Luo Qiuxue. No hope left, you hopeless Shen Ping. Internally, she silently criticized him, then looked at Shen Ping in exasperation. What S with that look? Luo Qiuxue shook her head and said, "I don't think it's necessary, Shen Ping. Rather than wasting train currency to purchase a new room, it will be more prudent for us to share a bed and save some of our resources." Observing the earnest expression on Luo Qiuxue's face, one might wonder if her concern for conserving train currency was genuine. Shen Ping was no fool. Perhaps the campus belle had developed a subtle fondness for him. In this survival world, it was not uncommon for feelings to blossom between men and women who were paired together. Shen Ping smiled and replied, "If you don't mind, then I have no objections." Luo Qiuxue beamed, "Of course I don't mind. After all, we are going to be surviving together for quite some time." After taking turns showering, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue lay on the bed, lost in their thoughts as they gazed into each other's eyes with sincerity. The opulent king-sized bed stood 3 meters high, adorned with luxurious linens. The duvet cover was made of silk, incredibly smooth, while the filling consisted of high-quality white goose down. The mattress felt as though one was sinking into a pile of clouds, enveloping their bodies in a comforting embrace. Wow, Shen Ping. This bed feels even softer and more comfortable than those in 5-star hotels. Luo Qiuxue stretched and playfully complained. Indeed, it's a premium quality bed, a true indulgence. Shen Ping replied. He opened the chat channel to check his messages and conveniently claimed the train currency from the previous day. Player Shen Ping received a comprehensive score of 88 points out of 100, based on resources acquired plundered and monsters, animals, and players defeated. Player Shen Ping is awarded 88 train currency. The last stop had been the Giant's Farm, where he had slain giants and collected a bounty of enormous fruits and seeds, earning a higher score than from raiding a convenience store. Luo Qiuxue, either intentionally or inadvertently, engaged Shen Ping in conversation, gradually inching closer. He could catch a whiff of her faint, delightful fragrance, his gaze often wandering to the collar of her attire. "Sister, you seem to have missed a button." Whether this was done on purpose or by accident, the collar of her pastel JK uniform was slightly undone. Shen Ping leaned slightly forward, anxious that Luo Qiuxue might notice, and then turn away, saying, "Let's rest, Qiuxue. We need to wake up early tomorrow. There are platforms to explore every morning." Shen Ping had grown accustomed to an early bedtime, yet truth be told, this was the first time he had shared a bed with a girl, and it was indeed a peculiar sensation. Luo Qiuxue chuckled mischievously, softening her voice as she whispered, "MMM. Good night, Xiao Ping." "Sweet dreams tonight, good night, Qiuxue," Shen Ping replied, soon forcing himself to drift into slumber. Luo Qiuxue, however, did not turn away or fall asleep. Instead, she watched Shen Ping's back intently. He truly resembled the simpleton she had imagined, falling asleep the moment he declared it, even emitting a soft snore. What a silly dear he was. Luo Qiuxue murmured with a hint of discontent, drawing closer to Shen Ping's back, and gently enveloping him in an embrace. She gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 27. The reason for matching, following you out of affection in the early morning. Before dawn had broken, Shen Ping found himself struggling to breathe. Awaking slowly, he was astonished to discover that a school beauty lay atop him. Luo Qiuxue resembled a plush cushion, her two long, slender, ivory legs encasing Shen Ping. Her arms wrapped around his back, her face nestled against his. The proximity so intimate that Shen Ping could feel her breath upon his cheek. Shen Ping was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Why this sudden intimacy? Shen Ping, could you perhaps? Shen Ping. Luo Qiuxue, seemingly lost in a dream, wore a rosy glow on her cheeks, babbling nonsensical words and occasionally breaking into a silly giggle. Shen Ping's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. Was he not dreaming? A glance at the clock revealed it was just past 5. He pinched himself hard, wincing in pain. Shen Ping was certain he was not dreaming. Although somewhat naive in matters of romance, he had sensed Luo Qiuxue's inexplicable affection towards him. However, he was certain that prior to this journey, he and Luo Qiuxue had no meaningful interaction. She had few friends at school, always preferring solitude, just as he did. Thus, their relationship was at best merely that of classmates. Wait a moment, during his time in the class group chat, Shen Ping had gleaned that most students were matched with someone, whether it be a close buddy, a best friend, or a romantic partner. Often, they were individuals who harbored mutual feelings for one another. Shen Ping quickly realized that it would be quite difficult for two classmates with no prior connection to be matched together, unless one possibility arose. A rather self-absorbed thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Luo Qiuxue had harbored a crush on him for quite some time, though this notion seemed rather presumptuous. Shen Ping could hardly be blamed. Initially, on the train, Luo Qiuxue had insisted on sitting beside him, their shoulders brushing against one another, and their nightly interactions had often led to misunderstandings. This morning was no exception, with her dreamlike murmurs lingering in the air. But why? Shen Ping pondered in confusion. Damn, Shen Ping, I want to strangle you. Why? Why do you always appear so cold in class? I want to pursue you, yet I can never find an opportunity. In the classroom, on the playground, in the cafeteria, at the package station. I have been following you. Hee, I follow you because I like you. Upon hearing these words, Shen Ping's eyes widened in realization. He finally understood why he often spotted Luo Qiuxue in close proximity. In class, she sat directly in front of him or just behind him. In the cafeteria, she was not far behind or at an angle above him. At the package station, he had seen her crouch down, retrieving her parcel. And while jogging on the playground, she was also within view. What he had assumed to be mere coincidence now appeared to be anything but. Luo Qiuxue had always been a bit of a stalker. Well, while it's not entirely unacceptable, she continued to cling to her school's belle, babbling nonsensically in her sleep. Shen Ping listened intently, fearful of missing any detail. When we were young, you held me and promised to marry Xiao Xiao. You've forgotten. You scoundrel, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue murmured in her sleep, a glimmer of tears forming at the corners of her eyes. Shen Ping's pupils contracted as memories flooded back. He finally remembered. It was during kindergarten, a time when his parents were still alive, before the tragic car accident took them away. There was a little girl in the neighborhood named Luo Qiuxue, his childhood sweetheart. Their bond was profound, and they spent countless hours playing together, often indulging in the game of house, where Luo Qiuxue delighted in playing both Shen Ping's wife and, secondarily, his mother. One evening, with her big, innocent eyes fixed on him, Luo Qiuxue asked, "Brother Shen, when you grow up, will you marry Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao likes you." Young Shen Ping had enthusiastically replied, "Of course, I like Xiao Xiao too, and I will definitely marry her when we grow up." However, shortly after, without any warning, Luo Qiuxue's family abruptly moved away, leaving Shen Ping in bewilderment. He speculated that perhaps Luo's parents had sensed the bond between them and deemed it inappropriate, prompting their departure. Alternatively, they might have needed to relocate for their own reasons, with Luo Qiuxue's name change merely a coincidence. The Luo family was affluent, whereas Shen Ping's family was quite ordinary. They were world apart. Now, it appeared that Luo Qiuxue was indeed Luo Qiuxue. Both were wealthy, with rumors suggesting that Luo Qiuxue's monthly allowance exceeded 10,000. Their personalities mirrored each other as well. In childhood, Luo Qiuxue seldom interacted with peers, always trailing behind Shen Ping, too timid to speak. In university, Luo Qiuxue remained equally reticent in class. Moreover, Shen Ping often encountered her by chance. Reflecting on it now, it was evident that these encounters were anything but accidental. It was clear that she had orchestrated them. Now, Shen Ping could finally comprehend why he and Luo Qiuxue were paired together, and why she had exhibited such peculiar behavior in recent nights. He gently stroked Luo Qiuxue's head, a flicker of remorse appearing in his gaze. He sighed, listening to her incessant murmurs and feeling her embrace tighten around him. Just as he was about to speak, an alert from the game chimed in. The train is approaching the station. Please select one of the 3 platforms below within 2 minutes, or a platform will be chosen automatically. Shen Ping quickly closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Luo Qiuxue blinked awake, her eyes hazy, and Shen Ping pretended to just stir. Their eyes met, and a flash of panic crossed Luo Qiuxue's face as she grappled with how to explain her actions, especially given her intimate embrace and the dreams she had just experienced. Get up, Qiuxue, he urged gently. Shen Ping gently caressed Luo Qiuxue's head, his touch reminiscent of petting a cat, eliciting an involuntary soft hum from her. However, the game system continued to broadcast messages. Station 1, Biochemical Laboratory. This location harbors terrifying biochemical toxins. Entering will result in direct exposure. If not treated promptly after exposure, one risks becoming a biochemical entity. The laboratory is also infested with biochemical beings of green quality. Resources available. At the center of the laboratory, a golden treasure chest awaits, alongside potent potions. Danger level, moderate to high. Station 2, Aerial Prison. A prison that perpetually drifts through the air, home to the most heinous of criminals. Resources available, green quality weapons and items. Danger level, high. Station 3, Haunted Apartment Survival Station. A 10-story apartment with 100 dormitories. Opening a dormitory door may reveal resources or nothing at all, and one might also encounter entities that defy humanity. Entering the apartment in the dead of night is strongly advised against, for beyond the dormitory rooms, one may encounter wandering apparitions. Resources available, special items, ghost crystals, and phantoms. Danger level, extremely high. Chapter 28. They have arrived. Luo Qiuxue and Shen Ping hastily rose to their feet, both feeling a tinge of anxiety, not due to their recent awakening in each other's embrace, but rather because of the 3 platforms ahead. Shen Ping. All 3 platforms present significant peril. Shen Ping nodded, a serious glint crossing his eyes. It was the first time they faced such formidable challenges across all 3 platforms. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that the biochemical laboratory was their best option, as both the high-security prison and the haunted apartment posed excessive difficulties. According to the train system's assessment, choosing the biochemical laboratory station was the wisest decision. After discussing it briefly, Luo Qiuxue agreed. All right, let us proceed to the biochemical laboratory. Upon making their choice, the train began to veer left, and they moved towards the center of the carriage. Shen Ping equipped himself with an ample supply of red rhinoceros fruits, white jade bananas, and purple mist grapes, along with his ever-essential weapons, the windbreaker blade and the infinite desert eagle. Luo Qiuxue closely followed Shen Ping, casting shy glances in his direction, though the current situation left little room for such distractions. Shen Ping gently grasped Luo Qiuxue's hand, and she paused momentarily, not resisting but rather complying sweetly. Autumn Snow, let us first resolve this platform. We can discuss other matters later. She nodded obediently, assuring him, rest assured, Shen Ping, I shall support you diligently. Could it be that this little fellow has finally gained some insight? Luo Qiuxue mused to herself. After all, previously, Shen Ping had merely regarded her as a friend. The notion of him taking the initiative to hold hands had been non-existent. She delighted in the prospect of the future, hoping that Shen Ping could discern her affections. Unfortunately, it seemed he remained oblivious to her feelings and had forgotten the promises made in their childhood. Nevertheless, having gained his favor was already a great blessing. Luo Qiuxue was not greedy. She believed that love should unfold gradually. As long as Shen Ping remained by her side, she would be content. Iron Spirit. How long can the iron puppets you summon persist? Shen Ping, unaware of Luo Qiuxue's inner thoughts, curiously inquired of the Iron Spirit. They can endure for an entire day. By tomorrow, the iron puppets will vanish, The iron spirit replied candidly. Then summon 3 iron puppets now, Shen Ping said, his eyes lighting up. This was akin to having 3 permanent iron puppets, each with a lifespan of 1 day. Understood. The iron spirit promptly summoned 3 iron puppets. Before them, 3 crouching iron figures materialized, examining their surroundings with curiosity. From this moment forth, you shall heed the commands of Master Shen Ping. Understood? The iron spirit instructed the 3 puppets. Upon hearing the command, the iron puppets swiftly turned to face Shen Ping, bowing respectfully. Shen Ping then struck the 3 iron puppets lightly. As constructs animated by the iron spirit's power, they were not classified as living beings, making it permissible to inflict a critical hit. Critical hit successful. White quality. Iron puppet green quality. Advanced iron puppet. Advanced iron puppet. Quality green. Constitution 105. The advanced iron puppet, a creation only possible by the elite iron spirits, possesses formidable power. Shen Ping's eyes brightened at the revelation. A vitality score of 105. This promised an immense profit. With the protection of these 3 iron puppets, along with a katana, an infinite desert eagle, and some fruits, coupled with Qiuxue support, overcoming this platform seemed assured. Luo Qiuxue encouraged, "Go for it, Shen Ping, I believe in you." As 2 minutes elapsed, the environment surrounding the train transformed. The dark void morphed into subway tunnels. The train now traversed these tunnels like a subway car, with the tracks clearly visible beneath. Suddenly, the train halted, and the doors opened, followed promptly by the subway doors. Shen Ping, curious, took Luo Qiuxue's hand, allowing the 3 iron puppets to exit first. Due to their towering height of 4 to 5 meters, the advanced iron puppets had to crawl out as the train was insufficiently tall. Once the puppets stabilized at the platform's edge, Shen Ping urged Luo Qiuxue forward. As soon as he stepped onto the platform's tiles, a nauseatingly sweet stench invaded his nostrils. Not the scent of fresh blood, but a foul amalgamation of decaying flesh and mold that churned his stomach. A pained expression crossed Luo Qiuxue's lovely face. The iron spirit curiously surveyed the surroundings, its glass-like eyes flickering, while its metallic form gleamed softly. Lacking a sense of smell, it remained oblivious to the grim reality. At that moment, a dull thud resonated from the glass door diagonally across. Shen Ping's gaze snapped to the source, and his pupils constricted in horror. A massive glass door, once pristine, was now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, and in the center of these fissures, a humanoid figure repeatedly slammed its head against the glass. Hud, hud, hud. The creature could barely be classified as human. Its skin was taut like dried leather over its bones, and its sunken cheeks revealed hollow eye sockets devoid of eyeballs, filled only with congealed blood. Dark crimson remnants clung to its teeth. With each impact, fresh blood splattered across the glass, trickling down the cracks to form a dark puddle on the floor. Shen Ping could even discern the creature's skull slightly deforming from the blows, fragments of bone and brain matter seeping from its crown. Yet, it seemed utterly oblivious, mechanically and frantically repeating the same motion. This was the product of the biochemical lab, what one might refer to as a zombie. Shen Ping spoke gravely. This must be the entrance to the biochemical lab. He had no doubt that with a few more strikes, the monster would burst forth, its bloodied visage emerging from behind the glass. This desolate platform offered no refuge. The 3 advanced iron puppets stood tall before them. Shen Ping exhaled slightly, reassured by their presence. 3 beings impervious to the biochemical virus, along with Luo Qiuxue's healing abilities and their weapons, he should not exhibit fear. Let us proceed, iron puppets. Break down the door and eliminate that biochemical entity. The advanced iron puppet charged forward, shattering the glass door, and then delivered a powerful blow, obliterating the bioman. Simultaneously, a pungent odor emanated from the laboratory's computer. A grave expression flickered across Shen Ping's face. Player Shen Ping, you have been infected by the biochemical virus. In 10 minutes, you will transform into a bioman. Countdown, 9 minutes 59 seconds. Luo Qiuxue was in the same predicament. Stay calm. You have treatment available, Shen Ping reassured her. Quickly, Luo Qiuxue administered treatment to Shen Ping. Biochemical virus has been eradicated. However, in the next instant, player Shen Ping, you have been infected by the biochemical virus. In 10 minutes, you will transform into a bioman. Countdown, 9 minutes 59 seconds. Treating the infection 10 times will grant immunity to this virus. Shen Ping felt a sense of annoyance, but soon a glimmer of hope illuminated his thoughts. After treating herself, yet becoming reinfected, Luo Qiuxue proposed, Shen Ping, if we first get infected 10 times outside, then treat ourselves 10 times, wouldn't we attain complete immunity to this virus? Shen Ping nodded in agreement. That should be the case. It's akin to a vaccine. Having encountered the virus within our bodies, subsequent infections would pose less difficulty. However, this zombie virus might be particularly vicious, hence the necessity for 10 infections. Thus, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue underwent a series of infections followed by treatments. And after 10 cycles, player Shen Ping is now immune to the biochemical virus. Player Luo Qiuxue is now immune to the biochemical virus. All set. Let us proceed. Yet, scarcely had Shen Ping's words left his lips then, perhaps due to the recent commotion caused by the iron puppet, a myriad of rustling sounds began to approach from the depths of the biochemical laboratory, as if countless feet were dragging something. Shadows emerged from the platform and the depths of the tunnel, gradually encircling them. They are coming. Chapter 29. The existence behind the biochemical laboratory. Both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue received an unexpected game prompt simultaneously. What is this? They have arrived? Luo Qiuxue felt somewhat bewildered. At least a dozen terrifying zombies emerged from the biochemical laboratory, roaring ferociously. The sound of their growls was akin to the mournful wail of a torn windbag, intermingled with the chilling noise of grinding teeth, creating layers of echoes that reverberated through the desolate platform. Shen Ping could clearly see the leading zombie, its jaw dislocated and hanging grotesquely against its chest, projecting an aura of sheer horror. Iron puppets dispatched these zombies. The 3 advanced iron puppets swiftly wielded their iron arms to bludgeon the undead. However, their targets were not the massive iron constructs, but rather Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Consequently, a few stray zombies managed to slip through. Shen Ping drew his desert eagle and fired at the approaching zombies. These creatures, being of white quality, were effortlessly dispatched by a single shot from the formidable firearm. Luo Qiuxue promptly utilized her healing abilities to restore Shen Ping's stamina. Let us venture inside and investigate. The 3 iron puppets, along with Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, proceeded into the laboratory. Before entering, Shen Ping disassembled the remains of the zombies, which astonishingly transformed into rotten flesh. Rotten flesh 125, rotten flesh quality, white. Consuming it will infect any humanoid creature of lesser quality with a biochemical virus, turning them into a fearsome bioengineered being. Curiosity piqued, Shen Ping executed a critical strike. Critical hit successful, white quality, rotten flesh, green quality, advanced rotten flesh. Advanced rotten flesh, quality, green. Consuming it will infect any humanoid creature of lesser quality with a terrifying biochemical virus, transforming them into a formidable advanced bioengineered being. There must be advanced bioengineered beings within, Shen Ping remarked gravely. The iron puppets had transformed into advanced versions after their critical hits. And ordinary rotten flesh had elevated to advanced status. Given the mid to high-level difficulty of this biochemical laboratory, Shen Ping surmised that advanced zombies were certainly present inside. Upon entering, they encountered an exceptionally long corridor. The height of the biochemical laboratory was sufficiently lofty, at least 5 to 6 meters, allowing the advanced iron puppets to stand erect with ease. A notification indicated that a golden treasure chest and powerful potions awaited at the laboratory center. Shen Ping scrutinized the surroundings, noting the pervasive bloodstains and the overwhelming stench of blood, indicative of a long-abandoned facility. However, he remained perplexed as to why this biochemical laboratory was constructed within a subway station. After approximately 10 minutes of traversal, Shen Ping remained oblivious to a hidden infrared beam emanating a faint red glow from the ceiling. Another glass door loomed ahead. Shen Ping squinted slightly. This glass door was reinforced, leading into a corridor that branched left and right. It appeared that the zombies he had just vanquished had originated from beyond this glass barrier, along with those lurking within. Shen Ping had just intended to have the iron golem push open the grand door when, unexpectedly, the glass door swung open on its own. At that very moment, a piercing shriek erupted from the ceiling, leaving Shen Ping momentarily stunned. Almost immediately, A cacophony of footsteps echoed from both sides of the corridor. Why did this door open suddenly? Luo Qiuxue exclaimed in astonishment. The shrill sound intensified, causing both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue to feel dizzy. Simultaneously, a notification from the game system appeared. They're coming. The attention of the horde of zombies was drawn by the sound, followed closely by their sense of smell. First came the noise, and only after the zombies approached could they detect the scent. Upon catching a whiff, they would directly assault the source of the aroma. We are in peril, Shen Ping thought coldly as he regarded the deafening wail from above, all the while instructing the 3 iron golems to block the path. He and Luo Qiuxue continued to retreat, with a desert eagle in hand. Shen Ping was certain that the door's sudden opening was no mere coincidence, but rather the result of someone discovering their intrusion. Soon, an even greater number of zombies surged forward. The iron golems swung their arms to strike the advancing zombies, yet their numbers were limited, with only 3 at his disposal. They could eliminate a zombie every few seconds, managing to intercept merely half of the onslaught. 10 or so zombies charged towards Shen Ping, armed with the Desert Eagle. He fired repeatedly while retreating with Luo Qiuxue, striving to create as much distance as possible. With each shot, Luo Qiuxue healed him, restoring his stamina. As they drew closer, only 2 or 3 zombies remained. They encircled Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, clawing at them, and the foul blood of the zombies, more horrifying than the very air they breathed, seeped into Shen Ping's body. Luo Qiuxue clung tightly to him, her healing powers mending his wounds. Meanwhile, he aimed the Desert Eagle at the heads of the zombies, dispatching them with precision. After eliminating the 3 that had closed in, both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue found themselves battered and scarred, with marks from claws and bites. Despite their disheveled state, Luo Qiuxue's healing proved to be a crucial factor in their survival. Shen Ping's wounds, which had initially appeared darkened, did not signify immunity to the concentrated zombie toxin. But thanks to Luo Qiuxue's assistance, the symptoms began to diminish rapidly, with visible signs of healing taking place. After treating Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue turned her attention to herself, though her prolonged exertion necessitated a longer healing process. You've worked hard, Qiuxue, Shen Ping remarked earnestly, touched by the consideration she showed him at every moment. Undoubtedly, Luo Qiuxue was his childhood companion, yet neither had yet articulated their feelings. However, Shen Ping was unaware of why Luo Qiuxue chose not to confide in him. After Luo Qiuxue completed her treatment, she beamed brightly, remarking, "You are the backbone of our team. I merely serve as support. In terms of hardship, it is undoubtedly you who bears the greater burden." Shen Ping, captivated by Luo Qiuxue's charming demeanor, could not resist gently ruffling her hair. Ignoring the rosy blush that stained her cheeks, Luo Qiuxue felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Suddenly, Shen Ping's expression turned grave as he stated, "There may be someone behind this." What just occurred was certainly no coincidence. As we approached this door, coupled with that piercing, shrill sound, unbeknownst to the two, this entire scene was captured by an invisible camera nestled in a laboratory ceiling. On the opposite side of the lens stood a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat. Rising to his feet, he gazed incredulously at the pair. No, to be precise, he was fixated in astonishment on Luo Qiuxue, standing beside Shen Ping. This woman possesses such extraordinary abilities. I witnessed firsthand the visible speed at which both the man's and the woman's wounds healed, not to mention that virus. I must have her, I must. The man in the lab coat was the proprietor of this biochemical laboratory, known as the biochemical doctor. However, an incident involving an inexplicable leakage of biochemical gas had transformed the laboratory into a nightmarish hell. Fortunately, the biochemical doctor had administered a vaccine to himself, allowing him to survive until now. With this woman, he could cultivate any form of virus he desired. He paced back and forth, his lab coat laden with various vials, contemplating. But that man is no ordinary foe. He wields a firearm and is accompanied by 3 formidable iron giants. How should I deal with these troublesome adversaries? The biochemical doctor murmured to himself, then turned his gaze back to the monitor, observing Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue as they prepared to explore towards the left. Soon, a cruel smile crept across his lips. Chapter 30. The terrifying devourers, be cautious. The recently opened door unequivocally indicates that we are not alone, Shen Ping remarked with a grave demeanor, positioning 2 iron puppets at the forefront while another guarded the rear. He and the frail iron spirit were strategically placed in the center. This arrangement stemmed from Shen Ping's apprehension regarding the potential emergence of zombies from behind. The corridor they traversed delved deeply into the laboratory, with their direction veering to the left. The presence of iron puppets on the left did not guarantee safety from the right or their rear, given the possibility of surveillance. Shen Ping had no choice but to adopt this strategy. Quite astute, I initially intended to release the zombies from the right. The biohazard doctor's eyes narrowed slightly, as he seemed to sense an underlying anomaly. The corridor was exceedingly narrow, and with the advanced iron puppets present, the likelihood of annihilating the lower-tier biohumans was high. In that case, let us dispatch 2 formidable entities, the biohazard doctor muttered. Before long, as Shen Ping's group advanced, heavy footsteps reverberated ahead. 2 gigantic biohumans, towering and emaciated, emerged slowly. Soon after, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from behind. They are coming. Another wave of zombies, accompanied by 2 colossal ones, advanced zombies, was upon them. There was no doubt that the power of these 2 giants had reached the green quality tier. 2 advanced iron puppets will block those giant zombies. The rest of the zombies are mine, Shen Ping commanded. The sheer number of these creatures is overwhelming. We must resort to melee weapons. With a desert eagle in hand, Luo Qiuxue swiftly manifested a colossal axe, cleaving into the closest zombie. Observing this, Shen Ping wielded the desert eagle in his left hand and the windbreaker blade in his right, firing while simultaneously hacking at the zombies. However, the overwhelming horde soon inflicted injuries upon him. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes as the windbreaker blade emitted a faint green glow. Windbreaker slash. In the next moment, a green arc cleaved through the surrounding zombies, severing limbs and scattering them across the ground, leaving chaos in its wake. The iron spirit stood atop one of the advanced iron puppets, witnessing the scene with trepidation, trembling in fear. Helplessly, her frail strength rendered her incapable of confronting even a singular ordinary zombie. Luo Qiuxue promptly activated her healing ability. In a short while, her injuries were restored to their former state. The advanced iron puppets had also dispatched the giant zombies, leaving the biohazard doctor in a state of astonishment. This is simply a violation of the law of energy conservation, he exclaimed incredulously. To be besieged by so many biohumans sustaining injuries, only to instantaneously transform into 2 lively individuals. Is such a feat truly achievable? Amidst the relentless onslaught of bioweapons, a sense of trepidation gripped the bioweapon scientist as he muttered to himself, pacing restlessly, his eyes glinting with an insatiable desire for that woman, Luo Qiuxue. Her abilities are simply overwhelming. I must resort to my ultimate weapon. After traversing numerous corridors, Shen Ping and his companion breathed a sigh of relief, for they were nearing the epicenter of the laboratory. Just then, the ceiling unexpectedly parted. A hairless, pale-skinned creature devoid of eyes materialized before them, launching its tongue towards Shen Ping with alarming speed. Caught off guard, he managed to evade slightly, yet the creature's tongue still pierced his shoulder. Had he not shifted, the strike would have surely found his neck. In the next moment, as Shen Ping drew his firearm, the creature's tongue coiled around him, lifting him off the ground and propelling him towards the ceiling. Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue cried out, her voice laced with urgency. Yet, in a swift motion, Shen Ping fired at the creature above him, the bullet striking true into its head, eliciting a wretched howl from the beast. Shen Ping was taken aback. Despite the precision of his shot, the creature remained alive. How could this be? Shaking off his astonishment, he grasped the creature's slick tongue with his left hand and fired his desert eagle at it. The bullet shattered a portion of the tongue, causing Shen Ping to plummet. Fortunately, the iron puppet rushed forward to catch him, while Luo Qiuxue hurried to administer aid. The dismembered creature emitted a series of anguished cries. It's a liquor, Shen Ping recognized gravely, recalling its depiction in films and games. A liquor? Luo Qiuxue's expression shifted, for she was no stranger to the horrors of Resident Evil. This grotesque monstrosity bore a striking resemblance to the liquors imprinted in her mind. Muscular, crawling beasts with terrifying shrieks. Soon, more liquors emerged from the gaping ceiling, bringing their number to 5, all undoubtedly of the green quality, and among the most formidable of their kind. One iron puppet for each. While the iron sprite will defend itself, the remaining two will fall to us, Shen Ping declared with composure. With that, a red fruit materialized in his hand. Qiuxue. Consume the fruit without hesitation. Do not waste it. Luo Qiuxue nodded gravely, promptly retrieving the red fruit and a special white-quality grape, the purple mist grape, and consumed them. Shen Ping followed suit. In that instant, an invigorating surge coursed through their bodies, replenishing their strength. Shen Ping's eyes widened. While the purple mist grape did not explicitly state its benefits, its consumption left him feeling utterly revitalized, enabling him to fire with renewed vigor. This is akin to temporarily increasing the upper limit of mana after consumption. This is something that Luo Qiuxue cannot achieve. Her ability lies in mana restoration. The hungry creatures above could no longer restrain themselves. 3 advanced iron puppets found their adversaries. Although these 3 creatures still belonged to the zombie classification, primarily feasting on human flesh and infecting others, they were reluctant to engage the iron puppets. However, the formidable size and strength of the iron puppets compelled the 3 creatures to confront them. 2 additional creatures leaped down, one following the other, fixated on the duo. Luo Qiuxue wielded a green-quality giant spirit axe, striking at one of the creatures, yet it swiftly evaded her attack. The massive axe was ill-suited for combating the creatures. As its attack speed was far too sluggish, it might have been effective against a giant zombie. Observing this, Shen Ping hastily handed a desert eagle to Luo Qiuxue, advising her to protect herself while he engaged one with his windbreaker blade. All right, be cautious. I will assist you once I deal with that creature. Luo Qiuxue accepted without hesitation. With her restoration ability, she could fire her weapon and simultaneously recover. The giant spirit axe was too cumbersome, so she stowed it away for the time being. The 2 creatures charged forward in tandem. Shen Ping, wielding the windbreaker blade, adeptly thrust it into the creature's mouth. Although the cooldown period had not yet elapsed, Shen Ping aimed to pierce the creature's skull with the blade's formidable strength, intending to eliminate it. However, the next moment, to Shen Ping's astonishment, the creature clamped down on the blade's tip and roared, biting down fiercely. Crack! The blade shattered effortlessly under the creature's massive jaws. He widened his eyes in disbelief, his pupils constricting in shock. The creature's biting force was indeed terrifyingly immense. It is worth noting that this was a green-quality weapon. It appeared that even green-quality items had their hierarchy. Possessing a green-quality weapon did not guarantee an easy victory over a green-quality monster. At this very moment, Luo Qiuxue had already drawn the infinite Desert Eagle and was firing at the creature. With her boundless restoration ability, the handgun's ammunition remained inexhaustible, negating the need for reloading. She simply needed to shoot while regenerating her health. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous reports of the Desert Eagle echoed loudly. Although several shots missed their mark, 2 or 3 bullets found their way into the creature's exposed forehead, unleashing a torrent of blood. The creature felt the excruciating pain. Roar. Keep going. Boldly, Luo Qiuxue advanced towards the creature, relentlessly firing at its wound. With each shot, she simultaneously restored her vitality. Soon, with a barrage of gunfire, numerous bullets penetrated the creature's forehead, ultimately slaying it. The creature's head was nearly obliterated, swaying momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Global broadcast. Player Luo Qiuxue is the first to slay a green-quality monster, rewarding her with 10 constitution, 2 random green item upgrade cards, and 1 green recruitment scroll. Luo Qiuxue was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated becoming the first player in the world to vanquish a green-quality creature. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If Shen Ping could be the first globally to defeat a white-quality monster, then she too could achieve such a feat, however. She felt a twinge of embarrassment for seizing the limelight from Shen Ping with her Desert Eagle. Moreover, it was not the appropriate time to assess her rewards. Impressive. Although my shooting accuracy leaves much to be desired, I am undoubtedly quicker, Shen Ping murmured to himself. Indeed, he was considerably faster. While Shen Ping required Luo Qiuxue to replenish his ammunition, her self-sufficiency made the process far more efficient and convenient. Soon, Luo Qiuxue turned around, wielding the Desert Eagle, and unleashed a barrage of shots at the devourers approaching Shen Ping. Utilizing the same method, she dispatched the devourer that had severed Shen Ping's weapon. Ultimately, at the cost of a significant portion of flesh from his shoulder, Luo Qiuxue, akin to a goddess of firearms, eliminated 2 devourers with remarkable prowess. She rushed over, embraced Shen Ping, and administered healing to him. Chapter 31. The inferior blue quality? It seems that this pistol is best suited for your use, as it facilitates healing more effectively. After the treatment concluded, Shen Ping declined Luo Qiuxue's offer to return the pistol. Then Luo Qiuxue gestured towards the broken blade in Shen Ping's hand. Since it had been severed, the quality of the broken wind blade had diminished to white. Even its skills had vanished, resulting in a slight loss. I possess critical strike capability and will eventually find a more suitable weapon. However, this weapon, which consumes stamina, is undoubtedly more appropriate for you. With Shen Ping's words, Luo Qiuxue accepted without hesitation, stating earnestly, "All right, then I shall protect you." At that moment, the advanced iron puppet continued its fierce battle against the devourers. The remaining 3 devourers glared furiously at Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, evidently agitated by their elimination of the other 2. Before long, Luo Qiuxue used the pistol to dispatch the 3 devourers still engaged with the advanced iron puppet. Shen Ping proceeded to dismantle the bodies of the 3 devourers, collecting the chunks of meat, which were classified as advanced corrupted flesh. As for the previous 2 giant zombies, they were, in fact, the so-called advanced biohumans, yielding advanced corrupted flesh. It should be noted that both devourers and giant zombies are forms of advanced biohumans. Overall, their mutations diverged in different directions. Devourers mutated in terms of control and agility, while giant zombies mutated in size and defense. Their attacking power was roughly equivalent. The strength of the giant zombies and the biting ability of the devourers could instantly annihilate any creature that had not achieved green quality. Then came Luo Qiuxue's global broadcast. In response, Shen Ping chuckled as he ruffled Luo Qiuxue's little head. "My Qiuxue is also a champion of global broadcast now?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qiuxue's pupils widened in surprise, and she shyly turned away, muttering, "What do you mean by your Qiuxue? What is she not?" Shen Ping teased, and Luo Qiuxue, her face flushed, did not object. "All right, I was just joking. Let's see what rewards we have." "Not joking at all. I am indeed yours." Luo Qiuxue silently protested within, yet her courage failed to vocalize her thoughts. Was it too soon? However, when Shen Ping patted her head, it truly reminded her of her childhood, a time when she relished being patted on the head, although she also enjoyed being touched in other places. Luo Qiuxue's mind began to wander irrationally. Yet, she quickly recalled Shen Ping's earlier words and checked the rewards. A green quality upgrade card, which Shen Ping critically struck, transforming it into a blue quality upgrade card. Should we apply the critical strike to the pistol? Luo Qiuxue inquired. Not just yet. We shall see if there are any useful items later. Of course, if we encounter any insurmountable blue quality enemies, then we will apply the critical strike to this desert eagle, Shen Ping replied. Following this was a green recruitment scroll. The green recruitment scroll, it randomly summons a green quality crew member for various races, which could be an elf, a demon, or a myriad of bizarre humanoid creatures. The crew member will assist in managing the train and can also aid the conductor in battle. Note, the green recruitment scroll must be used at the front of the train. In simple terms, it is a means to summon a combatant. Regrettably, summoning is not possible at the moment and must await their return to the train. Shen Ping remarked. Then he critically struck the scroll. Critical hit successful. Acquired a blue inferior recruitment scroll. Why did it directly escalate to a blue inferior rather than just blue? Shen Ping pondered, albeit now was not the time for such thoughts. The group continued their exploration. For the next hour, they dispatched the zombies along the way, whether they be common walkers, colossal zombies, or lickers. At last, they reached the core area. Here stood a golden treasure chest alongside various potions. The grand door opened automatically. As Shen Ping and his companions entered, they were met by a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, who regarded them with a bemused expression. "Ah, 2 outsiders. Your strength is quite formidable. I did not anticipate that you would reach such a level so early in this round of the game." "A round of the game? Level? What does that mean?" Shen Ping furrowed his brow, failing to comprehend the lab-coated man's words. However, it was evident that he was aware of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue's identities, and that they were currently in their novice phase. Could it be that the natives of each platform's microcosm possess some knowledge? Are you the mastermind behind this? If I eliminate you, will that resolve everything? Shen Ping inquired, while scanning the surroundings, noticing the absence of any golden treasure chests. Wasn't it stated that the laboratory's center contained a golden treasure chest? Shen Ping's mind was rife with questions. Let us not rush. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the doctor of this laboratory. Would you care to join me in researching biochemical viruses? Detected recruitment offer from the green quality NPC, biochemical doctor. Do you accept? Warning 1. Accepting will result in the loss of player status. Warning 2. Refusal carries a significant risk of enraging the biochemical doctor. Upon recruitment, NPCs will lose their player identity, yet gain a stable living environment. All is at the player's discretion. The possibility of recruiting an Iron Elf NPC naturally implies the potential for NPCs to recruit players. Shen Ping scoffed. Why should we heed your summons? We refuse. The moment they declined, a flash of fury ignited in the middle-aged doctor's eyes. You leave me no choice. You outsiders, I shall rend you all to pieces. With that, the doctor grasped a black vial, poised to inject it into his neck. In a swift motion, Luo Qiuxue drew her Desert Eagle and aimed at the biochemical doctor's head. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 shots, not only was the doctor's head obliterated, but his upper body was also torn asunder by the force of the bullets, his lower half collapsing into a pool of blood. The black vial still clutched in his hand. Fool, do you truly believe this is a film? Are you waiting for transformation with some potion? I'll simply eliminate you. Luo Qiuxue scoffed. Shen Ping's lips twitched in response. You have a point. It does evoke a cinematic sensation. Initially, we encounter feeble zombies, then formidable ones, akin to minor bosses. Ultimately, the grand boss lurks within, eagerly anticipating the player's arrival. He first attempts to recruit them, but upon rejection, he becomes enraged and prepares to use the black potion for transformation. However, Luo Qiuxue swiftly intervened, disrupting the middle-aged man's transformation process. Well done, Qiuxue. Though it was somewhat unsportsmanlike, Shen Ping commended, giving her a thumbs up. Luo Qiuxue chuckled. It's because this idiot didn't T-dodge. Shortly thereafter, Shen Ping and the Iron Puppet, Iron Sprite continued their exploration of a laboratory, discovering numerous potions. Biochemical Virus Restoration Potion. Consuming it will eradicate the biochemical virus within oneself. Tyrant Potion. Upon consumption, one transforms into a tyrant, with a 50% chance of losing sanity. This Tyrant Potion was precisely the one held by that biochemical doctor moments ago. Chapter 32. The Powerful Golden Chest in Addition. There lay a golden chest concealed in the corner. As its name suggests, the chest was entirely golden, crafted from pure gold. When Shen Ping grasped it in his hands, a flicker of excitement illuminated his eyes. Undoubtedly, this chest was the most significant treasure of this platform. The chests were categorized into several tiers. Up until now, Shen Ping had only encountered 3 or 4 varieties in the chat channels. The common chest was the one Shen Ping had traded most frequently. It was exceedingly rare to yield survival coins, while it often produced food and water sources. Following that was the Black Iron chest, which had a higher likelihood of yielding survival coins, albeit in modest quantities, with a slim chance of acquiring white-grade items. Next came the Bronze chest, which predominantly yielded white-grade items, with a small chance for green-grade items. After the Bronze chest was the Silver chest, reminiscent of ranks in certain games, where green-grade items were likely, while blue-grade inferior items were a rarity. Finally, there was the Golden chest. However, upon picking it up, he was surprised to find it categorized as an inferior golden chest. Inferior golden chest. High probability of yielding blue-grade inferior items. Low probability of yielding blue-grade medium items. Shen Ping chuckled, realizing the rationale behind the categorization of inferior and medium grades. Perhaps, as the quality ascended, the disparity widened. The gap between ordinary items and white-grade items mirrored that between blue-grade inferior and medium items. Let us see what happens with a critical hit. Luo Qiuxue exclaimed eagerly. Her curiosity piqued about the quality that followed gold. as well as what lay beyond blue. Shen Ping executed a critical hit. Critical hit successful. Inferior golden chest, inferior platinum chest. The critical hit proved to be remarkably potent. Instead of transforming into a superior golden chest or an exquisite golden chest, it directly morphed into an inferior platinum chest. This time, the enhancement was substantial. It was likely to encounter qualities above blue. It is noteworthy that previously, Shen Ping had only navigated through items of white and green quality. Players possessing white-grade items were now at a disadvantage, a clear example of dimensionality reduction. Is this the power of an S-grade talent? Shen Ping murmured, simultaneously curious about the capabilities of other players with S-grade talents. However, despite his significant lead, he knew not to be complacent. According to that biochemical doctor, they were still a batch of newcomers. With newcomers, naturally, come successors. And Shen Ping pondered what level those successors might reach. His thoughts were somewhat muddled as he proceeded to examine the inferior platinum chest. Inferior platinum chest. High probability of yielding purple-grade inferior items. Low probability of yielding purple-grade medium items. Purple-grade items, he mused, wondering what they might entail. Without hesitation, he opened it. Acquired 2,500 train coins. Acquired blue medium, infinite shotgun 1, infinite shotgun, quality, blue medium. The consumption of a portion of physical strength allows for reloading, inflicting lethal damage upon most creatures of blue quality. Note, physical attacks are ineffective against ethereal beings. Acquired purple inferior, skill book, thunderous might. Skill book thunderous might, quality, purple inferior. Consumes a significant amount of physical strength to conjure a bolt of thunder. Capable of instantly vanquishing creatures of below purple quality and inflicting devastating damage upon those of purple quality. Cooldown, 2 hours. Note, the attribute of thunderous might, being of pure yang, can deliver terrifying strikes against ethereal beings. Shen Ping's breathing became noticeably rapid, mirrored by Luo Qiuxue. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, astonished by the spectacle. A platinum treasure chest. Glancing at the time and considering their bountiful haul, Shen Ping swiftly proposed. Shall we return to the train and tally our gains? Luo Qiuxue's heart raced with excitement. Yes. We have struck it rich, Xiaoping, truly rich. The duo quickly made their way back to the train, accompanied by the Iron Puppet and Iron Fairy. However, the Iron Puppet, being quite large, necessitated a climb back into the vehicle. Shen Ping ensured that every critical hit was achieved. First, he upgraded the infinite shotgun, retaining its name while elevating its quality to blue superior. A formidable shotgun of blue superior quality. With this weapon, barring the so-called ethereal monsters, it was likely that any normal creature they encountered would not withstand its power. Yet, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue were not entirely helpless against ethereal monsters either, for they possessed the thunderous might. With great anticipation, Shen Ping executed a critical hit on thunderous might. Critical hit successful. Purple inferior, thunderous might, purple medium, thunder Kirin. Was the quality only raised by 1 tier? Luo Qiuxue displayed a look of disappointment. No matter, it might be that once reaching blue quality, regular critical hits only yield minor improvements unless fortune favors us. Shen Ping promptly examined the abilities of the thunder Kirin. Skill book thunderous might, quality, purple medium. Consumes a vast amount of physical strength to summon a thunder Kirin. A terrifying entity capable of instantly annihilating creatures of below purple quality and inflicting horrific damage upon those of purple quality. Cooldown, no cooldown. But each casting of the thunder Kirin will deplete a significant amount of physical strength. Note, the attribute of thunderous might, being of pure yang, can deliver catastrophic blows against ethereal beings. However, just as Shen Ping was about to learn the skill, a warning appeared. Note, insufficient physical strength. Casting this skill will exhaust all players' stamina, risking sudden death if physical strength is too low. Would you like to proceed with learning? Physical strength and constitution are complementary. Enhancing constitution can boost physical strength. Shen Ping's lips twitched in dismay. Luo Qiuxue, upon learning this, also bore an expression of disappointment. How could this be? Is our constitution too low to learn it? We'll let down. We can learn it. But casting it once would deplete my stamina, which is insufficient. It could easily lead to sudden demise. Shen Ping, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked. If only I could consume the Zixia too, and then unleash it. Luo Qiuxue offered him a new perspective. Shen Ping was taken aback. How had he not considered this? Logically, temporarily elevating his mana limit could indeed allow him to deploy such a high-quality skill in an instant. Let's give it a try. He mused with a smile before proceeding to learn the skill. However, he was informed that it would require 5 hours of study. This was to be expected. Acquiring skills necessitates time, as is customary in games. I shall begin my studies now, Shen Ping informed Luo Qiuxue. Yes, please do focus on your learning while I delve into researching the shotgun. 5 hours later, Shen Ping finally grasped the intricacies of this high-quality skill. Simultaneously, he sensed that should he unleash this purple-grade ability, he would be left utterly drained of energy in the following moment. Thus, he consumed the Zixia 2 to test it, discovering that it could indeed enhance his stamina limit. His own sensation was that he might barely manage a single strike. Yet, this was merely his perception. He dared not experiment recklessly and decided to regard it as a trump card for the time being. The critical hits were impressive, but the results were too advanced for practical use. Aside from that, there were other potions. The biochemical virus recovery potion, upon a critical hit, bolstered recovery capabilities. The tyrant potion, after a critical hit, eliminated all side effects, transforming the user into a formidable tyrant without any drawbacks. This potion, to be honest, Shen Ping found himself somewhat tempted. However, it wasn't a matter of him and Luo Qiuxue consuming it. They could never resort to such exaggerated means of altering their biological traits, unless it involves something whimsical like adding little ears or a tail to Qiuxue. Thus, Shen Ping resolved to offer it to other creatures. If a loyal being were to consume it, that would be most ideal. Have you finished your studies? How'd it go? Luo Qiuxue inquired as she opened the door, her curiosity palpable. After Shen Ping provided an explanation, Luo Qiuxue could only acquiesce to the situation. Yet, she soon patted her chest and declared, "Do not worry. Even if this skill cannot be used for the time being, I can still protect you." Shen Ping chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. She closed her eyes in enjoyment, reminiscent of that morning. With Xiao Xiao by my side, I have no fear. Shen Ping suddenly leaned closer and whispered softly in Luo Qiuxue's ear. Chapter 33. Confession. Listening to Shen Ping's words, Luo Qiuxue's eyes widened, her pupils constricting as her heart quaked in disbelief while gazing at him. What did you call me? Xiao Xiao. Isn't that your nickname? Shen Ping chuckled, then looked seriously at Luo Qiuxue. You remember now. Luo Qiuxue felt inexplicably wronged. Although it was partly her own doing, she lacked the courage to clarify things with Shen Ping face to face. Perhaps it was also because she secretly wished for him to discover her feelings. Her nose twitched. Soon, she gazed at Shen Ping with teary eyes, sniffling softly. Qiuxue, why are you crying? Shen Ping asked, somewhat flustered. By all accounts, Luo Qiuxue should have been happy. Why was it otherwise? Suddenly, Luo Qiuxue grasped Shen Ping's arm and bit down, though the bite was gentle, more like an outlet for her pent-up emotions. Woo, brother Shen Ping, you finally remembered, she whimpered, her words slightly slurred. Shen Ping embraced Luo Qiuxue tightly. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry, I only recalled recently. I hadn't thought of you before. After all, a girl changes significantly after 18. You've become so beautiful. The campus bell of Jiangxing University. Luo Qiuxue lifted her head, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Woo, brother Shen Ping. I also have my issues. I suffer from social anxiety and couldn't confess to you directly. I could only stay by your side, but things are different now. I want to be with you, all right? Shen Ping nodded earnestly. All right. We will both strive toward each other. I will always be by your side. The train will be our home. At that moment, the train sped through the dark void. Luo Qiuxue gently closed her eyes, and Shen Ping understood. He lowered his head and kissed her tender, soft lips. Woo, little Pingzi is no longer a dense man. Luo Qiuxue reveled in Shen Ping's kiss, her hands firmly gripping his back, and the two were enveloped in each other's essence. After about 10 minutes of playful entanglement, Shen Ping finally released Luo Qiuxue. From now on, you're my man, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue declared with a mix of relief and a commanding tone. All right, from now on, you're my woman, and I am your man, Shen Ping replied, wrapping his arms around her and gently caressing her head. In any case, if you dare to treat me poorly, I will. I will. Luo Qiuxue struggled to find a threatening phrase, then exclaimed, I will be unhappy and make you comfort me endlessly. Shen Ping found her response utterly amusing. Was this really the usually aloof, graceful campus belle? He felt as if he were witnessing the return of the little girl who had once clung to him. Qiuxue, I vow to treat you well for a lifetime. If I fail to do so, I will. Luo Qiuxue's finger pressed against Shen Ping's lips. Do not speak of ill omens. I believe in you. Shen Ping, the two continued to exchange sweet nothings for a while longer. As 5 hours elapsed, the evening hour of 5 or 6 arrived, and the two indulged in a delightful dinner. Regarding the name of Luo Qiuxue, in her childhood, she was known as Luo Qiuxue, but now she is called Luo Qiuxue. She felt indifferent about this. It mattered not how Shen Ping addressed her, as long as it remained consistent with the past. She had grown accustomed to this name. Shen Ping, too, did not dwell on the matter. Apart from that, there was the recruitment scroll. Following a critical hit, it transformed into a blue inferior recruitment scroll, usable only within the train. I am indeed curious to see what this scroll will summon. Shen Ping took out the blue inferior recruitment scroll and activated it. In the next moment, a radiant blue light appeared before them, and both were filled with anticipation, eager to witness what marvelous entity might emerge. However, the next moment revealed a diminutive squirrel no larger than a palm, with intelligent little eyes observing Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, followed by the squirrel stretching out its tiny paws. Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue. The two exchanged a speechless glance. Could this little creature truly possess blue quality? Shen Ping expressed his skepticism. Shall we dispatch it and enjoy a meal of squirrel meat? I have yet to taste squirrel, Luo Qiuxue suggested. Upon hearing her words, the little squirrel puffed up its cheeks and glared, its wise eyes reflecting dissatisfaction, as it placed its paws on its hips. With a flurry of chattering, it gestured at Luo Qiuxue, uttering what could only be described as expletives of the squirrel realm. Luo Qiuxue twitched at the corner of her mouth. How could this squirrel comprehend human speech? Yet soon after, a prompt alleviated the doubts of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Recruitment successful. Successfully summoned, blue inferior quality, auxiliary train attendant, the psychic squirrel. Train attendant, psychic squirrel. Type, auxiliary quality, blue inferior. Constitution, 120. Generally, a constitution of 30 to 100 is considered white, 100 to 200 green, and 200 to 500 blue. However, formidable skills can compensate for a weak constitution. For instance, although the psychic squirrel possesses a frail constitution, its skills allow it to attain blue quality. Skills: transform into spirit mouse. Upon being struck by any non-absolute control skill, it will immediately shake off the control and transform into a spirit mouse, remaining invulnerable for 30 seconds, cooldown, 5 minutes. Spirit Mouse Shield creates a massive Spirit Mouse shield that can absorb attacks from creatures with a constitution of up to 200, lasting for 10 minutes, cooldown, 1 hour. Spirit Mouse Possession. The Psychic Squirrel can possess the head of an allied unit, entering the Spirit Mouse state, remaining untouchable, while enhancing the allied unit's constitution by 30 points and tripling their health limit, lasting for 30 minutes, cooldown, 10 hours. As Shen Ping examined this auxiliary train attendant, the Psychic Squirrel, he initially found it rather mediocre. After all, a creature with a constitution of 200 seemed trivial in the presence of two individuals armed with a shotgun and a Desert Eagle. Skill 1 is self-protection, and Skill 2 is a shield. However, they hold little significance for the two individuals. Yet soon, Shen Ping's attention was drawn to Skill 3, a tripling of the stamina limit. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld this revelation. Hey, Shen Ping, does this mean that with this little mouse, you will be able to? Indeed, while consuming the purple mist grape, I can barely unleash the Thunder Chillin skill once, but it inevitably leaves me exhausted. Nevertheless, the situation is different now. With the consumption of the purple mist grape, coupled with the abilities of this little mouse, I can flawlessly execute this skill, even twice without issue. Shen Ping's expression was tinged with excitement. This little mouse is remarkable. Moreover, any stamina you lose, I can replenish for you. With both the mouse and myself supporting you, for that half an hour, you'll be invincible, Luo Qiuxue chuckled, covering her mouth. Upon witnessing her two masters extolling its virtues, the psychic squirrel proudly lifted its tiny head, hands on its hips, wearing a look that seemed to challenge their previous underestimation. Isn't the little mouse the best? Luo Qiuxue bent down to gently pat the psychic squirrel on its small head. Chapter 34. The current state of Lin Yun. Upon witnessing the swift change in Luo Qiuxue's demeanor, the psychic squirrel exhibited a fleeting expression of human disdain. Shen Ping stroked his chin, remarking that the little squirrel's abilities bore a striking resemblance to a certain four-letter game's single-character hero. The two had affectionately named the psychic squirrel Little Mouse for ease of reference, while the iron sprite was dubbed Little Iron. By the way, Shen Ping, should we use the exquisite pet pill on Little Mouse? Luo Qiuxue inquired, considering that the pill's remarkable abilities could elevate a pet's rank significantly. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Ping decided to reserve it for a future occasion when challenges arose. In truth, Little Mouse's abilities leaned toward support, and the capacity to enable Shen Ping to wield purple quality skills was already formidable. Subsequently, Shen Ping accessed the train's marketplace to claim the train coins awarded for the previous day's exploration of Yangli Village. Player Shen Ping has received a comprehensive score based on resources acquired, plundered, monsters slain, and other players engaged in yesterday's endeavors, with a total score of 90 points out of a possible 100. As a reward, player Shen Ping receives 90 train coins. The score from Yangli Village surpassed that of the Giant's Farm by 2 points, thanks to the defeat of 3 iron puppets and the assistance of numerous villagers in transporting goods and crops. Shen Ping eagerly anticipated the score and train coins he would earn the following day, especially after slaying so many zombies. Even though the daily train coin earnings paled in comparison to those from a high-quality treasure chest. However, the stability of these earnings and their gradual increase from the previous day's explorations were reassuring. Just then, Lu Ting suddenly sent Shen Ping a private message. Brother Ping, did you and Sister Qiuxue slay a green quality monster today? Was it really Sister Qiuxue who defeated it? Upon reading Lu Ting's message, Shen Ping realized that while he had been the first to kill a white quality monster previously, this time it was Luo Qiuxue who had claimed the honor of defeating a green quality monster. The chat channel was likely abuzz with excitement. Shen Ping opened the chat channel, and Luo Qiuxue, intrigued, leaned in to see. So, how did Shen Ping's teammate, Luo Qiuxue, manage to defeat a green quality monster? I wouldn't dare venture out with the white quality monsters lurking outside, yet the illustrious Luo managed to vanquish a green quality foe? It's truly hard to believe. Now I understand why Shen Ping has fared so well. It's entirely due to his teammate, as prowess lifting him up. I'm so envious. If only I could team up with Luo Qiuxue. Observing the lively chatter, Shen Ping couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Luo Qiuxue, however, could not tolerate the disparagement of Shen Ping and quickly sent a reply. Luo Qiuxue, please refrain from speaking ill of my boyfriend. Everything we have achieved is thanks to Shen Ping. I merely reaped the benefits. The truth was indeed as she stated. Had it not been for Shen Ping's critical strike on the Desert Eagle, how could Luo Qiuxue have so effortlessly defeated the Lickers? Wait, are you telling me that all this was still thanks to Shen Ping? I find it hard to believe. Ah, esteemed Shen Ping, is this the reason you refrain from purchasing my socks and undergarments? It appears you are already in a relationship. How disheartening. Shen Xiaohua remarked. Fear not. My dear, came the reply. I shall make a purchase. As the conversation began to veer into peculiar territory, Shen Ping helplessly shook his head and exited the chat channel. Meanwhile, the wealthy heir who had earlier provoked Shen Ping was faring relatively well. On Lin Yun's train, besides Lin Yun and his girlfriend, Lu Xiaoyan, there were 3 others, classmates Li Tian and his girlfriend, Su Xiaohe, along with a male professor of English. These individuals had encountered Lin Yun at a bustling station and, having witnessed his extraordinary talent, sought to ally with him. However, upon observing the comfortable interactions between Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue in the chat, Lin Yun began to feel a sense of discomfort. Comparison breeds discontent. Li Tian slowly suggested, in my opinion, Brother Yun, we are all from Jiangcheng. Why not wait for an opportunity to encounter Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue? We could seize their resources and eliminate Shen Ping, thus ensuring that Luo Qiuxue becomes yours. Lin Yun, visibly reluctant, shook his head. No, that's not feasible. I can barely contend with monsters of white quality. Green quality is entirely out of my league. If I were to face Shen Ping, I would undoubtedly be defeated. Though Lin Yun was cunning, he was not foolish. He had to consider how to escape should he encounter Shen Ping at a crowded station. Currently, Lin Yun possessed a physique score of 40, having acquired an item that enhanced his physicality at one station. Thanks to his innate talent, which doubled the effects of such items, his physique had been bolstered quite rapidly. Professor Yin Faping interjected, instead of plotting against them, perhaps you should contemplate how to survive amidst these circumstances. As the train continued its journey, the number of passengers increased, further depleting their food and water resources. Lin Yun cast a glance at his girlfriend, Luo Qiuxue, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction with her reliance on him for sustenance during these days. He announced, from this moment forth, the food allocation for female players shall be halved. Does anyone have objections? Li Tian looked puzzled. He had just welcomed his girlfriend aboard, only to be met with such an announcement. How would Su Xiao react? Moreover, did Lin Yun not have a girlfriend himself? Yin Faping shrugged. I have no objections. I believe it would be reasonable to reduce the food and water supply for female players by 2/3. Women, due to their physical structure, naturally consume less and exert less effort. In these extraordinary times, strict egalitarianism is unworkable. Those who contribute most should receive the greatest rewards, distributed according to labor. Li Tian, you are welcome to allocate your own share of food and water to your girlfriend. That is your prerogative. However, should you refuse to abide by the rules, you will forfeit your core privileges on this train and be asked to disembark, Lin Yun concluded. After the merger, the trains belonging to individuals would transform into train cores along with a plethora of resources allocated to another train leader post-merger. At present, Lin Yun possesses at least 2 train cores, one from Li Tian and another from Yin Faping. Despite being stated, the notion of returning them is utterly implausible. Once something falls into Lin Yun's possession, the prospect of its return is laughable. No matter how reluctant Li Tian may be, he finds himself powerless, as he is fundamentally dependent on others for support. Luo Qiuxue was left in a state of disbelief as she turned to Lin Yun and queried, "What about me?" Lin Yun's response was cold and dismissive. You are also a woman. The food and water supply will be halved. Is there an issue with that? Stunned by Lin Yun's demeanor and the prospect of further diminishing her already scant provisions, she found it hard to believe, and even harder to accept. How can you treat me this way? She exclaimed. Lin Yun replied nonchalantly, Why can't I? Now, just bear with it. The new rule is established. Women will consume less, unless they contribute significantly. As my girlfriend, you are expected to exemplify this rule. Though Luo Qiuxue felt a deep sense of resentment, she found herself devoid of options and ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 35. The sixth platform, Spider Cave. Shen Ping was oblivious to the events unfolding on Lin Yun's side. In any case, he had already blacklisted that pair of nefarious individuals. Whether he would encounter them again was uncertain, so why bother with such thoughts? Shen Ping scrolled through other chat channels and found that everyone was lamenting the prowess of Luo Qiuxue. Naturally, some players began to compare Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, debating who was more formidable. At this juncture, a clever player interjected, asserting that the esteemed Luo Qiuxue had vanquished monsters of green quality, while Shen Ping had only bested those of white quality, thus concluding that Luo Qiuxue was undoubtedly superior. Consequently, the conversation shifted to which player was truly the mightiest. Shortly thereafter, the two seized the opportunity to continue selling food and water sources, exchanging them for the materials required to upgrade the train. By around 11 o'clock that night, they had finally gathered enough resources. Shen Ping then purchased the train upgrade card, elevating the train to level 8. Their objective was to upgrade and nurture the train as much as possible each day. With a thunderous roar, an additional train car materialized out of thin air. Enhanced Train, Level 8, Train Master, Shen Ping. Train members, for Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, Iron Sprite, Psychic Squirrel. Upgrade requirements, with 7,500, Plastic 7,500, Fine Iron 7,000, Steel 3,000. Train upgrade cards 5. Stopover time, 7. 5 hours, may choose to leave early after 5 hours. Train currency, 856. Number of cars, 7. Special abilities, have consumption. Foreknowledge of stations, selection of stations. Have consumption. The materials required for upgrading the train are permanently reduced by half. Foreknowledge of stations. Information about each station can be anticipated. Selection of stations. 3 stations are offered for selection, from which one may be chosen. Initially, the train currency was quite limited due to the modification of 2 agricultural cars and the purchase of the upgrade card. However, following a flurry of trades in the market, they had acquired several treasure chests that yielded a significant amount of train currency. Coupled with the currency earned from yesterday's ratings, their train currency had surged back to over 800. The moment after upgrading the train, they eagerly checked the train shop for new offerings. Livestock car, a car dedicated to raising poultry and animals, capable of automatically providing water troughs and food troughs daily, preparation required. Each preparation can provide 1 ton of water and 1 ton of food. The ground can recycle animal waste, using chemical energy to transform it into plant nutrient solution. Maximum storage of 1 ton of plant nutrient solution. This nutrient solution can reduce the growth cycle of crops. To his astonishment, a new car had appeared, one that could synergize with the agricultural cars. Without hesitation, Shen Ping spent 500 train currency to acquire it. Although he now found himself destitute, he was confident that with a bit of effort, by selling food and water sources to acquire treasure chests, he would soon recoup his losses. The livestock car was designated as the 6th car, while the 4th and 5th cars remained agricultural cars. Shen Ping requested Xiao Tai and Luo Qiuxue to assist in transferring a group of ducks and geese from the 4th carriage to the 6th. As for the iron puppet, given its considerable size, it was best to let it remain comfortably settled in its place. Although Luo Qiuxue was petite, being a blue-tier crew member endowed with exceptional strength, she effortlessly carried a few chickens and ducks. After relocating these animals to the 6th carriage, Shen Ping experienced 3 successful critical hits. Critical hit successful. Animal food slot, infinite food slot. Infinite food slot. Every day, 10 pounds of premium feed materialize out of thin air, suitable for all creatures. Rich in various vitamins. When the animals in the livestock carriage finish the premium feed, another 10 pounds will reappear. Infinite water tank. Every day, 10 liters of water materialize, also suitable for all creatures. Once the animals in the livestock carriage consume the water, it will be replenished effortlessly. Upon reviewing the outcomes of the first 2 critical hits, Shen Ping found them to be quite standard. He had initially pondered whether there was any commercial potential, such as selling premium feed. After some contemplation, he dismissed the idea, reasoning that the feed could only generate 10 pounds at a time, which was inefficient, far less advantageous than generating a large quantity of rice. As for the nutrient liquid conversion machine, its efficiency had doubled, along with the effectiveness of the nutrient liquid. After finishing all these tasks, Luo Qiuxue wiped the sweat from her forehead and exclaimed, "Shen Ping, it's getting late. We should retire for the night." "All right, there's a new platform to explore tomorrow morning." The 2 bathed one after the other and then found themselves in bed. Facing each other, an inexplicable awkwardness filled the air, reminiscent of a young couple who had just begun their romantic journey, finding themselves in a single hotel room. Inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered around Luo Qiuxue, Shen Ping felt a flutter of emotions within him. "Heh, Xiao Pingzi, I know what you're thinking." Luo Qiuxue suddenly leaned closer, her body slightly inclined. "Are you thinking of something naughty?" Shen Ping, taken aback, felt his suppressed desires erupt once more. He swiftly embraced Luo Qiuxue, who let out a soft gasp, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Whether intentional or accidental, Luo Qiuxue's doe-like eyes sparkled with a hint of vulnerability. "Then will you indulge me in some mischief?" Shen Ping leaned toward her ear, whispering gently. Feeling the warmth of his breath against her earlobe, Luo Qiuxue's heart raced. She turned her head away, shyly murmuring in a voice barely above a whisper, just don't be too bad." Receiving the school bell as tacit approval, Shen Ping pulled Luo Qiuxue into his embrace and passionately pressed his lips against hers. Perhaps taken aback by Shen Ping's fervent response, Luo Qiuxue furrowed her brows, her small hands instinctively resting on his chest. Yet inherently, She was inclined to be modest. Her feeble resistance bore no effect. Instead, she pressed her own supple curves tightly. Shen Ping held Luo Qiuxue's waist firmly. Under deliberate guidance, Luo Qiuxue raised her head high, revealing her swan-like neck, her body leaning back continuously. Of course, Shen Ping only teased Luo Qiuxue slightly in the end, perhaps reassured that Shen Ping would not go too far, or perhaps indifferent to his excesses. The latter soon succumbed to slumber amidst the enjoyment. This left Shen Ping in a predicament. Well, let be for now. Shen Ping, after all, was weary from the day's venture into the ominous biochemical laboratory, which had drained considerable energy. The two gradually drifted into sleep, enveloped in each other's breath. Early the next morning, the train's announcement echoed in their ears. Platform 1, City of Silence, multiplayer platform, a terrifying town imbued with the power of silence, where infected creatures roam endlessly. A tall man with gray hair sits at the heart of the town, awaiting the arrival of the fated. Resources available: Dark Core, Silence Potion, Silence Armor, Silence Greatsword, Path to Immortality, and more. Danger level: Certain death. Platform 2, Serpent Swamp, multiplayer platform, a marshland teeming with serpents that prowl, seeking to devour unwary players who wander into their domain. Resources available: Serpent Meat, Black Iron Treasure Chest, Green Polonia Treasure Chest. Danger level: Low. Platform 3, Spider Cave, multiplayer platform, a vast cavern rich in resources, yet harboring monsters lurking in the shadows. Resources available: iron ore, stone, or various minerals. Train upgrade cards, Silver Treasure Chest. Danger level: Very low. Upon awakening, Shen Ping resolved to choose between platforms 2 and 3 and discussed it with Luo Qiuxue for a while. Ultimately, they selected platform 3. Iron ore, train upgrade cards, and silver treasure chests were all essential for Shen Ping. Moreover, the danger level was minimal. Undoubtedly, for Shen Ping at this moment, it was akin to child's play. Simultaneously, Shen Ping remained vigilant about the platforms. He had not anticipated that acquiring a skill of purple quality would render platform 1 a certain death scenario. Wait a moment, Shen Ping. Wasn't platform 1 a single station before? Why has it transformed into a multiplayer station now? Luo Qiuxue inquired curiously. I'm not sure. And the description has changed too. Shen Ping suddenly recalled the biochemical doctor from earlier. He remarked, do you suppose there's a possibility that something transpired in the City of Silence yesterday? Otherwise, why would the descriptions and types of platforms have altered? It might be related to that gray-haired man, Luo Qiuxue replied. Quickly, the surrounding environment shifted, and the train traversed through the forested mountains, soon revealing other trains in the vicinity. The rumbling noise was significant. Shen Ping counted. There were 4 trains heading towards a great mountain, while his own train consisted of 7 carriages. Others have only 1 or 2 secondary trains and 1 tertiary train. Shen Ping's developmental speed has overwhelmingly surpassed all global players. Seizing the opportunity before the train arrives, Shen Ping promptly accessed the train marketplace and acquired the train coins related to yesterday's exploration of the biochemical laboratory. Player Shen Ping received a comprehensive score of 95 points, out of a maximum of 100 points, based on the resources obtained plundered and the monsters' animals and players defeated yesterday. This reward granted player Shen Ping 95 train coins. He claimed the 95 train coins ahead of others. Chapter 36, The Spider Cave, Part 1. Meanwhile, aboard the adjacent train to Shen Ping's, 2 male players gazed in disbelief at his train. One, a robust man, exclaimed incredulously, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 carriages? Could it be that 1 front carriage and 1 second-class carriage, along with 1 front carriage and 2 third-class carriages, add up to a total of 8 classes? The other, a more slender individual, murmured, to think our train seems only to be 3rd class. How on earth is this possible? Be cautious, Alway. If they choose to confront us, we stand no chance of resistance, the stout man said slowly, his tone laden with gravity. Perhaps not, Longa. They are so formidable. Will they really engage us? Chen Dawei inquired curiously. Better safe than sorry, Li Tianlong replied. Remember, if they attempt to seize our supplies, we will fight to the death, refusing to yield. Chen Dawei shouted passionately. Spare me your bravado. You fool, Li Tianlong retorted. giving Shen Ping a light smack on the head. If they take our supplies, we will surrender and maintain a low profile, understood? It was not just Li Tianlong and Shen Ping who took note of Shen Ping's exceptionally long train. The other two trains also observed it with keen interest. Moments later, the four trains came to a halt beside a vast cavern, at least 5 or 6 meters high and wide, enveloped in utter darkness. The doors of the four trains opened almost simultaneously, and 8 players descended in turn, exchanging glances in a silence that enveloped the scene. Aside from Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, there were 4 male players and 2 female players. Notably, Shen Ping observed that all groups comprised members of the same gender, 2 males together and 2 females together. It appeared that the 2 girls were students from Jiangxing University, belonging to a neighboring class rather than his own. Both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue recognized them, and they in turn recognized Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, particularly Luo Qiuxue, who, as the campus belle, was known to nearly 80% of the university's students. Observing the situation, Shen Ping spoke gently, "Ladies and gentlemen, our shared objective is to explore this station. Thus, let us not delay any further and commence our exploration." Li Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the players who had descended were reasonable and did not immediately resort to aggression. He quickly concurred, "Indeed, esteemed one, your words are wise. Let us proceed without delay. Absolutely, let us collaborate in our exploration. You're Shen Ping from the neighboring class, along with Luo Qiuxue?" One of the female players hesitated before asking Shen Ping with curiosity. Upon hearing this, the other 4 unfamiliar male players erupted in astonishment, exchanging looks of disbelief. Shen Ping, the player frequently broadcasted globally, and beside him, Luo Qiuxue, who had astonishingly slain a green quality monster. It is I who must declare a point of caution. The dangers herein are considerable, and I may not necessarily attend to your welfare. It would be prudent for you to await within the confines of the train. Shen Ping cautioned. However, the 6 players expressed no intention to hide, opting instead to trail behind him. Furthermore, let us adhere to a principle of equitable distribution. Those who vanquish the most monsters shall reap the greatest rewards. Is that understood? Shen Ping continued. Absolutely. Esteemed Shen Ping, rest assured, we shall merely assist. Shen Ping replied hastily. Upon realizing they were in the presence of the globally renowned Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, the 2 female students felt a surge of ambition. If only they could align themselves with these 2, survival would surely be a matter of ease. Moreover, as classmates, mutual assistance should be the norm, should it not? Noticing the 6 remained undeterred, Shen Ping furrowed his brow slightly. The perceived simplicity of the Spider Cave challenges held true only for himself and Luo Qiuxue. For these 6 individuals, the difficulty would undoubtedly be formidable. Yet, if they were intent on courting danger, there was little he could do to dissuade them. He had spoken his piece. There was no need for further displays of compassion. Before long, the 8 of them entered in succession, accompanied by Xiao Tai and Xiao Shu. Xiao Shu perched upon Shen Ping's shoulder, her small, bean-sized eyes surveying the other players. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue took their positions at the forefront and were greeted by the sight of a vast iron ore deposit. As they approached, a notification appeared. Iron ore detected. Would you like to mine? Note: a pickaxe-type tool is required for mining iron ore. A pickaxe? Shen Ping was taken aback momentarily. However, he quickly recalled having acquired 15 iron pickaxes within the village. It appeared these were the tools intended for mining. Subsequently, Shen Ping executed a critical hit on these pickaxes while they remained in his backpack, primarily to prevent others from witnessing this. Critical hit successful. Iron pickaxe, white quality, black gold pickaxe. The ordinary iron pickaxe had transformed into a white quality black gold pickaxe, proving to be quite useful. Once it had become a black gold pickaxe, Shen Ping retrieved it and handed it to Luo Qiuxue. As they both wielded the black gold pickaxe, they began to strike the iron ore. The remaining 6 exchanged glances. While they had barely enough provisions, they had neither the means nor the funds to purchase pickaxes. Within mere minutes, the iron ore before them shattered, yielding a substantial quantity of iron ore. Acquired rough iron ore 125. Rough iron ore? It appears some smelting will be necessary to refine it into fine iron. Shen Ping mused, placing it into his backpack. He then continued deeper into the cave with Luo Qiuxue, Xiao Tai, and Xiao Shu. Shen Ping murmured, "Truly, he is remarkable. Not only does he have the leisure to tend to pets, but he also possesses any tool he wishes to produce at will." The others remained silent, agreeing with this sentiment. They felt that this expedition was yielding scant rewards. The darkness deepened as they ventured further. Shen Ping procured a torch from the trading market, then executed a critical hit. The result was a white-quality, exquisite torch, capable of burning for an entire 3 days without extinguishing. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue held torches in their left hands and pickaxes in their right. Along their journey, they shattered every ore they encountered, leaving the remaining 6 to watch helplessly as Shen Ping claimed the resources. Just then, a cacophony of screeches echoed from the depths of the mine, alerting everyone. From the inky darkness emerged a swarm of bats, their wings slicing through the air, producing a dreadful wail. "An enemy attack," Shen Ping shouted, hastily stowing away his pickaxe and replacing it with a gleaming desert eagle. The gun's surface reflected a chilling sheen in the dim light. Without a moment to steady his breath, his fingers tightened on the trigger. Beside him, Luo Qiuxue acted with remarkable swiftness, shouldering her infinite shotgun, its barrel slightly elevated, aimed at the oncoming horde of bats. Her innate talent suited the shotgun perfectly, allowing her to shoot while simultaneously using healing abilities to restore her stamina. In her hands, the infinite shotgun seemed animated, rising and falling gently with her breath, poised for action. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp, rapid gunfire of the Desert Eagle rang out as Shen Ping's bullets tore through the bat formation with deadly accuracy, the struck bats disintegrating into dark shadows, their foul blood splattering upon ground. His arms remained steady as a rock, his gaze darting swiftly among the swarm, the gunfire never ceasing for a moment. However, at the instant Luo Qiuxue pulled the trigger, the shotgun erupted with a blinding flame. With a tremendous roar, countless pellets rained down like a torrential storm. The leading bats had no time to scream before they were obliterated in the dense barrage, their severed wings fluttering to the ground like broken black butterflies. With Luo Qiuxue relentlessly firing, a breach was carved through the surging onslaught. The fallen bat corpses began to accumulate at their feet. Yet more bats continued to flood in from all directions, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light in the darkness. The 6 onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. This was a gun, a Desert Eagle, and a fearsome shotgun. Where on earth did they acquire such weapons? Suddenly, a few bats that had slipped through the defenses let out piercing shrieks, abruptly changing course to attack the other players who were caught off guard. Before they could fully grasp Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue's prowess, a chilling scream pierced the air as a female classmate was struck by a bat's talons, blood instantly staining her sleeve, plunging the scene into chaos. "Help! Help me!" she cried out desperately. "Xiao Shu, Xiao Tai!" Shen Ping shouted. Xiao Shu immediately joined the fray, dispatching bats with a single blow, his impressive physique of over 100 making him the strongest creature present, despite lacking a weapon. Xiao Tai summoned 3 advanced iron puppets. The previous 3 had long since vanished due to cooldowns. The massive iron puppets relentlessly pounded the bats into submission. After 5 minutes, the swarm of bats was finally eradicated by Shen Ping and his companions. The other 6 players had sustained varying degrees of injuries, with one female player bearing numerous ghastly bite marks from bats, a truly harrowing sight. It was repeatedly advised that they remain on the train. Shen Ping's expression remained unchanged. The challenges of this cave were formidable for them. Let's proceed. Shen Ping, having exhausted all options, decided it would be more prudent to return to the train and rest rather than remain a burden to Shen Ping. Soon, the 4 male players departed. The 2 remaining female players, one severely injured and unable to move, could only leave at a sluggish pace. Sighing, Luo Qiuxue sought Shen Ping's consent before gently touching the wounded player's injury. In no time, the wound began to scab over. Luo Qiuxue employed only a modicum of her innate abilities, mindful not to astonish too greatly. The 2 female players cast grateful glances at Luo Qiuxue. "Qiuxue, we shall forever remember your immense kindness. You may return to the train. There is no need for further expressions of gratitude." Luo Qiuxue waved her hand dismissively. However, The healed female player retrieved a map from her pocket, stating, "I believe this may be of use to you." Intrigued, Luo Qiuxue accepted it. Chapter 37. The Spider Cave, Part 2, Blueprint for Energy Armor, Quality, Green. Synthesis requirements: 100 refined iron, 100 energy stones, capable of withstanding attacks from ethereal beings. This energy stone is nowhere to be found in the trading market, and I suspect it is an exceedingly rare resource. Therefore, I thought to offer this blueprint to you as a form of remuneration. Well then, thank you very much. Casting a glance at her two female classmates, Luo Qiuxue accepted the blueprint. By the way, can we add each other as friends? One of the female players inquired. After a brief private conversation with Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue decided to agree, as the blueprint was indeed impressive, and having an additional friend wouldn't hurt. Before long, they retraced their steps, preparing to leave. Lily, are we really just giving away this blueprint? The other female player, who was carrying the injured player, asked curiously. This blueprint is of no use to us. The required resources are unattainable. It's better to pass it along and gain the friendship of two prominent figures like Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, which I believe is a fair trade. That's true. Well, since it's your idea. But I can't shake the feeling that it would have been better if they could take us in. Let us not entertain that thought. Haven't you noticed how challenging this platform is? It must be designed to match players according to their strength. If we were to follow them, we would inevitably encounter perilous situations ahead. Moreover, they clearly appear to be a couple, and they would hardly welcome us intruding upon their intimate world. Let us abandon the idea of seeking their refuge. The two female players exchanged their thoughts and soon emerged outside, returning to their respective train compartments. Meanwhile, Shen Ping continued to explore with Luo Qiuxue. Those two female classmates seem quite grateful. This blueprint is quite extraordinary, capable of resisting attacks from ethereal creatures. Shen Ping remarked with a sense of admiration. However, gathering the necessary components will be quite challenging. We have yet to even encounter an energy stone. Now, we have yet another elusive resource to seek, he continued. The duo resumed their exploration of the mine, diligently using their iron picks to extract various raw iron ores upon encountering iron deposits. After approximately 10 minutes, the energy squirrel perched on Shen Ping's shoulder suddenly chirped, seemingly alerting them to impending danger. The two exchanged serious glances, and suddenly, several red circular lights appeared. Upon illuminating them with their torches, they discovered several massive spiders. As this was a spider cave, the strength of these arachnids was certainly formidable. The spiders appeared to possess white quality attributes. Defeating a certain type of creature would yield its corresponding data in the bestiary. This had been the case with the bats and the previous bioengineered beings. As Shen Ping assessed the situation, he realized he had acquired several entries in his bestiary, leading him to deduce that the spiders before them likely matched the white quality strength. While they posed a significant threat to ordinary players, for Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, they were merely a group of weaklings. "Little mouse, it's your turn," Shen Ping declared. The little mouse let out a loud cry, bounding and leaping with a rather comical appearance. However, when the swarm of spiders attacked, they couldn't even graze it. Squeak! The mouse slapped the nearest spider, causing it to perish instantly, its round belly flattened. Truly a creature of blue quality. Even its auxiliary strength was formidable, Shen Ping praised. As the mouse continued to dispatch the spiders, Shen Ping leisurely followed behind, collecting the supplies strewn across the ground. Acquired white quality, spider meat 15. Acquired white quality, spider silk 15. Each received a critical hit. Advanced spider meat. Quality, green. Consumption increases physique by 1 point. Up to 3 times. Upon discovering that the critical hit spider meat could enhance physique, Shen Ping eagerly struck the remaining spider meat for critical hits. As for the spider silk, critical hit successful. White quality, spider silk, green quality, spider web. The spider silk transformed into a spider web. Spider web, type green. A trap type item that can be set in a location. Any prey that comes into contact with the web will be firmly ensnared. However, it remained uncertain whether the white quality spider silk had other uses. Thus, Shen Ping opted not to strike all of it, but rather converted half into spider webs while retaining the other half. The spider web, grasped in hand, appeared as a small orb of light to prevent it from sticking. Yet, if thrown, the orb would vanish instantly, transforming into a large spider web to ensnare the prey. Once the mouse had dealt with all the spiders, Shen Ping ventured deeper. The next course of action involved using the black gold pickaxe on iron ore. When encountering bats and spiders, he would shoot them. The mouse also assisted. If fatigue set in, he would rest momentarily, enjoying a massage from Luo Qiuxue's delicate hands. Meanwhile, outside the cave, within a train, a serious conversation unfolded. "Brother, have you thought this through?" That is the train of the world's top players, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Lin Xiaohu exclaimed gravely. Lin Xiaohu and Lin Dahu were brothers, part of this group of players. Lin Dahu responded earnestly, without venturing into the tiger's den. "How can one capture the tiger's cub? I just surveyed the exterior. Their train is stocked with abundant resources. And do you know? There are live chickens and ducks. Can you even fathom that? They frequently sell all manner of supplies, food, water, everything one could desire. If we could seize all the resources within their train." Lin Dahu's tone quickened with urgency. Lin Xiaohu, too, was captivated by the prospect of endless food, water, and a variety of resources. However, he remained rational, stating, "Brother, I believe now is not the time. They could return at any moment. It would be wiser to wait until the last 10 minutes before they depart. Then use tools to break their train window, and their train is of such high caliber, it will undoubtedly remain stationary longer than ours." All right, let it be so. The two individuals reached a unanimous decision to commence their actions in just over 2 hours, gathering as many supplies as possible. After all, the vehicle was stocked with resources far beyond their consumption capacity. At this moment, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue remained oblivious to the fact that their train was being surveilled. After the passage of time, they managed to acquire a substantial amount of supplies, including over 1,000 units of crude iron ore and several hundred pieces of spider meat and spider silk. However, at that precise moment, Luo Qiuxue received a private message. Lu Qing wrote, "Sister Qiuxue, there are 2 players eyeing the supplies in your train. I suspect they have ulterior motives." This message was from a recently injured female player named Lu Qing, who sent 2 videos. Upon opening them, Luo Qiuxue observed the 2 male players loitering around their train, seemingly searching for an advantageous angle, wielding a hammer. Earlier, when confronting the bats, they had not produced their hammers, instead cowering at the rear. Shen Ping, upon witnessing this scene, felt a surge of rage. These 2 players were courting disaster. "What should we do?" Shen Ping. "Should we return early?" Luo Qiuxue inquired, her brows knitted tightly in anger. It was indeed infuriating, as these resources belonged to her on Shen Ping. "It is my fault for not stationing the iron puppet to guard the train. I should have brought one back with us." Shen Ping's expression darkened with fury. After a moment's contemplation, he decided they should head back promptly. Mining and combat had consumed considerable time, and the round trip wouldn't take long. They mustn't allow those 2 to escape first. The 2 players' train was of level 2, with a mere 4.5 hours of stay time. If they fled directly, it would infuriate Shen Ping. Such individuals must be dealt with personally, otherwise he would find it impossible to sleep at night. "Very well, let us proceed." 20 minutes later, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue sprinted towards the cave entrance, closely followed by Xiao Shu and Xiao Tai. At that moment, an alert tone echoed in their ears. "Player Shen Ping, your train window is under attack. Please be cautious." This alert is only available for level 5 trains. "Player Luo Qiuxue, your train." They exchanged glances, seeing the fury mirrored in each other's eyes. They truly dare to act. Simultaneously, Lu Qing continued to send reminders to them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Dawei and Li Tianlong, along with 2 female players, watched from a distance as Lin Dahua and Lin Xiaohua relentlessly struck the 3rd carriage belonging to Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Chen Dawei shouted, "Are you both insane? Daring to steal from the esteemed Shen Ping? He isn't here now, and in about 10 minutes I will depart. Once we return, who knows what will happen? You all are forbidden from alerting others, understand? Otherwise, I shall shatter your windows." Li Tianlong shook his head, pulling Chen Dawei away. "Let us return to the train. We are unarmed and unable to intervene." The crux of the matter lies in his fear that Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue might return first. leading to a misunderstanding that could spell disaster. These two are truly despicable. They will undoubtedly face retribution. Chen Dawei muttered. Lin Dahu, known for his fiery temper, overheard Chen Dawei's muttering and bellowed. Try saying that again, and I shall shatter your skull. Let us go, let us go. Li Tianlong urged as he escorted Chen Dawei back to the train. Are you two still watching? Lin Da shouted at Lu Qing. Lu Qing recoiled slightly, but quickly retorted. What you are doing will bring you misfortune. Enraged, Lin Dahu strode toward her, intending to strike with his hammer. Brother Dahu, don't waste your time. Lin Xiaohu intervened, just in time. The two continued to hammer at Shen Ping's car window. However, before the glass could shatter, a cold voice resonated behind them. What do you two intend to do to my train? Though the voice was eerily calm, Lin Dahu and Lin Xiaohu felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 38. The Spider Cave, Part 2. Lin Dahu and Lin Xiaohu mechanically turn around, only to behold Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, the Iron Spirit, and the squirrel perched on Shen Ping's shoulder, accompanied by 3 iron puppets behind them. In an instant, their minds were engulfed in chaos. Lin Xiaohu, overwhelmed by terror, collapsed onto the ground. Shen Ping, esteemed one, how have you returned? Lin Dahu uttered, dazed. You smashed my car window and attempted to steal from me. Do you think I would not return athwart your endeavors? Shen Ping retorted coldly, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Shen Ping, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. I shall not dare to offend again. Please, give my brother and me another opportunity. We shall not transgress again. We merely sought to pilfer something. Our crime does not warrant death. Shen Ping cast a glance at Luo Qiuxue, curious about her potential response in such a situation. After a moment of hesitation, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. This was no longer the lawful society of the past. It was a realm governed by the survival of the fittest. If these 2 thieves were released, they could very well return to pilfer again, and may even seek revenge. We must eliminate them. Allowing them to go free would only invite more thieves. Besides, he had even contemplated attacking Lu Qing and the others. We must eradicate this threat completely. Lu Qing had just privately informed Luo Qiuxue of everything that had transpired. Shen Ping nodded in satisfaction. Luo Qiuxue adapted to this world of peril even better than he had anticipated. They had only just traversed into this realm, and already the threat of theft loomed large. If time were to pass, the likelihood of players turning upon each other would be inevitable. Yet, it appeared that Luo Qiuxue was far from being a naive idealist. Her act of healing an injured classmate was born from compassion, but she showed no mercy towards those who sought to vandalize their train or steal their supplies. Such a resolute Luo Qiuxue was truly perfect. Shen Ping drew his desert eagle, aiming it at Lin Dahu. Filled with dread, Lin Dahu quickly steeled himself, realizing Shen Ping's intention to not let him escape. Gripping his iron hammer, he prepared to strike Shen Ping. With remarkable swiftness, Shen Ping pulled the trigger. Within 5 meters, the gun was fast and accurate. In a heartbeat, he shot Lin Dahu in the head. Simultaneously, Luo Qiuxue, wielding a shotgun, dispatched Lin Xiaohu without a moment's hesitation. You have killed player Lin Dahu. You have acquired resources from his backpack, bread 3, wood 5. Lu Qing and her companion stood agape at the scene before them. They had not anticipated such decisiveness from the illustrious Luo. They assumed mercy would prevail, but instead, she had executed them without a second thought. They had it coming. Those 2 brothers had just attempted to attack us. They were truly vile. They chattered excitedly. Soon, their exploration time elapsed, and the train began to move. Lu Qing leaned out of the train window, waving farewell to Luo Qiuxue, before their train swiftly vanished from sight. Shen Ping approached Lin Dahu's train, shot out its window, and leaped inside, only to find it barren of valuable supplies. In a state of helplessness, Shen Ping was compelled to dismantle Lin Dahu's train. Dismantling successful. Acquired wood 100, acquired plastic 100, acquired refined iron 100, acquired train core once again, the resources amounted to a mere trifle, accompanied by singular train core. As for Chen Dawei and Li Tianlong, being at level 3, they had a full half-hour before their departure. Shen Ping, with a hint of caution, stationed a high-level iron puppet to guard the train. He then continued exploring with Luo Qiuxue, Little Mouse, little iron, and 2 high-level iron puppets. Half an hour later, Chen Dawei and Li Tianlong dared not step outside their train even once. They were not so foolish. Their train soon departed, while Shen Ping and his companions ventured to the very heart of the spider's lair. Here lay an abundance of iron ore, yet at that moment, a massive spider, 3 meters wide and 2 meters tall, materialized before them, detected the emergence of a boss-level monster. Boss-level monster, the most formidable creature within this quality tier, possessing abilities comparable to the next tier. Defeating a boss-level monster will undoubtedly yield a treasure chest. Below is the boss information. Cave Giant Spider, quality, green, boss level, constitution, 163. Skills, Spider Silk. Emits a vast array of spider silk to create a web that ensnares enemies and inflicts damage. Summon small spiders. After a 3-second chant, suddenly gives birth to 5 green quality small spiders to assist in battle. Spider Roar. Lets out a roar, inflicting widespread damage. A green quality boss? It is time to employ my newly acquired skill. Until now, it had remained unused. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Shen Ping's eyes. Womans, even at the brink of death, you remain so arrogant. The giant spider suddenly spoke, its gaze disdainfully fixed on Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Upon seeing Shen Ping prepare to utilize his skill, Luo Qiuxue retracted her shotgun. As a blue-quality shotgun, she feared it might instantly obliterate the giant spider. After all, no matter how much a boss it was still merely a green-quality creature. Is it because you do not intend to resist? A hint of mockery flashed in the giant spider's eyes, having noticed Luo Qiuxue's action of putting away her weapon. No, it is due to the fear of accidentally annihilating you, Luo Qiuxue replied candidly, shaking her head. A sharp-tongued little girl I shall. However, it then noticed a squirrel perched atop Shen Ping's head. At that moment, Little Mouse was in a spirit mouse state, having granted Shen Ping a 3-fold increase in his stamina limit. With Little Mouse's presence, Shen Ping felt invigorated, brimming with strength. Thunder Kirin, he whispered, and as his words fell, a dazzling flare of purple lightning erupted from his palm, crackling and dancing like a living entity at his fingertips. Ziz crackle. The fragmented sounds of explosions echoed continuously, as the purple lightning seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly coursing up his arm and coalescing. In the blink of an eye, a majestic illusion of a Qilin materialized before Shen Ping. Its entire form was enveloped in scales woven from intertwining purple lightning, and within its gaping maw, one could even glimpse slender electric serpents darting about. With the emergence of the Qilin's illusion, the surrounding air appeared to be ionized, emitting a resonant hum. The great spider, filled with terror, exclaimed, "Human, what is this power you wield?" Yet, what awaited her was the formidable Thunder Qilin. In an instant, the purple Thunder Qilin rent the great spider's body asunder. As a boss-level creature, it was effortlessly vanquished by Shen Ping. Acquired Silver Treasure, Chest 1. Acquired Great Spider Bloodline Potion 1. Great Spider Bloodline Potion. Consuming it grants the Great Spider Bloodline, allowing transformation into a Great Spider, with a 50% chance of immediate death. Acquired Great Spider Flesh 100. Acquired Great Spider Silk 100. Listening to the notifications ringing in his ears, a glimmer of delight flashed in Shen Ping's eyes. This all was indeed substantial. Chapter 39. Exploring Physical Attributes. However, the moment Shen Ping unleashed the Thunder Kirin, he sensed a wave of fatigue wash over him. Nevertheless, he was capable of casting it at least 2 more times, meaning he could execute it thrice in total. The Thunder Kirin had no cooldown period, yet it consumed a significant amount of stamina, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Fortunately, Little Mouse was present. Without it, Shen Ping would have been unable to even attempt the spell. Luo Qiuxue, ever considerate, quickly approached Shen Ping and cast a healing spell to restore his stamina. As his energy was replenished, Shen Ping proceeded to unleash a critical strike on the spoils. Acquired a golden chest. Acquired green quality premium giant spider meat. Premium giant spider meat, quality green, increases constitution by 10 points, can be consumed up to 2 times. Acquired blue low quality giant spider silk. Giant spider silk, quality blue low. Casting giant spider silk envelopes a vast area with a diameter of at least 10 meters. Lastly, he obtained the Giant Spider Bloodline Elixir. Critical hit success, green quality, Giant Spider Bloodline Elixir. Blue medium quality, Blood Crab Spider Bloodline Elixir. Blood Crab Spider Bloodline Elixir. Quality, blue medium. Consuming it guarantees the acquisition of a blue quality monster, the Blood Crab Spider's bloodline. The Giant Spider Bloodline was critically transformed into a new spider name. Shen Ping accepted it with satisfaction. While both he and Luo Qiuxue had no intention of using it, it did not preclude its future utility for crew members. As for Little Mouse, there was no need for it to use the Blood Crab Spider Bloodline Elixir, as it was inherently supportive in nature. Administering such a potion could potentially result in numerous side effects. After approximately 5 minutes, Shen Ping's stamina was fully restored, and he felt invigorated. Let us return to the train. Shen Ping, I want a hug. Luo Qiuxue nestled affectionately against him. Shen Ping effortlessly gathered the beloved girl into his arms, lifting her in a princess carry as they prepared to head back. With a playful giggle, Luo Qiuxue leaned in and pecked his cheek. Upon returning to the train, Shen Ping gently set her down. This haul was quite substantial. He had collected nearly 2,000 units of raw iron ore. Although he currently lacked the means to smelt it, he made his way to the trading market and purchased a furnace, then executed a critical strike on it. Ordinary furnace, green quality, golden furnace. An ordinary furnace of subpar quality transformed into a green quality item. Shen Ping felt quite fortunate. The newly upgraded golden furnace shimmered with a golden hue. In his previous life, one could have easily purchased several houses with such a furnace. However, Shen Ping was primarily interested in discovering the special effects of the golden furnace and why it warranted a green quality designation. Golden furnace, quality, green. Each use of the golden furnace yields 1 piece of gold. Before smelting, Shen Ping delivered a decisive blow to these raw iron ores. As they were unprocessed products, the impact caused a significant increase in quantity, much like the ordinary fruits harvested or the rice gathered. Only after processing, akin to snacks or refined iron blocks, or when inherently special, such as oversized fruits of superior quality, like the white J banana, did the quality experience a notable enhancement following the impact. A single raw iron ore, after being struck, could transform into approximately 5 pieces. Some might yield 2, while others could result in a dozen or more. The effects were random, yet consistently fell within a certain range. After 2 hours had elapsed, Shen Ping successfully struck all the raw iron ores, acquiring nearly 10,000 pieces. He then placed the raw iron ores above the golden furnace, adding some wood and fuel below. Soon, the furnace emitted a hissing sound as it consumed about 10 pieces of iron or to produce a single refined iron. In addition to the refined iron, a piece of gold also materialized. Intrigued, Shen Ping decided to strike the gold as well. With the golden furnace at his disposal, gold would no longer be a scarce resource. Critical hit successful, gold black gold. This revelation reminded Shen Ping of the black gold pickaxe he had encountered earlier. The efficiency of mining with the black gold pickaxe was indeed impressive. He pondered which was the more formidable metal, black gold or platinum. Previously, a critical hit on a gold treasure chest had yielded a platinum treasure chest. He had assumed that 10,000 pieces of iron ore were quite valuable, only to realize they amounted to a mere 1,000 pieces of refined iron. Luo Qiuxue remarked, somewhat exasperated, that despite being a substantial quantity compared to what other players might possess, it was not particularly impressive in their context. Subsequently, Shen Ping opened the golden treasure chest. Acquired train coins 180. Acquired green quality golden jacket. Golden jacket, quality, green. Wearing it temporarily boosts constitution by 20 points and can absorb 50 of damage from the enemy's first attack. Cooldown time, 2 hours. With a critical hit, he obtained black gold jacket, quality, blue inferior. Wearing it temporarily boosts constitution by 100 points, stamina by 20 points, and can absorb 80 of damage from the enemy's first attack. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue engaged in discussion for a while, ultimately deciding that Shen Ping would don the black gold jacket, reserving better equipment for Luo Qiuxue in the future. As for the rigid armor, it could not be worn, as a player could only equip one upper garment at a time, unless it was a special type of attire. Next came the 2 varieties of spider meat. The advanced spider meat, when consumed, could enhance constitution by 1 point, with a maximum of 3 pieces allowed per individual. Shen Ping had several hundred of these, and he placed 6 pieces of advanced spider meat above the furnace to roast. The advanced giant spider meat could increase constitution by 10 points, with a limit of 2 pieces. Thus, the 2 types of spider meat could potentially boost a person's constitution by a total of 23 points. By the time both varieties of spider meat were cooked, evening had arrived, perfectly aligning with dinner time. Shen Ping retrieved the roasted spider meat and then shared it evenly with Luo Qiuxue. Initially, Luo Qiuxue felt a bit repulsed. After all, it was spider meat. However, upon tasting it, she found it tender and juicy, the meat rich and delightful. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue quickly devoured the 2 types of spider meat. Shen Ping then proceeded to check his attributes panel. Player, Shen Ping. Teammate, Luo Qiuxue. Talent, S-grade critical hit. Level, 8. Constitution, 5100 black gold jacket. Stamina, 140-20. Skill, Thunder Qilin. At present, Shen Ping's stamina had reached 140, and his constitution had risen to 50 points. As for Luo Qiuxue, her constitution had increased to 43 points, and her stamina had climbed to 133 points. Could it be that an increase in constitution also leads to a linear increase in stamina? This might be a method to enhance stamina. Next came the equipment. In addition to boosting constitution, the equipment could also enhance stamina. However, Shen Ping was somewhat perplexed as to why the skill description did not clearly state the total stamina consumption, merely using vague terms. This was the case with any item related to stamina. For instance, the purple cloud grape only mentioned an increase in a portion of stamina, while casting Thunder Qilin consumed a considerable amount of stamina, and so forth. It seemed that only by examining the attributes panel could one draw a conclusion. Shen Ping mused. He had not checked the attributes panel when he previously consumed the purple cloud grape, or when he had the little mouse on him, or while casting Thunder Qilin. Subsequently, Shen Ping decided to conduct an experiment. He consumed a purple cloud grape, and then clicked on his attributes panel. Player, Shen Ping. Stamina, 140-20-10, purple cloud grape. Skill, Thunder Qilin. A single purple cloud grape seemed to increase stamina by approximately 10 points, Shen Ping concluded. Now, with his stamina, equipment, and the purple cloud grape, he had a total of 170 points. Be careful, Shen Ping. The little mouse is still on cooldown. Luo Qiuxue reminded from the side. Rest assured, having precise values will allow for better understanding in the future. Shen Ping replied before casting Thunder Qilin. The sound of thunder crackled through the air. Soon, the phantom of the Qilin began to take shape before Shen Ping. Luo Qiuxue, feeling a bit anxious, stepped behind him. However, after 5 minutes without releasing Thunder Qilin, it dissipated into the air. At this moment, without the little mouse's support, Shen Ping felt utterly drained, his head spinning. Seeing Shen Ping sway as if intoxicated, Luo Qiuxue anxiously embraced him from behind. Shen Ping then checked his stamina. Player, Shen Ping. Stamina, 3140-20-10, purple cloud grape. Now, Shen Ping was left with only 30 points of stamina. This meant that casting Thunder Qilin consumed at least 140 points of his stamina. It's no wonder that Thunder Qilin is a skill of purple quality. Luo Qiuxue quickly rushed to provide Shen Ping with healing. Shen Ping did not forget to open his attribute panel, subsequently assessing his stamina. At that moment, his stamina was regenerating at a rate of 10 points per second. After 14 seconds, Shen Ping had fully restored his stamina. However, Luo Qiuxue, who had previously been at full stamina, had now dwindled to just over 50 points. Nevertheless, Luo Qiuxue only needed to administer healing to herself, which she accomplished at an approximate rate of 5 points per second. Thereafter, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue endeavored to experiment with the Infinite Desert Eagle and the Infinite Shotgun. The Infinite Desert Eagle consumed 10 points of stamina, while the Infinite Shotgun required 20 points. Chapter 40. Who is your wife? Having thoroughly examined various stamina-consuming weapons and skills, the evening had nearly arrived. After engaging in the chat channel for a while, Shen Ping finally received a notification. The agricultural compartment has crops ready for harvest. Please collect them promptly to prevent withering, crops will wither if left for double the planting time. Crops? At that moment, Shen Ping recalled that the 4 types of crops he had planted were beginning to bear fruit. The purple mist grapes took 2 days, the red horn fruit 4 days, the white jade banana 3 days, and the ink pattern ice heart melon 2.5 days. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue soon made their way to the 5th agricultural compartment. At this moment, clusters of purple mist grapes hung heavily among the vines, resembling gathered purple gemstones or jade. The fruits were plump and round, some perfectly spherical, others slightly oval, closely nestled yet not pressing against one another. Shen Ping eagerly joined Luo Qiuxue in the bustling harvest. He had initially anticipated that planting 12 seeds would yield 12 fruits. Instead, he was greeted with 12 bunches. Each bunch contained a dozen or more grapes, resulting in nearly 200 purple mist grapes in total. Additionally, aside from the fruits, they had also collected 24 seeds of the purple mist grapes. This meant that they could continue to plant, reap the rewards, and plant again, leading to an ever-increasing bounty. Subsequently, Shen Ping held one of the purple mist grapes in his hand and attempted a critical hit. However, the attempt failed to elicit any reaction, leaving him somewhat disappointed. It appeared that, even after growing from seeds to fruit, the possibility of a critical hit remained elusive. The same held true for the newly acquired purple mist grape seeds. No chance of critical hits. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. If critical hits were possible, one could obtain higher quality fruits every few days, which indeed seemed implausible. Once the fruits were gathered, the hour grew late, and they took turns bathing before preparing for rest. However, as they were about to step into their bedroom to sleep, a shift occurred in the environment surrounding the train. What had once been enveloped in darkness transformed into a snowy landscape. Outside the window, a beam of moonlight streamed into the train. Soon, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue felt a sudden chill. Clad in light clothing and lacking proper gear, they both shivered. It was at this moment that Shen Ping realized the gravity of the situation. Could it be that the cold calamity had arrived? Luo Qiuxue also recalled, yes. During their crossing, the 5th point had mentioned that the first week was a novice protection period, and, subsequently, they would face their first disaster, the cold calamity. Glancing at the time, Shen Ping noted it was precisely midnight. That couldn't be right. Even though it was past midnight, it was merely the 7th day, and tomorrow they would experience the 7th platform. However, did the novice protection period not conclude until after midnight the following day? As if to confirm their suspicions, a notification echoed in everyone's ears. Attention all players, please be advised that all trains have departed the initial void and are en route to the frigid world. Initial void, the vast world where all novice players first arrive, filled with numerous resource stations that serve as a boon during the novice protection period. Within the initial void, as long as the train is not within the confines of Station Small World, no dangers will be encountered. Cold World, the first train disaster experienced by all novice players. Aside from daily visits to the Small World stations, players will traverse the Cold World, where they may encounter beasts or monsters that could obstruct their path. There are 24 hours remaining until the novice protection period concludes. After this time, the temperature will plummet, potentially reaching as low as -30 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow, all players will head to the World Transfer Station promptly at 6 o'clock in the morning, where they may perhaps utilize train currency to procure useful items. World Transfer Station 1. Players will arrive at the World Transfer Station 1 day prior to entering the larger world, where rare items, goods, and resources will be available for sale. 2. Each World Transfer Station can accommodate 10 trains. 3. Players are prohibited from engaging in combat, damaging other players' trains, or seizing their resources within the station. 4. The duration of stay at the World Transfer Station is equivalent to that at a regular station, determined by the respective train levels. The prompt concludes. Shen Ping understood the situation. The train had arrived early in the disaster world. However, due to the remaining 24-hour protection period, both he and Luo Qiuxue only felt a slight chill. Once the protection period ends, temperatures could drop to a chilling -30 degrees. Furthermore, the daily stations would be replaced by the World Transfer Station. Shen Ping wondered if the World Transfer Station would have the resources he sought. What should we do? Shen Ping. Luo Qiuxue asked, a hint of panic in her voice. Don't worry. Most players lack cold-resistant items. If it comes to it, you can wear that black gold jacket. It should offer some warmth. Suddenly, Shen Ping recalled the ice spirit cloak. The cloak provided exceptional cold resistance. Unfortunately, he had leather and cloth, but lacked the ice essence. He pondered whether the world transfer station would sell it tomorrow. What about you? Luo Qiuxue, concerned for her own well-being, was even more worried for Shen Ping. If something were to happen to him, it would be disastrous. An idea struck Shen Ping. He gently placed his hands on Luo Qiuxue's slender waist and drew her into his embrace. Well, let's talk seriously. Why are you doing something naughty again? Shen Ping leaned closer to Luo Qiuxue's ear and whispered, if your clothing isn't sufficient, you can wear the black gold jacket, and I can warm myself in your embrace. What do you think? Luo Qiuxue's earlobe flushed a deep crimson. No, that's shameless. Her tone grew increasingly flustered, perhaps recalling the dreams they had shared on previous nights. All right, Gustayist. Don't worry. With your husband's talent, we shall not succumb to the cold. There are still 2 days left. Humph, who is your wife? Luo Qiuxue did not push away Shen Ping's mischievous hand. Instead, she merely curled up in his embrace, subtly conveying her modesty. Oh, I understand now. It appears that Qiuxue does not wish to be my wife. How disheartening. Shen Ping feigned sorrow. This, however, provoked Luo Qiuxue. With reddened eyes, she clung tightly to Shen Ping, burying her head in his chest as she whimpered, No, that's not true. I do want to be your wife, so much so that I dream about it. But you just spat at me? Shen Ping couldn't help but chuckle. I was wrong, darling, Luo Qiuxue said, blinking innocently and gazing at Shen Ping with a playful pout. Shen Ping felt utterly enchanted by her adorable antics. Perhaps no one could have imagined that Luo Qiuxue, the renowned beauty of the school, would adopt such a childlike demeanor in Shen Ping's arms, even affectionately calling him darling. Qiuxue, you are truly charming, Shen Ping praised, then leaned down to kiss the beloved girl in his embrace. Chapter 41. The workers of the World Transit Station, after teasing Luo Qiuxue for a while, Shen Ping embraced her and lay in the warmth of the blankets. Subsequently, he opened the global chat channel to gauge the reactions of others. Is it possible for the World Transit Station to sell some warm coats? It's so bothersome. I feel extremely cold. I have a thermometer. The temperature is only around 10 degrees now. If it feels this cold, I can only imagine how frigid it will be when the real cold disaster strikes. Tendering 10 roasted pork chops for down jackets. Are you foolish? At this stage, who doesn't understand the importance of down jackets? And you offer roasted pork chops in exchange? I do have 2 large coats, but I need to wear both of them. By the way, since tomorrow is the World Transit Station, will there still be platform exploration? There shouldn't be, as everything will commence at 6 in the morning. Seeking a patron, my teammate has perished. Who can take care of a weak girl like me? I only need food and clothing. Soon after, Shen Ping placed some spider meat on the trading market, offering spider meat that can increase physique by 1 point. Trading for 2 down jackets, with a maximum of 3 pieces per person. Shen Ping had an ample supply of spider meat. Little Mouse had already enhanced his physique by 23 points, rendering the remaining spider meat useless. Before long, players began to leave messages. Message what? Meat that increases physique. Really? Just for clothing? Message, the increase in physique is too little, only 1 point. Message, I can trade, Shen Ping. Quickly, many players reached out to Shen Ping. Although clothing was quite expensive in the trading market at this stage, the meat that could enhance physique was equally invaluable. Shen Ping soon completed a trade with a player, namely Murong, exchanging 2 down jackets for a total of 10 pieces of spider meat. Shen Ping then critiqued the 2 down jackets. Critique successful. Large down jacket, white quality, cold-resistant vest. The fluffy down jackets vanished, replaced by a slender vest. Despite its diminutive size, Shen Ping felt a surge of happiness. Cold-resistant vest, quality, white. Wearing it can withstand at least minus 50 degrees of severe cold. And due to its compact size, it does not occupy a slot for upper body equipment. Shen Ping quickly dressed Luo Qiuxue in the vest. Though its size was slightly small, nearly causing a mishap with certain areas. Upon wearing it, Luo Qiuxue felt a warm sensation enveloping her, akin to being beside a roaring fire. How does it feel, Qiuxue? It's warm. This garment is wonderful, but it's a bit tight. Well, that's acceptable. A little snugness accentuates your figure. Luo Qiuxue felt somewhat speechless, yet since Shen Ping liked it, she decided to wear it. As long as when we go out, you wear the padded armor, it will be fine. As Shen Ping spoke, he playfully scratched Luo Qiuxue's arm. Hey, stop it. That tickles just a little more. I still want to tickle you. As Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue engaged in playful banter, they did not neglect to list spider meat in the trading market, hoping to sell some treasure chests. The more treasure chests they amassed, the greater their accumulation of train currency, enabling them to procure more valuable items at the World Transit Station the following day. Time swiftly passed, and by 5:55 the next morning, both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue had already awakened. Although they had not enjoyed a full 6 hours of sleep, the enhancement of their physical condition rendered them far from fatigued, particularly for Shen Ping, whose physical prowess had reached an impressive 50 points. The occasional 4 or 5 hours of sleep was hardly a burden. Had this been before his journey, he would have surely succumbed to exhaustion. The train is about to arrive at the World Transit Station. All players please take note. Since their destination was not a conventional platform, the usual 3 options did not appear. The train continued its journey, and the surrounding scenery quickly transformed from a frigid landscape into the expansive interior of what resembled a grand high-speed railway station. Alongside Shen Ping, 10 trains traveled parallel, with Shen Ping's train positioned first on the far left, while the others trailed to the right at a distance. Each train was separated by a platform, where numerous machines reminiscent of beverage vending machines stood, though they surely dispensed not drinks, but much-needed supplies. A woman in uniform stood at the platform adjacent to Shen Ping, not far ahead. Soon, the train began to decelerate smoothly, coming to a halt beside the uniformed woman, the train's entrance directly facing her. She cast a glance at Shen Ping's train, her pupils constricting in astonishment. 1, 2, 3. She counted nearly 7 cars in total. Had a newcomer, having just crossed over for a week, elevated their train to level 8? What ist? The woman was internally astounded. As the train doors opened, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue curiously stepped onto the platform. The World Transit Station appeared to be a composite hub, with numerous platforms situated in the center of each train. Was this truly the World Transit Station? Where was the trading area? Were these machines the answer? Shen Ping inquired, gazing at a nearby vending machine. Greetings. I am a staff member of the train world, and I shall serve as your guide, the woman announced. Meanwhile, players from the other 9 trains began to interact with their respective guides. This is where the trains halt. These machines provide the most basic supplies. Exchanging train currency for these goods is not economical. If you seek to trade for more precious items, please accompany me to the hall of the World Transit Station. The uniformed woman stated earnestly. Shen Ping approached one of the vending machines. Wood vending machine, 1 train currency for 10 pieces of wood. Stone vending machine, 1 train currency for 5 pieces of stone. Bread vending machine, 1 train currency for 1 loaf of bread. Shen Ping comprehended the purpose of these machines, yet found them to be rather unappealing. Who would use train currency to acquire such easily obtainable resources? It was no wonder the staff member had remarked on the lack of value. Luo Qiuxue inquired curiously, "Hello? What is meant by staff member? How does it differ from player?" The woman smiled wryly and replied, "My name is Yang Na. You may simply call me Yang Na. I am among the earlier cohorts of players who ventured into the train world. A staff member is a designation that players can choose after passing through the World Transfer Station. They may opt to transition into staff members and subsequently work in a transfer station where the environment is temperate and accommodations are provided. For instance, my role involves guiding newcomers to familiarize themselves with the transfer station. However, becoming a staff member does not imply the absence of peril. We are still required to conduct a platform exploration once a month. Nevertheless, we no longer possess our own trains and instead rely on direct teleportation. Thus, the life of a staff member is not devoid of challenges." I see, Shen Ping mused, stroking his chin. In that case, wouldn't many players opt to become staff members? After all, the train world is fraught with dangers, and players must explore the platform daily, while staff members only need to do so once a month. Yet Yang Na shook her head. Chapter 42. The first encounter with Lin Yin, although the role of a worker, is quite popular among certain players. Each World Transit Station can only accommodate 1 worker at a time. Once the quota is filled, no more can be accepted. Furthermore, prior to assuming the role of a worker, two types of resources must be surrendered. The first being 3 train cores, and the second comprising 500 train coins. These coins are exceedingly precious, primarily usable within the train marketplace and world transit stations. Most players lack the aforementioned resources, and those who possess them often have no inclination to become a worker, merely subsisting in idleness. Thus, under such stringent conditions, the number of players eligible to become a worker is quite limited. Additionally, being a worker does not guarantee safety, as one must explore the platform at least once a month, Yang Na explained. I see. I understand now. However, it seems that there is only 1 worker per train, indicating that the number of workers is not insignificant. Have you all been transferred from elsewhere? Shen Ping inquired curiously, glancing at the players interacting with the train guides behind him. To his surprise, among the few who emerged from the second train was none other than the wealthy heir Lin Yun, along with Luo Qiuxue and 3 unfamiliar players. As for Luo Qiuxue, she appeared to be Lin Yun's girlfriend. Shen Ping vaguely recalled that Lin Yun had approached him earlier under the pretext of buying water for his girlfriend. Yet now, this Luo Qiuxue seemed to be in a rather disheveled state, her clothing bearing signs of wear and her posture slightly hunched, exuding an aura of diminished confidence, evidently having endured significant hardship. Brother Yun, Luo Qiuxue, is that Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue? If my eyes do not deceive me, Li Tian exclaimed, his keen gaze spotting Shen Ping with astonishment. Lin Yun and Luo Qiuxue turned their attention toward Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, momentarily lost in thought. How could they have encountered them here? A flicker of panic crossed Lin Yun's eyes. He had previously offended Shen Ping in the chat channel, and now, their meeting was unfolding in such a dramatic fashion. It seemed he had been denied the time to reflect and grow. He gritted his teeth, feelings of regret welling up within him. If only he had not crossed paths with Shen Ping back then. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and approached Shen Ping, relieved that they were in a world transit station where fighting was prohibited. Had they met on a regular platform, Lin Yun would have fled at the speed of light. Well, it is you too, Shen Ping chuckled. He had not anticipated such a coincidental encounter with Lin Yun and his companions. As for how they recognized one another, it was simply due to the new feature in the chat channel that displayed players' photos without any beautification, rendering them utterly authentic. Thus, Shen Ping and Lin Yun naturally recognized each other. Lin Yun, noticing Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue's cold stares, quickly donned a sycophantic smile. Brother Ping, the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. I, Lin Yun, would like to sincerely apologize to both of you and hope we can clear the air. Li Tian was utterly astonished, gazing at the abject Lin Yun. In school and throughout Lin City, Lin Yun had always been audacious and overbearing. Not only did he disregard his classmates, but even some teachers had fallen under his sway. It was said that numerous female students had been charmed by him. How could such a privileged second-generation heir be so servile? Nevertheless, although Li Tian was shocked, he understood that Shen Ping was deserving of respect. In this era of upheaval, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue commanded a formidable presence, their trains stretching impressively long. They had every right to their stature. Shen Ping regarded the humbled Lin Yun, his gaze calm. Though he harbored thoughts of annihilating him, this was not an opportune locale for such an act. As for sweeping matters under the rug, that was utterly impossible. Shen Ping shook his head with a serene demeanor, asserting that one could not simply dismiss past grievances. Should they cross paths again at the station, it would be a matter of life and death, with only one side emerging victorious. He surveyed Lin Yun's companions, shrugging slightly. One must bear the consequences for their words. Shen Ping vaguely recalled Lin Yun's past insults. Such a rabid dog, had it not been for his own formidable strength, would have retaliated fiercely. Even Luo Qiuxue could have been caught in the crossfire. Thus, Shen Ping was resolute in not letting Lin Yun off the hook. Li Tian, Su Xiaohua, and Yin Faping exchanged glances, silently communicating their disbelief. Bro, this seems excessive. I haven't even offended you. Li Tian thought to himself, though he dared not voice his concerns. What if this was merely an outburst? Yang Na, lead the way, he finally said. All right, Yang Na replied, somewhat taken aback, but quickly stepping forward to guide them. Her body trembled slightly, perhaps in response to Shen Ping's fierce demeanor. Luo Qiuxue linked her arm with Shen Ping's, unperturbed by the situation. Those who wronged Shen Ping must face the repercussions, especially in a public forum where moral coercion was at play. Furthermore, she found Shen Ping's demeanor rather impressive. The other players could only trail behind at a distance, hesitant to approach. Shen Ping's earlier ferocity had left a profound impression. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's expression darkened. With an icy glare, he seethed, "What a wretched creature. Once we leave this transit world, you might just encounter a perilous station and meet your demise. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Lin Yun was infuriated, as Shen Ping's attitude suggested he had no intention of letting him off easily. He feared that should he cross paths with Shen Ping at the core of his train, Shen Ping might seize everything from him. Despite lowering himself to such a demeaning position, even adopting a repugnant demeanor to placate Shen Ping, he felt it was utterly unfair. Brother Yun, with so many stations, the likelihood of encountering Shen Ping is minimal. Don't be overly concerned. Their current strength doesn't guarantee future dominance. If we strive to develop and grow stronger, our numerical advantage will surely allow us to defeat Shen Ping. Li Tian reassured him from the side. Yin Feiping sighed and remarked, "Now the five of us are indeed like grasshoppers on the same string." Shen Ping's recent demeanor suggests he is unlikely to let us off the hook. He sees through it all, and if it should come to pass that Lin Yun falls victim to Shen Ping, both myself and Li Tian would be in grave peril as well. As the foremost player in Blue Star at this moment, I cannot believe that Shen Ping does not comprehend the importance of eradicating threats at their roots. Chapter 43. The four types of players guided by Yang Na. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue arrived at a vast indoor plaza. Numerous players clad in worker uniforms populated the area. Some had set up small food stalls selling pancakes, astonishingly priced at 1 train token. Shen Ping exclaimed in disbelief, wondering who would use train tokens to purchase such items. However, he was soon taken aback as he witnessed another worker spending a token to buy a pancake. It dawned on him that workers did not possess their own trains. They had no need to expend train tokens to procure useful items from the train marketplace. Additionally, there were workers pushing large carts of goods and others sweeping and mopping the floors. In essence, these workers managed the plaza. "Something feels off, Yang Na. We only have 10 trains. Why build such an extravagant plaza here?" Luo Qiuxue queried, perplexed. Yang Na smiled. "Do not forget, we workers must complete our platform tasks monthly. Furthermore, if some elite survivors intend to pilot their trains to other worlds, they will require a series of supplies at transit stations." "Ah, I see. So, as you mentioned, players can be categorized into 2 types, survivors like us and workers?" Shen Ping noted, intrigued by Yang Na's words. Yang Na shook her head. "No, there are 2 more types, violators and hunters." Observing the bewildered expressions of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, she elaborated, "These 2 categories are quite distant from your current experiences. Strictly speaking, violators do not belong to the player realm. They are players who have submitted to powerful entities, assisting them in their endeavors, often preying upon those scavenging at platforms or completing tasks. Should they kill over 100 players, the game system will designate them as violators. As for hunters, they are players dedicated to dealing with violators. Both of these player tiers are formidable, with stats typically exceeding 4 digits, and they generally inhabit high risk, large platforms where you are unlikely to encounter them." Shen Ping was utterly astonished, having never anticipated the game's complexity. Was this truly just a simple train survival scenario? Rest assured, under normal circumstances, the game system will protect promising new players like you from violators, and righteous hunters will pursue these violators. So there is no need for concern. Subsequently, Yang Na shared a wealth of information. For instance, in addition to submitting resources, workers who acquire a worker card can seamlessly change their class and be randomly teleported to a transit world. Moreover, train tokens are restricted to workers, who can trade with any type of player. However, other types of players are not so fortunate. They can only spend their time on the train or engage in trade with the workers. Yang Na, serving as a guide among the workers, aims to facilitate the growth of novice players to the best of her ability. "May I ask, what is your constitution?" Shen Ping inquired with curiosity. When Yang Na had previously shared information, she detailed the entry of each batch of players into the world, occurring once a year. Having entered with the last 2 batches, She has been in this realm for 2 years. As for me, generally speaking, players who survive for 2 years in the survival world possess an average constitution around 300. As for myself, due to my role as a worker, I only have a little over 150, Yang Na admitted somewhat bashfully, sensing that Shen Ping's constitution was likely similar to her own. By the way, let me assist you too in verifying your player types. Subsequently, Yang Na led them to a room on the first floor, where a simple certification process took place. As a result, Shen Ping's attributes panel now reflected the player type, Survivor. Yang Na then proceeded to introduce various shops, while the stores for low-level resources were non-existent. As they could be purchased from vending machines outside, there were several shops specializing in weapons, items, and rare resources in this area. For instance, the various elemental cores that Shen Ping had long been seeking were available for purchase at the core shop. Please urge for updates, dear friends. The debut has commenced, and early performance is crucial. I implore you. Any valuable suggestions will be gladly received by the author. Chapter 44. Exploiting opportunities in various shops. The exploration is now in your hands. I shall return to my station. Do remember to return to the train promptly, as the duration at the World Transfer Station is identical to that on the platform. Should you miss the train, you will remain here indefinitely, and due to your altered status, the game system will obliterate you, Yang Na cautioned. I comprehend. Thank you, replied Shen Ping. As Yang Na took her leave, she added him as a friend, though this was not a stringent requirement. Nonetheless, most players would choose to connect with the workers at the World Transfer Station. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue were no exception. Furthermore, the ability to trade with the workers would facilitate the acquisition of train currency in the future. The two entered the core shop. Welcome. Here we sell ice essence, fire essence, earth essence, space essence, and more. Please, do peruse our offerings. The female worker at the core shop greeted them. Elemental cores refer to what is known as essence. Previously, the ice cloak and various items requiring white quality essence could be procured here. On the shelves lay a tranquil ice blue orb. Shen Ping picked it up. Ice essence, quality white. Contains the core of ice elements. Price, 50 train coins. Next, he spotted a red orb. Fire essence, quality, green. Contains the core of fire elements. Price, 50 train coins. A flicker of curiosity crossed Shen Ping's eyes. What transformations might these essences undergo upon critical hits? He spent 50 train coins to acquire a fire essence, placing it in his backpack for enhancement. Critical hit successful. Obtained advanced fire essence 1. Advanced fire essence, quality, green. Contains the core of fire elements, with a potency tenfold that of a regular fire essence. A look of astonishment gleamed in Shen Ping's eyes. He inquired of the worker, what is the market value of this advanced fire essence? The worker was equally taken aback, not anticipating that this survivor possessed such a high-level fire essence, which was exceedingly rare even among green-quality items. Sir, this advanced fire essence is typically sold at subsequent world transfer stations. We do not stock it here. However, its value generally hovers around 500 train coins, which is the price of a modified train carriage. Shen Ping mused quietly. May I sell this advanced fire essence to you? Shen Ping asked, considering it a splendid opportunity to earn train coins, especially since workers could engage in trade, a distinct advantage for them. For survivors like Shen Ping, the conditions for acquiring train coins were rather stringent. I'm afraid our shop does not offer. An advanced fire essence can be exchanged for 200 train coins, the worker began. She widened her eyes, staring incredulously at Shen Ping. ISNT, that a losing deal? Are you serious? She queried. Absolutely authentic, he affirmed. The worker swiftly retrieved 1,000 train tokens from his pocket. My savings are limited. I can purchase at most 5, as I have other uses for the tokens. It dawned on Shen Ping that while the previous worker who bought pancakes likely possessed a considerable number of train tokens, the other workers were not in the same position. Thus, if Shen Ping wished to engage in transactions involving train tokens, he would need to seek out the affluent worker. That should suffice, Shen Ping remarked with a smile. However, I must first retrieve my goods. I will purchase some elemental cores from these shops. Before long, Shen Ping acquired 2 of each elemental essence. There were 7 elements in total: ice, water, fire, earth, wood, metal, and space, amounting to a total expenditure of 700 tokens. According to the shopkeeper, other elemental cores existed, but this particular shop did not stock them. Subsequently, Shen Ping pretended to step outside briefly, taking the opportunity to strike the elemental cores, enhancing them all to mid-tier quality. Upon his return, he sold 5 of them to the worker, netting a profit of nearly 300 train tokens along with 9 elemental cores. Shen Ping then inquired, "May I exchange 1 high-tier essence for 4 low-tier essences?" Logically, this would be a lucrative deal. The worker appeared intrigued, but shook her head. "I'm afraid not. Every shop is under the oversight of the gaming system. Exchanges of items are prohibited, and purchases can only be made with train tokens. However, I could buy items from the store with train tokens and then trade with you. Unfortunately, as you can see, my funds are rather depleted at the moment." Faced with this, Shen Ping had little to say. He was not a loss, after all. He subsequently purchased additional elemental cores before exiting the shop. Luo Qiuxue expressed her disbelief. "I never imagined there would be such strict limitations on selling items here. We can hardly earn any train tokens. It's still acceptable. Let's explore each shop and see if we can trade with the workers there." Although Shen Ping felt somewhat disappointed, armed with his advantages, such constraints were merely trifles that would not hinder his ascent. Indeed, the two then proceeded to a shop selling blueprints. It offered a plethora of basic blueprints, such as those for a water condenser, a bread maker, a kettle, and iron armor, all of which were fundamental and survival-related, with a maximum quality of white. Shen Ping purchased a few useful blueprints and discussed selling low-priced high-tier essences with the worker there. However, to his surprise, the worker outright declined his proposal. Waving his hand dismissively, "I do not engage in activities outside my official duties. Do not attempt to deceive me." Observing the worker's earnest demeanor left Shen Ping at a loss for words. Yet, with a worker unwilling to trade, he could not force a sale. He and Luo Qiuxue continued to browse the other shops. They also stumbled upon a shop dedicated to recruiting attendants. Quite literally, it offered numerous recruitment scrolls for attendants, albeit of low-tier or white quality. Moreover, the prices were exorbitant. Even a low-tier wooden puppet was priced at 100 train tokens. A white-quality stone figure is being sold for no less than 500 train coins, a staggering price indeed. However, it is understandable, as the individuals summoned through recruitment scrolls proved to be quite useful. Although the white-quality Iron Elf was not conjured through a recruitment scroll, it still holds significant value. Were it not for the trio of iron puppets, Shen Ping would have certainly struggled to conquer the biochemical laboratory dungeon. Of course, his success can also be attributed to his critical strikes against those 3 iron puppets. Subsequently, Shen Ping employed a strategy akin to that used at the elemental core shop. He initially purchased 10 subpar crew recruitment scrolls for a mere 1,000 train coins, and then managed to achieve critical strikes on all of them. 9 of the scrolls transformed into white-quality recruitment scrolls, while 1 experienced a stroke of fortune, resulting in a green-quality scroll. He then sold each white-quality scroll at a base price of 300 train coins to the recruitment scroll employees, accumulating approximately 700 train coins, and thus earning 700 train coins in profit. As for the green-quality scroll, Shen Ping did not sell it, not due to a lack of desire, but rather because the employees were devoid of funds. This was evident to Shen Ping. They were merely employees with little to no coins, while the true proprietors were the game system itself, to which these shops belonged. Beyond these establishments, there existed an even more significant shop, the train modification shop. This venue offered numerous modules and various trains that could not be found in the train mall. Naturally, some items bore train-level restrictions. However, before venturing to this train modification shop, Shen Ping felt compelled to seek out other employees, hoping to sell the recently acquired and critically struck items at lower prices. He aimed to act as an intermediary to reap considerable profits. Once the train departed, such an opportunity would vanish. Thus, for the next 2 to 3 hours, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue tirelessly traversed the area to conduct business. Other players, lacking substantial funds, merely strolled about, resting briefly before purchasing essential supplies and returning to the train. Only Shen Ping continued his relentless pursuit. A significant portion, around 70, of the employees were skeptical of Shen Ping's offerings. Meanwhile, 30 believed in him, yet they too were short on coins. After amassing nearly 7,000 train coins, Shen Ping resolved to cease his endeavors, not because he had earned enough, but because most of those who trusted him had depleted their funds. This total also included the 400 train coins provided by Yang Na. Nevertheless, a minority of employees began to harbor suspicions about Shen Ping, astonished by his apparent wealth. The fact that he could so easily sell white and green quality items at such significantly reduced prices struck them as outrageous. Chapter 45. Departure from the Transfer Station. A bold idea. With the acquisition of train currency, the journey of consumption continues. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue swiftly entered the store, transformed from the train. Welcome. Recently, many new accessories for novice players have emerged. Do take a look to see if anything suits your needs. The staff member promptly approached, intrigued. Shen Ping nodded and glanced over the items for sale. Not only were train upgrade cards available, but various energy crystals as well, with prices mirroring those in the train's marketplace, rendering purchases unnecessary. Train Compartment Bulletproof Vest provides bulletproof functionality for a train compartment. Price: 500 train coins. Level requirement: Level 5. Shen Ping's eyes brightened. Encounters with armed adversaries were inevitable in the future. He possessed firearms, and the players he had previously dealt with likely did as well. It was reasonable to surmise that many players had acquired these unique firearms, which required no ammunition. If this were indeed the case, the bulletproof vest would be a worthy investment. Furthermore, numerous modular upgrades were quite beneficial. Train Alarm System issues an early warning when a player approaches within 1 meter of the train. Price: 300 train coins. Level requirement: Level 7. Train Machine Gun installs a white quality machine gun on the train's roof, which can consume food to convert thermal energy into kinetic energy, automatically replenishing ammunition up to 500 rounds. Price: 1,500 train coins. Level requirement: Level 8. Train Aircraft Wing installs helicopter wings on the train's roof, can be concealed when not in use, enabling the train to fly. Price: 3,000 train coins. Level requirement: Level 20. Shen Ping was dazzled by the array of options, ultimately purchasing 4 useful items: Train Compartment Bulletproof Vest, Train Alarm System, Train Machine Gun, Train Body Alloy Reinforcer. As for the Train Body Alloy Reinforcer, priced at 1,000 train coins and applicable to only a single compartment, it was costly yet superior in effectiveness compared to the bulletproof vest. In fact, the combination of 2 defensive train modules could substantially enhance overall defense. Shen Ping, exhilarated, quickly assessed these items in his backpack. Train Compartment Bulletproof Vest, Train Bulletproof Vest. Train Bulletproof Vest. All train compartments, including newly added ones, will benefit from bulletproof effects. The effectiveness doubled, and Shen Ping was pleasantly surprised. The alloy reinforcement functions similarly, fortifying the entire train, both inside and out. The machine gun upgraded to green quality. Its initial damage might be slightly less than that of a Desert Eagle. Yet the machine gun offered automatic fire without consuming stamina, relying solely on food for operation. For ordinary players, this would undoubtedly pose a dilemma, as they might struggle to gather sufficient food even for their own needs, let alone for a machine gun. However, Shen Ping's words reaped a bounty from the small shops, harvested from the giants' farms, and gathered from the villages, coupled with a devastating effect on the quantity of primary unprocessed agricultural products. Shen Ping could be deemed as having attained food freedom. As for the alarm system, its range elevated from 1 meter to 10 meters. Subsequently, Shen Ping procured 2 weapons of white quality from the armory, a broadsword and a long spear, spending 1,000 train coins. With the windbreaker blade gone, it was only natural to seek a new weapon, which was placed in the backpack for critical enhancement. White quality, broadsword, green quality, mountain cleaving blade, quality, green. A formidable blade, imbued with a tearing buff, possessing exceptional slashing power among green quality weapons. After critical enhancement, the long spear was named the Flamebreaker Spear, its tip encircled by flames, endowed with a fire buff. This Flamebreaker Spear was designated for Luo Qiuxue, although she already wielded a giant's axe. Its cumbersome nature made it more suitable for the iron golem summoned by the Iron Spirit. The recently earned 7,000 train coins dwindled back to 3 or 4,000 coins. At this juncture, Shen Ping noticed that the employees at the weapon and train modification shops had accumulated quite a sum of train coins, courtesy of him. Thus, Shen Ping employed the same strategy, selling off some of the white quality weapons, now green quality, that had undergone critical enhancement, cycling the train coins back into his possession. What a delightful sensation it was to enjoy such a free ride. Upon returning to the train, Luo Qiuxue stretched languidly and exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, it appeared that visiting the World Transfer Station was a sure way to amass riches. Shen Ping glanced at the time. There was still a while until the 5-hour mark, with all other trains having departed, leaving only his train behind. When the time finally arrived, Shen Ping initiated the train's departure ahead of schedule, deeming it unnecessary to linger. Concurrently, he added the recently enhanced modules to the train. After the addition, Shen Ping attempted another critical enhancement, hoping to exploit a bug, reminiscent of the double enhancements possible before opening treasure chests and constructing blueprints. However, Shen Ping was left speechless as nothing transpired. Train modification modules did not fall within the realm of exploitable bugs. So far, the only instances of bug exploitation had been before treasure chests were opened and before blueprints were constructed. As the train journeyed onward, Shen Ping began crafting the items he had previously prepared. Icewind Cloak Blueprint Quality, White. Synthesis Requirements: Ice Essence 1, White Quality, Fabric 15, Leather 20. Wearing it increases Constitution by 10 points and significantly enhances cold resistance. Eternal Furnace Blueprint Backpack. With 1 Ice Essence, 1 Fire Essence, and 1 Spatial Essence, Shen Ping possessed all 3. He synthesized them separately, followed by a critical enhancement. Winter Cloak, Quality, Green. Wearing it increases Constitution by 50 points, greatly enhancing cold resistance. Eternal Forging Furnace, Quality, Green. The ever-burning flames within can continuously restore damaged equipment when placed inside. However, the forged items cannot exceed blue quality. Backpack Enhancer, Quality, Green. Utilizing the Backpack Enhancer allows one to add 80 slots to their personal inventory. One must be carried, while the other directly augments the personal backpack. It goes without saying which is more formidable. 3 items have been critically hit. The trench coat provides warmth and enhances Constitution by 50 points. The furnace perpetually burns, capable of forging equipment. The Backpack Enhancer increases inventory slots. In a moment of contemplation, Shen Ping found himself perplexed. If everything, aside from his innate talent, could be critically hit, then what about his personal backpack, chat channel, trading market, and even his attribute panel? As his thought crossed his mind, Shen Ping's breathing quickened. However, each item only possesses a singular opportunity for a critical hit. He must seize this chance. Chapter 46. The conflict of critical hits and biological limitations, however. Shen Ping found himself in a state of hesitation. Currently, his backpack comprised 70 slots. Should the rules of critical hits imply an augmentation of the existing slots, would it not render early game critical hits somewhat disadvantageous? For instance, if the backpack were to expand from 70 to 700 slots in the event of a critical hit, would a backpack that initially boasted over 100 slots not experience an even more pronounced effect? Ultimately, Shen Ping decided that early utilization would bring early enjoyment. This contemplation evoked memories of opinions voiced by individuals before his transmigration regarding the acquisition of smartphones. The latest generation of devices was deemed excessively expensive, and many chose to wait for several months until the sales events of the following year's June 18th and Double 11. However, as smartphones are typically updated annually, by the time one waits for the next model, yet another new version would emerge, perpetuating the cycle of waiting for discounts. Shen Ping proceeded to execute critical hits on the 4 functionalities in sequence. Personal Backpack, Enhanced Personal Backpack. The number of additional slots is 10-fold the train's level. Current train level, Level 8, additional slots, 80. His backpack now accommodated 150 slots, each capable of holding up to 100 items, thus allowing Shen Ping to store a staggering total of 15,000 items. Next came the other 3 functionalities. The chat channel and trading market were both upgraded to enhanced versions, though the functional improvements were not markedly evident. The chat channel introduced a singular new feature, the ability to assess the accuracy of player statements, thereby enhancing the reliability of the information conveyed. Most individuals frequented the chat channel primarily to gather intelligence, with only a minority engaging for entertainment and social interaction. Thus, this improvement bolstered the authenticity of information acquisition. The trading market, in turn, saw an increase in exposure rates, which would further amplify as the train level escalated. Given that these were inherently functional attributes, the enhancement of existing capabilities was already a commendable outcome. Lastly, there was the attributes panel. The attributes panel could not undergo critical hits independently, as it was constituted by various components: talent, constitution, stamina, and skills. Shen Ping realized that his innate talent could not be subject to critical hits, so he focused on the other three. However, constitution as the manifestation of physical strength cannot be critically hit. Stamina is not only constitution, but also stamina proved immune to critical hits. Shen Ping recalled the introduction of talents, noting that aside from one's innate talent and living beings, everything else was eligible for critical hits. Although both parameters resided within the attributes panel, their effects pertained solely to one's physical form. Nonetheless, Shen Ping surmised that skills should be eligible for critical hits. If talents could be enhanced, skills certainly could as well. However, since skills had already experienced a critical hit upon usage, they were ineligible for further enhancement. After considerable reflection, Shen Ping realized that none of the 4 parameters on his attributes panel could be modified. Luo Qiuxue was unsurprised. Shen Ping had assisted her in executing critical hits on 3 aspects: personal backpack, chat channel, and trading market. As her talent had already been critically hit, and lacking any skills, it was natural that this aspect would be bypassed until she acquired skills in the future. Next, he turned his attention to the little mouse and little iron. The parameters on the crew and pet attributes panel included shared aspects: quality, constitution, and skills. The first 3 elements are fundamentally biological in nature. Enhancing quality inherently translates to an overall upgrade of the organism's constitution, and the constitution itself needs no further elaboration. The rationale remains consistent. Ultimately, we arrive at skills. As conjectured by Shen Ping, skills are indeed capable of critical hits. White variety, skill. Iron puppet creation, green quality, skill. Advanced iron puppet creation. In an instant, Xiao Tai felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge, leaving him momentarily dazed. Next came Xiao Shu. After the enhancement of its 3 skills, the results were as follows. The duration of transformation into a spirit mouse was extended to 2 minutes, while the cooldown period remained unchanged. The thickness of the spirit mouse's shield was augmented to absorb 300 points of damage. Additionally, the health limit of the spirit mouse's possession ability was quintupled. After accomplishing these feats, Xiao Shu's head felt as though it had exploded, causing it to faint immediately. Luo Qiuxue hurriedly crouched down to gently massage Xiao Shu's head, administering a healing touch. Soon after, Xiao Shu regained its footing, sensing an abundance of newfound knowledge. Once these tasks were completed, Shen Ping utilized the green recruitment scroll he had purchased. This scroll was obtained through a critical hit, allowing for immediate recruitment. Recruitment successful. Obtained green quality, Fire Sprite 1. Train Conductor, Fire Sprite, Type, Summoning. Quality, low green. Constitution, 28 points. Skill, Fire Puppet Creation. Summons a fire puppet capable of launching fireballs for a duration of 24 hours, summonable once per day. A small entity, perpetually ablaze atop its head, tilted its head in curiosity at Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Its appearance bore resemblance to the Iron Sprite, yet distinguished by its fiery red skin and the flames enveloping it, in contrast to the metallic skin of the Iron Sprite. Shen Ping executed a critical hit on the Fire Sprite's skill, transforming Fire Puppet Creation into Elite Fire Puppet Creation. It remains uncertain whether the Elite Fire Puppet constitutes a blue quality entity, as the ordinary Fire Puppet should logically be of green quality, aligning with the quality of the Fire Sprite. Intriguingly, regardless of whether it be the Fire Sprite, Iron Sprite, or Psychic Squirrel, all skills experienced critical hits without any alteration in quality. Could it be that quality is inherently fixed from the outset? Shen Ping pondered. If enhancing skills does not elevate quality, Then what does? Must it be the pet pill? Subsequently, Shen Ping crafted useful blueprints, including a bread machine capable of producing loaves and a kettle for boiling water, among others. Of course, he did not neglect the possibility of critical hits. After attending to all these trifles, evening had nearly arrived. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue shared a dinner of 2 bowls of hearty beef noodles. The beef chunks substantial and reminiscent of instant noodles. This similarity arose because Shen Ping had critically hit 2 braised beef noodle dishes. After all, having indulged in seafood excessively, what harm is there in occasionally savoring instant noodles? While enjoying his meal, Shen Ping did not forget to share his culinary experience in the chat channel. Shen Ping, having eaten too much seafood, it's time for a light bowl of instant noodles. Observe the chatter among his companions. Some statements bore a percentage of accuracy, while others, such as the last remark, were utterly devoid of merit. This enabled him to discern vital information while navigating the chat channel. However, comments unrelated to facts or exaggeration did not carry an accuracy rating. As he turned off the chat channel, he gazed out the train window, where the sun-like star of the region had dipped below the horizon, leaving a blanket of snow in its wake. The temperature was destined to plummet as time progressed. Yet, both were clad in warm vests, relishing bowls of noodles adorned with generous portions of beef and fresh vegetables. Meanwhile, others around them either shivered in the cold or lacked sustenance. A sense of contentment welled up within. "It's truly wonderful to have you here," remarked joyfully, savoring a piece of beef. "Come sit over here," beckoned, though was momentarily puzzled, as they were already seated side by side. It soon dawned on her, and she gracefully shifted to Nestle in S embrace. "Is this how it is?" she mused, delighted by the familiarity of the moment. Set his noodles aside and affectionately ruffled S hair, praising her. Reacting to his touch, felt herself soften. "Darling, feed me some beef." She shot a playful glance, poised to offer him a piece with her chopsticks, but he merely shook his head. "I shall feed you, and then you will understand." This chapter contains specific settings regarding critical hits. To clarify a few points: 1. The protagonists have consistently been in the same tier, often ranking first among the top few, with leading impressively. 2. There will be no hindrance to the protagonist's growth. They will continually evolve. 3. The narrative will avoid melodrama, such as amnesia or romantic entanglements with other female characters, ensuring a singular female lead and an everlasting bond between the protagonists. 4. The author welcomes constructive feedback. Feel free to mention any suggestions or corrections directly. Chapter 47. Shen Ping, I love you, have you learned it? Shen Ping asked with a mischievous smile, gazing at the lovely Qiuxue in his arms. Luo Qiuxue was utterly stunned, rendered speechless for a moment. Yet, she had not rebuffed any of Shen Ping's actions. On the contrary, she was enveloped in the moment. Shen Ping, you Western-loving scoundrel, Luo Qiuxue lamented. Why? Shen Ping inquired, puzzled. Because you enjoy imported delicacies. After satisfying their hunger, the pair decided to retire early for the night. Shen Ping was uncertain how long the cold disaster would persist, but it was likely they would remain in this place for the time being. As for the small platform, it was akin to a miniature world. Thus, aside from exploring the platform, they would need to navigate the frigid conditions at all other times. Midnight arrived. Attention all players, a cold disaster has descended. Please note the following precautions. 1. The duration of the cold disaster is unpredictable, as is the arrival of the next world. During this period, players' trains will continuously traverse the frigid realm. 2. Should a collision occur while traversing the frigid realm, the higher-level train will sustain less damage, while the lower-level train will incur greater damage. If the level difference exceeds 5 levels, the higher-level train will remain unscathed. 3. During the journey through the frigid realm, players may encounter monsters obstructing their path. Higher-level trains can crush the monsters, whereas lower-level trains may be halted by them, after which the monsters will relentlessly assault the train. 4. The platform is a miniature world, unaffected by the cold disaster. In the next moment, a blizzard began to pelt against the windows, marking the true onset of the cold disaster. The temperature plummeted. Having comprehended the matters at hand, the two could finally rest. After bathing, they nestled into the warm bedding, yet sleep eluded them. Luo Qiuxue gazed earnestly at Shen Ping. Once again, it was a night, a time ripe for the cultivation of an ambiguous atmosphere. Shen Ping's eyes were drawn to the hint of spring light peeking from the neckline of Luo Qiuxue's garment, and he inhaled the familiar fragrance that enveloped her. With a deep sigh, he leaned slightly forward, caressing her cheeks softly, whispering, "We must rise early tomorrow, so let us retire for the night, my dear." However, Luo Qiuxue inched closer to Shen Ping, seemingly indifferent to his posture, and embraced him, their bodies pressing against one another. A flush crept onto her face as she sensed something, but she quickly composed herself and asked earnestly, "In this situation, Shen Ping, can you truly sleep?" Gazing at Luo Qiuxue's innocent countenance and her slightly tense form, Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Gathering her courage, Luo Qiuxue subtly loosened the skirt that encircled her hips, her lips brushing against Shen Ping's ear as she whispered, "Shen Ping, it's so cold. Perhaps we should warm ourselves?" At that moment, Shen Ping could hardly fathom her meaning. "When you say warm ourselves, do you mean through aerobic activities?" Luo Qiuxue lowered her gaze, her cheeks ablaze, and ultimately condensed her myriad emotions into a single word. MMM. If Shen Ping could withstand this, he would hardly be a man. He pressed his lips against hers, and amidst the girl's stammering voice. Minutes later, their lips parted. "Shen Ping, I love you. You'll treat me well for a lifetime, won't you? I will love you forever and cherish you always, Qiuxue." All right. On a stormy night, the snow pelted against the car windows and roof, creating a cacophony of sound. An hour later, Luo Qiuxue nestled in Shen Ping's embrace, resembling a gentle kitten in her master's arms. With her eyes closed, traces of unshed tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. These were tears of happiness. However, exhausted from the day, Luo Qiuxue had already drifted into a deep slumber. Shen Ping held her close, his heart brimming with joy. Outside, a blizzard raged. But within the warmth of the blankets, he cradled his beloved woman, enveloped in bliss, listening to the snow's rhythmic patter against the roof and windows. Shen Ping, too, gradually succumbed to sleep. In the dead of night, around 2 or 3 o'clock, a plump ice-blue cat, its face twisted in a menacing snarl and eyes filled with malice, stood upon an iron track, fixated on the distant lights illuminating the blizzard. As time passed, the front of a train slowly emerged. However, due to the storm and its direct line of sight, the blue cat could not discern the length or form of the train. "Hee, naive newcomers, let me, the Frostwind cat, feast upon you," the ice-blue cat exclaimed excitedly. It had finally lifted its restrictions and gained the authority to attack new players, having been starved for far too long. Yet, as the train approached, the Frostwind cat's expression froze, and its face paled. What the hell? An 8th grade train? How is that possible? In a panic, it attempted to flee. But in its confusion, or perhaps due to its lack of intellect, it ran in the same direction as the train, remaining on the tracks. The speed of an 8th grade train was terrifying. Before long, with a resounding crash, the train collided forcefully with the Frostwind cat's back. A tremendous force erupted, sending the cat soaring into the air. Its expression became vacant, overwhelmed by the impact. Platform 1. A haunted villa. A red-dressed ghost hangs in the living room, vowing to hang all players who venture to the villa. Resources possessed. Ghost crystal, specters. Danger level, extremely low. Platform 2. A seaside restaurant in the East China Sea. All players are welcome to dine at the restaurant, but they must spend train currency. Players who attempt to rob the restaurant will be forcibly conscripted as NPC servers by the owner. Resources possessed. Food. Danger level, extremely high. Platform 3. A square stone suspended in midair. No need to worry about the train's inability to ascend. Rather, one should be concerned if they choose Platform 3, as they will gain nothing. Resources possessed. Stone. Danger level, extremely low. Chapter 48. The red-draped specter Shen Ping slowly awakened, cradling Luo Qiuxue in his arms. As she opened her eyes, a look of confusion washed over her face, her gaze filled with bewilderment. A sudden chill enveloped her, and soon, the excruciating memories flooded back like a relentless tide. "Get dressed quickly. We must choose a platform shortly," Shen Ping urged gently, stroking Luo Qiuxue's head. She nodded shyly and responded, Shen Ping, could you turn around for a moment?" Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback, given what had transpired the previous day. Her current shyness seemed perplexing. Nevertheless, he chose to respect her wishes. "Very well, I shall select a platform first." Without hesitation, Shen Ping opted for Platform 1. The rationale behind avoiding Platform 2 was simple. There was no need to squander a platform merely for a meal. The so-called seaside restaurant likely harbored numerous formidable individuals. Otherwise, the danger level would not be so pronounced. However, if Shen Ping refrained from provoking the powerful beings at Platform 2, he would not encounter peril. Thus, he concluded that the danger assessment during platform introductions was derived from a comparison of the peak combat powers of both sides. As for Platform 3, it held no allure. What could be gained from a floating stone? Regarding the Spectre, Shen Ping understood why the difficulty was so low. He possessed skills capable of harming supernatural entities. Upon choosing Platform 1, the surrounding environment swiftly transformed, transporting them to a villa district. The train continued its journey, eventually halting before Grand Villa. Although it had been 6 o'clock in the morning in the previous cold world, it was now nightfall, with a myriad of bright stars adorning the sky. The platform's unique rule of forming a self-contained microcosm was vividly realized. He opened the door and stepped out with Luo Qiuxue. Little fire, little iron, little mouse, stay close. Shen Ping reminded his 3 companions, who served as both pets and attendants. Little mouse quickly scuttled about, surveying the vicinity before climbing onto Shen Ping's shoulder. Squeak! It chirped, pointing towards the nearby house, urgently warning, "Is there danger?" "Don't worry. I'll use my ultimate move right atop your head." Squeak! Little mouse replied affirmatively, transforming into a transparent spirit mouse that perched on Shen Ping's head. At that moment, Shen Ping felt invigorated, his stamina boosted 5-fold. "At least I can unleash 5 shots," he mused. Moreover, even if he expended all 5 shots, with the spirit mouse still within its time limit, Luo Qiuxue could continuously replenish his energy. However, 5-fold stamina was rather excessive, and it could not be filled in one go. To adequately restore his stamina, some time would be required. Meanwhile, within the house, the suspended specter sensed the presence of a living. "Humans have arrived?" The female specter grinned wickedly, pondering the current state of humanity, wondering where they might possess the capability to confront entities like herself. Another victim, perhaps. A feast awaits. With a creak, the villa's grand entrance swung open. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue stepped into the abode. Inside the expansive living room, only a few chandeliers, draped in thick layers of dust, hung suspended in midair, their bulbs flickering intermittently, casting a ghastly pallor akin to shrouds. The atmosphere was permeated by a damp, moldy scent mingled with a faint metallic tang reminiscent of rust. A chilling breeze, seemingly emerging from nowhere, swirled through, stirring the scattered scraps of paper strewn across the floor. A terrifying woman clad in red dangled from the ceiling, her gown resembling blood-soaked silk, undulating gently in the wind. Her pallid visage faced the entrance, her murky pupils devoid of life, yet fixated intently on Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. "Hello," Shen Ping remarked, his curiosity piqued as he examined the specter. For it was his inaugural encounter with such ethereal beings. The ghost was taken aback. The individual before her harbored no fear. After all, she was a ghost. How could one not tremble before her? For a moment, rage welled within her. She could scarcely believe that a newcomer dared to stand undaunted before her. With a roar, the specter glided closer, initially intent on toying with the pair. Yet, her plans swiftly altered. She resolved to subdue these audacious souls without delay. However, as she approached, purple lightning began to coil around Shen Ping, and with the manifestation of a Qiulin's illusory form, the air around them vibrated with a resonant hum. Wait. I believe there may be a misunderstanding." Before the ghost could finish her protest, the Qiulin unleashed a devastating strike upon her. A horrific scream echoed through the room as the red-clad specter was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Chapter 49. The extraordinary power of the chat channel, eliminating the specter clad in red, a black crystal materialized before Shen Ping. With curiosity, he grasped it in his hand for examination. Ghost crystal, quality, white. An item dropped by a specter. It can be utilized in crafting spiritual artifacts or nurturing specters. After dispatching the female ghost, Shen Ping continued his search of the villa, transporting all useful items into the train. Luo Qiuxue even discovered a plethora of garments within the ghost's bedroom wardrobe, which included dresses, jeans, tank tops, an assortment of stockings, white, black, fishnet, and various shades of lace underwear. "Shen Ping, do you think I could take these home?" Luo Qiuxue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. It appeared that the defeated specter had been quite affluent in life, as the quality of the clothing was remarkable, soft to the touch, reminiscent of high-end brands worth thousands prior to their journey through dimensions. Of course, take them all. If you require a critical strike, I can provide that too, Shen Ping replied, equally enthused, instructing Luo Qiuxue to gather the items, especially reminding her not to forget the stockings and undergarments. Luo Qiuxue murmured, "You're such a rascal," as she packed everything into her reinforced backpack. Shen Ping, intrigued, decided to attempt a critical strike on some of the garments, particularly a pink dress. Critical strike successful. Pink dress, white quality, pink crystal silk dress. Pink crystal silk dress, quality, white, increases constitution by 10 points. Crafted from silk spun by pink crystal silkworms, wearing it enhances one's constitution by 10 points. Wow, Shen Ping gasped in astonishment. These seemingly ordinary clothes transformed into equipment upon critical strikes. They resembled the appealing and breezy attire worn by female characters in competitive games favored by boys. Upon witnessing this, Luo Qiuxue suggested, why not strike all these clothes? Since they were previously worn by that specter, after the critical strikes, they will become new garments. Some can even be worn by the iron and fire sprites. Finding her proposition reasonable, Shen Ping proceeded with the critical strikes one by one. Black stockings, white quality, black crystal silk. Wearing it increases constitution by 3 points. Skinny jeans, white quality, denim armor pants. Wearing it increases constitution by 5 points. And so forth. When Luo Qiuxue had donned the black stockings, denim shorts, and the various dresses along with the undergarments that had been enhanced through critical strikes, her constitution surged by approximately 20 points. It seemed she had amassed quite a collection of clothing, yet the overall increase in constitution was modest. Primarily because one could not wear 2 pieces of the same type simultaneously, adhering to the previous regulations. For instance, wearing 2 coats would occupy the same upper garment slot. Unless one wore a coat and an undergarment, the cumulative increase in constitution would be significant. For example, an upper undergarment might enhance constitution by 5 points, while a coat could add 10 points, resulting in a total increase of 15 points. Thus, these white quality coats pale in comparison to the previous black and gold jackets and the rigid fabric armor. The trousers are similarly modest, consisting only of undergarments and outerwear. The undergarments and body stockings belong to the same category, and one cannot wear them simultaneously. Luo Qiuxue, dressed in such a manner, seems indifferent to whether her physique might clash or if she is wasting a garment's potential. The primary reason remains that Shen Ping enjoys the sight. Besides the clothing, they also returned various household items from the villa district to the train. Upon reaching the basement, they discovered a plethora of steel and fine iron. Everything was collected. Those iron doors, wooden tables, and all sorts of unnecessary plastics were placed in the train for recycling. After completing all these tasks, 4 hours had already elapsed. Shen Ping wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling quite satisfied. Shall we return to the train, Shen Ping? Luo Qiuxue tilted her head, feigning cuteness. Suddenly, Shen Ping swept her up in a princess carry, holding her in his embrace. Startled by the unexpected gesture, Luo Qiuxue quickly adjusted, wrapping her arms around his neck. Shen Ping, what are you doing? Well, shall we finish what we left undone yesterday? Luo Qiuxue felt a wave of shyness wash over her at Shen Ping's directness. However, since Shen Ping desired it, she felt compelled to comply. Luo Qiuxue cherished Shen Ping. Loving a boy meant adhering to his wishes. This was the essence of her infatuation. Had her previous physique remained, she certainly could not have engaged in such endeavors after last night. Yet today was different. With her enhanced physique, it was indeed possible. Moreover, she possessed remarkable recovery abilities. Suddenly, Luo Qiuxue realized that with her regenerative capabilities, the two of them could essentially become a perpetual motion machine. Upon returning to the bedroom, they instructed Xiao Tai, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Shu to keep an eye on the train, for it was indeed a small world unto itself. However, with Xiao Shu's exceptional blue-quality combat prowess, there was no cause for concern. Once the train departed, Shen Ping blissfully cradled Luo Qiuxue and enjoyed a leisurely afternoon nap. Upon waking, he felt a pang of hunger and casually dispatched 2 elderly rice vendors, converting them into 2 steaming bowls of rice, along with a strike that transformed 2 imitation crab sticks, originally crafted from fish and a smattering of shrimp, into genuine king crab sticks, substantial in portion. Shen Ping reveled in the snowy landscape, the beauty in his arms, and the delectable feast before him. It was sheer delight. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Shen Ping opened the chat channel, eager to discover what had transpired since everyone's departure from the World Transit Station. World Chat Channel 4, 7 billion, 10 billion. Notably, the number of players in the World Chat Channel had dwindled to less than half. It was a brutal reality. Within a week, more than half had perished. Luo Qiuxue sighed in contemplation. Everyone, has your train encountered any crises? This morning, an enormous ice blue bird suddenly attacked my train. Fortunately, my companion and I tirelessly repaired the train with steel and fine iron. As the bird continued its assault, we focused on our repairs, and, eventually, the creature ceased its relentless onslaught. Indeed, a colossal blue bear halted the train and incessantly assaulted it. Thankfully, I disembarked and shot it down with my firearm. My train is at level 5, barely managing to nudge the beast aside. Everyone, hasten to upgrade your train levels. Also, do not sell all your steel and fine iron. Retain some for repairs. Remember, by the way, have you encountered any veteran players here? Someone curiously inquired. Did you see one? I did. And the veteran player even left me some resources, came the reply. Really? Is it true that veteran players provide supplies to newcomers? How could that be? Most players were merely engaging in idle chatter, but their topics were rather intriguing. Shen Ping sighed and tagged the player who claimed to have met a veteran and received resources. Ho Yang, tell the truth, did you really meet a veteran player? And did they provide you with supplies? Ho Yang responded, of course I did. Upon witnessing this, Shen Ping's expression grew grave. Was it possible that meeting a veteran player had a 100 accuracy rate? Could the game system allow veteran players to invade the novice areas to target new players? Shen Ping remarked, you may have indeed encountered a veteran player, but I can confidently assert that even if you did meet one, they certainly would not provide you with resources. Rather, they would have seized your supplies. However, due to certain game rules, they could not eliminate you, correct? His words silenced Ho Yang. He was at a loss for a response. Yet Shen Ping's statement struck a nerve. Suddenly, Shen Ping's eyes brightened. Luo Qiuxue beside him exclaimed, Shen, we can see the accuracy of our dialogue in the chat channel. Shen Ping understood the implications. He opened his private messages, only to find none. It seemed that only the chat channel held such information. Could it be that in the future, he could articulate his speculations in the chat channel and then verify their accuracy? Shen Ping mused. Was this akin to a cheat? Soon, he opened the chat channel to find a message from Ho Yang. Indeed, Shen, you were right. I was robbed by that veteran player. Alas, for the sake of pride, I falsely claimed they provided me with supplies. Aside from some basic survival resources, bread, and water, everything else was taken. That beast cornered me with a high-level train and seized my supplies, yet I remained puzzled as to why they did not kill me. Seeing the 95 accuracy, Shen Ping surmised that Ho Yang's account was likely very close to the truth. I have finally returned. The reason for my sporadic updates lies in the similarities between my old work and the narrative involving my former girlfriend. The subplot concerning her has now been excised, with some adjustments made to the earlier parts, though these do not affect the main storyline. For those intrigued, you may wish to revisit the earlier chapters. However, the readership for works that have been placed in the Black Room tends to diminish significantly, leading to a decline in the book's overall performance. I earnestly hope that my dear readers can minimize their reliance on the work. Should it fall into disuse, the prospects for future updates would truly become bleak. Chapter 50. Shen Ping speculation. How can you be like this? I mean, how could a seasoned player, whom we've never met, choose to provide you with resources? What ill intentions? Individuals like you are a blight upon us novice players. As the crowd vocally condemned the individual named Ho Yang, Shen Ping swiftly posed a pivotal question. Why do you think that seasoned player chose not to eliminate Ho Yang, but instead to seize his resources? Before long, the chat channel erupted into discussion. In my opinion, it is highly likely that this seasoned player possesses some special privileges, preventing them from killing new players. Alternatively, killing new players might incur certain penalties. Accuracy, 50. Shen Ping's eyes brightened. Was the accuracy merely 50%? This suggested that either new players were indeed invulnerable to being killed, or that they could be slain, but would suffer repercussions. Shen Ping remarked, I personally feel that being killed would indeed result in penalties. Accuracy, 100. Upon seeing the subsequent assertion of 100% accuracy, Shen Ping smiled, realizing he had discerned the answer through the chat channel. Shen Ping, esteemed Shen Ping, why are you so certain? It's quite evident upon reflection. I also believe what esteemed Shen Ping says is correct. If seasoned players cannot kill new players, then why would they be allowed to infiltrate the domain of new players? With over 5 billion of us, numerous trains arriving in this frigid world, the calamities, extreme heat, fires, toxic disasters, far surpass the severity of the cold. This world is undoubtedly designed for waves of new players. If seasoned players are utterly incapable of killing new players, then there would be no reason to permit their entry into this realm. Once an individual gains notoriety, many rally behind them. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue were among those who had gained such recognition. Moreover, Shen Ping's hypothesis resonated with the majority's conjectures, explaining the support he received. Ultimately, while there may be obstacles or penalties for seasoned players killing new players, if they can freely traverse the icy world, Wu-Ti, that signal the end of times. Accuracy, 30, a mere 30% accuracy? Shen Ping pondered. The flaw in this statement likely stemmed from the assumption of unrestricted movement within the icy realm. It appeared that some seasoned players also face conditions for entering and exiting this world. Subsequently, Shen Ping employed the same method in the chat channel, endeavoring to entice players to voice their speculations. Eventually, he reached a conclusion. Seasoned players were not significantly stronger than new players, having merely arrived in this train world a year earlier, essentially part of the first wave. According to Yang Na, players arrive in the train world annually. Nevertheless, a year is still substantial, comprising 365 days, which translates to 365 platforms. If approximately half of these platforms were too fearful to venture out, remaining within the trains, then at least 180 platforms would have been explored, suggesting a strength level ranging from blue to purple quality creatures. A formidable challenge, yet not insurmountable for Shen Ping. Moreover, seasoned players inflict considerable harm upon newcomers, with the penalties being quite severe. The deduction of train currency is a mere trifle compared to the significant ramifications of losing train levels and personal attributes, which are painstakingly cultivated over time. Train levels require substantial resources and an abundance of train currency to attain, while personal attributes have gradually developed to their current state. Thus, under no circumstances would veteran players willingly choose to harm newcomers, let alone eliminate them. Should they slay too many, their identity as survivors may be jeopardized, potentially transforming them into violators and inciting the wrath of hunters. Furthermore, veteran players venturing into the realms of newcomers incur costs as well, sacrificing a portion of their train currency. Consequently, the vast majority of veteran players refrain from entering the maps of novices, save for a select few who wish to take a gamble for the chance to acquire special resources through elimination. Wealthy newcomers are indeed susceptible to the predation of seasoned players, are they not? Shen Ping grinned, stating that should they encounter us, it would be quite the spectacle. Although veteran players face repercussions for harming newcomers, the latter can seize the resources of the former upon their demise. Luo Qiuxue responded gravely, asking Shen Ping if he believed those seasoned players would dare to act against them. If veteran players were to locate us, they might resort to aggression. However, their capacity to meticulously search for players is limited, barring those possessing special items. Thus, the likelihood remains exceedingly slim. Even if such encounters were to occur, we would not cower, for the veteran players seeking to prey upon newcomers are typically from the previous lower echelon. Shen Ping's reasoning bears merit. Truly developed veteran players would hardly set their sights on newcomers. It is only those who find themselves in dire straits that resort to such despicable acts. The population dwindles by half within a week, given the fierce competition, while those who adapt may thrive. The number of players who endure for an entire year barely reaches 100 million, with only tens of millions surviving. Hypothetically, if merely 1% of veteran players, amounting to several 100,000, were to traverse the frigid world in search of newcomers, the odds would indeed be minimal. These figures are not mere fabrications of Shen Ping's imagination, but rather derived from inquiries guided by the chat channel, leading him to conjecture and subsequently verify the accuracy of his assumptions step by step. Subsequently, Shen Ping organized his resources and discovered that he possessed sufficient materials to upgrade the train. He resolved to proceed with the enhancement. Chapter 51, Level 9 Train. Dining Car. A grand chapter of 4,000 words. Enhanced Train. Level 9. Conductor, Shen Ping. Train members. 5. Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, Iron Sprite, Psychic Squirrel, Fire Sprite. Upgrade requirements. Wood 10. 000, Plastic 10, 000, Refined Iron 10, 000, Steel 5, 000, Train Upgrade Cards 10, Train Core 1. Stopover time, 8 hours, can choose to depart early after 5 hours. Train Currency, 7, 256. Number of carriages, 8. Special carriages. Agricultural carriage 2, Livestock carriage 1. Special abilities. Have consumption, foreknowledge of stations, station selection. Have consumption. The resources required for train upgrades are permanently reduced by half. Foreknowledge of stations. Information about each station can be anticipated. Station selection. 3 stations are presented for choosing one. The train has finally reached Level 9. The Level 9 train comprises 8 carriages, including 3 special carriages, agricultural and livestock. Shen Ping's train currency remains over 7,000, while the basic resources are currently scarce, making the upgrade to a Level 10 train somewhat sluggish. The substantial amount of train currency provides Shen Ping with considerable reassurance. The acquisition of train currency is limited to purchasing from the shop, which offers currency based on the previous day's ratings, not exceeding 100 after scoring, opening treasure chests, or trading with workers. Notably, in the past few days, new players could buy novice treasure chests. For others, these novice chests are often a trap. 50 train currency frequently yields items worth less than 50 train currency. While Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue do not consider a loss due to their critical hit ability, their income and expenditure remain roughly balanced, leading to their disregard for the novice chests recently. However, novice chests are no longer available. Meanwhile, Shen Ping is intrigued by the fact that his train has reached Level 9, while the basic resources, wood and plastic, must total at least 10,000. What about other players? Wouldn't they require 20,000? This indicates that achieving a Level 10 train could pose a significant challenge for many. It is likely that upgrading beyond Level 10 will be even more arduous. Furthermore, a novel element has emerged, the train core. Only now does Shen Ping comprehend the true purpose of the train core. It is, in fact, an essential item for upgrading the train. To upgrade from Level 9 to Level 10, a train core is required, besides being utilized in the transformation of workers. The train core serves as a vital item for upgrades. The game system seems to encourage mutual strife among players, Shen Ping muses. Do you think that if veteran players kill us and dismantle our trains, will they obtain train cores? Shen Ping ponders aloud. He shakes his head. I'm not entirely sure. It's likely they won T. However, this notion cannot be discussed in the chat channel. Who knows what chaos would ensue if the significance of a train core were to be revealed to the same group of players. One might inadvertently cultivate a sense of trepidation towards oneself. It is conceivable that self-destruction may arrive swifter than anticipated. Shen Ping accessed the current train marketplace, eager to discover any new offerings. It would be splendid if there were core train components for sale. Alas, such was not the case. Dining car. Transform a carriage into a dining car, equipped with 3 tables, 12 chairs, and an exceptionally skilled chef, along with storage for food. Price: 1,500 train coins. Though slightly expensive, it is truly worth the investment. A dining car? It demands 1,500 train coins. I shall see what justifies such a cost. Despite the steep price, Shen Ping resolved to purchase it. After completing the transaction, he pondered the current state of the agricultural carriages, which numbered 4 or 5, while the livestock carriage was the 6th. Given this, he decided to convert the 3rd carriage into a dining car. Regrettably, having already dined, the two could only await either a late-night snack or breakfast the following day. Upon entering the 3rd carriage, a remarkable transformation had taken place. The space had expanded considerably. measuring 10 meters in length and at least 8 meters in width, now featuring 3 refrigerators and a kitchen. The kitchen was situated on the left side of the train's progress, furnished with a faucet, stove, range hood, microwave, oven, and more. Beside it stood a humanoid automaton clad in a scarf, its body entirely metallic, resembling a robot. Chef automaton, quality, white. Constitution, 30. Loyalty, 100. Possessing top-tier culinary skills. It is also capable of wielding a kitchen knife to combat weaker foes. Skill, culinary creation. The dishes prepared possess healing properties and restore vigor while uplifting spirits. Esteemed train master and deputy train master. The chef automaton respectfully knelt on one knee, stating, from now on, I shall be responsible for the culinary creations in the dining car, provided I am given adequate resources. Shen Ping was pleasantly surprised to find that the conversion of the carriage had also granted them an attendant. Luo Qiuxue expressed her astonishment. I wonder if I can enhance its skills further. Shen Ping approached the chef automaton, scrutinizing it intently before delivering a skill enhancement. The chef automaton's abilities began to mirror those of Luo Qiuxue, rendering its utility somewhat diminished in her presence, aside from its capacity to prepare delectable dishes. Critical success, culinary creation, enhanced culinary creation. Enhanced culinary creation. The dishes prepared now confer a slight increase in constitution. Shen Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. A slight increase in constitution? How much can one meal augment one's constitution? If a single meal could yield a 1-point increase, that would amount to 2 to 3 points daily. Simultaneously, the chef automaton inquired, Esteemed train master, what have you done to me? I now sense my culinary prowess has advanced. Shen Ping replied, from this point forward, the food you prepare will enhance the constitution of either us or Xiao Tai, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Shu. You shall henceforth be our esteemed chef. The chef puppet nodded gravely, assuring, rest assured, my lord, whatever task you assign me, I shall undertake it with the utmost diligence. Shen Ping nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he struck all 3 ordinary refrigerators to enhance them. Critical hit successful, ordinary refrigerator, large refrigerator. 2. Critical hit successful, ordinary refrigerator, dimensional refrigerator. The large refrigerator, of white quality, could accommodate at least 100 food items, with each compartment capable of holding 100 identical items. And it possessed cooling capabilities to ensure the food remained fresh for nearly a month. The dimensional refrigerator, of green quality, could store at least 10,000 food items, with superior cooling effects, ensuring freshness for at least 6 months. With the dimensional refrigerator at his disposal, the large refrigerator's utility was nearly nullified, prompting him to sell it at a high price in the trading market. Soon, Shen Ping commanded his subordinates to transfer the food stored in the warehouse into the dimensional refrigerator. This food would suffice to sustain them for 6 months. After completing this task, Shen Ping instructed the chef to prepare 2 bowls of ordinary fried rice, utilizing unenhanced eggs and rice for an experiment. During their free time, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue sent the younger ones to the agricultural compartment. The crops in the agricultural compartment had fully matured. The 4 types of fruits could command excellent prices in the trading market. A single ink-patterned heart melon could be sold for approximately 500 units of wood or plastic, or 300 units of refined iron, or 200 units of steel. The other 3 fruits were similarly priced, though slightly lower, as they were single-use items. Furthermore, each successful planting yielded double the amount of seeds, allowing for an infinite cycle of growth, resulting in an increasing abundance of these white-quality fruits. Upon a brief calculation, it was determined that one agricultural compartment could yield about 200 purple mist grapes, primarily due to their smaller size compared to the other 3 fruits, although they were still significantly larger than ordinary grapes. If a single purple mist grape could be sold for 200 units of wood, then one compartment could generate at least 40,000 units of wood. Adding the yields from the other 3 fruits, which are larger but produced fewer items, particularly the ink-patterned heart melon, the total could reach around 100,000 units of wood. However, Shen Ping had no intention of selling them solely for wood. He would also exchange them for plastic, refined iron, and steel. Thus, selling out both agricultural compartments could elevate the train's level within just 2 or 3 days. Assuming ideal conditions, Shen Ping would also need to adjust prices based on market conditions to maximize profits. Once these tasks were accomplished, the chef reminded Shen Ping that the 2 bowls of fried rice were ready. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue approached the bowls, indulging in one of them with a sense of admiration for foreign cuisine. They both savored the changes within their bodies, yet were met with no notification of enhanced physical attributes. Could it be that the improvement was too minimal to register at once? Luo Qiuxue pondered aloud with curiosity. Shen Ping deemed this a plausible explanation. Subsequently, Shen Ping delivered a critical strike to another bowl of fried rice. Critical hit successful. Fried rice, white quality, fire spirit egg fried rice. Perhaps the effects of the critical hit possess a certain direction of their own. The fried rice did not undergo an extravagant transformation, unlike the way crab sticks might directly morph into imperial crabs. It merely changed its name, evolving from ordinary chicken to fire spirit chicken. The entire dish simply underwent a change in hue, turning a vibrant crimson. Shen Ping took a moment to examine it. Fire spirit egg fried rice. Quality, white. Fried rice made from eggs laid by fire spirit chickens. Consuming it permanently enhances physical constitution by 2 points, up to a maximum of 10 times. Shen Ping's eyes sparkled as he turned to the chef puppet beside him and instructed, from now on, prepare meals using ingredients that have not experienced a critical hit. Understood? He aimed to maximize the number of critical hits in the final product. Similar to how this fried rice transformed into fire spirit chicken, the chef puppet curiously inquired, how should I discern which foods have not been critically hit? Those unprocessed agricultural products, various eggs, wheat, rice, corn, an array of vegetables and fruits, as well as various raw meats, have all not been critically hit. I understand, master. After the 2 finished their fried rice, Constitution 1, they felt utterly stuffed. Having already dined for the evening, indulging in a late-night snack now left them quite overwhelmed. I can't take it anymore. I feel so guilty, Luo Qiuxue pouted, cradling her round belly. Why? Isn't being well-fed a good thing? Shen Ping said, gently stroking her abdomen. Luo Qiuxue's belly, initially flat with only a slight curve due to her feminine anatomy, now appeared fuller due to the meal. For some reason, Shen Ping found Luo Qiuxue particularly alluring at that moment. Thus, he continued to knead and caress. Luo Qiuxue shot him a glance, but made no move to stop him, merely retorting, Shen Ping, are you a bit odd? What is wrong with touching your belly? It's not like I'm touching anywhere else, and you don't mind that either. Well, that's true. After pondering for a brief moment, Luo Qiuxue conceded that Shen Ping's reasoning held merit. Then, returning to the topic at hand, she murmured, I'm afraid that if I gain weight, you won't tea like me anymore, hee. Oh, you're quite extravagant. Other players are starving, barely managing to fill their stomachs. And here you are, concerned about such matters. Shen Ping playfully flicked Luo Qiuxue's little nose, adding, even if you turn into a little pig, you'll still be my little pig. How could I ever dislike you? Besides, you needn't worry too much. Our exploration station entails considerable physical exertion. That's good to hear, she replied. Indeed, while we eat a lot, we also expend a lot of energy. Others, however, consume less yet face greater demands. As night fell, they instructed the chef puppet to tidy up the dishes before preparing for a shower and rest. And where did the dishes come from? Naturally, they were the result of previous critical hits on snacks. For instance, when the crab-flavored crispy noodles were critically hit, not only did noodles and imperial crabs appear, but also bowls containing both the noodles and the crabs. After Luo Qiuxue tidied up her clothes, she entered the bathroom. After a while, Shen Ping noticed that the bathroom door was unlocked and stealthily slipped inside. In the deep of night, 2 ice blue plump cats stood on a railway track. In this cold world, the ground was adorned with countless intertwined tracks. These tracks were so intricately woven that when 2 non-parallel tracks crossed, they would merge into one. The 2 ice blue fat cats belonged to the Cold Wind Cat clan. Brother Han, you must be joking. How could these newcomers possibly control an 8th-level train? Inquired a slightly smaller Cold Wind Cat, curiosity evident in its tone. What would I gain from deceiving you? Can't you see my injuries? Retorted the elder. In any case, we cannot intercept trains of level 4 or higher. Those below level 4 are manageable. Is it possible that they are seasoned players from another world? Pondered the Cold Wind Cat, nodding in agreement, as such beings must indeed be scarce. However, just as they were preparing to collaborate and intercept the approaching train, they spotted a train with at least 8 carriages advancing toward them. Quick run. It's a 9th-level train. How is that possible? My tracking device has twice pinpointed high-level trains, shrieked the Cold Wind Cat, having been struck once before. Perhaps out of panic, the 2 Cold Wind Cats fled in the same direction as the train. The next morning at 5:30, the 2 awoke feeling refreshed and ready to have breakfast. They typically did not have the habit of eating breakfast, often settling for a piece of bread. However, since food could enhance their physical condition, they resolved to eat as much as possible that day, ensuring they did not skip breakfast, lunch, or dinner, and ideally, they would also indulge in a late-night snack. Shen Ping stretched and said, "Qiuxue, I heard a loud bang while I was sleeping last night. Did you hear it too?" Luo Qiuxue paused, recalling that she had indeed heard something, albeit faintly. Could it be that a train treated some objects as speed bumps? She mused. Chapter 52, The Red Town, Part 1. Shen Ping pondered for a moment but could not discern the reason. According to the chat channel, nighttime was a peak period for monsters to assault the trains. Consequently, many players found it difficult to sleep at night, instead remaining on high alert for potential monster interceptions. If faced with insurmountable foes, they would utilize steel and iron to repair the train. If the monsters were manageable, they would disembark to confront them. However, higher-level trains could mitigate these concerns. Regardless, with the presence of Little Mouse, Little Iron, Little Fire, and Little Chef, there was no need for them to keep watch. Little Chef was a name Shen Ping had whimsically assigned to the culinary automaton. The 2 enjoyed a simple breakfast of sandwiches and milk tea prepared by Little Chef. The sandwiches, crafted from raw materials that had not experienced a critical hit, transformed into white-quality eggs from chickens upon being critiqued. The milk tea was not the powdered variety from before his travels, but was instead made from genuine, high-quality milk and tea. They savored their breakfast in a familiar manner, and both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue felt their vitality increase once more. In approximately a week, they could augment their constitution by around 30 points. Shen Ping sighed, reflecting on the benefits brought about by their critical hit talent. Without such a boon, how could they have progressed so swiftly? In the ensuing hours, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue gazed out at the picturesque landscape from the windowsill. The morning snow scene was extraordinarily beautiful. At 6 o'clock, they began selecting a platform. Platform 1, Island. A solitary isle in the sea. Resources, fruits, wood, etc. Danger level, low. Platform 2, Cannibal Village multiplayer platform. A village of cannibals, where any outsiders would be met with hostility. Resources, human flesh, human hearts, human livers, human lungs. Danger level, low. Platform 3, Red Town Quest Platform. Quest platforms are special. Upon completion, they offer unique rewards, including but not limited to constitution, train currency, skills, etc. Quest. A seemingly ordinary town where a previous veteran player did not leave the train within the stipulated time. You must proceed to this town to eliminate the lingering veteran player. Success in the task will yield rewards, while failure incurs no penalties. Resources, train currency, train core. Vital intelligence, assessment for special class changes. Danger level, medium. Shen Ping hesitated for merely 3 seconds before discussing with Luo Qiuxue and ultimately choosing Platform 3. A medium difficulty indicated that Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue would be able to expend some effort to deal with this veteran player, whose strength lay between blue and purple tiers. If the player were of purple quality, it would indeed be a high difficulty for Shen Ping, who possessed only purple skills. Conversely, if the player were of blue quality, facing them would be of low difficulty. However, these considerations were secondary. The primary focus was the intelligence. At present, both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue were newly initiated players in the train world. Although abundant information was acquired in the chat channel, there remained a certain lack of understanding regarding various seasoned players and the 4 distinct types of players. However, Shen Ping found himself perplexed as to why a veteran player, who lingered in this realm, could be slain by subsequent players. Suddenly, he recalled the regulations concerning violators. A violator could leverage the support of a formidable entity to traverse from one platform to another, thereby eliminating players. By definition, this veteran player was merely hiding in the small town, having neither allied with a powerful presence nor committed acts of slaughter against numerous novice players. Yet, they were all survivors who had disembarked from the train. Presently, many players in the chat channel also remained at resource-rich platforms, unwilling to continue their exploration with the train. Shen Ping pondered whether this was a matter of the degree of violation. In truth, those survivors who chose to linger at the platform had already contravened the regulations, yet had not reached the threshold of becoming violators. Listening to Luo Qiuxue's conjecture, Shen Ping experienced a moment of clarity. Subsequently, Luo Qiuxue speculated further, suggesting that this level of infringement had not escalated to that of a violator. Hence, it was sufficient for us survivors to deal with these less egregious veteran players. Shen Ping grasped the underlying logic. Hunters would eliminate the severe violators, while ordinary survivors would address those who, though not malevolent, nonetheless exhibited behaviors that breached regulations. Luo Qiuxue continued. Moreover, Shen Ping, did you not notice that the resource holders possess a scoring mechanism for class transitions? I hypothesized that by resolving the issues posed by these infringing survivors, we could enhance our scores, and should our scores be adequate, we might even have the opportunity to become hunters in the future. Luo Qiuxue's audacious speculation garnered Shen Ping's admiration. Qiuxue, you are exceptionally astute. It resembles an examination process where one must undergo successive assessments before attaining the status of a hunter, with each examination contributing to one S-score. Although the game system does not explicitly state that lingering at the platform incurs penalties, it is evident that there are consequences. Those penalties are to be executed by us, the examining players. Shen Ping, with my cleverness, do you not feel compelled to reward me? And what reward do you desire? Grant me a kiss. Shen Ping acquiesced to Luo Qiuxue's request, rewarding her with 2 kisses. He then sought to validate his hypothesis in the chat channel. At that moment, Shen Ping's train departed the icy realm, arriving at the threshold of a quaint town. The entire ambience of the town was imbued with shades of red. Before the town, a number of individuals clad in crimson attire halted, their peculiar gazes fixed upon the approaching train. Once the train came to a stop and the doors opened, a stern lawkeeper, adorned with a revolver at his waist, approached Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. As outsiders, you are subject to our town's regulations. Newcomers must be escorted to meet the mayor. Prior to disembarking, Shen Ping instructed Xiao Tai and Xiao Chu to remain on the train to avoid a repeat of previous theft incidents. Xiao Hua followed closely behind, while Xiao Shu perched upon Shen Ping's shoulder. Shen Ping gazed calmly at the enforcers. From where do your regulations originate? The enforcer replied solemnly. They are, of course, decreed by the mayor. You outsiders are nothing but a band of marauders, pillaging our resources. To ensure the well-being of our townsfolk, you must accompany us to meet the mayor. Shen Ping pondered curiously. Is the mayor an old player? Though he initially contemplated resistance, he decided to meet the mayor, intending to strike down his adversaries with the Thunder Qilin afterward. Exchanging a glance with Luo Qiuxue, Shen Ping gave a nod. Very well, lead us. The enforcer breathed a sigh of relief, finding the outsiders somewhat amenable to negotiation. Please follow me. Rest assured, our mayor merely wishes to speak with you. Thus, the enforcer guided Shen Ping and his companion, a mouse and an elf, into the heart of the Crimson Town. Chapter 53, The Red Town, Part 2, under the guidance of the enforcers, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, Little Mouse, and Little Fire traversed the gates of the town. Entering its core, the streets, while spacious, were riddled with potholes, remnants of rainwater lingering on the ground, and numerous footprints left by passers-by. Most of the houses, constructed from stone, bore a resemblance to medieval towns. Shen Ping observed that the residents they passed wore expressions of numbness, as if they had endured significant suffering. Had this town recently faced calamity? Shen Ping inquired. The enforcer hesitated, coming to a halt, then replied somberly, It is not without reason that you outsiders are here. His voice trembled, his complexion pale. Though our town has dealt with many outsiders, we have still witnessed countless households suffer from their pillaging over the years. Food was seized, property looted, and even the women of our homes were not spared. The wives and daughters of these residents have, to varying degrees, faced persecution. Shen Ping was rendered speechless. As a task platform, The Red Town frequently attracted numerous formidable survivors. Shen Ping acknowledged his own moral ambiguity, having plundered resources from Yangli village, the giant farm, and even from those spiders. For him and Luo Qiuxue, the iron spirits, giants, and great spiders were adversaries. Yet from their perspective, it was Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue who were the foes. Not to mention the other players. There was even an old player hiding here from a year prior. Shen Ping found himself at a loss for words. However, the enforcer continued, "Yet we also have our needs of the outsiders." His tone was fraught with conflict, ultimately culminating in a sigh. "In truth, I would relish the opportunity to shatter the skulls of you outsiders with a revolver." Shen Ping felt no anger. He would have likely reacted similarly. Were not survivors traversing one platform after another solely to seize resources? Such acts of plunder inevitably birth conflict and generations of animosity. However, what perplexed Shen Ping was the enforcer's meaning behind needing their assistance. Initially, Shen Ping had presumed that the mayor, as mentioned by the enforcer, was the old player who had ruled this red town for an extensive period. Yet now, he reconsidered. How could an old player possibly require aid from encroaching newcomers? Were he in their shoes, having been informed of this area, Shen Ping would undoubtedly position numerous enforcers at the entrance, launching an assault on those disembarking from the train, seizing the train's core and its resources, thus developing the entire red town into a formidable stronghold. It appeared, however, that the situation was far more complex. Both parties lingered in an eerie silence. "The mayor of the red town is within," the enforcer stated slowly. "Follow me inside." Shen Ping motioned for Little Fire and Little Mouse to enter first before he gradually followed Luo Qiuxue inside. The interior revealed a desk, a bookshelf, and a man clad in a red shirt, his back turned to Shen Ping. Upon noticing Shen Ping's entrance, he slowly turned around and scrutinized him. "You are the newcomers who have just arrived in our red town?" Shen Ping also assessed the red-clad town mayor, sensing no aura of strength emanating from him, perhaps even below the white quality. "Indeed. Finally, you have arrived. That esteemed individual did not deceive me. After employing the scroll, I find not a bandit, but a stable character willing to assist me." Shen Ping furrowed his brow. Who is that esteemed individual? The old player? Or someone else? Seeing Shen Ping's confusion, the man in the red shirt cautiously inquired, "You are aware that you have a task at hand, correct?" Shen Ping nodded. "Very well, I have a task for you. Upon completion, you will receive an additional 500 train coins, and you may seize the resources of your target, provided you do not harm the common folk." No sooner had he spoken than a notification appeared beside Shen Ping. Task: the old player of the red town. Task content: task reward, 500 train coins. Task duration: 8 hours. The task details mirrored those aboard the train. Shen Ping finally comprehended the purpose of this encounter with the red town mayor, to accept the task. Other players lacked the train module, and while Shen Ping had prior knowledge of the platform's information, others would only receive the name and type of the platform upon arrival. Thus, to truly grasp the task content, one had to engage with the NPCs within the task platform. Understanding dawned upon him. Shortly thereafter, akin to a game interface, a red arrow materialized before him, bending to indicate the way behind him. Location of the old player. "I understand. Leave the task to us," Shen Ping stated slowly. "Good. With your assurance, I feel at ease," the mayor replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "In truth, he's been hiding here for quite some time. Allowing him to remain poses a risk to our red town. This is a search warrant. With it, you may investigate any location." Shen Ping nodded, accepting the warrant without further pleasantries. With only 8 hours for the train stop, the priority was to resolve the task as swiftly as possible. Soon, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue departed, following the red arrow towards the task location. "Do you require me to send a security officer to accompany you?" Shen Ping shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. The two proceeded along the path marked by the red arrow, eventually arriving at a manor. Two men in security uniforms scrutinized Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue sternly. "This is private property. Please vacate the premises." Shen Ping produced the search warrant and handed it to the guards. After a brief glance, the guards reluctantly permitted Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue to enter. By normal progression, the old player should be the owner of this estate, Shen Ping murmured to himself, recalling the mayor's words. The seasoned player had been in this town for at least a year, during which no incidents had occurred. However, this raises suspicions. Was the quest platform established due to the mayor's utilization of quest scrolls to direct players to resolve tasks, or was it a consequence of the game system itself? Or perhaps both factors played a role? The very thought that the mayor allowed an experienced player to linger in the town for an entire year before finally calling for help seemed rather peculiar. Shen Ping shook his head. Such considerations were not his concern. Completing the tasks, collecting the rewards, and departing were of utmost importance. Soon, Shen Ping knocked on the manor's door. A maid answered, and after some negotiations, she led several individuals inside. Meanwhile, a man in a janitor's uniform, upon hearing the commotion from downstairs, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Chapter 54. The Red Town, Part 3. He slightly lowered his head, observing Shen Ping and the others who entered. Where did this group come from? Lian regarded the newcomers with a degree of caution. He happened to be an old player hiding within the estate. Despite possessing strength formidable enough to dominate the town, he dared not reveal himself. As for abandoning his train and lurking on the platform to survive, Lian had a vague understanding of its implications. After all, since taking refuge in this town, he had been barred from the trading market and chat channels, only able to access his personal inventory and a tribute panel. This situation indicated that Lian's actions were indeed against the rules. Throughout the year of his concealment, Lian had remained exceedingly anxious and low profile. This was precisely why he preferred to work discreetly as a janitor rather than striving for prominence on the entire platform. However, Lian overlooked a critical detail. Players preparing to complete their tasks did not need to search meticulously. With the red arrow before him, they could effortlessly pinpoint any rule violators. After a brief discussion with the estate owner, Shen Ping was met with a dismissive wave of the hand. I do not have the person you seek. You should leave promptly. Do you intend to defy the mayor's orders? Shen Ping furrowed his brow in response. The mayor? How could someone incapable of safeguarding even a small town be deemed its mayor? The estate owner chuckled derisively, gesturing dismissively. Numerous henchmen wielding machetes emerged from various corners of the estate, surrounding Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, Xiao Shu, and Xiao Hua. To Shen Ping's surprise, the red arrow did not point to the estate owner, but rather upwards. Following the direction of the red arrow, Shen Ping looked up and locked eyes with the janitor. The latter froze momentarily before retracting his head. Don't even think about escaping. Shen Ping hastily attempted to ascend the stairs, but the surrounding henchmen surged forward. This estate was precisely the stronghold of a prominent family within the town, housing numerous thugs. Xiao Shu, Xiao Hua, let's go, Shen Ping instructed calmly. He assessed the situation. The henchmen wielding machetes were at best of white quality, while Xiao Hua was of green quality and Xiao Shu of blue quality. They were more than capable of handling these white quality thugs. Suddenly, Xiao Shu leaped, delivering a kick to the face of the nearest thug. In an instant, he was sent flying, crashing into the wall and creating a sizable hole. The unexpected turn of events left the henchman and the estate owner in shock. It's just a mere mouse. How could it possess such strength? The estate owner muttered to himself. Although the psychic squirrel was a support-type attendant, its high quality allowed it to dominate the town with ease. Beside him, Xiao Hua recited an incomprehensible incantation, and in the next moment, a fiery puppet materialized in midair. Elite Fire Puppet. Shen Ping swiftly dealt a critical hit to the Elite Fire Puppet. However, the Elite Fire Puppet showed no reaction whatsoever. It appears that the previous critical hit on the skill has rendered the summoned entities incapable of exploiting any glitches, Shen Ping explained softly. Nevertheless, it is inconsequential, for the Fire Puppet is inherently equivalent to a green quality monster. The Elite Fire Puppet is even more formidable, rivaling blue quality creatures. Monsters. Some of the attackers were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground in fear. Shen Ping cast a cold gaze at the manor owner, questioning whether he still dared to resist. A far more dangerous entity than us has emerged within your estate, and now that we have come to assist you, you repay our kindness with ingratitude. Gritting his teeth, the manor owner commanded his surrounding enforcers to disperse. Subsequently, a small mouse leapt onto Shen Ping's head. Together with Luo Qiuxue and the fire puppet, the trio ascended the stairs in search of the individual who had recently fled, suspected to be an old player. Following the guidance of the red arrow, Shen Ping made his way to the rooftop. On the rooftop stood a man clad in a cleaning uniform. Wielding a broom, Lian who coldly stared at Shen Ping. I cannot fathom how my disguise was so effective. Even after a year, players still seek to trouble me. He remarked slowly, his eyes seething with anger directed at Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. You may believe your deception to be flawless, but in reality, it has merely been a period of non-compliance over the past year. Had you managed to board another's train during this time, you might have had a chance of survival. Shen Ping replied calmly, however, I am here solely to complete a task and claim my reward. Your tale holds no interest for me. Wait, if you kill me, the team will not let you off easily. It would be wise to release me now, depart from this town, and I shall provide you with some resources. Lian's gaze faltered momentarily. After a year of neglect, he was uncertain whether he could contend with Shen Ping. Furthermore, he was unsure of which version of Shen Ping he was facing, particularly regarding that mouse capable of sending an attacker flying. The team? Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue exchanged puzzled glances. You are unaware of the team? Upon witnessing the curious expressions on their faces, a bold conjecture formed in Lian's mind. Could it be that you two are the latest batch of players? However, how could that be possible? New players wielding such a fearsome mouse and summoning fire puppets? Quickly, Lian reviewed the timeline. Precisely a year ago, he too had been ignorant of the team. The current timeline corresponded to the 7th or 8th day of survival. This feature emerged a month post-survival. So, you are both new players? Shen Ping nodded, affirming, yes, what of it? Upon hearing this, Lian released a sigh of relief, followed by a cold laugh. New players dare to be so audacious. Even pursuing an old player like me? You must truly be seeking your demise. Before his words could fully escape, Lian's expression shifted dramatically. The small mouse unleashed its ultimate move, transforming into a spirit mouse state, thereby augmenting Shen Ping's stamina. Shen Ping's endurance surged significantly as he activated his no-cooldown skill, Thunder Qilin, causing purple lightning to crackle before him. The thunder transformed into a fearsome Qilin, causing the air to resonate with a cacophony of roars. Witnessing this scene, Lian's eyes twitched. Wait a moment, esteemed figure, I retract my previous statement. However, the colossal purple Qilin charged directly at him. Lian widened his eyes and activated his skill, a faint purple shield materializing around him. The purple Qilin collided with the shield, and moments later, the shield shattered, causing the purple Qilin to gradually dissipate. A shield capable of withstanding a purple tier skill? Shen Ping's expression shifted, while Luo Qiuxue placed her hand on Shen Ping's back, channeling energy into him. He then continued to unleash the Thunder Qilin. The second Thunder Qilin, without a doubt, surged towards Lian, and under the onslaught of thunder, he was instantly obliterated. Player Lian has been eliminated. The task in Red Town is complete. The player has received a reward of 500 train coins. Please collect at the town mayor's office. The task rewards are also distributed by NPCs. Shen Ping murmured to himself, but soon recalled that earlier on the train, it was clearly stated that this town, aside from the train coin resources, also contained train cores. Such a vital item must be sought after, along with crucial intelligence. Could this vital information pertain to the so-called rogue team? After Lian's demise, some resources appeared at his feet, likely dropped from his personal inventory. In addition to some basic resources, there was also a black card. Shen Ping picked it up with curiosity. Rogue Team Identification Card. Owner, Lian. The owner Lian holds the Rogue Team Identification Card, enabling passage to the Tianyan world at coordinates XXX XXXX, leading to the transfer point established by the Rogue Team leader, from which one can access the core area of the Rogue Team. Lian, merely a slightly rule-breaking survivor, could join the so-called Rogue Team. Moreover, this identification card made it exceedingly difficult to reach the Rogue stronghold. Shen Ping furrowed his brow. Undoubtedly, the players accepted by this team were likely similar to Lian, rule breakers to a degree, but not wholly transgressors. Perhaps the leader of this team is the true rogue. I'm not Lian. This is of no use to me. Shen Ping shook his head, preparing to discard it. However, Luo Qiuxue blinked and said, Shen Ping, what would happen if you were to strike this card? Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 55, The Red Town, Part 4. Shen Ping began to ponder. How did Lian, who was hiding on the platform, acquire this card? And how did he join the Violators team? Judging by Lian's earlier reaction, it was evident that the team was not accessible to novice players. Therefore, Shen Ping surmised that there was only one possibility. The captain of the violators' team intended to gather like-minded individuals or perhaps nurture these transgressors. He distributed cards to those who had violated the game rules. And if Lian were to grow strong enough to venture alone into the Tianyan world, akin to the vast Tianhan world, and locate the designated coordinates, the captain of the violators' team would reap the rewards. Conversely, if he failed to venture forth and was instead slain by other survivors or even hunters, the captain would not incur a loss, as those cards were akin to identification cards, usable only by the individual. What a clever scheme. Shen Ping felt a chill run down his spine. It appeared that this train world likely harbored many such violators and their teams. Following Luo Qiuxue's hint, Shen Ping, who had initially intended to discard the card, soon delivered a critical blow. Critical hit successful. Violators team, identity card, violators team, captain card. Violators team, captain card. Upon use, the individual will directly become the captain of the team, with the previous captain demoted to a member. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue exchanged wide-eyed glances at a loss for words. Gazing at the black card in hand, both were taken aback. A captain card? Directly becoming the captain? Luo Qiuxue exclaimed. Does that mean that becoming the team's captain allows one to command the other players in this team? Shen Ping shook his head. I am uncertain. For now, let's just keep it. It cannot be used at this moment. Those survivors who had strayed slightly from the rules would be dealt with by the survivors themselves, while the violators would face the mysterious and formidable hunters. To become the captain of the violators team, Shen Ping suspected that using the card now would not only offend the previous captain, but also the other players in the team, and potentially anger the hunters as well. If he were to use it now, he might end up in dire straits. No, it wouldn't be that severe. It was akin to acquiring a card that could elevate one to the status of a mafia boss before his journey. Yet, using it would not only provoke the original boss, but might also fail to win over the members, and naturally, it would draw the ire of the police. Shen Ping shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. In any case, this card, even if given to Xiao Shu, Xiao Hua, or Xiao Tai, should not be used by us. Xiao Shu hopped down from Shen Ping's head and perched on his shoulder, hands on hips, chattering away in reproach, implying that he should not endanger this mouse. The duo returned to the mayor's office in the Red Town. The mayor greeted them with a beaming smile. As expected of you, you completed the task with such ease. He then produced a box containing 500 train coins, stating, "This is your reward." Shen Ping nodded thoughtfully, tucking away the item. He then scrutinized the mayor and inquired, "Might I ask if you possess this?" As his words lingered in the air, he retrieved a train core from his personal backpack. To date, he had only 2 train cores, excluding the one for his own train. If ascending levels in the future required a train core each time, the demand for such items would undoubtedly surge. The mayor hesitated momentarily. Shen Ping continued, "I am aware that you have them, and I am willing to trade." With a sigh, the mayor produced 3 train cores from a secure vault. These artifacts were acquired by our town after vanquishing outsiders. They are, in essence, priceless treasures. However, should you sincerely wish to procure one, I shall part with a train core for 1,000 train coins. Shen Ping felt somewhat bemused. He had anticipated a more favorable price from the mayor. Nevertheless, he smiled and proposed, "I can offer an exchange. If a green quality weapon is valued at 300 train coins, I could provide you with 10 green quality pistols." 10 green quality pistols. The mayor's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Shen Ping. He suspected Shen Ping might be deceiving him, not due to the price being unreasonable, but rather because it was astonishingly fair. An exchange of 10 green quality weapons for 3 seemingly inconsequential items was an extraordinary deal. What say you? Shall we proceed with the exchange? Absolutely. The mayor thought to himself that should he hesitate any further, this outsider might simply seize the opportunity. Shen Ping chuckled and added, "Please give me 10 white quality revolvers. I believe you have plenty in stock." The mayor, perplexed, produced 10 white quality revolvers and handed them over to Shen Ping. In front of the mayor, Shen Ping placed them into his backpack. The mayor's expression shifted. He felt as though Shen Ping was robbing him outright. Yet, to his astonishment, Shen Ping then extracted 10 green quality revolvers from his backpack, significantly elevating the damage and potency of the firearms. The mayor disregarded the previously given 10 white quality revolvers, now cradling the 10 green quality revolvers as if they were precious gems, eagerly testing them out. Surely, the value of these firearms must exceed 3,000 train coins? Shen Ping remarked with a smile. Chapter 56. The Red Town, Final. The mayor gazed at the 10 green quality pistols, his breath quickening with excitement. He nodded, acknowledging that these 10 pistols were undoubtedly worth 3,000 train coins, at least for a small town. Acquired train core 3, thus far. Shen Ping possessed a total of 5 train cores. He glanced at the time, realizing he had a few hours to spare before his departure. The mayor hesitated briefly before inquiring, by the way, do you have any more of these weapons for sale? Shen Ping had anticipated this question, replying, that depends on how many train coins you possess. I can allow you to exchange white quality weapons, such as knives or pistols, for green quality counterparts at a rate of 300 coins per item. The mayor nodded, stating, I still have 1,500 train coins, all acquired from the corpses of players who failed to attack our town. If possible, I would like to exchange for 5 green quality weapons. Acquired 1,500 train coins. Shen Ping swiftly completed the transaction with him. Indeed, trading in this manner, alongside interactions with the workers and NPCs, proved to be quite pleasant. Shen Ping believed that his train coins were considerable, even among the ranks of the previous batch of veteran players. After the transaction concluded, he recalled the description of the train, which mentioned that, in addition to obtaining train cores and train coins, one could also acquire vital intelligence. After pondering for a moment, Shen Ping asked, I still have some time before I leave. Mayor, could you share some information regarding us outsiders? The mayor hesitated, recognizing that these two were good individuals, especially since they had assisted in eliminating the threats within the Red Town. He nodded in agreement. What would you like to know? I will answer anything I can. Shen Ping exchanged glances with Luo Qiuxue before posing a question. How was this town formed? And are there other buildings beyond its borders? This inquiry stemmed from a station that claimed to be a small world unto itself. After disembarking from the train, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue could only venture to this red town, unable to access other locations. This implied that not only were they restricted from visiting those areas, but the NPCs were likely bound by the same limitations. The mayor pondered briefly before responding, I am not well acquainted with the outside world. I only know that our ancestors have survived in this town for generations. Although the town is modest in size, each household is able to sustain itself. Moreover, every year, masked outsiders provide us with the resources we require. Shen Ping nodded, surmising that the last statement referred to the workers, who facilitated the survival of various stations by supplying resources to be plundered by survivors. However, survivors were not permitted to linger in resource-rich areas with low danger levels. Luo Qiuxue then inquired, do you know how your town originally came into this world? Indeed, Qiuxue posed an excellent question, as it was the greatest mystery of all. It is fundamentally implausible for a world to independently give rise to a modestly sized town. The entire settlement appears to be in a state of disconnection. Just as the mayor of the town was about to speak, a look of bewilderment quickly overtook him, and he shook his head. Shen Ping furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the mayor's reaction was rather peculiar, the reason for which eluded him. Had they inadvertently broached an unaskable topic? Shen Ping exchanged glances with Luo Qiuxue. Subsequently, he redirected the conversation, inquiring about other trivial pieces of information from the mayor. As they gathered sufficient intelligence, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue noticed that time was running short and promptly made their way back to the train. Shen Ping pressed a button on the train, allowing them to depart from the platform ahead of schedule. The train was now capable of leaving the station 5 hours earlier, a precautionary measure to avoid prolonged stops as the train's rank ascended. Indeed, the longer a train lingered at a potentially perilous station, the greater the danger it faced. As the train traversed through shifting landscapes, they returned to a scene of icy desolation. The frigid air enveloped them, and Xiao Hua, Xiao Tai, along with Xiao Shu and Xiao Chu, donned warm vests to ward off the cold. With the aid of these vests, they had no cause to fear the chill. Shen Ping then reviewed the fruits of their recent excursion, tallying 2,000 train coins and 3 train cores. Perhaps the previous station had yielded little of value. Aside from completing tasks that garnered some train coins, nothing of substantial worth caught the discerning eyes of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. As for the so-called job transfer rating, it had yet to materialize. Shen Ping dismissed the thought, pondering whether this rating was being silently recorded without any notification. Perhaps only upon the completion of hidden criteria would he receive his job transfer. However, he held little interest in such a transfer. There existed 4 professions: survivor, hunter, violator, and worker. Shen Ping was certain he had no desire to be a worker. Adventuring alongside the train and Qiuxue far outweighed the mundanity of labor. He equally dismissed the prospect of becoming a violator. Thus, only the hunter remained. Would completing such tasks grant him the opportunity to become a hunter in the future? Shen Ping mused inwardly. He shook his head. Now was certainly not the time to concern himself with such matters. To put it plainly, he was merely a novice. Shen Ping, I'm hungry. Let us have Xiao Chu prepare some food, Luo Qiuxue said, tugging at his arm. Let's go. Upon arriving at the dining car, Shen Ping made a few requests, asking Xiao Chu to whip up some home-style dishes. After they had eaten their fill, Shen Ping intended to return to the bedroom for a midday nap with Luo Qiuxue, when suddenly the train emitted a warning sound. Attention, train master Shen Ping. According to data modeling calculations, the train is on a collision course with another player's train. Estimated time until impact, 32 minutes and 42 seconds. With a margin of error not exceeding 5 seconds. A collision? Shen Ping felt a sense of vigilance, for all players' trains on Blue Star were traversing the frigid realm, inevitably leading to the potential for collisions. If a low-level train were to collide with a high-level one, the consequences could be dire. Derailment and damage would necessitate the consumption of materials for repairs. In severe cases, entire carriages could be obliterated. There was also uncertainty regarding whether train control would improve with elevated levels. Luo Qiuxue expressed her concerns, noting that if her train was not of a higher grade than others, it would be perilous. Conversely, should her train surpass others in level, she would feel a pang of guilt for causing destruction to their trains and lives. Shen Ping sighed, wishing for a means to consistently acquire resources. The visibility of the trading market was limited, and the resources exchanged daily were becoming insufficient. Indeed, Shen Ping possessed a knack for transmuting stone into gold. He could easily sell items that had undergone critical enhancements, purchase those without such enhancements, and then repeat the process, continually replenishing his resources. However, the trading market was saturated with both buyers and sellers, leading to an insufficient distribution of traffic. No one ever complained about earning more. Subsequently, the two anxiously took their positions at the front of the train, awaiting the impending collision. Meanwhile, not far from Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, in a speeding train facing them, a man adorned with an eye patch sat in the co-pilot's seat, exuberantly exclaiming, "Brother, he finally encountered a newcomer. This frigid world is vast indeed. It took quite some time to find a fresh face. I hope the newcomer isn't impoverished." Another man, marked by a scar on his face and clad in a coat, who bore a resemblance to the eye-patched man, added, "We can send the crew to seize the newcomer's resources, but we must be cautious. We must not damage their train or take their lives. Both actions would incur substantial penalties in train currency, and especially the latter. This is the rule." The two were Lu Zijian and Lu Ziheng, who had traversed into this train world last year, part of the previous batch of low-tier players. To date, their train level had only reached 11, indicating a painfully slow growth. Hence, they contemplated whether they could rob some novice trains using items from the novice world. However, 2 rules govern their actions. First, they could not seize the core of the opposing train, only other resources. Second, they must not kill players to avoid punishment. Rest assured, boss, I am not foolish. We merely intend to request some resources from the novice players. However, boss, if the player is female. Lu Zijian's eyes glimmered with desire. Lu Ziheng also appeared somewhat intrigued. Opportunities for such endeavors had been scarce over the past year, especially since the frequency of mandatory exploration at the station had significantly decreased. They were on the verge of madness. It shouldn't violate the rules, right? Don't worry, we are quite presentable. If the other party happens to have a female player, she will surely be wise enough not to reject us, Lu Ziheng murmured to himself. Lu Zijian cast a glance at Lu Ziheng, whose height barely reached 1.60 meters, and the unsightly scar marring his face. With a disingenuous nod, he remarked, "Indeed, Boss, your striking appearance will surely captivate those novice female players. They would undoubtedly flock to you. Chapter 57. Veteran or Novice Player. Listening to the praises of his subordinates, Luo Qiuxue felt quite pleased. As time slipped away, nearing the limit, the players of both trains, now in close proximity, could already catch sight of each other as vehicles. Shen Ping held Luo Qiuxue's hand, coldly gazing at the opposing train, which was approaching head-on. "It's coming directly toward us," Luo Qiuxue said nervously. Would it be their train that would send the opponent flying, or would they be the ones to be struck? Shen Ping leaned aside, opening the window. A gust of frigid air rushed in. He craned his neck to count the train cars within his line of sight as best he could. "What do you see, Shen Ping?" Luo Qiuxue asked, her anxiety palpable. After enhancing his physique, Shen Ping, who had once been somewhat nearsighted, had regained his vision, even surpassing that of an average person. He replied slowly, "It appears that the opposing train has 2 more cars than ours, at level 11. Surely, they cannot be novice players, which means they must be veterans." Luo Qiuxue's expression shifted. The worst had come to pass. Moreover, the cooldown for the little mouse baby had not yet elapsed. 10 hours of waiting. There were still several hours left. This meant that Shen Ping could at most unleash the Thunder Qilin once. Attempting a second time would certainly exhaust him to the point of collapse. Furthermore, he preferred to avoid using it, as the burden of a purple quality skill was still too great for him. The little mouse scurried onto Luo Qiuxue's shoulder, chirping a few sounds. "Are you saying that even without the little mouse as possession, we can still receive assistance?" As the little mouse as master, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue understood its meaning faintly. "Fear not, even without utilizing the little mouse's possession. I do not believe we are inferior to the veteran players who come to plunder resources from novice villages. They are here to bully the weak. How formidable could they truly be? They are undoubtedly among the lowest of the low." Seconds later, the 2 trains drew ever closer. The fierce wind whipped up snowflakes like feathers, howling as it battered the tracks. The trains resembled colossal iron beasts ensnared in a curtain of snow, forging ahead against the tempest. At this moment, Shen Ping had pulled Luo Qiuxue and their 4 attendants, who also served as companions, into the bedroom. This collision would inevitably result in significant losses, yet the bedroom, being an independent space, should remain unaffected by the impending impact. In an instant, there was a deafening crash. The front of their train buckled inward violently, the thick steel plates crumpling like paper. The windows shattered with a cacophony of glass, while with splinters, metal shards, and plastic fragments mingled with the swirling snow, crashing onto the icy tracks with a sharp, staccato sound. Fortunately, Shen Ping's train had not suffered catastrophic damage. "Train Master Shen Ping, your train has sustained severe damage. Damage level, 72 repair. Fine iron 1400, steel 1400, a damage level of 72. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune. If the opposing train were at level 15, 16, or even higher, the outcome could have been dire. Additionally, the train had experienced minor derailment. After the collision, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, along with the crew members inside the train, emerged into the outside world. This marked the first time Shen Ping and his companions stepped onto the vast, wide expanse of snow in this frigid realm, feeling somewhat disoriented. Their time had predominantly been spent within the confines of the train, which had become their home, apart from occasional visits to the platform and the world transfer station. This was their initial encounter with the world traversed by the train. They pondered whether anyone could disembark in the original void of beginnings, although it was likely devoid of oxygen. Shen Ping cast a glance at the opposing train, which, due to its elevated rank, had suffered minimal damage to its front. However, the forces at play were mutual, necessitating some repair with steel resources. Soon, the door of the opposite train swung open, revealing 2 burly men and several iron crew puppets. Luo Qiuxue quickly descended and fixed a dangerous gaze upon Shen Ping. But then his attention shifted to the exquisitely beautiful face of Luo Qiuxue, her alluring figure causing his eyes to widen in astonishment, fixated on her. Luo Qiuxue, sensing his stare, expressed a flicker of disdain and moved behind Shen Ping. Meanwhile, Shen Ping coldly scrutinized the 2 seasoned players. Although Luo Qiuxue was momentarily taken aback by Luo Qiuxue's beauty, he soon regained his composure and whispered, "Brother, Do you think they might also be among the veteran players? Given the number of compartments on their train, it appears to be at least level 9. How could a newcomer achieve such a feat? Even among our last batch of veteran players, the best among us only managed to elevate their train to level 10 after nearly 20 days, and it has only been 8 days since we started. Luo Qiuxue found this reasoning plausible and continued to glare icily at the silent Shen Ping, a glint of murderous intent flickering his eyes. If they were indeed veteran players, there was no need to hold back. Veteran players had no restrictions when it came to eliminating their kind. After a year of development, to reach level 9 was quite unimpressive. However, in the next moment, a warning echoed. Warning, player Luo Qiuxue, do not kill new players. Do not dismantle new players' trains. Do not seize new players' train cores. Luo Qiuxue, just as the murderous intent surged, was caught off guard by the notification. New players? Could these two truly be new players? It seemed implausible that newcomers could elevate their train to level 9. Luo Qiuxue was momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered looks with the equally perplexed Luo Qiuxue. Yet, he quickly broke into a grin, dismissing their status as new players. What does it matter? They've merely been in the train world for just over a week. How could they possibly compare to me, a veteran player with a year of experience? Hand over your resources, and if I am in a generous mood, I might let you leave. Luo Qiuxue barked. Chapter 58. Turned into a sieve. Luo Qiuxue prodded Luo Qiuxue, who immediately understood, casting a lewd gaze at Luo Qiuxue beside Shen Ping. By the way, when you move resources onto our train, don't forget to let the woman nearby entertain me. Just as Luo Qiuxue's words trailed off, a glint of coldness flashed in Shen Ping's eyes, and a long knife materialized in his hand. These veteran players truly were a malignant presence. Shen Ping could no longer endure it. This long knife was the horizontal blade purchased at the World Transit Station, now transformed into the formidable Zhanyu knife. It was the perfect opportunity to test its might. His gaze sharpened, his right hand firmly grasping the dark Zhanyu knife, its blade reflecting a chilling gleam in the sunlight. He stamped his foot, the snowflakes still fluttering in the air, and propelled himself towards Luo Qiuxue like an arrow released from a bow. With a flick of his wrist, the Zhanyu knife sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, descending upon Luo Qiuxue in a powerful strike. This was Shen Ping's first time wielding the Zhanyu knife. Humph, a mere newcomer dares to brandish a weapon before me, unaware of their own insignificance. A mocking smile curled on Luo Qiuxue's lips as he swiftly reached for his waist, grasping the faintly glowing blue scabbard. An ice-blue longsword suddenly emerged from its sheath. With a flick of his wrist, the ice-blue sword surged forth, emanating a chilling aura that met the Zhanyu knife's blade with precision. The green-quality ice sword, imbued with frost, was perfectly suited for the frigid climate of this world. Clang! The knife and sword clashed violently, producing a resounding echo. In that moment of collision, Luo Qiuxue felt a domineering force surge through him, pain radiating from his grip. Huh? The mockery on Luo Qiuxue's face instantly froze, replaced by disbelief. How could a newcomer possess such immense strength? You're an old player, and your weapon is merely green quality. Don't you find that amusing? Shen Ping scoffed. Amidst the thunderous clash of their weapons, Luo Qiuxue had already engaged Luo Qiuxue in battle. Luo Qiuxue chuckled. Little girl, come join us on the train. Don't follow your boyfriend anymore. He,'s just a newcomer, knows nothing. With us veterans, you can learn the ropes much faster. However, Luo Qiuxue merely smiled with a hint of derision, her body shifting as a scarlet spear suddenly appeared in her palm. The spear gleamed a fiery red, its tip dancing with fierce flames, crackling as it burned the surrounding air, creating an oppressive heat, particularly noticeable in the cold weather. Although this spear was of green quality, it was a remarkably powerful weapon among its peers. In her other hand, she firmly held a shotgun, its body emanating a ghostly blue luminescence. This was a blue-quality weapon. Luo Qiuxue had initially intended to toy with this woman, but upon seeing her unveil such formidable weapons, he was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps. His eyes filled with astonishment. What on earth was this woman? In the realm of novice players, discovering subpar weapons, such as a common knife or a machete, is already deemed fortunate. Yet here she was, wielding a shotgun in her left hand and a long spear in her right. Such a configuration was utterly absurd. Was this truly a beginner? Seizing the moment while Luo Qiuxue was momentarily bewildered, Luo Qiuxue acted swiftly. with a powerful thrust of her right hand. The crimson spear shot forth like a blazing bolt of lightning, its fiery tip surging with flames that radiated a searing heat, almost instantaneously arriving before Luo Qiuxue. Wait. In Luo Qiuxue's grasp appeared a crossbow emanating a blue glow. It seemed to be of blue quality, a weapon he had initially hesitated to wield. With a swift thrust, the spear accurately pierced through Luo Qiuxue's chest, flames immediately licking at his garments. The agonizing burn and the sharp pain of the spear penetrating flesh assailed him simultaneously. Luo Qiuxue let out a muffled groan, his complexion turning ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Nevertheless, being a player with a year of experience, he possessed commendable resilience. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he grasped the burning spear with both hands and forcefully yanked it from his chest, blood gushing forth from the wound. At that precise moment, Luo Qiuxue raised her shotgun with steady aim, targeting Luo Qiuxue. Without a trace of hesitation, she believed that dealing with adversaries necessitated such decisive action. The blue light at the muzzle flared intensely. Her gaze was as frigid as frost, and she unflinchingly pulled the trigger. Boom! A resounding blast echoed as the shotgun unleashed a barrage of pellets, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling directly towards Luo Qiuxue's face. The crossbow in his hands trembled as the shotgun's pellets struck him. The weapon barely grazed Luo Qiuxue's ear as it flew past. The blue-quality crossbow was potent enough to annihilate him. Fortunately, he had acted first, and considering the penalty for slaying new players, Luo Qiuxue's expression turned pale as she beheld the fallen Luo Qiuxue. In that moment, Luo Qiuxue's head was a gruesome mess, blood and flesh in disarray. Yet he still clung to life. Luo Qiuxue, with a shotgun aimed at his head, heart, and lower body, continued to pull the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the skirmish among the attendants favored Shen Luo's side. Xiaohua had summoned elite fire puppets, while Xiaotai had conjured 3 advanced iron puppets. The fireballs created by the elite fire puppets could effortlessly incinerate 2 of the opposing puppets. The advanced iron puppets made the task of vanquishing their adversaries as simple as childish play. As for Xiao Shu, he relentlessly kicked his opponents, each strike rendering them incapacitated. None among the attendants stood a chance against him, each one succumbing to his relentless assaults. Observing this, Luo Qiuxue took a few steps back, disbelief evident in his eyes, yet he understood that Shen Ping before him was not to be trifled with. Wait, it seems there has been a misunderstanding between us. I was merely joking moments ago. Luo Qiuxue glanced at Luo Qiuxue, who lay battered and bruised, devoid of any unscathed flesh, and then at Luo Qiuxue, who aimed her shotgun at him. A wave of desolation washed over him. How could I have attracted such a character? Undoubtedly, he has provoked one of the most formidable players among the newcomers. Perhaps he possesses some dreadful talent. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how he could reach such a level with merely 7 or 8 platforms. Luo Qiuxue does not believe it for a moment. Of course, this also stems from Luo Qiuxue's failure to act decisively at the first opportunity, a grave oversight on his part. The blue-quality crossbow in his possession has proven utterly ineffective. He should have anticipated this the moment he received the warning. Shen Ping, quick-witted and agile, brandished his infinite desert eagle. Seeing yet another gun pointed at him, Luo Qiuxue trembled and knelt down. His brother was already dead. He must not perish, even if there remains the slightest chance for vengeance in the future. Shen Ping, what could be said? Certainly, it is to eradicate every threat. Excellent. The two prepared to strike with unerring resolve. Shen Ping, of course, would not show mercy to the seasoned player intent on harming Luo Qiuxue. Hearing that neither of them would allow him to escape, a flicker of resentment flashed in Luo Qiuxue's eyes as he reached for something in his backpack. However, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets, akin to American police confronting individuals of darker complexion. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Before Luo Qiuxue could employ his trump card, he was reduced to a sieve. Trying to resort to underhanded tactics against us? Not a single opportunity shall be afforded you. Shen Ping scoffed. Chapter 59. A hope for more weak-old players. The 2 old players were vanquished. Shen Ping collected the weapons that had dropped from them. It must be said, as expected of seasoned players, the dropped weapons were indeed commendable. First was the ice-cold sword, which possessed a straightforward ability, It granted resistance to cold, and any player struck by it would be afflicted with a chilling buff, rendering them not only cold, but also sluggish in their movements. It was a rather unique weapon of green quality. With a decisive strike, Shen Ping achieved a critical hit. Critical hit successful, green quality. Ice Cold Sword, blue quality. Heavenly Cold Claw. Heavenly Cold Claw. A pair of ice blue claws. Upon striking a creature or an object, they will encase the target in ice. As the notification of the critical hit resounded, the sword in his hand gradually diminished in size, transforming into a claw resembling a gauntlet. A sword had metamorphosed into claws? Shen Ping was once again struck by the randomness of his critical hit talent. In astonishment, he hastily donned the claws upon his fists. Admittedly, wearing the ice blue claws was quite impressive. Under the curious gaze of Luo Qiuxue, Shen Ping clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch to the already incapacitated puppet. With a single blow, the puppet's remains were shattered and immediately shrouded in a thick layer of ice, showcasing formidable control capabilities. A glint of satisfaction flickered in Shen Ping's eyes. This was indeed a fine weapon for close combat, albeit the transformation from sword to claw was somewhat peculiar. Next, Shen Ping continued to reap the rewards of his critical hits, such as the blue quality crossbow. He pondered whether it could also achieve a purple quality. Critical hit successful. Blue low quality. Lingxi crossbow, blue superior quality. Shadow poison repeating crossbow. The once ordinary crossbow had now evolved into a contraption akin to a repeating crossbow, entirely enveloped in a cloak of black. However, due to its blue quality, it also emanated a faint deep blue hue. Shen Ping glanced at the detailed description. Shadow poison repeating crossbow. Quality, blue superior. It allows the user to expend a portion of stamina to fire 10 consecutive arrows. Each arrow inflicts a poison effect on the enemy. Creatures with a constitution below 250 are highly likely to succumb to poisoning. Shen Ping promptly tested the shadow poison repeating crossbow, curious to ascertain its stamina consumption. Although the description indicated it consumed only a portion of stamina. After firing 10 arrows, Shen Ping still felt somewhat fatigued. The 10 arrows struck the snow, staining a patch of it black. However, after some contemplation, Shen Ping understood. This was a blue superior weapon, closely approaching purple quality. Naturally, it would demand a greater toll on his stamina. Momentarily dazed, he was swiftly embraced by Luo Qiuxue, who proceeded to heal him. Soon, Shen Ping's stamina was restored. He pondered briefly, then handed the infinite Desert Eagle to Xiao Tai. This firearm is now yours to wield. With an abundance of ranged weapons at his disposal, he now possessed 3. 1 infinite Desert Eagle, 1 blue superior infinite shotgun, and 1 blue superior shadow poison repeating crossbow. The Desert Eagle was handed over to Little Iron, the initial pet. Little Iron nodded and said, "Leave it to me, master. With so many firearms in use, I will surely manage." Grasping the weapon, Little Iron aimed at the snowy expanse and fired. In no time, a significant cavity appeared in the snow. Despite its frail constitution, the iron spirit had no trouble firing several shots. Soon after, Shen Ping began to scour the train for supplies. He discovered an abundance of food, primarily bread and instant noodles, along with other assorted items. Additionally, there were several barrels of water. Although these items held little monetary value, Shen Ping collected them all, knowing that after a critical strike, they could yield a substantial profit at the trading market. Next, he turned his attention to the resources of the train itself. Dismantling the train would grant him further resources. Having already dismantled it twice before, Shen Ping now realized that he had squandered opportunities on those occasions. Since he could inflict critical damage on his own train, he could surely do the same to others. Contemplating this, he swiftly directed a critical strike at the level 11 train. Critical strike successful. Level 11 ordinary train, level 11 enhanced train. Suddenly, the entire train underwent a transformation, shifting from an ordinary environment to one as opulent as Shen Ping's own train. He wondered what resources could be gleaned from this enhanced version upon dismantling. With curiosity piqued, he initiated the disassembly. Received steel. Received refined iron. Received gold. Received plastic. Received wood. Received train core 1. Received advanced train core 1. What is this advanced train core? Shen Ping furrowed his brow, realizing that it was not immediately necessary. Even for upgrading his enhanced train, Only the ordinary train core was required. Perhaps it would be useful for future upgrades? Luo Qiuxue inquired curiously, and that seemed to be the only possibility. Shen Ping stored it away, understanding that the outcome of the critical strike on the ordinary train core would simply yield the enhanced train core. The train coins obtained from critical strikes bore a similar nature. They were resources that would be of use in the future, but were not immediately applicable. Note: Train Master Shen Ping. The danger has now dissipated. The train is currently at a temporary halt and will resume in 1 hour, can be started at any time. Subsequently, Shen Ping moved all acquired resources into the train. He also dealt with the discarded train attendants that had been eliminated by Little Mouse, Little Fire, and Little Iron. These were merely ordinary puppets, yielding common refined iron upon disassembly. Once all resources were collected, Shen Ping gazed at the haul from the dismantled level 11 train. These resources, numbered in the thousands, were more than sufficient for us to upgrade to level 11, or even level 12. Luo Qiuxue exclaimed with delight. It is indeed quite lucrative. I never anticipated that preying on veteran players would yield such profits. Spending hours trading supplies in the marketplace rarely brings in as much. Shen Ping chuckled softly. He even entertained a mischievous thought. If exploiting seasoned players was this profitable, it might rival several days spent exploring the platform. Why not emulate the veteran players and rob the newcomers instead? However, this was merely a fleeting notion. Engaging in the unscrupulous act of robbery is best avoided unless provoked. Moreover, these were merely the lower echelons of veteran players. The truly formidable ones surely far surpass Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, who have only explored for a few days. I hope more such weak veteran players come along. That would lead to a windfall for us, exclaimed Luo Qiuxue, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 60. Enduring bullying during the upgrade process. Detected that the resources to upgrade the train are sufficient to elevate to level 11. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? Note: an additional consumption of 2 train cores is required. Additionally, 3,000 train coins are needed to purchase 30 train upgrade cards. Shen Ping hastily clicked to upgrade. 2 train cores were consumed, upgrading from level 9 to level 11. This implies that starting from level 9 to level 10, each subsequent upgrade necessitates 1 train core. To reach level 19, a total of 10 train cores will be required. It remains uncertain if the requirement will change when upgrading from level 19 to level 20. Shen Ping murmured to himself. Next came the expenditure of 3,000 train coins, which pained him greatly. Upgrading a level 9 train to level 10 requires 10 upgrade cards, equating to 1,000 train coins. Thus, elevating a level 10 train to level 11 seemingly necessitates 20 upgrade cards, or 2,000 train coins. Luo Qiuxue expressed her confusion. Wait a moment. Did we not just acquire a plethora of resources? A train, from level 1 to level 11, had its resources decomposed. With so many resources, how can we only upgrade to level 11? Not to mention, we possess a considerable amount of resources ourselves. Could it be that we lack enough upgrade cards? That doesn't seem right. We still have plenty of train coins. Shen Ping also found the situation peculiar. However, he soon grasped the truth. Upon completion of the upgrade, 2 additional train carriages appeared behind the train. Enhanced Train, level 11. Train Leader, Shen Ping. Train Members, 6, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, Iron Sprite. Psychic Squirrel, Fire Sprite, Chef Puppet. Upgrade requirements: 1,000 gold, 30 train upgrade cards, 1 train core. Docking time: 9 hours, can choose to depart early after 5 hours. Train coins: 6256. Number of carriages: 10. Special carriages: Agricultural Carriage 2, Livestock Carriage 1, Dining Carriage 1. Special abilities: Resource Consumption halved, Station Foresight, Station Selection. Resource Consumption halved. The materials required for upgrading the train are permanently reduced by half. Station Foresight. Information about each station can be anticipated. Station Selection. 3 stations are presented for selection among one of them. It turns out that the upgrade requirements had indeed changed. Shen Ping remarked, if I am not mistaken, upgrading a level 10 train to level 11 requires 500 gold, while ordinary players would need to expend at least 1,000 gold for the same upgrade, as we possess the ability to have resource consumption. We just decomposed the trains of veteran players and acquired precisely 1,000 gold, However, we utilized 500 gold for the upgrade, leaving us with only 500 gold, which is insufficient to advance from level 11 to level 12. So, does that mean we only need to gather another 500 gold? Luo Qiuxue counted on her fingers, her head spinning, somewhat perplexed. Only after Shen Ping elaborated further did she finally comprehend. 2 individuals posted in the trading market, offering food, water sources, and other essential resources in exchange for gold. However, soon after, Shen Ping realized he had overlooked something. Wait a moment. He edited the content of his trading post and added a request to purchase refined iron. Subsequently, refined iron was no longer for sale. What happened? Wasn't refined iron no longer needed? Luo Qiuxue inquired with curiosity. Shen Ping quickly chuckled. Did you forget? Initially, I experimented with refined iron and achieved a critical hit, resulting in gold. Luo Qiuxue soon recalled. At first, Shen Ping had converted a piece of refined iron into gold through a critical hit. Although some refined iron had transformed into other metals, the majority had yielded gold. This meant that approximately 10 to 20,000 units of refined iron remained in stock. And after critical hits, they could potentially yield at least half that amount in gold. What are we waiting for? Let's go for it. Luo Qiuxue exclaimed excitedly. Shen Ping pondered for a moment and replied, Actually, you could omit the last word. Why? Luo Qiuxue repeated her statement several times, her face flushed with embarrassment. Casting a glance at Shen Ping. TCH, you're being suggestive again. Ahem. Shen Ping was aware of Luo Qiuxue's bashfulness, yet he found her demeanor endearing. Her flushed cheeks made him feel an overwhelming urge to tease her. Why are you looking at me like that? Luo Qiuxue asked, sensing Shen Ping's mischievous intent, a mix of fear and anticipation in her voice. I want to tease you a little, but we still need to upgrade the train. There's no rush. With resources, we can upgrade anytime. That's true. With that, Shen Ping embraced Luo Qiuxue. After playfully teasing the beauty in his arms, he executed a series of critical hits on the remaining refined iron all at once, saving time by not doing them one by one. Critical hit successful. Obtain gold 8,000, obtain black gold 1,000, obtain platinum 2,500, obtain diamonds 500, obtain emeralds 100. A plethora of various metals emerged, with gold being the most abundant, followed by black gold. Shen Ping suspected that future train upgrades would be tied to these peculiar metals. For the remaining trains, he spent 3,000 coins to purchase 30 train upgrade cards. There were still 3 train cores left. This meant that the remaining resources would only allow Shen Ping to upgrade the train to level 12. Reinforced train, level 12. Train master, Shen Ping. Train members, 6. Upgrade requirements, gold 2,500. Train upgrade cards 40. Train core 1. Stopover time, 5 hours. Train currency, 3256. Number of carriages, 11. Special carriages, agricultural carriages 2. Livestock carriage 1, dining carriage 1. The consumption of train coins is indeed substantial. I comprehend why it is so challenging for ordinary players lacking exceptional talents to upgrade their trains, Shen Ping murmured to himself. Upgrading the train in the future, aside from the fortunate acquisition of train upgrade cards from treasure chests, necessitates the purchase of upgrade cards, which demand several thousand train coins for each level increase. Furthermore, the higher the level, the more train coins are required. Ordinary players are unable to trade train coins in the marketplace, and accumulating a few thousand coins can take months. Thus, Shen Ping speculated that the average train level of the previous cohort of veteran players is approximately around level 10, excluding those with remarkable talents. After completing the train upgrades, Shen Ping accessed the train shop and claimed the train coins awarded for the exploration station rating from the previous day. Though it was only a little over 90 coins, it was better than nothing. Ah, yes, this is also a source of train coins for ordinary players. The following day, they can earn train coins based on the exploration station rating from the previous day. If an ordinary player achieves a daily exploration station rating of 20 to 30, it accumulates to several hundred coins in a month, approaching 1,000. Chapter 61. The Little Tree of McDonald's, Train Mall, Train Carriage Expansion. The size of the train carriage can be expanded threefold. A standard carriage is priced at 500 train coins, while a special carriage costs 1,000 train coins. Pond carriage. Transform the entire carriage into a pond. where the water will be purified to the quality of pristine water, allowing for swimming and fish farming. Price: 500 train coins. Lumber carriage. Modify a standard carriage to feature a continually growing tree in its center, requiring attendants to regularly fell the tree, yielding 1,000 logs daily. Price: 1,000 train coins. Regular attendant. A puppet made of refined iron, of mediocre quality. Price: 500 train coins. These are the new offerings of the train mall. The primary enhancement is the expansion, which now allows for daily income generation from agricultural and livestock carriages, both fully automated. Compared to the standard livestock carriages housing chickens, ducks, and geese, the agricultural carriage yields greater profits. Investing 1,000 train coins doubles or triples the area of an agricultural carriage, making it comparable to modifying a standard carriage for 500 coins. Hence, if Shen Ping had sufficient train coins, he would undoubtedly opt to expand both agricultural carriages. However, with only a little over 3,000 train coins available, he must exercise caution in his expenditures. Next is the pond carriage, which Shen Ping has no interest in contemplating. Why would one swim idly? As for swimming with the scantily clad Luo Qiuxue, the bathroom already boasts a bathtub, which serves as a suitable alternative to a pond. Perhaps in the future, when he has more disposable income, he might reconsider. Lastly, regarding the latter two options, Shen Ping finds himself somewhat speechless. The current upgrades to the train no longer necessitate wood, yet they have introduced a lumber carriage. It is akin to waiting for the rain to cease before providing an umbrella. Will there come a time when gold is no longer required, only for a gold mining train to emerge? Shen Ping shakes his head in disbelief. Nevertheless, augmenting the variety of offerings in the trading market is beneficial. The greater the diversity of goods available, the more players will be attracted to purchase Shen Ping's items. To expand the trading scale, he could list 1,000 logs daily, selling them for 200 to 300 refined iron, subsequently converting it all into gold through critical hits. Similarly, there are two additional methods to enhance traffic in the trading market: sales volume and player recognition. The trading market encompasses players from all over Blue Star, and Shen Ping has maximized both aspects. His reputation is undeniable, as half of the conversations in the chat channel revolve around Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. The sales volume follows suit. Shen Ping's offerings are both high quality and reasonably priced, slightly undercutting the market rate. Thus, he naturally attracts the most traffic among individual sellers, as there are no teams yet. However, despite the immense market comprising billions, there are still hundreds of millions of sellers vying to sell their wares. A seller typically posts several times a day, with the total number of posts reaching into the billions. Therefore, Shen Ping's traffic has already reached its limit. It is uncertain whether he will acquire tools to further enhance his traffic in the future. This is because the logging carriage requires crew members. Xiaohua, Xiao Tai, and Xiao Shu are all combatants who must be taken into battle regularly, while Xiao Chu is tasked with cooking. Hence, Shen Ping decided to purchase a puppet instead. After the purchase, he transformed the 7th carriage into a logging carriage. The current special carriages consist of a dining car in the 3rd section, agriculture in the 4th and 5th sections, livestock in the 6th, and a newly converted logging section in the 7th. Subsequently, puppets resembling the 2 veteran players appear before him. Puppet Biont, quality, subpar, capable only of labor, devoid of combat skills. They are even weaker than the iron puppets, Shen Ping remarked. The puppet Biont and the chef puppet do not seem to be living beings. Can they be crit hit directly? Previously, Shen Ping had only crit hit the chef puppet's skill, which allowed the food prepared to enhance physical attributes. Shen Ping pondered this, having overlooked it. The Iron Elf and Fire Elf are living beings, while the puppets they create are non-living. Now that there are readily available puppets before him, he inadvertently disregarded this fact. He effortlessly crit hit both the puppet Biont and the chef puppet, elevating their qualities a tier. The puppet Biont ascended to white quality, while the chef puppet advanced to green quality. However, the chef puppet's skills remained unchanged, as they had already been crit hit previously. From now on, you shall be called number 1, understood? Shen Ping contemplated, deciding on this nomenclature. Ordinary puppet Bionts, lacking any special functions, would be designated by numbers. Special crew members like Xiao Shu and Xiao Chu would receive unique names. I understand, Master, Number 1 nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Ping then purchased a common axe from the trading market, which he crit hit into a black gold axe, handing it to Number 1. This is your tool. Your duty is to continually chop wood in the logging carriage. Yes, master, I understand, Number 1 affirmed. Upon arriving at the logging carriage, Shen Ping quickly spotted a small tree, approximately 2 to 3 meters tall, in the center of the carriage. Infinite tree, a unique organism of the logging carriage, when chopped. It will strive to grow, capable of producing up to 1,000 logs in a day. Each time you chop me, I feel an exhilarating rush. Upon glancing at the description, Luo Qiuxue's eyes flashed with disdain. Is this little tree a McDonald's? Shen Ping, noticing her reaction, quietly recounted the events of the previous night into her ear. Ahem, speaking of McDonald's, Xiao Qiuxue, I have a feeling you. Before Shen Ping could finish, Luo Qiuxue immediately playfully punched his chest, exclaiming, no need to say nonsense. Subsequently, Shen Ping instructed Number 1 to chop the little tree, eager to see how quickly it could grow. Number 1 nodded and swung the axe at the tree. Soon, the young tree was felled, its trunk akin to those in survival games, swiftly crashing to the ground and breaking into a stark bare log. 666, not even pretending anymore, Luo Qiuxue muttered, recognizing the highly gamified visual. Immediately thereafter, the young tree began to sprout anew. Infinite tree, a unique organism of the lumber vehicle. When felled, it desperately strives to grow, instantaneously regenerating, with a maximum yield of 1,000 logs per day. Ah, how delightful! The evaluation of the infinite tree also underwent a transformation. Shen Ping, speechless, pulled Luo Qiuxue away from the lumber vehicle. He had nothing to deliver a critical blow to this compartment. The young tree was a living being, impervious to such attacks. Chapter 62. The 10th platform, Defend the Carrot. Early the next morning heralded the arrival of yet another platform. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue had adjusted their biological clocks to rise before 6 o'clock. Their enhanced physical condition allowed them to remain spirited even after a mere 4 hours of sleep. And what a fatigue! They could simply rely on Luo Qiuxue's restorative abilities to rejuvenate them. Shen Ping had come to comprehend the true utility of Luo Qiuxue's healing powers, having transformed into a veritable perpetual motion machine the previous night. Platform 1, Underwater Ancient City, a profound realm submerged beneath the sea, inhabited by an array of terrifying fishmen. Resources include weapons and items of purple, gold, and red quality, such as the Sea God Sword and the Sea King Shield. Danger level, extremely high. Platform 2, Cannibal Village. Platform 3, Defend the Carrot Tower Defense Platform, multiplayer cooperative platform. The tower defense platform is a unique type of station where players need not explore, but instead eliminate monsters that threaten the carrot, either on or around the train, in exchange for train currency and even modifications for the train. Multiplayer cooperative platform, a collaborative type of multiplayer station. Resources include train currency, train cores, and train modification modules. Danger level, low. Shen Ping quickly dismissed the underwater ancient city. He could not fathom why this augmented train insisted on presenting such perilous platforms. What with the Silent City, the East Sea-S dining ship, the aerial prison, and the underwater ancient city? Were these truly suitable for a novice like him? It was utterly bewildering. Shen Ping found himself at a loss. Platform 2 was equally unappealing, offering only various human body parts as resources. He was no Hannibal. Not that he even knew if there was a Hannibal in that village. By process of elimination, he could only opt for this peculiar Defend the Carrot. Defend the Carrot? I recall playing this game before. It featured a winding path where monsters were summoned at the beginning, and at the end lay a carrot that the monsters sought to attack. I could strategically place a multitude of tower defense weaponry along the sides of the path to fend off the monsters. Shen Ping had indeed played the game Luo Qiuxue mentioned, and it was ostensibly simple, merely vanquishing the monsters before they could reach the carrot. With a shadow poison crossbow in hand, Shen Ping observed Luo Qiuxue wielding a shotgun, while Xiao Tai brandished a desert eagle, all mimicking the motions with a semblance of finesse. Luo Qiuxue patted her chest confidently and declared, "Leave the rest to me, Shen Ping. I shall heal you and the Iron Sprite whenever you tire." In an instant, the snowy environment surrounding the train transformed into a verdant meadow. Not only was Shen Ping's train present, but two additional trains were also traversing to the right. However, due to Shen Ping's train boasting a formidable level 12, it comprised a total of 11 carriages. As for the others, they were merely at levels 3 or 4, one at level 3 and another at level 4, appearing quite solitary. In an adjacent carriage, a couple of onlookers curiously poked their heads out, staring in astonishment at Shen Ping's train. "Goodness, look at how long this train is," one exclaimed. "Could it possibly be a special module?" The two were utterly flabbergasted, completely unaware that the owner of this extraordinary train was none other than Shen Ping, the top newcomer player in the world. Soon, 3 trains came to a halt in unison, their fronts aligned perfectly. The grass surrounding the trio vanished, revealing a circle of earthy, yellow ground beneath. Simultaneously, 2 pits appeared in the upper left corner of Shen Ping's train. One pit was considerably large, while the other was quite small, situated in the same corner. The area encircling the 3 trains was intended to be square. However, due to the length of Shen Ping's train, it formed an irregular perimeter. Shortly after, all players aboard the 3 trains heard a notification chime. "Defend the carrot station has been activated." Monsters will continuously emerge from the large pit, ranging from white to blue quality. A carrot will sprout from the small pit behind it. The monsters emerging from the large pit will circle the 3 trains and attack the carrot. Before they can assault the carrot, the monsters must be dealt with. The carrot possesses 10 lives, with each life countering 1 monster. As long as the carrot remains alive, each player will receive 100 times the remaining lives in train coins. If the carrot retains 7 lives, each player gains 700 train coins. Should the carrot perish, all 6 players will meet their demise. After defeating the monstrous boss, players will have the chance to acquire a special train module, tower defense type. Let all players unite to defend the carrot. At last, Shen Ping comprehended the purpose of the 2 adjacent pits. The large pit would spawn monsters, which would then circle the 3 trains before attacking the small pit's carrot. However, Shen Ping found it perplexing that the monsters, despite the carrot being right behind them, would take the long route around the 3 trains before targeting the carrot. Perhaps it was due to the rules in place. Nonetheless, this scenario highlighted the advantages of a higher train level. One benefit was that in the vast world, a higher-level train could easily collide with lower-level trains, avoiding potential dangers. Additionally, the higher the train's level, the less obstructive the monsters became. Lastly, the existence of this tower defense station was significant. Without Shen Ping's impressively long train of 11 carriages, and only 3 short trains at levels 3 and 4, the monsters would have had far fewer obstacles to navigate, making it easier for them to reach the carrot. The longer the train, the more time the monsters would require to encounter the carrot. The first wave of monsters is about to arrive. 5, 4, 3. As the monsters drew near, Shen Ping hastily called upon the others, except for number 1 and the little chef. In a moment of fervor, the young fire conjured a fire puppet, while the small iron hand wielded a desert eagle and summoned 3 formidable advanced iron puppets. Meanwhile, the little mouse perched atop Shen Ping's head, ready to transform into a mouse spirit to enhance Shen Ping's stamina should the need arise. At that moment, inside the 3rd train, a pair of girls caught sight of Shen Ping, their eyes widening in astonishment. "Look, it's Shen Ping, the number 1 in the world," exclaimed one. "I was quite worried before, but now I suppose there's no need for concern, right? Otherwise, we might as well not disembark. After all, with the esteemed Shen Ping here, everyone will receive 1,000 train coins." "Ah, that doesn't seem quite right." The 2 pondered, but with Shen Ping present in this perilous defend the carrot station, the threat seemed negligible. "All right then, let's stay put and enjoy the show from within the train," they chattered, reluctant to leave their seats. However, while the players in the 3rd train hesitated, those from the 2nd train had already disembarked. A man and a woman emerged, one brandishing a stick and the other wielding a machete. Shen Ping, the male player, greeted with a courteous nod. Shen Ping reciprocated with a slight inclination of his head. In the blink of an eye, the final second elapsed. Bloop bloop, they are coming. A cacophony of blooping sounds resonated. Suddenly, a vibrant red carrot sprouted from a small pit, adorned with 2 large blinking eyes that exuded an endearing charm, accompanied by 10 floating hearts. "Truly, it is defend the carrot, just as it appears," Luo Qiuxue remarked, I wonder which lazy soul created this station. Even the sound of the monsters is identical. All right, let us engage in battle and refrain from further complaints, lest the game system takes offense and escalates the difficulty. Chapter 63. Defending the Carrot, Part 1. Soon, an array of octopus-like creatures emerged from the deep pit, their appearance reminiscent of the carrot, albeit with a certain degree of endearing charm, if one could overlook the 4 writhing tentacles sprouting from their heads. The iron puppet swiftly approached one of these monsters and began to pummel it with its formidable fists, for the octopus-like creatures possessed only the strength of white-tier quality. The initial wave of monsters exhibited remarkably low quality, allowing the advanced iron puppet to dispatch them with relative ease, delivering a decisive blow to each. Meanwhile, any stragglers were vanquished by fireballs conjured by the elite fire puppet, which incinerated the creatures upon impact. Observing this, a male player turned to his companion, feeling somewhat awkward. Shen Ping, it seems you don't require our assistance. Shen Ping glanced at their lackluster weapons, a mere stick and a knife, and felt a twinge of disdain. You may simply enjoy the spectacle. Should any monsters evade capture, we will handle them. Understood. Thank you, Shen Ping. The pair exclaimed, transforming into an impromptu cheerleading squad. Meanwhile, the third train remained utterly unresponsive. Casting a glance at it, Shen Ping's eyes betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction, although he understood that with himself and Qiuxue present, the players on the 2 trains were hardly in need of help. The players on the second train could at least show some initiative. Yet, the third train did not even bother to make its stance known. Shen Ping shook his head and dismissed the thought. The first wave of octopus creatures was swiftly eliminated by Shen Ping's crew, paving the way for the second wave. Another horde of grotesque, abstract monsters emerged from the pit, their bodies faintly radiating a green luminescence, indicating their green-tier quality. They moved with surprising speed, likely capable of circling the 3 trains and reaching the carrot in mere seconds. If ordinary players, lacking even white-tier weapons, were to face these creatures on this platform, their demise would be inevitable. Of course, it was also conceivable that Shen Ping's formidable strength influenced the monster's potency. Had it been another set of 6 players, perhaps the creatures would not have been as formidable. These green-hued beasts brandished small tridents, leaving Shen Ping to ponder whether he might claim their weapons upon defeat. Drawing his shadow poison crossbow, he aimed at the monsters and activated the mechanism. In an instant, 10 bolts pierced through several creatures, the blue-tier weapon annihilating the verdant foes in a flash. He collected the fallen tridents, though they regrettably bore only white-tier quality. Beside him, Luo Qiuxue unleashed a barrage from her shotgun, relentlessly targeting the approaching monsters. This wave consisted of 50 creatures, yielding a potential 50 tridents, all of which could be sold for substantial resources. The male and female players nearby were left astounded, for although these 50 green monsters did not directly assault them, they were nonetheless slaughtered in pursuit of the carrot. However, they felt that even if these 50 monsters converged upon Shen Ping to attack, they would undoubtedly be no match for him. Truly, Shen Ping is formidable. Indeed, and there is also Lord Luo, who could take down several green monsters with a single shot, requiring no assistance from us. If only we could possess such prowess. They chattered incessantly, watching the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, within the third train, 2 female players discreetly recorded the footage of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue vanquishing the green quality monsters, sharing it in the chat channel. Wow, it's the tower defense platform. I encountered a similar one before, where a horde of monsters assaulted the players' trains. Out of 8, only 3 survived. It was devastating. No wonder these 2 are so impressive. While other players face grim fates against this tower defense platform, they can directly bombard the monster spawn points. The so-called special platforms are beyond human capability. I once undertook a task to assassinate a king, and it was quite the ordeal. Hey, did you succeed in your assassination? Of course not. I lost 20 health points and 100 train coins as punishment. Honestly, I don't think Shen Ping is that remarkable. If I had such powerful weapons, I could do the same. To be fair, that's true. Their weapons do seem quite advanced. You keyboard warriors should stop your incessant chatter. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th waves came in succession. Within half an hour, the Great Pit released 5 waves of monsters, leaving the ground littered with the weapons dropped by the slain creatures. Tridents, daggers, large cleavers, and sticks among others. Lord Shen Ping, may I take a weapon? A weary male player gazed enviously at the scattered arms and cautiously inquired. After all, these weapons could fetch a substantial price in the trading market, and they were Shen Ping's spoils. Shen Ping nodded. Yes, each of you may take a few. But remember to help me load the dropped weapons onto the train once this tower defense platform concludes. There were hundreds of white-quality weapons in total. Seeing Shen Ping's consent, the male and female players eagerly nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Rest assured, we shall transport them. Shall we start moving them now, Lord Shen Ping? Suggested the female player. Shen Ping nodded, instructing them to stack the weapons from outside into the front of the train. As for transferring them into the storage, he did not trust them to enter the train. Soon after, the sixth wave of monsters arrived, consisting of towering bull-headed creatures. They emerged wielding Bluetooth sticks, one by one from the pit. Humans, I advise you to flee quickly and do not impede my feast of radishes. The first bull-headed monster bellowed, surprisingly articulating human speech, directing its fury at Shen Ping and his companions. Shen Ping, taken aback, wondered, how can you speak? Why were the previous waves of monsters mute? However, before long, the Minotaurs disregarded Shen Ping and instead circled around the train, steadily advancing towards the direction of the carrots. Hey, didn't you express a strong desire to consume carrots? You've taken a wrong turn. Why must you take such a lengthy detour around the train? You could simply turn around and indulge. Luo Qiuxue, observing this, promptly posed an almost absurd question. The Minotaurs halted, lost in contemplation. Wait, can we truly control them directly? Shen Ping, astonished, seized his crossbow and positioned himself directly in front of the pondering Minotaurs, unleashing a flurry of arrows. 10 arrows flew forth, piercing several Minotaurs, who then collapsed onto the ground. Luo Qiuxue wiped the sweat from her brow and, wielding a shotgun, began firing at the remaining Minotaurs. Before long, the entire wave of Minotaurs was vanquished. The next wave consisted of articulate creatures. Shen Ping, straightforwardly, inquired why they chose to take such a convoluted route to reach the carrots instead of simply turning back. The creatures paused momentarily, mirroring the Minotaurs in their contemplation. After 5 seconds of thought, they resumed their circular path. Once the group had effortlessly dealt with the creatures, Shen Ping proposed an analysis. This likely constituted a hidden rule of defending the carrot platform by posing certain absurd questions to the communicative creatures. One could exert control over them for 5 seconds, providing an opportunity to eliminate them. So it could be approached this way. Luo Qiuxue found herself at a loss for words. Could it truly be that these occurrences were merely glitches in the game? Chapter 64, Defending the Carrot, Part 2. Utilizing this strategy, whenever they encountered a talking monster, they would exploit a glitch to momentarily freeze it, allowing Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, and the crew to relentlessly assault these creatures until the final wave, namely the 10th wave. Once again, a familiar sound echoed. Blub blub. In the next instant, a giant, faintly radiating a blue glow, materialized from thin air. It wielded an enormous sword, and its entire body was clad in formidable armor. Carrot, I want the carrot. The so-called carrot seemed as lethal as a deadly poison. The armored giant bellowed, circling the train, preparing to attack the carrot. Beside it, the iron puppet, though not as towering as the giant, stood at a height of 4 to 5 meters. Clenching its fist, it delivered a powerful blow to the giant. In the ensuing moment, the giant staggered, then fixed a ferocious gaze on the iron puppet, delivering a devastating punch that flattened it, rendering the iron puppet utterly inoperative. Do not prevent me from consuming the carrot, the giant roared. Shen Ping remarked in disbelief at the unexpected ferocity of this boss, which retaliated against those who dared to attack it. Should we exploit the glitch to halt its advance? Luo Qiuxue inquired, preparing to act. Shen Ping shook his head. No need. Let us just unleash our ultimate move. Upon hearing Shen Ping's intention to employ his ultimate skill, the small mouse leaped onto his head, ready to bolster his strength. Wait, little mouse. This time, I wish to try on my own, Shen Ping declared. Rarely did he utilize the Thunder Kirin without the mouse as assistance. Yet he had experienced significant enhancements in both physique and stamina during this period, prompting him to test his capabilities. Seeing Shen Ping's determination, the mouse refrained from further protest and returned to perch on his shoulder. Subsequently, Shen Ping summoned his singular skill, conjuring a colossal thunder Kirin. The fierce creature, forged from violet lightning, was a sight to behold. Nearby, the male and female players were utterly awestruck. Is this truly the prowess of the esteemed Shen Ping? It's almost beyond belief. Not to mention blue-tier monsters. Even green-tier ones would perish instantly before him. Yet, how does it seem that blue-tier monsters are utterly defenseless against Shen Ping's electric beast? I share the same sentiment. The two exclaimed in unison. Before long, Shen Ping sprang into action. He swung his right hand, and the Thunder Kirin charged at the giant like a ferocious purple beast. Ah! In an instant, the giant screamed in agony as the violet lightning beast wreaked havoc upon its colossal form, ultimately leaving nothing but darkness in its wake. Accompanied by a hint of a meaty aroma, the giant vanished without a trace. In its place, a technologically advanced blueprint suddenly appeared where the giant had just stood. The small mouse hopped excitedly, seizing the blueprint with its tiny mouth and returning it to Shen Ping's hand. Intrigued, Shen Ping examined the document, drawing the curiosity of the others who gathered around. Train modification turret, bottle. Install a green-tier bottle turret atop the train carriage. In order to absorb solar energy to replenish ammunition, a maximum of 500 rounds can be restored. Shen Ping installed the bottle turret behind the machine gun, waiting for an opportune moment to unleash a critical strike after departing the platform. The train modification module offers but a single opportunity for a critical attack. The critical strike module and the resulting product are identical, devoid of a crafting process akin to blueprints that could exploit glitches. In fact, Shen Ping could have operated the train's machine gun to engage monsters while still inside the train. However, the machine gun requires sustenance. And although the food supply for both was ample, it did not imply that they could afford to be wasteful. It was most prudent to personally eliminate the monsters. Furthermore, the final blue-quality armor giant could only be vanquished using Shen Ping's purple-quality ultimate skill. Beside him, Luo Qiuxue placed her hand on Shen Ping's shoulder, gradually restoring his depleted stamina. Shortly thereafter, a notification echoed in everyone's ears. Attention, all players. The tower defense platform has been successfully passed. The remaining health of the carrot is 10 points. Each player will receive a reward of 1,000 train coins. The time to leave the platform is contingent upon your train's level. Having elapsed barely an hour for Shen Ping, the earliest departure would still require an additional 4 hours. He directed his gaze toward the third train, which remained immobile, feigning death. Luo Qiuxue also turned her attention to Shen Ping and inquired, "What do you think, Shen Ping?" Their deep familiarity allowed Luo Qiuxue to swiftly grasp Shen Ping's intentions. What else could be said? I absolutely detest freeloading monsters. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue approached the side of the train. Players inside, step out. Shen Ping commanded. This directive left the two female players hiding within the train somewhat bewildered. What does the esteemed Shen Ping intend to do? I have no idea. Why is he suddenly asking us to come out? Hasn't the tower defense platform concluded? The two exchanged glances, and Shen Ping, growing impatient, warned, "If you do not exit, do not blame me for transforming your train into a core." Seeing Shen Ping's determination to take action, the two female players could only comply timidly and step out. As Shen Ping, one of them stammered, somewhat embarrassed, "May I ask what you need from us?" Shen Ping scoffed, "What do I need? Just moments ago, we were battling monsters down below. This is a cooperative station, and you two chose to hide inside the train. What does that signify?" Upon realizing that Shen Ping was pursuing this matter, the other female player quickly exhaled in relief. "Oh, I see. We noticed how formidable you are, Shen Ping, effortlessly dispatching even the boss in a single blow. We thought we would be of no use if we joined you. Indeed, Shen Ping, you two are simply too powerful. If we came down, we would only create chaos." Another chimed in. "Exactly. Shen Ping, did you not notice? The other pair of players couldn't even intervene. You resolved all the monsters by yourselves." Shen Ping shook his head. Although others had not taken any direct action, at the very least, they had descended to the ground, demonstrating a willingness to fight alongside him. Yet, here they were, hiding within the train, reluctant even to emerge. Upon hearing Shen Ping's intent to hold them accountable, one of the female players quickly changed her expression, astonished by Shen Ping's perceived pettiness. Initially, she contemplated expressing her frustration, but another female player restrained her. Shen Ping, we acknowledge our mistake. Perhaps I could use the train tokens I just earned to purchase a train upgrade card as compensation for you. Train tokens are non-transferable, while train upgrade cards are indeed tradable. Presently, a small portion of the marketplace accepts train upgrade cards. However, a single train upgrade card costs a staggering 100 train tokens, making it exceedingly valuable. Typically, only rare items or blueprints are exchanged for such cards. Very well, Shen Ping replied, noting one player's understanding of the situation, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. Soon, she presented him with 20 train upgrade cards, her heart heavy with loss. Meanwhile, another pair of players, a man and a woman, sighed in relief, grateful that they at least had the courage to descend and even assisted Shen Ping in carrying some weapons. It seemed that Shen Ping, the legendary figure, was indeed a man of principle. Chapter 65. The Affliction of Stupidity. 4 fleeting hours elapsed swiftly. 3 trains departed in succession, leaving only a quaint little carrot nestled in its small pit. The last to leave was the train carrying Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. The carrot cast a glance at the rear of the train, its eyes shimmering with profound admiration. To think that the monstrous invaders had been vanquished so effortlessly. Truly remarkable. Alas, it found itself unable to leave the platform. Even Shen Ping had pondered whether he could take away this enchanting carrot that all the monsters desired. However, the game system issued a gentle warning against such an action. As the principal guardian of the carrot platform, it was bound to remain there, enduring one round of the game after another. Meanwhile, within the train occupied by the 2 girls, one exclaimed, Heroine, why did you spend all our train coins on upgrading cards for them? It's utterly incomprehensible. A staggering 2,000 train coins, which I struggled to amass, have all been gifted away by my dear friend. The girl named Heroine shook her head. I find you to be the incomprehensible one. Initially, it was you who insisted we remain on the train, waiting for Shen Ping and the others to resolve the situation. Consequently, you offended Shen Ping, who came looking for trouble. It's fortunate he did not harm us. We may have lost 2,000 train coins, but we did not lose our train, nor our lives. Isn't that worth more? Upon hearing Heroine's words, the other girl was momentarily taken aback. Wake up. Even if he had killed us and stolen our train along with our supplies, he would face no legal repercussions. The world we inhabit now is no longer the world we once knew. Heroine continued to persuade her, surely, that cannot be the case. This is illegal. If he truly were to act against us, wouldn't his conscience be tormented? Heroine's words nearly took her breath away. The affliction of stupidity threatened to consume her. Meanwhile, Shen Ping was meticulously tallying his gains. 2,000 train coins, 20 train upgrade cards, and a plethora of white-quality weapons. After a critical hit, these transformed into green-quality items. There were several types: tridents, ordinary swords, hammers, great cleavers, daggers, and sticks, along with a blue-quality weapon from the boss, the armored giant, a colossal greatsword. Following the critical hit, the armored giant's weapon morphed into a perfectly fitting saber, radiating with crackling thunder. Blue inferior, giant great sword, blue superior, thunderclap saber, quality, blue superior. A saber imbued with thunder, its power rivaling that of purple quality weapons. Grasping the thunderclap saber, Shen Ping's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. This weapon could seamlessly replace his previous green quality armament. It was truly deserving of being a drop from a blue quality boss, and its critical hit had been remarkably considerate, transforming an unwieldy great sword into a weapon he could actually wield. In a moment of inspiration, Shen Ping suddenly recalled the colossal giants from the previous giant farm. It seemed that the weapons of those giants also exhibited a peculiar characteristic. They were ill-fitting prior to a critical strike, but became perfectly suited thereafter. If that were the case, would the enormous armor follow suit? Luo Qiuxue tilted her head in curiosity. Shen Ping subsequently executed a critical strike on the giant armor as well. Critical strike successful, blue inferior, giant armor, blue superior, bone armor. Following the critical strike, the massive armor on the train's floor instantly resized to a more appropriate dimension. Bone armor, quality, blue superior. A formidable armor crafted from giant bones, which increases vitality by 150 points and stamina by 50 points when worn. Active ability can suddenly enlarge threefold, with vitality and stamina also tripling, lasting for 5 minutes. Upon glancing at the description of the bone armor, a flicker of astonishment crossed Shen Ping's eyes. "It can enlarge threefold?" Luo Qiuxue exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Tripling, that means. She dared not even contemplate the implications. Shen Ping, curious about her thoughts, suspected she might be imagining something bizarre. This bone armor far surpassed the black gold jacket. "I will don the bone armor, and you can wear the black gold jacket." "All right." The two promptly exchanged their gear. Shen Ping glanced at his attribute panel. Player, Shen Ping. Teammate, Luo Qiuxue. Talent, S-Class Critical Strike, Everything. Train, Level 12. Vitality, 87,200. Stamina, 18250. Skill, Thunder Qilin. Shen Ping's vitality had already surged to 87 points, a result of both recent nourishment and an additional 23 points gained from consuming the meat of small spiders. Luo Qiuxue's attributes were somewhat varied due to the numerous items she wore, such as undergarments and stockings, which had also been subject to critical strikes. Consequently, although her vitality initially fell short of Shen Ping's, it closely trailed behind due to the enhancements from various small items, including the black gold jacket. As for the winter coat, Shen Ping opted not to wear it, reasoning that it was a cold disaster and that the thermal vest would suffice. With a minimum temperature of -30 degrees. Frankly speaking, before his traversal, certain regions in Huaxiao were even colder during winter. Shen Ping understood why the difficulty of the cold disaster was relatively low. Firstly, novice players were exceedingly fragile, with only one opportunity each day to explore the platform. The World Transfer Station, apart from the first week, was unpredictable in its arrival. Only treasure chests and certain special platforms, or NPCs, could yield crucial train currency, which could not be traded in the marketplace. If the cold disaster were to plummet to -100 degrees, how many lives would it claim? Nevertheless, Shen Ping believed that as time progressed, more players would adapt to the game and its various platforms, leading to an inevitable increase in difficulty. Subsequently, Shen Ping placed all unwanted equipment for sale in the trading market, selling a variety of essential materials, primarily focusing on fine iron and gold, while also facilitating transactions of various blueprints, train upgrade cards, and train modification modules thereafter. Subsequently, Shen Ping did not overlook the opportunity to deliver a critical strike to the turret bottle. This was the reward for successfully defending the carrot station. Soon enough, he achieved a critical hit, elevating it to blue quality. It could now fire blue quality bullets. This required merely solar energy for replenishment, with no other resources necessary. However, in the very next moment of this critical strike, a multitude of large birds suddenly appeared in the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A swarm of red birds circled around the train, persistently hovering, intent on attacking Shen Ping's locomotive. Chapter 66. The howling wind and the flock of cats. Where do all these birds come from? Luo Qiuxue inquired curiously. To her astonishment, the train was encircled by a swarm of ominous, giant birds. These colossal avians measured over 3 meters in length, their expansive wings nearly obscuring patches of the sky. Most striking were their elongated beaks, sharp as blades, relentlessly pecking at the exterior of the train. Thud, thud, thud. The dull yet incessant sounds of their assaults echoed, reminiscent of countless nails frantically hammering against the window. Fortunately, the train's outer layer was fortified with thick bulletproof steel, complemented by a resilient alloy armor within, forming an impregnable fortress. Despite the birds' persistent onslaught, their beaks only succeeded in producing futile thuds, leaving no more than shallow marks. They could only circle anxiously around the carriage, repeatedly pecking with their beaks, generating an irritating cacophony. Remain calm. Shen Ping's voice was steady as ever. Let's test the train's machine gun and the capabilities of the defense bottles, one of green quality, the other blue. Up until now, Shen Ping had yet to utilize either the machine gun or the defense bottles. Luo Qiuxue soon realized that these frenzied birds were likely the monsters frequently mentioned by players, notorious for attacking trains. As she gazed at the futile efforts of the birds outside, she felt as if she were observing a raucous flock of sparrows. Even if the train were to come to a halt and allow the birds to peck at it for an entire day and night, their meager piercing power would never penetrate the armor. Subsequently, Shen Ping prepared to operate the train's machine gun. Initially, it was loaded with ammunition, and once depleted, Various food items could be used to replenish it. Any calorie-dense food should suffice. He made his way to the front of the train. Since its upgrade, the train's front had been equipped with numerous modules and buttons, while the steering wheel served merely as decoration. The machine gun's controls included a series of buttons and levers, alongside a central control screen directly linked to the machine gun. Another central screen pertained to the defense bottles, which also featured an automatic option, allowing the weapons to engage dangerous entities without manual control. In no time, Shen Ping maneuvered the machine gun, aiming it at the giant birds, and pressed the switch. Bang! Bang, bang! A barrage of bullets shattered the birds in an instant. Meanwhile, Luo Qiuxue operated the defense weapon bottles. Though the green bottle appeared unremarkable, it was capable of firing bullets that radiated a blue glow. Fire! Luo Qiuxue yelled as she pressed the button. The bottle launched a small, blue-glowing projectile, which obliterated the bird upon contact. This defense bottle actually shoots bombs. Luo Qiuxue exclaimed in astonishment. The remaining birds, witnessing this scene, frantically flapped their wings, soon taking flight in a desperate escape. They realized that the master of this train was not to be trifled with. Not only did it possess a formidable exterior, but it also wielded powerful firepower. Attempt to flee? Not a chance. Luo Qiuxue was thoroughly enjoying herself, relentlessly firing at the fleeing birds, akin to the exhilaration of playing a first-person shooter game. The central control screen offered auxiliary aiming, enhancing precision while allowing for hands-on operation. Shen Ping was equally engrossed, the sound of his gunfire echoing like a machine gun's rapid bursts. At last, the birds scattered in disarray. Shen Ping produced a handful of uncooked rice, untouched and unrefined, which remarkably multiplied into a substantial pile, weighing dozens of pounds. He then placed the rice into the control panel of the train's machine gun, filling it with ammunition in no time. The remaining rice was returned to storage. As for the bottle weapon utilized by Luo Qiuxue, it could gradually replenish its ammunition under the sun's rays. Why not set it to automatic? If we encounter these troublesome birds at night, it could just fire away on its own, Shen Ping suggested. Subsequently, he configured both tower defense weapons to operate automatically. Hours slipped by in the blink of an eye, and after dining, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue prepared to engage in some restorative aerobic exercise, looking forward to a restful slumber afterward. In the dead of night, several blue cats stood poised on a railway track, led by a bruised and battered feline. Indeed, it was the Frostwind cat, which had previously ambushed them twice. Boss, with so many of our kin present this time, we will surely be able to stop this train and drag out the players inside for a thorough thrashing. Another cat chimed in. Exactly, boss. The majority of our Frostwind clan has mobilized. There's no way we can't take down a mere novice player. The Frostwind cat leader nodded gravely, stating, as long as the train hasn't upgraded beyond level 10, our combined efforts will grant us a 50% chance of success. The mere thought of having been knocked back twice, while the novice players remained oblivious to their presence, filled the leader with rage. Before long, the sound of rumbling echoed along the tracks. The train is approaching. Get ready. One by one, the blue cats lined up on the railway, prepared to intercept. The Frostwind cat leader initially intended to position himself at the front, but suddenly shifted to the rear. Boss, why are you at the back? Questioned one of the foolish kin. Yes, boss. Aren't you our leader? Why? The Frostwind cat leader replied solemnly. I will cover your retreat. And the pressure at the back is the greatest. I stand alone behind me. Do you understand? Now I see, boss. You're truly noble. Indeed, boss. Once we stop this train, let us celebrate with a grand feast. Our leader is my hero. Soon, the outline of the train's front began to crystallize in their view, the metallic exterior gleaming with a cold, hard sheen in the dim light. Haha, let's avenge our grievances, boss. The excitement flickered in the eyes of the foremost Frostwind cat. However, in the next moment, a barrage of gunfire suddenly tore through the air. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The machine guns aboard the train unleashed a torrent of searing fire, brass shells cascading down like a waterfall. Almost simultaneously, several muffled explosions reverberated, as numerous bomb projectiles from the defensive bottles arced through the air, striking accurately towards the group of cold wind cats that were crouched low, poised to intercept the oncoming train. The bullets fell like a silver rain, howling as they pierced through the gray-black fur of the cold wind cats. erupting into a cascade of crimson blossoms. The moment the bomb projectiles struck the ground, they detonated with a thunderous roar, shockwaves sweeping through the debris, sending several cold wind cats flying, their dismembered bodies scattering amidst the flames. The once cohesive formation, prepared for the ambush, was instantly shattered into chaos. The leader of the cold wind cats at the rear felt a tightening in its pupils. It sensed the impending peril. Chapter 67, The Emergence of the Rankings. Oh, dear leader, save me. We are doomed. The cries of the clan cats echoed behind them, causing the leader of the cold wind cats to feel a pang of sorrow in his heart. He had already utilized 2 tracking devices, each time resulting in increasingly dire consequences. These devices were meant to assist him in tracing the trains he had encountered. After the last use, he and his companion had suffered grievous injuries. Perhaps it was because the first contact had been made with the clan cats rather than himself, which allowed him to survive while his clan companion succumbed to their wounds. Yet this time, a multitude of his underlings have been inexplicably annihilated by machine gun fire and artillery shells. The leader of the cold wind cats dashed sideways, having learned from past mistakes and avoiding the same path as the train. I will avenge you, he shouted resolutely. Ultimately, of this batch of cold wind cats, none survived except for the vengeful leader. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue awoke, both sitting up in a daze. Had they just heard the sound of a train's machine gun? It seemed so could it be that they had encountered a monster? No matter, let's just sleep. It appears to be resolved. Yes, my dear, I want a hug, Shen Ping said, embracing Luo Qiuxue as they drifted back to sleep. Early in the morning, the game system of the Cold World announced loudly in everyone's ears. Attention, all players. The temperature in the Cold World will continue to drop, reaching a minimum of -50 degrees. Simultaneously, a new feature, the rankings, will be introduced. There will be 3 types of rankings. First, the comprehensive strength ranking. Second, the train level ranking. Third, the team ranking unlocked for newcomers. All rankings pertain to Blue Star, meaning newcomers will experience this until the end of the Cold World. Players ranked in the top 3 will receive privileges. Before 5 in the morning, the game system of the underworld roused all players, including Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. At that moment, Luo Qiuxue lay sprawled atop Shen Ping, who had found it difficult to breathe the previous night. Oh, I'm so tired. Little Qiuxue, please heal me. Coming right up, Luo Qiuxue yawned, then proceeded to heal both Shen Ping and herself, quickly regaining her vitality. After freshening up, Shen Ping instructed the little chef to prepare breakfast, and while waiting, he opened the rankings to see. First, he checked the comprehensive strength ranking. Comprehensive strength ranking, scope, Blue Star, first place. Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, second place. Jiang Long, Jiang Shuyao, third place. Wang Zichen, Li Zhen, fourth place. Privileges for the top 100 players. The difficulty of platforms encountered by the top 100 players will increase, and resource rewards will also be enhanced. Shen Ping glanced at the top 10 players. They all appeared to be of Huaxia descent, which struck him as peculiar. However, upon reflection, it became clear. Prior to their crossing, Huaxia had been the mightiest nation, rivaled only by the United States. Moreover, the population of Huaxia exceeds 3 billion, accounting for 1/3 of the world's total populace. Naturally, those who rank at the forefront are predominantly from Huaxia. The leading individual from the United States occupies the 13th position on the leaderboard. Following this is the train level leaderboard. Undoubtedly, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue stand at the pinnacle of this ranking as well. Train level leaderboard. First place, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, train level 12. Second place, Jiang Long, Jiang Shuyao, train level 6. Third place, train level 5. Fourth place, train level 5. 235th place, train level 4. 12,563rd place, train level 3. The privileges of the top 235 players, level 4 and above, including level for the ability to adjust the frequency of station appearances, with a maximum adjustment of once per day and a minimum of once every 3 days. Further adjustments will occur in the future, perhaps due to insufficient development time. Aside from Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, who are significantly ahead with their train level 12, the other players linger in single digits. There is one player at level 6. 231 players at level 5 and 12, 328 players at level 4, with the majority still at levels 2 or 3, and some even at level 1. The third leaderboard will only emerge after the opening of the teams in about 20 days, which is not currently on Shen Ping's mind. More importantly, the privileges of being at the forefront of the train level ranking allow for the adjustment of station appearance frequency. However, upon reflection, Shen Ping considered it rather inconsequential. The top 253 players are all exemplary, possessing remarkable and formidable talents to varying degrees. Shen Ping believes that they do not require frequency adjustments. It is the lower-ranked players who need to reduce the frequency to once every 3 days. They lack talent and are uncertain of the dangers that each station may present. With sufficient provisions, they might prefer to never venture onto the station at all. Shen Ping shook his head. This frequency adjustment seems rather futile. At the very least, Shen Ping is unwilling to alter the station frequency. Daily exploration and continual strengthening are the best paths for both himself and Luo Qiuxue. After finishing breakfast, the time arrived. The train is about to arrive at the station. Please select one of the 3 stations below for disembarkation. Failure to choose within 2 minutes will result in automatic selection of one station. Station 1, Eerie Graveyard Multiplayer Station, a graveyard filled with bizarre entombments, where the entities within may attack passing players. Resources available: ghost crystals, specters. Danger level: moderate. Station 2, High-Altitude Prison Quest Station, a prison that floats perpetually in the air, housing some of the most notorious beings. Resources available: green quality weapons, green quality items. Blue quality weapons, blue quality items, 1 skill book. Danger level: moderate. Station 3, a block of dirt suspended in the air. Resources available: dirt. Danger level: none. Shen Ping disregarded Station 3. What exactly is a block of dirt? It cannot possibly be the dirt block from my world. However, given the futility of this block, Shen Ping naturally disregards it. As for Platform 1, Shen Ping chooses not to visit. He remains uncertain about the purpose of the ghost crystal. Should he decide to venture forth, it would undoubtedly be to Platform 2. Yet, he vaguely recalls that Platform 2 does not seem to be a task station. This aerial prison is a sight he has encountered before, and at that time, he did not possess any skill books. Regardless, he resolves that he will discover the truth upon arrival. The current train offers no clues regarding the task at hand. He selects Platform 2. Shen Ping makes his choice. Meanwhile, within a suspended prison high in the sky, an elderly man with a bald head paces anxiously atop the building. A flicker of desperation crosses his eyes. The vicious inmates within are on the brink of revolt. If no train messengers arrive to help subdue the prisoners, this prison will surely be obliterated by those fearsome individuals. At long last, a notification sound echoes in his ear. Have the so-called train messengers finally arrived? That would be truly splendid. A glimmer of joy flashes in the old man's eyes. Chapter 68. The High-Altitude Prison, Part 1. Before long, a prison guard rapped on the office door. The bald-headed old man called out, "Come in." Upon entering, the guard spoke gravely, "Deputy Warden, the inmates on level -6 have become restless again, even killing 2 guards. If this truly escalates into a riot, our prison will inevitably fall, and we shall both meet our doom." The bald-headed elder sighed. "There is no remedy. It seems word has leaked. Since the warden's departure, we have been unable to suppress them, which is precisely why the warden summoned me to bring forth a being akin to himself, often referred to as the train envoy, or simply the outsider." Shortly thereafter, a thunderous sound echoed from the heights. "They have arrived. Let us go greet them," the bald deputy warden said, wiping the sweat from his brow and beckoning the guard to prepare for the arrival of the train envoy, namely Shen Ping and his companions. Yes, the guard had questions brewing, but seeing the deputy warden's urgency, he held his tongue, quickly following him to the rooftop. The entire prison was suspended high above the ground, with the floors ascending sequentially. The topmost floor was the first, where the former warden, the deputy warden, and the guards resided. Below them were the levels designated for housing inmates, ranging from level -1 to level -6, each accommodating hundreds of prisoners. Level -7, the lowest tier, served as the execution ground. From level -1 to level -6, the inmates' powers increased. The weakest were found on level -1, typically consisting of lowly offenders. Level -2 began to house prisoners of white quality, while level -4 contained those of green quality. Only blue quality inmates were confined to level -6. In a short time, a train came to a halt on the suspended tracks above. The tracks approached the rooftop, the highest point of the prison. As the train doors opened, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, along with Xiao Hua and Xiao Shu, stepped outside. A bald elder and several guards stood solemnly on the rooftop, scrutinizing the suddenly arrived train and its occupants. "Train envoys, you have finally arrived," the bald elder remarked. Shen Ping nodded slightly, unperturbed. From his previous encounters in the Red Town, he understood that certain NPCs at the platforms were aware of his group's existence. Their designations varied. Some referred to them as outsiders, others as train envoys, and so forth. "Who might you be?" Shen Ping inquired, surveying the rooftop of the prison. Perhaps due to the altitude, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky, rendering the temperature exceedingly hot. This seemed amiss, as it was only 6 o'clock in the morning. At this hour, the sun hung in the sky as if it were noon. Was this a consequence of time differences? It is worth noting that on the same Earth, China and America experience entirely opposite time zones. Each platform serves as a microcosm. Different time zones, climates, and physical laws across platforms are indeed plausible. The bald old man approached Shen Ping, scrutinizing him for a moment, yet failing to discern anything remarkable. In fact, Shen Ping's aura was even less formidable than that of certain prisoners in the 4th sublevel. However, the old man did not look down on him. Having spent a costly scroll to summon Shen Ping and the others, he realized that losing their cooperation would be a significant misstep. "Greetings. I am the deputy warden of this high-security prison. Recently, since the departure of the warden, my superior, the inmates have begun to riot, resulting in the unfortunate demise of several guards. I hope you can assist me in quelling these unruly prisoners," the bald man said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He then proceeded to elucidate the general situation of the prison to Shen Ping, detailing the number of inmates on each level, their respective strengths, and identifying those who had breached the rules. Despite his baldness, the old man possessed a robust physique, suggesting that his own strength was likely considerable, commensurate with his role overseeing a group of prisoners with at least blue-quality powers. Shen Ping nodded, and simultaneously, both he and Luo Qiuxue received a notification. Task: suppress the riot in the high-security prison. Task details: the 6th level of the prison harbors numerous rule-breaking inmates, notorious criminals from various realms. Following the warden's, a player character, departure, some of these inmates have begun to riot, and some have even killed guards. You are required to execute the rule-breaking prisoners through lawful means. Task rewards: random green quality skill book, random green quality weapon, random green quality item. Task duration: same as the train stop over time. Task failure: utilizing illegal methods to execute prisoners, such as shooting them directly in their cells, executing them during transport to the execution chamber, or employing prohibited means to kill prisoners will accumulate failure points. If failure points reach 100, the task will fail. Failing to resolve all rule breakers before the task time expires will also result in failure. Exiting the task prematurely will lead to failure. A failed task would deduct 1,000 train coins. Shen Ping comprehended the essence of the task. In essence, the prison had descended into chaos due to the absence of the powerful warden, and both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue were tasked with assuming the roles of guards and executioners, confining the inmates to the execution site on the 7th sublevel and subsequently executing them. Only by eliminating all rule-breaking prisoners could they accomplish this task. Shen Ping's eyes flickered slightly. Was it not said that this high-security prison contained blue-quality weapons and items? Where might these blue-quality armaments be obtained? He cast a glance at the deputy warden and several guards. Could they possibly possess them, or were they in the possession of certain prisoners? Soon, Shen Ping spoke. "I understand now. You may entrust this prison to us. However, prior to proceeding, we must adhere to the regulations established by the former warden. You will need to don the guard's uniforms." A guard, clutching a substantial bundle of prison uniforms, approached Shen Ping and spoke. "No worries." Shen Ping swiftly donned the prison attire, as he could not remove the equipment he was wearing. Luo Qiuxue did the same. The prison uniforms possessed no extraordinary properties and could not enhance physical prowess. They simply served as outer garments. Subsequently, the little mouse and the small fire also adorned themselves with the uniforms. Little Iron, you should follow suit. First, summon 3 iron puppets. Let one keep watch near the train, while the other 2 accompany us. Little Iron emerged from within the train, having adorned herself along with the 3 summoned high-level iron puppets in the prison uniforms. Remarkably, even though the uniforms were somewhat snug, they adapted seamlessly to fit both the players and their companions, much like in a game. At that moment, the little mouse stood proudly atop Shen Ping's head. Clad in the prison uniform, and with its petite stature, it appeared rather charming. Chapter 69, The High-Altitude Prison, Part 2. Very well, we shall take over from here. Esteemed Deputy Warden. In a sudden flourish, Shen Ping conjured a formidable saber, crackling with the essence of thunder. Similarly, Luo Qiuxue manifested a shotgun, faintly glowing with a bluish hue. Xiao Tai wielded an infinite desert eagle, while Shen Ping passed the shadow poison crossbow to Xiao Hua. Both Xiao Hua and Xiao Tai possessed a singular ability, the summoning of puppets. Thus, equipping them with powerful weaponry significantly enhanced their combat prowess, albeit temporarily. Should the need arise to utilize these firearms or the crossbow, Shen Ping would undoubtedly reclaim them. At that moment, the deputy warden and several guards no longer dared to underestimate Shen Ping and his companions. Astonishment was etched upon their faces. As they entered the chamber, preparing to descend and confront the prisoners, one guard finally broke the silence, exclaiming in shock at the formidable weapons in their hands. Moments before, they had appeared as docile sheep, but with arms in hand, their demeanor transformed, exuding an aura of alarming intensity. Was this what it meant to be a herald of the train? In years past, the warden too had been a herald, yet he had ascended to the position of warden of this high-altitude prison. Thankfully, with the warden's assistance, our high-altitude prison has endured to this day. The corridor was shrouded in an eerie gloom, with yellowed light bulbs hanging overhead. Shen Ping, why do you think the warden is classified as a worker? Luo Qiuxue inquired with great curiosity. Moreover, it seems that this worker possesses considerable strength. According to the guards, as long as the warden is present, the prison is immune to riots. I am uncertain. Perhaps he has long been entrenched in the world of the train. I have a vague understanding of why he might have vanished. Why is that? Luo Qiuxue pressed. Isn't it customary for workers to explore the platform once a month? I speculate that the warden encountered some trouble during his exploration of the platform and has yet to return, Shen Ping postulated. His reasoning held merit. Following Yang Na's earlier account, it was evident that, aside from those working at the World-S transit station, various workers existed in different locales. Although this high-altitude prison was a platform for players to explore, it did not preclude workers from managing, assisting, or even accepting new inmates. Shen Ping continued, moreover, just days ago, this high-altitude prison was not a task platform, and its difficulty was not particularly high. Admittedly, it may have seemed daunting compared to our earlier selves, but in light of our current capabilities, it appears quite manageable. It is possible that the warden, a worker, vanished around that time, and the prisoners learned of this development, prompting the transformation of the high-altitude prison into a task platform. As their conversation unfolded, the duo, accompanied by a host of attendants, arrived before an imposing door. Before Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue loomed a deep red arrow, a harbinger of the task that lay ahead. 2 prison guards nodded in acknowledgement as they opened the grand door and presented Shen Ping with a hefty bundle of handcuffs, a deep blue executioner's sword, and a piece of parchment. These items were the tools for escorting prisoners to the execution ground, as well as the instruments of death for the condemned. Adherence to the rules inscribed on the parchment was imperative. Shen Ping nodded, accepting the handcuffs, the deep blue sword, and the paper. Acquired handcuffs, 57. Acquired blue superior quality, executioner's sword. It is mandatory to behead the prisoners with this sword. Acquired the rules of the high-security prison. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue meticulously perused the regulations of the high-security prison. 1. No action may be taken against prisoners who have not violated any rules. 2. Executions are permitted only at the execution ground, using the executioner's sword. 3. If prisoners resist violently, immediate execution is prohibited. They must be incapacitated and escorted. 4. Some prisoners possess special abilities. Exercise caution. 5. There are a total of 57 violators. If individual executions are too slow, they may be executed collectively. 6. Improper execution of prisoners will incur a failure value increase of 1 to 10. Upon completing the reading of these rules, Shen Ping nodded, leading Luo Qiuxue and the other attendants downstairs. The previous level was referred to as the first floor. The original location was the rooftop. They were now descending to the basement level. Although Shen Ping found this arrangement peculiar, upon arriving at the basement, he was immediately enveloped by a chilling sensation. He had, astonishingly, entered a layer of ice. The area was encrusted with solid ice, and each prisoner in their cells was clad in scant attire, shrouded in frost and snow. For a moment, Shen Ping furrowed his brow, and one of the accompanying guards remarked that the prisoners on the 6th level were subjected to calamity. This being the first layer of disaster, termed the cold calamity, where the temperature remained perpetually between -30 to -50 degrees Celsius. While confined in their cells, the prisoners were gradually succumbing to the frigid climate, frozen to death, and their bodies required no further attention as they would not decay in such weather. Among them, only one prisoner was deemed a violator. The others were to be disregarded. Shen Ping halted in his tracks, a solemn expression crossing his face as his pupils constricted. The world in which this group of players resided was experiencing its inaugural disaster, the cold calamity. The temperature had plummeted from -30 to -50 degrees Celsius. Aligning with the prison's first method of punishment, which was also the cold calamity, characterized by the same frigid temperatures. Was this merely a coincidence? Or did it signify a deeper connection? Noticing Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue standing motionless, their gravitas palpable, the guard inquired curiously if there was anything further that required clarification. Shen Ping shook his head, indicating that no further explanation was necessary. Very well, the stairway and elevator are now temporarily accessible to you. At that moment, Shen Ping paid little heed to the guard's words, his curiosity piqued by the red arrow ahead. The red arrow had begun to disperse into two forms, one large and one small. The larger red arrow pointed toward the staircase, indicating the direction of the prisoners on the lower level. A small red arrow pointed in another direction, deep within the first layer of the ice prison. This diminutive red arrow presumably indicated the prisoners that required attention in the initial layer. Shen Ping swiftly made his way toward that direction. The surrounding inmates, upon the arrival of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Each awaited their demise, their eyes peacefully closed. Indeed, how could these insignificant beings, lacking even the most rudimentary quality, survive in such a frigid prison? Soon, Shen Ping encountered the individual in question, a woman with ice-blue skin. She was strikingly beautiful and possessed an appealing figure, yet that was not the crux of the matter. What truly stood out was her remarkably well-preserved condition. Upon seeing Shen Ping and his companions, she coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 70, High Security Prison, Part 3. Luo Qiuxue felt a twinge of panic. She was an NPC from another platform, a member of the Ice People, imprisoned in this dreadful place for committing murder. Her crime was not born of coercion, but stemmed from her inherent malevolence. In her early years, Luo Qiuxue had married a male ice person and bore a son. However, dissatisfied with her mundane existence, she chose to engage in an affair with another male ice person. Together, they murdered her husband, and out of jealousy towards Luo Qiuxue's son, they conspired against him as well. Indeed, at that moment, Luo Qiuxue was utterly blinded by passion. She was so enthralled by her lover that she was willing to sacrifice her own son. Her child, once a prodigy within the clan, had already attained a green quality and held the potential to become an elder of the Ice People. Her lover was no match for him. Yet, upon witnessing his mother's willingness to conspire against him in collusion with her lover, the talented boy surrendered without resistance, collapsing to the ground, resigned to his fate. In his final moments, he gazed at Luo Qiuxue in despair and uttered, "You are my mother. If you wish to kill me, I do not blame you." Once the truth was unveiled, the Ice People were engulfed in shock. The clan leader was consumed by rage, appalled that for the sake of a fleeting affair, she would murder her husband and even her own son. The clan's pride. As a wife, Luo Qiuxue betrayed her husband. As a mother, she took the life of her own son. And as a member of the Ice People, she extinguished the life of their genius. Yet, Luo Qiuxue herself was nothing but a mediocre individual. The gravity of her crimes warranted her confinement in a high-security prison, where she would endure relentless torment. However, Luo Qiuxue did not receive the punishment she so richly deserved. The reason was simple. As a member of the Ice People, she was imprisoned in a cell teeming with ice. The cold enveloped her body, yet it also endowed her with strength. Her power grew as she continuously absorbed the frost, nearing a breakthrough to a white quality. But her dreams were about to shatter. At that moment, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, and a prison guard stood before her. Luo Qiuxue coldly demanded, "Who are you, and what do you want?" "Luo Qiuxue, you have violated regulations by repeatedly absorbing energy from the first tier of the ice cell." Without facing the requisite punishment, the guard replied icily, "Please proceed with her execution, messenger of the train." Shen Ping nodded, showing no interest in why Luo Qiuxue was imprisoned here, nor did he seek to understand her motives for murdering her son. He was merely there to fulfill his mission. "No, you cannot do this," Luo Qiuxue cried out. "You cannot treat me this way. I've already been confined. My ability to absorb the energy within the cell is due to my physiological traits. It is not my fault." The prison guard chuckled, questioning the audacity of claiming injustice. All inmates confined in this high-altitude prison, even if executed en masse, would be of no consequence, merely a means to inflict the torment they rightfully deserved. Yet, this cell had not subjected you to such suffering. Instead, it allowed you to lie comfortably upon the icy surface in slumber. Shen Ping unlocked the cell, while Luo Qiuxue prepared to restrain her with handcuffs. "Do not even think of executing me. Should you kill me, my husband will not spare you." "Are you referring to that adulterer? He resides on the second floor. However, given the temperature and humidity there, he should have long since melted into a puddle." Rendering an execution unnecessary, the guard replied with a sinister grin. As a guard of this high-altitude prison, he possessed elite skills, more than capable of handling the previous elite bioengineered beings known as the Devourers. Throughout his prolonged tenure of confining criminals, his mental state had deteriorated, particularly relishing in the sight of the most heinous offenders being tormented to death, and taking pleasure in executing them personally. Soon, Luo Qiuxue bellowed in outrage. "I will fight you." A chill emanated from her hands as she prepared to attack the two. Regrettably, her defiance appeared as mere folly in Shen Ping's eyes. Luo Qiuxue, coldly wielding a shotgun, received Shen Ping's consent before she blasted away Luo Qiuxue's lower limbs. The guard's pupils constricted in shock at the sight of Luo Qiuxue's formidable weapon. It seemed far more powerful than anything available in the facility. How did these two envoys manage to procure such an impressive armament? Subsequently, Luo Qiuxue secured Luo Qiuxue's hands behind her back, instructing Iron Puppet, "Lend a hand." She tossed her to one of the iron puppets. "Let us proceed and continue searching for inmates." "Surely, this does not violate any regulations?" The guard hesitated, but upon witnessing the grievous state of the inmate, her lower body nearly obliterated, icy blue blood dripping onto the ground, he pondered. However, as the inmate was still handcuffed and no immediate execution had occurred, it seemed compliant with the rules? Not quite. Shen Ping nodded as they ascended to the second level. The second level was a desolate expanse of yellow sand, with cells constructed from earth. Guards patrolling this area carried multiple bottles of water, pausing every few steps to hydrate. Even Shen Ping took out a bottle from his backpack to drink. This was the second level, a parched wasteland, where inmates received a mere 50 milliliters of water every 2 days, while their meals consisted of a single serving daily, comprising chili peppers, compressed biscuits, and a handful of sunflower seeds. This meal offered carbohydrates, protein, fat, dietary fiber, and vitamins, a rather commendable combination, one might argue. Shen Ping paused, exchanging a glance with Luo Qiuxue. Not at all. In such an extreme heat and water-scarce environment, providing inmates with chili peppers, compressed biscuits, and sunflower seeds? The essence of chili peppers is undeniable. Their piquant component, capsaicin, provokes irritation in the mucous membranes of the oral cavity and digestive tract, inducing a sensation of heat within the body while simultaneously accelerating the depletion of internal moisture, leaving one parched. As for biscuits and sunflower seeds, their negligible water content only exacerbates the thirst. Coupled with this dreadful environment, Shen Ping swiftly surveyed his surroundings, committing to memory the visage and nomenclature of this calamity, an era disaster. A terrifying plight indeed, with the sun blazing high above, scorching the earth, enveloped in swirling yellow sands. Devoid of sufficient drinking water, and accompanied by an array of utterly despair-inducing sustenance, it was more terrifying than a cold disaster, Shen Ping could only conclude. Upon arriving at the prison fashioned from gravel, he noted the towering height of these cells, their ceilings left open to the elements, offering no respite from the sun. The prisoners lay prostrate upon the searing gravel floor, their skin bereft of the luster inherent to humanity, resembling brittle, sun-scorched leather, tightly clinging to protruding bones. Their lips were chapped and cracked, akin to parched earth, with blood seeping from fissures, forming dark red scabs. Their eyes, half closed, were deeply sunken, capable of accommodating a pebble. Their pupils clouded as though shrouded in a thick veil of dust, moving only occasionally to attest to their lingering vitality. Severely dehydrated, their eyes appeared as desiccated as mummies. On some prisoners, exposed arms and calves bore a layer of white skin, reminiscent of surfaces abraded by sandpaper. In places, the harsh sunlight had caused blisters to form, which, upon bursting, revealed tender, crimson flesh, soon to be encrusted by sand, solidifying into a hard shell. Some inmates parted their lips slightly, but were unable to produce a sound. Their throats parched to the point of smoke, devoid of even a trace of saliva. Only a faint airflow, laden with sand particles, escaped their throats, producing a soft hissing sound. How pitiable these souls are, thought Luo Qiuxue, shaking her head. Pity? Such pity must surely be accompanied by contempt. It was as if, in a moment of fervor, the guard exclaimed,